Chapter 1. The God of Creation. In a realm detached from reality, devoid of fixed races, a daily narrative unfolds, inviting participation and suggestions. Damn it, I'm late. Upon glancing at the clock, Yuning realized it was already 9:30. This was disastrous. After indulging in a captivating novel the previous night, sleep had eluded him, and now he was awake until dawn. With the dawn came despair. Being late meant a fine, and that insufferable woman in HR would surely unleash her wrath upon him. Each day, she adorned her face with makeup as thick as fresh white paint on a wall. Phone, watch, keys. His housemate had long departed, leaving behind the lingering stench of urine in the bathroom, a result of neglecting to flush. If it weren't for the incessant noises from the young couple next door throughout the night, he wouldn't have been up late reading novels. The elevator seemed to be malfunctioning, the mindless creature pressing every button as if it were a game. I live on the 36th floor. Why hasn't the earth exploded yet? Ding! The elevator was filled with a nauseating blend of breakfast remnants and garbage, with an undertone reminiscent of rotten vegetables. This property, boasting 8 security guards collectively over 600 years old, was ironically labeled as a high-end community. The elevator plummeted at an alarming speed. This can't be right. Boom. It was over. He hadn't deleted the chat and browser history on his phone. Before him lay a blinding light, and aside from his vision, he felt utterly numb. The odor in the elevator intensified, now unmistakably foul. Where the hell am I? Not far from the parched land was a verdant oasis, surrounded by a picturesque blend of humanity and nature, with an unidentifiable substance smeared on his hands and face. Please tell me I haven't landed in a pile of excrement. This familiar stench is indeed feces. Nearby, water glimmered. Had he truly traversed to another realm after death? His fate seemed cruel. Those who transcended were typically princes, princesses, or demigods, while he found himself buried in dung, likely from an ill-fed cow. The stream was refreshingly cool, yet splashing it on his face failed to awaken him. This was undeniably no dream. Let me think this through. I was late, entered the elevator, and then it crashed. Fine. So, he was indeed dead. In a way, it was a relief. He no longer had to repay his debts. However, the desolation around him was unsettling, especially with the signs of carnivorous beasts lurking nearby. System? Golden Finger? Xiao AI? Siri? Little do. Nothing responded. If no help was forthcoming, perhaps he could find someone to assist him. He hadn't even had breakfast. In the distance, shadows of wild beasts moved, and the cracked earth bore witness to their passage, while the oasis thrived vibrantly. Wild cattle and horses occasionally let out roars. Surely, this isn't Africa. What if he encountered a tribe of cannibals who would skewer him for dinner, dancing around his roasting body? The oasis was vast, filled with trees and vines, and evidence of creatures or humans trampling through. He decided to pick up a stick, regardless of what lay ahead. He would run first and fight if necessary. He refused to become the main course. In the center of the oasis was a shimmering green lake, but aside from that, there were no signs of civilization, no bottles, no cigarette butts, no plastic bags. Ha ha ha. Someone was laughing. Was it a woman? Through the thicket by the lake, he glimpsed a group of naked individuals. Although the distance obscured their numbers, he could discern the unmistakable sound of women's laughter. Hey, is anyone there? He regretted calling out. The moment he did, they scattered. Yuning sank to the ground, gazing at the emerald waters, while his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Suddenly, rustling sounds surrounded him, drawing closer from all directions. Come out. Yuning gripped his stick tightly, watching the shifting grass. What kind of paradise was this? A woman emerged from the grass, a stunning figure, sun-kissed and alluring. Soon, more women appeared, encircling him. Dying is a relief. I must have suffered too long as a beast of burden, and now I've been reborn in paradise. Yuning exclaimed, almost wishing to kneel in gratitude. One woman threw a stone at him, gesturing animatedly, while the others mimicked her, speaking in a language he could not comprehend. Hello? What the? Fine. Language barriers aside, their beauty was captivating. Who cared what they were saying? This is my kingdom. Yuning began to observe these women, some clad in animal skins while others wore leaves for modesty. They exuded a wild, primal energy, and their physiques were remarkably fit. I. Yuning pointed to himself, attempting to communicate that I am the emperor. Do you understand? Yellow eel. One woman imitated his words. Damn it. If only you knew how to speak properly instead of making fun of me. He realized these women were all models of physical perfection. While they varied in height, none were overweight, likely due to the scarcity of resources in the wild. A roar echoed, and the women began to flee in every direction as a lion charged toward Yu Ning. Holy crap! This is absurd. Why start with a lion? Shouldn't it be a gradual escalation? Yu Ning yelled as he ran, the women sprinting faster. Among the trees, Yu Ning maneuvered to evade the lion, but he knew this strategy wouldn't hold for long. His sedentary lifestyle had left him ill-prepared for such a pursuit. Feeling vulnerable, he glanced down to discover he was completely naked, exposed without any form of cover. The lion, panting heavily, let out a roar as it chased him around a split tree. System, now would be an excellent time for you to appear. Hand me an AK so I can dominate this savanna. The lion leaped toward him, aiming to pounce. While Yu Ning raised the stick, ready to strike, but it seemed to be rotting, snapping in two with a single blow. The lion, momentarily distracted, became ensnared in the tree's branches, giving Yu Ning a fleeting chance that he noticed some vines hanging nearby and yanked them down with all his strength. Moss and vines fell away, ensnaring the lion momentarily. The women, surprisingly, were watching from a distance. Were they not primitive beings? Did they not possess spears or bows? Indeed, they did not. Their athletic builds were the result of their daily struggles. While Yu Ning glanced at the lion, realizing it was about to rise again, and he collapsed onto the ground in despair. However, a sharp stone lay nearby. The lion was tangled in the vines. This was his opportunity. Chapter 2. The warrior Yu Ning had little time to ponder the situation. Action was imperative lest he become the next victim. With both hands, he pried the stone from the ground, wielding its sharp edge towards the lion's eyes. The forest echoed with his curses and the lion's anguished roars, sending nearby beasts fleeing in terror. Surrounding women, witnessing Yu Ning's frantic assault with the stone, rushed to join him, gathering stones of various sizes to hurl at the lion's massive head. Damn it! A pack of foolish women. Gasping for breath, Yu Ning felt the rough stone graze his hands, drawing blood. The women, encircling the lion, began to howl, as if the battle had unleashed their pent-up frustrations. Nearly overcome with exhaustion in the face of such a formidable creature, Yu Ning almost lost control of himself. Shaking, he stumbled to the edge of the lake to wash his hands. Fortunately, the wounds were not severe. As the women followed closely behind, Yu Ning turned to discover he was shadowed by hundreds of them. It was overwhelming. Yet, he was certain this was not Africa. Their skin bore the sun-kissed hue of wheat, glistening yet not entirely bronze. All around him were slender, long legs, raw and untamed, unabashedly standing before him. Suddenly, he felt that the earlier peril was oddly worthwhile, as these women knelt around him, murmuring in a tongue he could not comprehend. From their midst emerged a petite woman adorned with shells and ropes, her skirt fashioned from animal hide, enveloping her hips. A garland adorned her neck, while her upper body remained bare. I cannot understand this. Take me to a place to eat. Yu Ning gestured with his hands and mouth, mimicking the act of eating. The woman turned to confer with the others, their chatter filled with a mix of their melodic language and what seemed like a dispute. Yet she did not keep him waiting long. Instead, she dashed ahead to lead the way. Yu Ning noted that their dwelling was modest. The group resided in a series of small caves, numerous in number and seemingly excavated by their own hands. Besides the women who had followed him, there were hundreds more residing within these caves. To his astonishment, he observed there were no men among them at all. He found himself curious about how they propagated their lineage. Surrounding the myriad caves stood an abstract statue, polished and refined, depicting a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Ning, who was entirely unclothed. The lion was dragged back by several robust women, who sang and danced along the way, conversing in a language that left Yu Ning in perplexity. The women of the tribe emerged from the caves, resembling prairie dogs burrowing into the earth. Yu Ning even contemplated fetching a hammer to join in the primitive spectacle. This was astonishingly rudimentary. The good news was that he was the only man in this realm. The bad news was that their notion of dining involved dismembering the lion with stones and tearing into its flesh directly. Devoid of language, culture, utensils, and culinary practices, there existed only the raw act of consumption. A prime cut of meat, accompanied by the heart of a lion wrapped in broad leaves, was presented before Yu Ning. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be the finest portion. My initial task was to kindle a fire. Consuming it raw was unthinkable, not to mention the risk of parasites. Yu Ning searched around, aware of the principles of friction firemaking, yet the women observed his actions with bewilderment, too intimidated to speak. The bravery displayed in slaying the lion had convinced these women of his strength, a fact evident in their submissive demeanor. The woman who had conversed with Yu Ning by the lakeside stepped forward, clearly cognizant that her language was unintelligible to him. "I am your emperor." "Emperor," Yu Ning repeated. "The eel. My head aches. I long for death. That kind of death." Grasping a wooden stick, he gathered some leaves and dry grass nearby, preparing to create fire amidst the circle of women. His hands bore wounds from the stones, rendering him incapable of producing flames through friction. Yu Ning pulled the petite woman closer. She knelt in fear, clearly terrified. "My master. Master," he rephrased. "Pigman, let destruction reign." Yu Ning ceased speaking and simply handed the stick to the woman, then grasped her hand to demonstrate the motion of rubbing. The wild woman appeared to grasp his intention, soon engaging in the friction herself, beaming at Yu Ning, her excitement palpable. "Yes, continue the rubbing. Soon a fire shall emerge." The woman, however, remained oblivious to the significance of her actions, frequently pausing to glance at Yu Ning, feeling the warmth emanating from the wood. "Must you not stop? Communication is utterly impossible." Yu Ning adjusted his grip to avoid the wounds on his hands and resumed fervently rubbing in a different spot. The women encircling him suddenly began to sing and dance. Perhaps they were cheering him on, but to Yu Ning, it felt like blatant mockery. It seemed he would have to endure hunger. The fire remained elusive. After several hours of squatting, sitting, and kneeling, his legs grew numb. Yu Ning collapsed to the ground, and the diminutive woman beside him imitated his actions, attempting to rub the stick as well. "Language is indeed vital. Having granted me rebirth in this place, could you not also provide me with the means to communicate? Is this not a cruel fate?" Yu Ning caught a whiff of something burning. Although flames had yet to ignite, the temperature was nearing. Observing the woman rubbing the stick, he noticed her body sway in rhythm. Smoke began to rise, igniting Yu Ning's excitement. He seized the stick from her hands, enduring the sharp pain in his palms, and began to rub vigorously. With a puff, he produced a few sparks, then hastily gathered the shredded bark and dried leaves. A dozen heads crowded around, fervently blowing on the sparks. This could well be the first instance of man-made fire in this world, and Yu Ning's exhilaration only heightened the fear among the onlookers. The man wielding the fiery stick resembled a divine being descended from the heavens. The women knelt before Yu Ning, bowing their heads, while he busied himself igniting a fire and preparing skewers of meat. To his surprise, the sky began to darken, and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Nearby lay the remains of freshly hunted animals, suggesting that the women's success in hunting was far from consistent. Among them, the petite woman, who was the most familiar to Yu Ning, remained by his side as he cooked, although she still appeared fearful of the flames. The enticing scent of the meat stirred his appetite like never before. Devoid of salt or seasoning, he gnawed on the coarse flesh of a lion. "Your Majesty, learn from me. Your Majesty, please." Yu Ning felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had intended to grasp the woman by her collar to deliver a reprimand, only to realize she had none. The woman, having removed her floral crown, stood fully exposed before him. Chapter 3. Preserving the flame, uncertain if it was merely a feeling. The days here seemed unusually long. A significant dilemma arose. They all resided in caves, some single, some double, yet there was no cave for him. The woman he knew best curiously poked at the fire as twilight descended, the temperature beginning to drop. "Hey, do you know how to sleep?" Yu Ning pressed his palms together and placed them by his ears. The woman mimicked him precisely. "Yes, sleep. Dumplings," he exclaimed, recalling his own musings. The warmth of the campfire was comforting, but a chill lingered behind him. The woman, however, seemed accustomed to the cold. The flickering light of the fire, accompanied by the crackle of burning branches, illuminated the night, revealing a sky so clear and brilliant with stars. Yu Ning pulled the woman closer, seeking warmth. He had eaten the meat, yet it had not satiated him. He ultimately left the lion's heart untouched. The woman paused, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Her expression was indecipherable. Was it one of affection or repulsion? Although they were close, their heads remained distant, her gaze fixed upon him. "You make me feel strange," he confessed. The woman, unable to comprehend, merely smiled in response, captivating Yu Ning's heart. She was truly beautiful, even without a styled hairdo. The shadows cast by the fire accentuated her features. He embraced her more tightly, his hand caressing her shoulder. Initially, she shivered at his touch but gradually grew accustomed to it, reciprocating by gently exploring his shoulder as well. Ultimately, the cold was too biting, and the tender emotions he had harbored were swept away by the chilling breeze. Which cave do you reside in? Take me there. A cave will do for one night. It struck him as odd that this group chose to inhabit such earthbound shelters when nearby hills offered suitable caves. A cave? Yes, a sleeping cave. He insisted. The woman shook her head. She clearly did not understand, yet she had evidently grown much closer to him. However, her gaze was filled with awe. It is uncertain whether this woman can discern gender. At this moment, Yuning felt both weary and famished, as did his brother. The surroundings were damp with dew, and aside from the vicinity of the fire, there was nowhere else to go. The woman seemed to perceive something and promptly ran away barefoot, intensifying Yuning's chill. The night sky was beautiful, the mountains and waters exquisite, and the woman was lovely as well. Yet, the temperature was far from pleasant. The woman returned, accompanied by another, laboriously dragging a fur pelt that resembled that of a leopard. The second woman looked at Yuning with evident fear, even reverence, when he merely glanced at her. She immediately lowered her head and dutifully knelt upon the ground. The leather laid upon the earth made sitting there a far more agreeable experience. He added more wood to the fire, which should suffice for the night. The absence of blankets was not a significant issue. It was primarily the lack of clothing that felt uncomfortable. So what if I have crossed over? It's not as though I were reborn in the nude. At least they could have left me with some trousers. Master, Pigman. Thus, Yuning began instructing this enchanting wild woman. Master. It was apparent she was striving to learn. Master. Yuning grappled with what to call her. He recalled their first encounter that day, when she had worn a string of shells. Shell. Yuning pointed to the woman's chest. Shell. How can I call you that? This is even more challenging than teaching a foreigner. Yuning could only continue to repeat. Shell. The woman regarded Yuning's expression. To me, you are the master. And you are Shell. I am Pigman. You are Shell? Sister, it seems you are the cleverest beauty in this tribe. Yet you have lowered the intelligence threshold for all your kin. Yuning ceased his instruction and lay down beside the fire on the pelt. Shell. I do not know what was said to the woman beside me, but she retreated. The woman then sat behind Yuning and began to touch his shoulder. This time, it was Yuning who felt goosebumps. The woman seemed to sense it too, as she then touched her own shoulder and arm. You are here to soothe me to sleep, yet now you are playing with goosebumps. Yuning turned around, leaning against the fire, and fixed a steady gaze upon her. Though she knelt, aside from the width of the pelt and the string of shells around her neck, she had no other covering. Yuning felt a sudden thirst, and, oddly, the cold seemed to dissipate. That statue of yours looks exactly like me, right? Then you must worship it. You will need to do that every day? The woman was indeed very devout, as they only raised their heads once. Yuning naturally began to appreciate this, pondering that there were hundreds of such women here. Should I also kneel? Truly, the heavens have bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. Lying here, Yuning patted the pelt in front of him. The woman followed suit, gently patting the pelt as well. Hiss, I must teach them the art of speech. Otherwise, our interactions would be devoid of joy, akin to playing with a fool. Moreover, this fire must not be extinguished. Igniting it is too exhausting. After a whole afternoon of toil amidst the trees, it would be better to let this blaze continue to burn. Yuning extended his hand, attempting to draw the woman closer. Yet to his surprise, she appeared rather curious. She even lifted the scant fur covering to examine herself. I can no longer endure this. Madwoman. Yuning firmly restrained her, pressing her onto the leopard skin blanket. The woman was evidently terrified, yet she offered no resistance, merely breathing heavily and daring to avert her gaze. How pitiable you seem, yet how skillfully you entice. Yuning suddenly realized that he was both revered and feared by her. The woman's eyes darted around in trepidation, as if contemplating bowing before him. Yet she lacked the courage. She appeared frightened, but alas, you cannot comprehend my words, else I might have delivered a few choice phrases. The woman chose to shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. The surroundings were eerily silent, akin to a graveyard. The crackling of the firewood punctuated the stillness, while the scent of the roasted leopard skin wafted through the air. Address me as master. Master. After several attempts, there was finally no boreman in sight. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while hell's gates you boldly enter. Since it has come to this, I might as well proceed. Yuning tore away the remaining fur and pressed himself upon her. He felt warmth enveloping him as he claimed this woman named Shell. Chapter 4. Seeking the cave, Yu-Ning awoke in the middle of the night. To be precise, the darkness and daylight here seemed particularly prolonged, leading him to suspect that a single day might stretch over 2 full cycles. Shell had never experienced anything like this. She was in agony and fear, yet also found moments of pleasure. As the sun rose early in the morning, she knelt before Yu-Ning in reverence. This was the state of affairs upon waking, if you are to bow like this. It was only when Yu-Ning noticed that a multitude of women were kneeling around him that he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How mortifying! Even with my thick skin, I could not bear to run naked before hundreds. Why, at such an early hour, do you not seek sustenance? Must you remain kneeling in place? Now Yu-Ning understood why they all possessed supermodel figures. Hunger had certainly taken its toll on them. Master, Shell exclaimed. Today. Her gaze towards Yu-Ning had completely transformed, filled with trust, admiration, and intimacy. Add firewood. Do you understand? Firewood. Fire. Yu-Ning picked up some firewood and tossed it into the flames. Add more wood. Shell nodded, babbling commands, and soon, the group of women returned carrying firewood. Finally, they seemed to comprehend. It was no easy feat, master. Good. Yu-Ning cupped her face and kissed her lips. He had spent the entire night kissing her, and it had been a night of double the affection. Shell had also learned to respond, relishing the sensation to such an extent that she found it impossible to stop. With a sudden movement, as Yu-Ning stood up, all the women immediately knelt down. It was imperative to find something to wear first. Ah, leather. Yu-Ning searched frantically and finally discovered a piece that was somewhat suitable, subsequently tying it around his waist. Beak also retrieved her leather skirt, which, despite being torn by Yu-Ning, she managed to secure with a rope. Yu-Ning observed that this group of women had indeed mastered the art of rope making. Surely, they couldn't be entirely devoid of skills. After all, survival was paramount. At the very least, they possessed capabilities superior to those of animals. Beak, fire. Fire? Beak scratched her head, still bewildered. Never mind, whether you understand or not is irrelevant. Just ensure that I have fire. Yu-Ning felt a sharp pain in his feet. He had never walked barefoot before, especially not on grass. The sensation was truly agonizing. He would have preferred to tread through mud and puddles. The women produced an array of hunting tools. He recognized some, but given his wilderness survival experience, he surmised that these implements were unlikely to capture any game. In their eyes, however, he was a man capable of slaying lions, perhaps even regarded as a deity. Thus, he walked ahead, followed by a throng of women. Beak, anxious about the fire, remained behind. The local wildlife was indeed abundant, especially the herd of wild buffalo they had just passed, thousands crossing the river, causing the earth to tremble. Glancing back at the group of women, he observed them setting traps for rabbits, pursuing wild ducks, and several women restraining a half-grown alligator. Not far off stood a small hill, adorned with numerous caves of various sizes, particularly as the river coursed through this area. It seemed an ideal place for habitation, though the indigenous inhabitants appeared to be formidable. Within the largest cave resided a family of wild boars, without trousers and with sore feet. The prospect of conquering this land seemed daunting. It appeared he had been overly naive. Aspirations of instant success were unrealistic. Lacking tools, he possessed only ropes, sticks, and stones. Yet, there was someone who appeared less than astute. The main issue stemmed from communication. If only they could comprehend him. Yu-Ning felt confident he could assert control over them. One woman stood closest to him, and from his observations, she seemed to hold a position of some importance. A rope adorned her neck, featuring several teeth. It was indeed a predicament to name her thus. Such a beautiful girl could hardly be called Teeth. In the distance, a wild boar, sensing danger, charged towards Yu-Ning. Armed with only a stick and lacking prior experience in such situations, he found himself in an open expanse. Unlike yesterday's forest, dust billowed as the boar sprinted, and Yu-Ning's eyes fell upon a rock nearly half his height. An idea sparked within him. He sprinted toward the rock, his feet protesting against the rough terrain. The women watched him rush towards the wild boar, their voices a chorus of encouragement. Goodness, you're merely spectators. Yu-Ning leaped onto the rock, as the wild boar collided with it. He had steadied himself. This stone was solid. The boar could not ascend. The creature continued to thrash about, charging the rock 4 or 5 times, leaving itself dazed and bloodied. Every time it halted, Yu-Ning struck it with a stick. Man versus boar, they remained locked in this standoff for nearly 2 hours, the wild boar's fury palpable from a distance. Yu-Ning sharpened the stick against the stone. Fortunately, It was merely a wild boar. Had it been the lion from yesterday, he would have already become a mere dish, perhaps even having his heart extracted for a feast. The stick gradually acquired a sharp edge through friction against the rock. Yuning attempted to provoke the boar further. "Hey, Pigsy, come let your brother groom your hide." His words were not just taunts. His actions were equally provocative, and to the onlookers, he appeared undeniably brave. The boar attempted to climb, and Yuning jabbed at its snout a few times, inciting it to madness. He was somewhat taken aback by the boar's frenzy. The women cheered him on wildly, and Yuning became utterly entranced. A gentle breeze swept by, the scorching sun causing beads of sweat to glisten on his skin. He held his breath, poised for the boar's next charge. The boar pawed the ground, emitting a sound akin to a death knell. Suddenly, it lunged forward, and Yuning awaited the perfect moment. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. In that instant, he thrust the stick into the boar's mouth. The creature writhed in pain, snapping the stick, leaving a shard lodged within. The enraged boar charged again, driving the stick deeper into its throat as it rolled and thrashed, stirring dust into a frenzy. Yuning picked up the remaining piece of the stick and approached the struggling beast. Explode. He was uncertain of the boar's vulnerabilities. Its tough hide and thick flesh offered little opportunity for attack. He considered aiming for the eyes, but its head swayed too much to focus. The rear was the best target. The women cheered, abandoning their small catches, and hastily began tying up the half-conscious boar with ropes. Yuning searched for his leather trousers, though it was more accurately the pelt of a wild dog. "You, thief, duck, get lost," he shouted in frustration, causing one woman to fall back in fear, retreating far away. "My master, master." Terror gleamed in the women's eyes. "You, thief, thief." Tears streamed down the woman's face, and the awe and fear she exhibited made Yuning feel a pang of guilt. Is it so difficult to learn? Chapter 5. The spear. Yesterday, it was a lion. Today, a massive wild boar. This presented a tremendous shock to the women who had been accustomed to hunting gentle creatures. The wild boar, naturally, was a delicacy. Back in his rural hometown, catching a wild boar for meat was a rare and valued event. Yuning instructed them to drag the boar while he strode ahead, feeling an air of dominance despite lacking trousers. The campsite chosen in the distance was indeed inadequate. Yuning could hardly fathom how they would manage with the rain and the numerous burrows around. The women no longer tore at the wild boar as they once did. Instead, they awaited Yuning's instructions with a sense of reverence. These women were pitiable, enduring hunger one moment and feasting the next. Yuning picked up the stones they used daily for food preparation and began to scrape the boar's skin and flesh. The meat was cut into uniform pieces, while the innards, most of which were discarded, saw a few edible parts thoroughly cleaned. The women gathered around him as if participating in a solemn ritual, some even breaking into song and dance. It must be said, the art of dance belonged to the indigenous people, and combined with their physiques and appearances, Yuning found the wild dog hides stretched into makeshift tents. He chopped the meat into smaller pieces, constructing a long roasting rack with stones before igniting a fire. Some of the women tasked with gathering returned in succession, presenting an array of wild fruits that appeared both tangy and sweet. The modern world, with its grafting and refinement, certainly produced sweeter and more delectable offerings. Besides the wild boar, there were also smaller creatures. Yuning discarded some, as the women surprisingly scavenged the remnants left by the wild dogs. Judging by today's bounty, 2 skewers of meat per person would suffice, accompanied by fruits for dessert. Life here was somewhat reliant on luck, explaining the alternating bouts of hunger and satiety. To enhance hunting efficiency, Yuning resolved to craft some tools, primarily for self-defense, but also for hunting. The spear proved to be the simplest and most effective choice. "Master." Beiku offered her meat skewer to Yuning, presenting it with both hands. She likely did not comprehend this egalitarian gesture, perhaps believing that the hunting group should reserve more sustenance for those capable of hunting. "Beiku, master, eat," Yuning urged as he stuffed the meat into her mouth. "Eat. This is food. Eat." He then took a piece for himself, shouting, "Eat." This might well be the first word of literacy for this tribe. Eat. Teaching them one word at a time, he was confident they would learn. The women, having rarely experienced fullness, still had a considerable amount of fruit left uneaten. Yuning selected a sturdy-looking stick and began to carve it with a stone. The old wounds from yesterday still ached, and new ones had been added today. Yet there was solace in knowing that at least Beiku understood the importance of tending to the fire. The sun blazed relentlessly, and the women, emulating Yu Ning, fashioned numerous spears, enough to arm 100 or 200 individuals. This was indeed formidable. They could now engage in coordinated hunting. The women chatted animatedly with Bei Ku. Master. Bei Ku. Her vocabulary was insufficient to convey her thoughts, yet she was the only one bold enough to grasp Yu Ning's hand. Her intent was clear. She wished for him to follow her. Rising, Yu Ning allowed her to lead him through the woods to the verdant lake they had encountered the day before. Bei Ku dashed to the water's edge and leaped in, emerging from the surface like a vision of beauty after a bath. Her gesture seemed to invite Yu Ning to join her, and so he removed the wild dog hide from his body and plunged into the water. At last, Bei Ku had successfully communicated her desire. Even if her vocabulary had been limited to I, at the very least, their master had entered the water. It was because I was drenched in sweat that they brought me here to wash. The lake's water is crystal clear and icy cold. Not only that, but the lake bed glimmers with a radiant glow. Goodness, it's gold. All of it is gold. I am at a loss whether to consider this a stroke of fortune or a misfortune. I could build a furnace to smelt it into goblets, though alas, there is no wine. The women, shedding their garments, dashed into the water, and Yu Ning was nearly left breathless. However, they maintained a respectful distance from him, their gazes filled with warmth and admiration. It was evident that they envied Bei Ku, particularly the woman adorned with teeth. Awe and reverence are indeed precious sentiments, for they facilitate one's own governance. The women frolicked in the water for quite a while, and Yu Ning appeared particularly captivating, as such a sight is rare. In the water, they were unseen. Yet, the lake's clarity allowed Bei Ku to witness everything. She even dared to approach. Recalling the scene from the previous night, when Yu Ning embraced her and kissed her in the middle of the lake, Bei Ku closed her eyes, fully immersed in the moment. Yu Ning, on the other hand, gazed at the other women, his eyes reflecting envy and curiosity, as several of them mimicked the gestures he had shared with Bei Ku. Kiss. Yu Ning planted a soft kiss on her lips. Kiss. Yes. Kiss. He repeated, bestowing another gentle kiss. Bei Ku was eager to learn, softly echoing, kiss. 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 Unsurprisingly, upon returning to shore, the women knelt before him until he wrapped himself in the hide of a wild dog. It puzzled him why they held such admiration. The language barrier prevented him from delving deeper. Yet, the colossal stone carved in their tribe bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Perhaps any man would provoke the same response. He was indifferent. As for the gold, he had little interest, as it was abundant everywhere. With so many spears in hand, it was imperative not to return empty-handed. Yu Ning planned a grand hunt. In the distance, a herd of deer grazed, seemingly unafraid of humans. Likely due to the women's long absence of threat. The method was remarkably simple. Yu Ning drew a circle in the sand, dividing the women into groups with his hands. A stone represented each group, and in the center of the circle, he sketched a deer. The stones moved along their own paths in the sand, encircling the deer. Subsequently, Yu Ning demonstrated the thrusting and throwing techniques with the spear. The women grasped that the spear was indeed a weapon. Many threw with precision and power. Kill. Yu Ning mimicked the stabbing motion, and the women seemed to comprehend, yet remained still, most glancing from Yu Ning to Bei Ku. Kill. Bei Ku thrust her spear forward, pointing at the deer in the center of the sand, even arranging stones to outline Yu Ning's planned route. Kiss. Bei Ku closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss, leaving the other women in anticipation, knowing another moment was upon them. Kill. Women were divided into various groups, having traversed a considerable distance before finding their designated positions under the guidance of the shell gesture. They subsequently closed in their encircling formation. Yu Ning was the first to break into a run. As the circle contracted, the deer became increasingly alert. However, they suddenly realized that the escape routes were populated by bipedal creatures. Previously, these two-legged beings could barely catch the young fawns, yet now the entire herd was ensnared. Panic ensued among the deer, with even the lead stag displaying visible signs of distress. With a commanding shout of kill, Yu Ning urged the women forward. They charged in, throwing their weapons before launching a frenzied assault. This group of women was seldom organized or strategic in their hunting endeavors. Most were adept at foraging and capturing small animals. Yet, under Yu Ning's leadership, the situation took an intriguing turn. Chapter 6. The hunt. The stags were indeed robust, and even after sustaining multiple wounds, they attempted to flee. Yu Ning favored the notion of bringing one down. Successfully killing a stag would signify a reliable source of sustenance for future hunts. He had long understood that the best outcome would be the ability to hunt herbivores, as this bore minimal risk and the potential for domestication. The bounty from this hunt was substantial, yielding 4 stags and 2 does. The younger fawns were likely not in the breeding season. Yuning chose to open a gap, allowing the deer to escape, recognizing that killing more would offer no means of preservation. Currently, there was an urgent need for salt. With food secured, the issue of shelter remained unresolved, particularly the lack of clothing, which left Yuning feeling utterly vulnerable. No matter how tightly he bound the wild dog hides, they perpetually slipped away. Most troubling was the persistent physiological response he experienced, as he was continuously aware of his surroundings. Yuning began to distribute the food, and the women learned to prepare small sticks for skewers and gathered firewood. Some even picked up the skill of building a hearth under Yuning's guidance. However, he discovered that these women were not entirely devoid of knowledge. They could create dried fruits, craft simple pottery, twist ropes, and process animal hides. Perhaps they possessed even more skills, yet Yuning had yet to uncover them. The success of the hunt was remarkable, but Yuning needed to address other matters. Hunting techniques had become a necessary lesson following mealtime. The women were earnest in their learning, grasping the concepts of sustenance and the act of killing. They even learned to embrace. Observing their situation, he noted that they seldom enjoyed 2 full meals a day. But he could affirm that his current methods had indeed improved their quality of life. Now, Yuning faced 2 pressing issues, the first being reproduction. For it was impossible that they consisted solely of females, indicating the presence of nearby tribes or males. The second issue revolved around the creation of tools. Yuning untied the shell skirt and pointed at the rope. Shell, master, rope, rope. The singular word appeared to be more easily comprehended by the shell. Master needs rope. Yuning pointed at himself and then at the rope. Need rope? In the gaze of the shell, there seemed to be a glimmer of understanding, at the very least. She was convinced of the utility of the rope for Ning. She began to call upon the other women, gesturing animatedly. Stripped of modesty, she showed no concern regarding nudity. Ning assisted her in donning her dress and skillfully fashioned a knot with the rope, even imparting the technique to her. This sparked excitement among the women. Under normal circumstances, they would tie a tight knot, resorting to desperate measures to break it when necessary. Nearby, there were no bamboo resources, only trees of varying sizes and thickness. Ning also explored each woman's cave, noting the diversity in size, clearly indicative of their individual excavation efforts. There was much to be accomplished, crafting spears and bows, as well as clothing and shelters. Ning possessed a degree of expertise in bow-making, having previously participated in an archery club, which endowed him with a deeper understanding of the crafting processes and techniques, even if some materials were impractical. To his surprise, his modest hobby of craftsmanship had now become relevant. Although labor was abundant in the vicinity, communication barriers hindered productivity. The shell procured some rope, albeit of varying sizes and thicknesses, representing a promising beginning. The women displayed remarkable intelligence. They understood the purpose of the spear. Although wooden spears would wear down rapidly, the abundance of trees here allowed for reconstruction. With rope, they could secure sharp stones at the spear's tip, significantly enhancing its lethality. As night fell, they would soon lose their light. The bonfire became paramount. Unlike the previous evening, the women did not retreat to their caves as darkness descended. Instead, they gathered around the shell, engaged in conversation. Particularly animated was the woman Ning had dubbed Teeth. The shell, along with several women, spread animal skins around the fire, likely anticipating that Ning would need to guard the bonfire while sleeping. Teeth contributed by bringing over the clay pots they had crafted, filled with clean water, as well as a selection of gathered fruits. It was evident that she had meticulously chosen the fruits, ensuring they were the finest in size, color, and ripeness. It is often said that women possess an innate ability to nurture a household, and after so long, Ning finally felt cared for. However, they remained kneeling on the grass, with Ning alone resting on the animal skins. Most of them had grown accustomed to the presence of fire, no longer fearing it or attempting to catch the flames with their bare hands. The nights here were exceptionally long, a fact not merely a figment of the imagination. Upon awakening, Ning found the world still cloaked in darkness. The daytime activities of running, hunting, and swimming were exhausting, and during his laboring days, he had cherished sleeping in. Upon awakening, Ning discovered that a woman was tending the bonfire, occasionally adding wood. The shell lay on the grass, not approaching Ning. Teeth appeared quite lively. not only maintaining the fire, but also crafting a new spear using stones. It seemed that the shell had given instructions, as some women were busy pounding tree bark with stones, likely in the process of making rope. Ning was not well versed in this, but the fresh bark, once pressed, revealed numerous resilient fibers. The principle was simple. Once these fibers dried, twisted together or woven, they formed something remarkable. Indeed, humanity is an extraordinary creation. Even a single strand of rope embodies the wisdom of countless generations. Yuning gently cradles the sleeping Bei Ku, who suddenly awakens with a start. Yet, upon recognizing Yuning, her fearful gaze gradually softens. The women here are all remarkably beautiful, Yuning exclaims, though Bei Ku cannot comprehend his words. She responds with a polite smile, interpreting much through Yuning's expression. He lifts her onto a hide and into his embrace, tenderly stroking her hair. Though she does not fully understand, she respects his actions, embodying a gesture of mutual affection. Her skin is flawless, radiating a healthy glow, and she appears to be around 18 or 19 years of age, with only her hands and feet showing signs of roughness. Her figure is exceptionally slender. As Yuning holds Bei Ku, he pokes at the fire with a stick, and soon warmth envelopes them. However, this sensation is known only to Yuning. In another world, it might have been an embarrassing moment. Bei Ku feels a bit confused. She knows she should rise, yet she relishes this moment and hesitates to leave. Yuning discerns her inner conflict and delight. Kiss, Bei Ku suddenly exclaims, igniting excitement within Yuning. A kiss, of course, is in order, albeit not in the way one might expect. He lifts her again and kisses her softly. Bei Ku, light and tender, melts into his embrace as her hand brushes against him, their bodies entwined beside the fire, their kiss reciprocating Yuning's affection. The other women observe from a distance, particularly one adorned with teeth around her neck, who watches enviously, her gaze never wavering. Kiss. Yuning leans in closer, enveloping Bei Ku in his arms, and they share a kiss face to face. The surrounding women, intrigued, gather at a distance, some licking their lips in anticipation. Suddenly, Bei Ku's eyes widen. She realizes what is happening. Yet the abruptness of it all takes her by surprise. Chapter 7. Adam in a host of ease. Yuning rises and charges forth, startling Bei Ku, who clings tightly to his neck. However, this is not a charge of battle. Once calm, Yuning observes the women around him, all fixated on him. The sky blushes with hues of yellow and white, and birds begin their morning song. Yuning rummages through the pottery crafted by the women, selecting a few pieces. He gathers meat, water, and wild fruits that seem palatable, causing the pots to gurgle with promise. The aroma of stewing meat wafts through the air, and Yuning, wishing to avoid a sleepless night, finds the night too long, the maidens too enchanting, and recalls how delightful the roasted venison was the previous day. Women from the nearby caves awaken, drawn by the enticing scent of meat, their mouths watering. Though the available seasonings are limited, Yuning is already content with the prospect of enjoying a warm meal. This marks the second morning in this place, and Yuning has explored only a quarter of the oasis where the tribe resides. Today, he intends to venture forth with the women, hoping to gather materials for making ropes or bows, and perhaps even weave some baskets. Upon discovering that the women had gathered together, cradling their collection in their arms, he realized that tools could indeed transform productivity. However, the current conditions, with iron or other materials being evidently unattainable, rendered the primitive tools insufficient. The temperature fluctuations here were considerable, and without shelter or a dry environment, illness was inevitable. A cave emerged as the optimal choice. He determined the direction based on the position of the sun, sketching a rudimentary map on a stone slab with a clump of earth, marking the cardinal points. The women observed his creation, some of them even drawing with greater skill than he. He did not expect them to comprehend it. This was a work for himself. Master. The call of Shell had taken on a softer tone, imbued with emotion. Shell. Embrace. He wrapped his arms around her for a moment. Embrace. Shell mimicked his gesture. The surrounding women began to embrace one another, timidly echoing the sounds of their newfound affection. He was astounded by their efficiency. During the latter part of the night, she led the women in crafting numerous spears, which were evidently sharper. She even selected some sturdier wooden sticks for their use. The wisdom inherent in their primitive existence was apparent, and he realized he had underestimated them. To create the spears, the women also chose stones from a nearby pile of rubble. He considered that, through polishing, these stones would serve as excellent arrowheads in the future. He scraped off the froth bubbling in the pot, fashioning a pair of skewers akin to chopsticks. He fished a piece of meat from the pot, blowing on it before bringing it to his lips. Indeed, starting the day with such a meal suited his palate, despite the lingering fishy odor. At least it satisfied his hunger. Taking Shell's hand, he walked to the edge of a nearby grove, where he plucked a broad leaf and washed it in the river. He then placed the steaming meat atop the leaf. These women were truly becoming more responsible. Shell casually directed them, and they each gathered their own leaves, soon washing them by the riverbank. If they could fire clay pots, they could certainly create bowls, and even all manner of utensils and bricks. Although the leaf-wrapped meat appeared pleasing, he yearned for a taste of civilization. On the stone slab, he recorded the events of the past 2 days. Though it was merely a simple pictorial representation, Shell was exhilarated to recognize fire. Master, firewood. His satisfaction prompted him to reward her with a kiss. Shell then began to explain her understanding of the drawings to the other women. Grasping the meaning of the divine or the leader was indeed a remarkable achievement. As they listened to her animated explanations, a sense of enlightenment washed over them, and after an extended discourse, they knelt in reverence alongside her. Let them kneel if they wish. Can I assist each of them individually? Today, they would hunt, and there were still leftovers from yesterday's catch. It marked the first time the women had tasted cooked meat, which they found extraordinarily delightful. Especially the meat broth, warm and soothing, brought an unparalleled comfort to their bellies. The multitude of hunters is indeed a waste of resources, yet the intricacies of language render division of labor exceedingly difficult. Although the women invariably remain to tend the home and gather, something feels amiss. Suddenly, Yuning perceives the oddity. Why are there only young and beautiful women? The absence of men is already peculiar. The natural cycle of aging and reproduction should dictate otherwise. It is evident that this group of women harbors a secret. Are the elderly discarded? What of reproduction? Yuning is inundated with questions, beginning to suspect whether this is a conspiracy or perhaps another version of the Truman Show. Shell is oblivious to the concept of death, leaving Yuning unsure how to inquire. Surely in any tribe, there must be those who have passed. Where do they go? Kill. The women are particularly exuberant today, for the prospect of a kill promises sustenance. The target today is not deer, but wild sheep. Yuning must train them to first capture herbivores, as their current weaponry is lethal to themselves when facing carnivores. Humanity possesses an advantage. They can congregate and wield weapons, and encounters with carnivorous beasts are not uncommon. Merely observing 100 or so bipedal creatures wielding sticks instills fear in the beasts. The presence of Yuning seems to embolden the women. In the distance, a herd of wild sheep captures Yuning's attention, having been noted since his discovery of the oasis. He also realizes that there are other oases nearby, and even new tribes. However, should conflict arise now, Yuning lacks the capability and confidence to manage it. Yuning sketches a wild sheep. Though his artistry is lacking, the women comprehend the image. Shell? He calls her over and sets down several stones. What is this? Shell appears utterly perplexed, her beautiful face a mask of confusion. Yuning hands the stones to Shell and relinquishes command. He grasps the hands of the women, forming a group, and then uses the stones to confirm their location and leader. He then demonstrates the process again using Shell's hands. Suddenly, comprehension dawns on Shell, and she is not only enlightened but also joyous and excited. Mimicking Yuning, she divides several women into a group, picks up a stone from the ground, and hands it to one of the women. She then draws in the sand the direction they should take. Yuning applauds, though Shell does not understand the gesture. She sees his joyful smile. Her commands mirror Yuning's, yet she possesses a linguistic advantage. Although Yuning cannot grasp her words, he is convinced she is effectively conveying his intentions. However, today presents greater challenges, as this herd of wild sheep is larger and more robust. The plump rumps of the sheep tantalize Yuning with the promise of a delectable meal. Teeth, having quickly returned, should have remained to gather. It is clear she has defied Shell's initial command. Shell likely senses the woman's intentions towards her. Chapter 8. Punishment and Reward Evidently. Shell is angered, questioning Teeth's actions. Although Teeth retorts, she appears somewhat guilty. Her gaze shifts to Yuning, her eyes pleading for assistance. At this moment, it was imperative to remain resolute. Disobedience to commands was absolutely intolerable, as it would inevitably lead to dire consequences in the future. Beak cast a glance at Yuning, her urgency manifesting in a flurry of anxious sounds. though her tone was considerably more patient and gentle. Yuning pointed towards the wild sheep on the ground, signaling for Beak to charge forward. Yaji attempted to join the group, but was halted by Yuning. The fury emanating from Yuning brought a tangible equilibrium to Beak's heart. The hunt for the wild sheep proceeded relatively smoothly. Today, a spear was particularly effective, and it must be said that Yaji played a commendable role in this regard. Both rewards and punishments ought to exist. Although Yuning was unaware of who originally led this tribe, she sensed that it was predominantly these two women, alongside another who assisted Beak in gathering animal hides. This woman also seemed to hold a certain status. A common trait among the three was their adornment of necklaces, Yaji, Beak, and several desiccated fruit cores. It seemed that the necklaces hinted at their respective roles. Thus, it could be inferred that hunting was primarily Yaji's domain, while Beak was more inclined towards seafood gathering and fishing, with the fruit cores likely belonging to the gathering duties. I truly am a genius, Yuning mused, patting her thigh in delight at her analysis. Yaji observed the hunting party, her face a portrait of grievance, and upon casting another glance at Yuning, she quietly knelt on the ground. Removing the necklace from around her neck, she clutched it in her hand as tears streamed down her face. Subsequently, she knelt at Yuning's feet. Yuning felt a pang of compassion. The spoils of the hunt were abundant, and they had even captured live prey, which signified the potential for domestication. Yuning gently patted the weeping Yaji on the ground and grasped her hand. This was the first time Yaji had been physically held by Yuning, and she ceased her sobbing, though fear gripped her. The hunting party erupted in cheers as the women bound the live sheep with ropes, 5 male rams and 3 ewes, with 4 of the live sheep being female. The scale of their bounty ignited excitement among the women, who exuberantly sang and danced. Yuning applauded them, and they recognized it as a form of praise, imitating the clapping. Even Yaji joined in, despite her pallor. Yuning had no intention of concluding the festivities. He gathered the game, sketching in the sand once more, still depicting the wild sheep that had not strayed far. Yaji. She looked up in astonishment at Yuning, fear creeping into her expression as she sensed impending punishment. Yuning pressed her down to the ground and struck her twice with the spear's handle. Yaji cried out in pain, lying prostrate on the earth, too frightened to move, while the other women looked on, apprehensive. Beak also knelt, likely fearing that Yuning might fatally wound Yaji. In her eyes, Yuning saw concern and a hint of regret, while Yaji's gaze was filled with a mixture of grievance and terror. The blows were not excessively severe, yet they were necessary. Without discipline, management would falter, and Yuning's words needed to be substantiated through action. Yaji. Yuning observed the woman who lay on the ground, having been struck, as Yaji hurriedly crawled towards her, still clutching the necklace tightly in her hand. Yuning lifted her up and examined her wounds, then retied the necklace of teeth around her neck. Not far away on the sandy ground lay the spear crafted by the teeth, sharp and straight like the others. Yuning handed the spear to her and pointed at the wild sheep sketched anew on the ground. A stone was placed in her palm. Yuning believed that the one with the teeth could understand, just as Bichelle could. Truly, the woman adorned with teeth was more adept at this than Bichelle. Noticing Yuning's fondness for the living sheep, she even arranged a team equipped with ropes. Yuning took a rope, wrapped it around her wrist, and tied a knot, teaching her a new word, bind. Bind. The teeth clearly repeated after him. Yuning pointed at the sheep behind them. Sheep? Sheep. The teeth took this very seriously. For days, she had longed to be closer to Yuning. Bind the sheep. Roll the sheep. Bind. Lin Bei picked up patience. Bind the sheep. Yuning was quite pleased and pointed at the distant flock. Kill. As the saying goes, one excels in their craft. Bichelle is intelligent. Yet the teeth are more suited for hunting, with a robust physique and swift movements, demonstrating a natural talent for it. Although the sheep had become more vigilant and clever, it did not hinder her achievements. She successfully captured 7 alive, sustaining only minor scratches, fully aware that Yuning wished for them to be alive. A total of 15. They would not need to hunt tomorrow. Bichelle appeared somewhat perplexed, standing frozen in place. The teeth took the initiative to converse with her, and Yuning did not perceive any signs of quarrel or provocation in her demeanor. This time, it was indeed a bountiful harvest, 30 sheep in total, aside from the deceased. Most could be kept for breeding, and those less injured could be consumed tomorrow. The women were filled with laughter and joy along the way, some leading the sheep, others dancing, and some even encircling Yuning in song. They seemed easily satisfied, their happiness stemming from mere sustenance. Bichelle, however, appeared somewhat subdued. prompting Yuning to grasp her hand and then take the thief's hand in his. Yuning could discern that while punishing the thief, Bichelle had been worried. This was already commendable. Should they be expected to embody even greater virtues? Roasting sheep had become the most delightful activity of the day. Yuning altered his usual method of cutting, opting to roast entire carcasses instead. There were 7 or 8 bonfires, each adorned with plump sheep after skinning. Fat dripped from the wooden frames onto the kindling, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of lamb smoked over the coals. While slaughtering the sheep, the thief cut a piece of raw meat and stuffed it into Bichelle's mouth. Their innocent smiles dissolved any lingering tension. The women gathered around the fire, singing songs in a language Yuning could not comprehend, though they were not particularly melodious. Despite his exhaustion, Yuning lifted Bichelle and spun her around a few times, mimicking the thief as he fed her the meat. He then picked up the thief as well and twirled around the fire with her. The expressions of the thief and Bichelle differed. The former was clearly frightened. During the day, the punishments inflicted were not particularly severe, yet she still bore some pain upon her body. Nonetheless, she understood that Yuning, capable of vanquishing lions and wild boars, must have been lenient with her. She recognized this as a form of discipline. The girl's touch was truly delightful, firm yet elastic, and even more elongated than that of Shell. As Yuning pressed his lips against hers, her eyes widened in surprise, allowing him to kiss her freely. Shell, standing nearby, whispered to Tooth, who then closed her eyes and tentatively opened her mouth. A kiss? Tooth pointed to herself, clearly incredulous. Yuning remained silent, his hand resting gently on her waist. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement. The feast of roasted lamb, fruits, and the presence of so many young women lent a sense of promise to life. Chapter 9. Crafting a flower basket. This could be considered a grand feast. Yuning corralled the remaining sheep, and while the meat cooked, the women busily assisted him in erecting a fence. The fence was quite simple, merely wooden posts driven into the ground to form a barrier. Though the task of cutting down trees posed significant challenges, Yuning realized how difficult it had been for Tooth, who had returned with a group of women bearing numerous logs. The fence was sturdily constructed, enclosing the sheep, while Yuning also gathered some wild grasses. The women mimicked his actions, and Yuning felt a renewed sense of hope for their lives. In the course of the hunt, Yuning had saved a considerable amount of fascia. Although the women did not grasp his reasoning, they believed it must hold significant importance. Following Yuning's instructions, Shell crafted some ropes. Without precise specifications from him, there was a variety of ropes, as many places nearby displayed drying plant fibers. Unfortunately, being neither a zoologist nor a botanist, Yuning found his knowledge lacking as a traveler without any special abilities. Yuning gathered the people slightly and bent a branch. He then bound a length of rope, knotted extensively, around it, creating not a bow but a saw. Upon completing the first saw, he took a stick to demonstrate. As the stick showed straight marks, the women gasped in awe. This method was far quicker than using stones to cut wood, and with a larger saw, they could fell even thicker trees. Suddenly, the rope became a prized possession, and many women began to learn from him. Thus, a new tool was born. The admiration in Tooth and Shell's eyes was unmistakable, and another woman's pupils widened in astonishment. Yuning confirmed that the woman wore a fruit pit around her neck, though he was unaware of its origin. The fruits and crops here differed from what he knew. Come, Yuning called to the woman adorned with the pit. Naturally timid, she was too frightened to approach. Yuning maintained an impassive expression. Shell also felt apprehensive, fearing that the woman, having stayed home and not participated in the hunt, might incur Yuning's displeasure. Even Tooth seemed inclined to plead for her. You, Walnut. Yuning pointed at the woman, who likely understood this to be her name. Walnut. Shell stepped forward, indicating the woman wearing the fruit pit. 3 women knelt down, followed by the remaining women, confirming that Yuning had not misjudged the situation. Walnut was keenly aware that they were observing her expressions and demeanor. Consequently, she forced a smile. From the perspectives of Teeth and Shell, this smile was captured. They hastily assisted Walnut to her feet, engaging her in conversation. Though timid, she was also filled with delight. All along, she had yearned to approach Yuning closely, yet each time, she faltered in hesitation. Embrace. Yuning gestured for her to step forward, as an embrace is a gesture of goodwill. Shell and Teeth nudged the woman forward, their words buoying her spirits. As she approached, Yuning embraced her warmly, though she trembled violently, displaying evident fear. The lamb had been roasted to perfection in various places. Yuning flipped a piece and tore off a chunk. Walnut. Walnut. Her voice quivered. My master. Master. The look in her eyes was not fear, but rather profound reverence, which Yuning could sense. This might be related to the towering fertility totem not far from the tribe. Eat. Yuning tested the temperature and placed a piece of well-roasted meat into Walnut's mouth. She attempted to speak, but could only chew, as her mouth was full. The succulent, juicy lamb released its delightful aroma within her. Walnut's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No longer afraid, she eagerly awaited Yuning's next offering, her mouth agape. This woman possessed a certain charm, her mouth even more endearing. Yuning tenderly blew on the piece of lamb before feeding her another bite. This sight filled shell and teeth with envy, especially as they watched Walnut smacking her lips, the enticing meat fragrance causing the other women to swallow in unison. Yuning pointed towards the woods, and Shell seemed to recall something. All the women shouted and rushed out, soon returning with their own leaves. Though rudimentary as dining utensils, they were nonetheless hygienic. Civilization is cultivated gradually, piece by piece. Yuning affectionately patted Shell's head and personally served her and teeth pieces of lamb leg. The meat was indeed delicious, though lacking in seasoning, a slight disappointment. The women savored their meal, and for the first time, Walnut dared to remain by Yuning's side to eat. Shell appeared to have a closer bond with her, occasionally whispering secrets and even sharing laughter. Teeth bore visible bruises from 2 strikes Yuning had dealt earlier, and he felt a pang of regret for asserting his authority over the girl. He reached out, gently touching her, sensing the pain from the bruised areas. Surprisingly, Teeth extended her hand to smooth Yuning's furrowed brow, then raised the lamb leg she held, revealing a smile. As twilight descended, Yuning hung the leftover lamb meat and began to strip the bark from a tree trunk. Though Walnut did not fully comprehend the situation, she took keen interest in her responsibilities and eagerly followed along. Yuning meticulously sliced the tree bark into thin strips, resembling strands of noodles, and proceeded to weave them according to his own recollections. The women gathered once more to observe, while Yuning remained undisturbed, dedicated to his task until it took on the form of a bag. In the absence of bamboo for basket weaving, surely tree bark could suffice for crafting a pouch? As Yuning tossed a few fruits and bones into the bag, Walnut instantly grasped its worth. Her timidity vanished, replaced by excitement as she warmly embraced Yuning and called out to a group of women with animated chatter. Yuning understood that all it took was a spark of inspiration from him, and these young women would follow suit, some even innovating and improving upon his ideas. This exemplified the distinction between humans and animals. We possess a myriad of architectural forms, while a single species of bird constructs similarly structured nests. The bag was passed among the women, each offering expressions of admiration or suggestions. Though Yuning could not comprehend their words, he understood their sentiments. A few women returned with leather, and Yuning recognized it as the hide of the deer from the previous day. The women conveyed that the leather had been cleaned and dried. As a modern individual, he deemed this leather subpar, as true leather requires tanning and curing to prevent pests and odors in the future. Nevertheless, it represented wealth. A complete piece of leather held significant value within such a tribe, and they were likely showcasing their bounty to Yuning. As night fell, many women gathered by the bonfire, seemingly preferring to sleep near Yuning, perhaps for his protection. However, Shell's boldness left Yuning momentarily speechless. She removed her leather and pointed to her lower body, seemingly inquiring if Yuning fancied a more intimate encounter. His bemusement at her actions evoked a mix of laughter and incredulity. Chapter 10. Midnight Snack. Yuning confirmed that time in this place seemed to extend, perhaps equating one day here to 2 elsewhere. Though lacking reference points, hunger served as a reliable indicator. While the women slumbered, Yuning realized that the teeth served not only for hunting, but also for guarding. He had not noticed this before, despite his brief time here. However, the teeth had arranged for centuries, patrolling not far away. Today was different. The watch positions were accompanied by bonfires. Yuning counted 6 nearby fires. Glancing beside him, he noticed Walnut had emerged from her cave to sleep nearby, while Shell occupied the closest position to Yuning, having also learned to spread out animal hides. Feeling a pang of hunger, he observed leftover meat hanging nearby. Indeed, the women were frugal, likely accustomed to hard times. They had not eaten their fill, and some of the previous meats had been transformed into jerky. Rising to awaken the vigilant teeth, she followed Yuning and inquired with a questioning tone, "Eat? Eat?" Yuning nodded, removing a few ribs from the sheep and skewering them with wooden sticks. The teeth seemed puzzled as to why the roasted meat would be roasted again. Yuning merely heated the food. Eating, Yuning offered a rib to Teeth, who knelt beside him to accept it. Yuning took her hand, drawing her into his embrace. The weather remained somewhat chilly, leaving them uncertain about how to endure the winter here. It seemed to be Teeth's first experience eating in someone else's arms, but Yuning was unfazed, holding the girl while enjoying barbecued delicacies. It was as if they were merely missing a few bottles of sugary drinks. Teeth ate slowly but with remarkable cleanliness, a habit cultivated from prolonged scarcity of resources. It was evident that they had not indulged in midnight snacks during the long, dark nights. Master, Yuning found himself lost in peculiar thoughts, his body responding strangely, which made Teeth tense. However, embraced by Yuning, she dared not move, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Embrace. Yuning tossed the bone into the fire, leaning close to Teeth's ear and whispering softly. Teeth had not anticipated that an embrace could occur from behind rather than face to face. She began to revel in the moment, chattering animatedly to Yuning while affectionately rubbing her face against his arm, punctuating her words with playful sounds like boom. She seemed to be narrating something significant. Though Yuning could not comprehend her words, she appeared to be describing something grand, perhaps battles, hunts, or a collapse of some sort. Yuning was indifferent, resting his hand on her chest and listening to her excitedly recounting these unintelligible tales. Unexpectedly, Bichelle awoke, leaving Yuning feeling somewhat awkward, akin to a scoundrel caught in the act. Conversely, Bichelle earnestly addressed Yuning as master, then began to chatter away with Teeth, who listened intently, clearly eager to learn. Could this be a transfer of knowledge? Yuning found himself intrigued as he observed Bichelle demonstrating various poses. He was all too familiar with this behavior, reminiscent of their more intimate moments. She was unreserved, even rolling her eyes while explaining to Teeth, who resembled a curious elementary student, nodding along as Bichelle imparted her wisdom. This situation felt oddly amusing, yet slightly embarrassing for Yuning. He gestured a sleeping position to Bichelle, a lesson he had once taught her. Upon receiving the cue, Bichelle promptly lay down, though her eyes remained wide open. It was almost laughable how such an extraordinary event unfolded. In his previous life, Yuning would have found this utterly mind-boggling. Unlike Bichelle, who wore a leather skirt, Teeth possessed nothing, save for the necklace adorning her neck. Recalling Bichelle's words, Teeth obediently lay flat, mirroring the posture Bichelle had held when Yuning had pinned her down before. It was almost as if history was repeating itself. Perhaps, in their eyes, this was a confirmation of intimacy, or perhaps a form of ritual. Yuning approached deliberately, his teeth resting on the animal hide as he grasped the fur upon it. The bones in the campfire were charred, emitting a black smoke laced with a burnt odor. Beside the fire, Shell cast a knowing glance at Teeth, as if encouraging her. In contrast to Shell, Yuning opted for a gentler approach, feeling a twinge of guilt for having struck her earlier. He moved closer, hoping to alleviate some of Teeth's pain. Teeth clenched her jaw tightly, gripping the leather with her hand. Yuning enveloped her in a tight embrace, which left her somewhat breathless. Kiss. This was the phrase most familiar to Teeth, and as tears streamed down her face, she leaned in to kiss him. Yuning remained still, reciprocating her affection. As dawn broke, Yuning observed that the patrols had a shift change, suggesting that this was a long-standing routine. The wildness in Teeth's gaze had diminished significantly. She tenderly leaned against Yuning while gazing toward the horizon where the sun was about to rise. Compared to the gentleness he had shown the previous day, this surprised Shell, who seemed to inquire about Teeth's feelings, though Teeth appeared equally bewildered. However, it was evident that Shell was encouraging Teeth to please her, as after a lengthy conversation, Teeth instinctively embraced Yuning, casting glances toward Shell for approval. In this unspoken communication that was difficult to comprehend, one could only rely on intuition. Yuning noticed that his own words had dwindled, often reduced to a single syllable. He recalled a book he had read, The Tale of Robinson Crusoe and Friday, pondering whether the absence of language could lead to despair. Despair? Nonsense. Compared to the early morning hours, this was a divine existence. Yuning dismissed the notion of despair, resolving to teach them the art of speech to enhance their quality of life. There were other places nearby, perhaps even other tribes and people, possibly cannibals as well. Therefore, it was imperative to grow stronger. Looking down, he found Teeth reclining on his thigh, her cheek pressed against his warm skin. As she attempted to rise, Yuning gently restrained her. Shell was taken aback, nearly overwhelmed by the sight. In her eyes, it felt as if her world was collapsing. Teeth had seemingly devoured him. She was almost frightened to death, visibly anxious. Yet, upon glancing at Yuning, she was astonished to see him remain unfazed. As the sun ascended slowly, the massive totem appeared even more imposing under its rays. For the first time, Yuning felt a deep curiosity about its existence. The stone totem adorned with various items, flowers, leather, and animal horns, seemed to be offerings from the tribe. Amidst the chaos, Teeth lifted her head, sunlight illuminating her eyes. And soon her entire cheek was bathed in its glow. Yuning issued a command, eat. Chapter 11. The sky has fallen. Yesterday's hunting expedition was remarkably successful. Yet one cannot subsist solely on roasted meat. Yuning contemplated that since Shell bore shells, it signified the presence of seafood. He invested considerable thought into this matter, recognizing that communication posed a challenge. Shell. Upon hearing Yuning's call, Baike swiftly approached, her hands busy weaving a bag that appeared far more exquisite than the one crafted by Yuning. Master. Baike proudly displayed her creation. Yuning casually picked up a stone and tossed it to the ground, feigning a search before retrieving the stone once more. Look. Baike seemed somewhat perplexed. Yuning tucked the stone under her arm, pretending to rummage around, before producing it again. Find. Baike nodded, comprehension dawning upon her. Then, Yuning pointed to the shells adorning Baike's necklace and declared, Find. Baike. In an instant, Baike grasped the concept, her mouth repeating find shells. She promptly concealed herself, prompting Yuning's head to nearly burst with excitement as he unearthed the hidden shell from a nearby cave. He pointed to the shells on her necklace. Find. This time, the understanding was genuine, as Baike took Yuning's hand and began calling out to others. The women, donning their handcrafted bags, followed in step with Baike and Yuning. Remarkably, they headed westward. Yuning glanced at the sun, marking the direction. Indeed, there lay the sea. After a 2-hour trek, the vast waters were partially obscured by the mountains, as their campsite was situated in a lower elevation. The hills were not particularly high, merely a grand slope, yet beyond them was the majestic ocean. Yuning dashed forward, having grown up in the north. He had never laid eyes upon the sea, and with little opportunity for travel in his working life, he never anticipated experiencing it here. The shore offered not only shells but crabs, conchs, and coconuts washed ashore by the waves. Numerous coconut trees surrounded the area, confirming their fortune. Yuning used a stick to catch crabs, placing them into the women's bags. Though they did not fully grasp the significance, they eagerly joined in the collection. In addition to crabs, he encouraged the women to gather shells, conchs, and anything edible, including the coconuts on the beach. It must be said, the abundance of fish and shrimp was impressive, and some women even collected bird eggs, suggesting that they had experience in foraging along the coast. Albeit not considering the ocean's bounty. This fruitful harvest sparked Yuning's ambition to establish a campsite by the sea, though it remained merely an aspiration for now, as the coastal winds were fierce and safety remained uncertain. Unlike hunting, foraging was simply a matter of gathering. However, the women's curiosity about coconuts was piqued, and one attempted to gnaw on the tough exterior, only to abandon the effort. Fish also presented a significant yield. The gathering team of 100 was a striking sight. Yuning never imagined himself ascending to a leadership role as a laborer, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming seafood feast. The happiest among them was He Tao, the designated gatherer, who had not expected a day of foraging rather than hunting. Yet, with their bags, they were able to collect even more, despite some items remaining a mystery in terms of their utility. Home, Yuning shouted exuberantly. Though they did not fully understand, the others joined in his call. For Yuning had never once disappointed them. Fish soup, grilled fish, lobster, crab, and coconut juice. What a sumptuous evening it must be. Though many fish perished along the long journey, yet Yuning remained unfazed. On his way back, he stumbled upon something that delighted him even more: wild chili peppers. However, these peppers were newly sprouted, the largest barely the size of a pinky fingernail. Yuning plucked one to sample, only to have Walnut rush over, gesticulating frantically. It was amusing to see that Walnut seemed to have tasted it before, as she mimicked breathing heavily and fanning her mouth with her hand. In her urgency, she called for Shell to translate, though Shell could only speculate. Yuning chuckled, grabbing another chili and gesturing for the women to watch him. Spicy, he exclaimed, not expecting the intensity of the heat. He then grabbed a coconut and began smashing it with a stone. Shell and Walnut grew anxious, directing the other women, seemingly to fetch fruit or water for him. Indeed, opening a coconut with just a stone was no easy feat, although Yu-Ning had never done this before. He managed to crack open the stubborn coconut. He poured the coconut water into his mouth, refreshing and sweet with a hint of tartness. Walnut, intrigued by the coconut, gazed at it in disbelief, feeling as though she had missed something significant. Drink. Though he had yet to teach the word for drink, it was close enough. Yu-Ning poured the coconut water into her mouth. The women began to pass the coconut around until it was entirely drained of its liquid. Their admiration for Yu-Ning grew, revering his daring attempts and knowledge. He did not discard the coconut shell, as he had other uses in mind. Now, he awaited the return of those who had gone to find water and fruit. Yu-Ning realized something. He had never counted the number of women, which was rather concerning. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he confirmed that no one had fallen behind. He was troubled by the thought that losing even one would weigh heavily on his conscience. Next time, he must remember to count. These young women were precious lives entrusted to him. More importantly, they were truly beautiful. Yu-Ning was astonished upon returning home. The women rushed towards him, crying out and pointing in the direction of the camp. All the women raised their spears, the ground littered with the spoils of their gathering. Though he could not comprehend their words, he sensed that something significant had transpired, and he grasped a spear, dashing towards the camp. It had been ambushed, with several women injured. It was a carnivorous beast. Though Yu-Ning could not yet identify it, he noticed that the sheepfold had been breached, with a few sheep missing. He examined the wounded women. About 5 or 6 were injured, primarily on their legs and arms, clear evidence of a struggle, with bite and claw marks visible on their limbs. Yu-Ning lifted one severely injured woman and used clean water to rinse her wounds. A few women also carried out the carcass of an animal, resembling the wild dogs that had encircled him, but seemingly larger in size. All the injured women had their wounds cleaned by Yu-Ning, who possessed no other means or knowledge of herbs. He stoked the campfire and took out a burning stick. Truth be told, he found it difficult to proceed. He was oblivious to the existence of microorganisms, bacteria, or infectious diseases in this world. Yet, he did not wish to gamble, having neither wine nor medicine. Only the ashes of burning earth. Naturally, the women were frightened. Though he had seldom encountered this particular woman, she placed her trust in him. Despite her fear, she did not flinch, for the fire was so close. Chapter 12. The enchanting lake Beak surged through the crowd, gazing at the flame in Yu-Ning's hand, anxiously exclaiming, Me. She had something to convey, and Yu-Ning knew that she would never interrupt him when he was engaged in earnest endeavors. Without verbal communication, the girl animatedly mimicked the acts of diving, swimming, and kissing in the lake. The lake? Yu-Ning recalled the emerald waters. What was their purpose there? Beak further illustrated how Yu-Ning had tended to the women's wounds. It dawned on him that the wounds had indeed been cleansed. And now it was time for disinfection and bandaging. Walnut emerged, chewing on green leaves, with the juice of plants staining her lips. Yu-Ning surmised this was some form of herbal remedy. He noticed Walnut clutching several more leaves in her hand. He pointed to the wound on the woman's leg, and then gestured towards the remnants in Walnut's mouth. She nodded, spitting out the green residue to apply it to the wound, subsequently wrapping it with leaves and securing it with a cord. Evidently, they possessed first aid knowledge, which relieved Yu-Ning. This group of girls had treated him well. The thought of scorching them with a burning stick tugged at his conscience. Beak anxiously pointed towards the lake once more, persistently calling out, Me. Yu-Ning was willing to accompany her for a swim. Yet it was evident that Beak was not as naive as she appeared. He resolved to follow her, as she was the closest person to him in this place. The women began to raise their voices, and even the injured ones stood to follow suit. These women bathed daily, as if it were a matter of faith. During the days he had known them, none had failed to visit the lakeside. Even those left behind to gather would make the trip. The lake remained tranquil and green, with glimmering gold beneath the surface. At that moment, Yu-Ning found himself devoid of desire for the gold. It paled in comparison to a coconut. The injured women were lifted to the water's edge by their companions, who knelt in reverent worship before the lake. This was Yu-Ning's first encounter with such a sight. Previously, they would plunge into the water and frolic. A few of the wounded women entered the water themselves, and Yu-Ning hesitated, pondering whether to intervene. However, the determined and devout gaze of Beak compelled him to witness what would unfold. The golden nuggets at the lake's bottom reflected the sun's rays, surrounding the injured women in a radiant glow. while the remaining women began to sing, perhaps a chant or incantation. The walnut stood resolutely, the only one aside from Yuning to do so. She addressed the lake with words that resonated powerfully, although Yuning could not comprehend them. Yet, he could feel the encouragement in her tone. Exhausted from a day's journey, Yuning succumbed to slumber. The melodic chanting was utterly hypnotic, and it lingered on for what seemed like an eternity. Master! Shell's gentle call roused Yuning from his dreams. There, before him, stood several injured women, drenched from head to toe. With their long legs aligned, Yuning was nearly moved to tears by their beauty. However, he was perplexed by the absence of scars. He leaned against the legs of the women, caressing and inspecting them. No marks of injury were to be found. This lake possessed a certain magic, Yuning firmly believed. He contemplated inflicting a wound upon himself to test it, but then remembered the lengthy rituals and prayers. Suddenly, he recalled that there were fish at home. Yet, he had intended to bathe. For a man, bathing should be simple. Yuning shed his dogskin and leapt into the water, with the women joyfully following him. The lake was a splendid thing. If it truly had the power to heal wounds, could it also cure ailments? What baffled Yuning was the complete absence of fish. Even in small puddles, not a single tadpole could be found. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Yuning splashed water upon the women, who playfully dodged his advances. Yet, none dared to splash him back, their respect emanating from the depths of their hearts, even refraining from jest. On the way home, Yuning stumbled upon a new discovery, radishes. For a child of a northern farming family, radishes were an intimate familiarity. He grabbed a stick and began to dig, pulling an entire radish from the ground. Though it was not as large as he had envisioned, its flavor awakened a craving within him. He had not expected a mere radish to entice him so. Pull! He exclaimed, as he yanked another radish from the earth, even smaller than the first. Yet, as he surveyed the area, he saw a multitude of radishes intertwined with wild grass. The women joined in, and soon a heap of radishes piled before Yuning. In a clay pot, fish simmered, but the women had not prepared them. Yuning had personally caught dozens, his legs numb from squatting by the riverside. The crabs and shrimp required little cleaning. He merely tossed them into the pot and covered it. None of the pots had lids, so Yuning resorted to using stones to weigh them down. One by one, he transported the pots brimming with food and ingredients to the bonfire. It seemed that being a cook for such a large group was no easy task. Preparing meals for over 200 girls was a formidable challenge. If it were young men, the portion sizes would likely leave Yuning utterly exhausted. Unfortunately, there was no staple food, but despite having lost a few sheep to predation, the girls had fought valiantly, ensuring that none were discarded. A dead sheep was still a sheep, after all. Yuning gathered all the clay pots together. Lamb stew with radishes would be the highlight of the day's feast. Various shells were meticulously washed and pried open by Yuning, while the young women prepared large leaves for her to arrange. From noon until dusk, Yuning toiled tirelessly, realizing that to enjoy a sumptuous meal, one must exert considerable effort. After cleansing the clams and sea snails, she drizzled the juice of the sour fruits she commonly consumed over them. The fragrant acidity of the fruits combined with the succulent flesh of the snails heightened her hunger to the point where her stomach felt as if it were pressed against her back. Constructed from stones, her stove comprised no fewer than 40 units. This time, Yuning was wise. She counted the members of the tribe, 234 individuals. A few, it seemed, were occupied with pottery, likely off crafting more. Once they returned, they would add to the feast. The women, unaccustomed to such a culinary experience, were enveloped by the sounds of lamb stew simmering with radishes, while crabs and other seafood sizzled on the grill. Skewers laden with grilled fish adorned the scene. Tooth, the diligent young lady, found a corner to crack open a coconut, encouraging the other women to emulate her. The coconut was then presented to Yuning. For the master, it must be said that she was quite attentive. The opening she created was larger and more neatly executed. Though the men toiled hard, their concern lay in the fact that the women might not comprehend their struggles. As long as one understands me, I fear not the toll of exhaustion. Yuning took a hearty sip from the coconut and then handed it to Tooth. Drink. Drink? Tooth, perplexed, questioned whether it was not meant for eating. Yuning took a bite of the radish in her hand and replied, Eat. Then she nudged the coconut towards Tooth's lips once more. Drink. Chapter 13. Revenge Lacking Seasonings. One could hardly speak of culinary arts. However, the delectable flavors of the cooked food enchanted all present. For the first time, The women savored crabs and shrimp, while Yuning cradled the shells in her arms and fed a shrimp to one of them. What began as fear transformed into courageous experimentation, and soon she was able to peel shrimp on her own. The radish stew with meat was particularly well received. Yuning was pleasantly surprised by the women's humility, as they chose to leave behind large chunks of meat. This must be an inherent trait, had they not lived in community. Any wild animal could easily prey upon these women. To prevent mishaps, Yuning carefully demonstrated the separation of grilled fish from its bones, fearful that someone might be pricked. This patience endeared her to the women, as most seafood could be enjoyed in its natural state, and thus did not require seasoning to be appreciated. Yuning understood that they often left food behind, as the possibility of returning empty-handed loomed ever-present. Therefore, today, she aimed to ensure they were well fed. The sheepfold, recently repaired, now housed only 3 tall rams, with not a single ewe remaining. Initially, Yuning had intended to raise them herself. The wild dog on the ground had been skinned, its flesh long since cut and dried. Yuning skewered the dog's head on a stick and hung it high within the sheepfold. She was aware that animals like wild dogs and wolves often functioned in packs. If they had come this time, they would likely return again. Thus, this vendetta must be exacted. Master, Walnut approached, for the sheepfold was under her jurisdiction, and it was evident that she felt remorseful. She is a gentle young woman, possessing a kind disposition despite her leadership role. More often than not, she approaches matters with a soft demeanor. It's not your fault, Yuning reassured, gently caressing her cheek before taking her hand to survey the sheep pen. The woman's strength was limited, and indeed, the fence was not particularly sturdy. With a few shakes, it became evident that not only wild dogs, but even the sheep could potentially break through. Time was of the essence, as night had already fallen. Repairs must be undertaken the following day. Walnut, the girl pointed to herself, seemingly expressing her remorse. Yuning pressed a kiss to her forehead, his gaze devoid of any reproach. Nowadays, women linger longer in slumber, often gathering around the campfire to share stories, indulging in hearty laughter. Bichelle, in particular, would regale tales of Yuning's intimate encounters, exuding pride rather than shame. Teeth would interject, mimicking Bichelle's words, even striking poses. Yuning could discern her attempts to convey the emotions of those moments. These women were utterly unashamed, yet Yuning found himself delighting in their unabashedness. Walnut, however, was consumed by discontent. Their tribe had suffered a loss of prey, and there were injuries to account for, alongside the chaos that ensued. Yuning was at a loss for how to console her. If only there were no language barriers, he was confident he could have easily soothed her. Wild dogs, he exclaimed, pointing to the severed head hanging by the sheep pen. Wild dogs, Bichelle murmured softly, also gesturing towards the head. Hunt the wild dogs. Yuning's eyes glinted with intensity as he regarded Bichelle. She vehemently shook her head, leaving the other women bewildered. Bichelle quickly began to describe the situation to them. In unison, the women shook their heads at Yuning, indicating their trepidation regarding the ferocity or sheer number of the wild dogs. It seemed they were unwilling to put themselves in danger. Or perhaps these wild dogs truly were formidable. Walnut comprehended Yuning's words and trembled with anxiety, shaking her head fervently. He understood that a successful encounter would surely lead to another, as both wolves and dogs shared such instincts. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Although Bichelle had finished her coconut water, she clutched the coconut shell tightly. Yuning brought forth his handmade saw and began to cut the shell in half. Initially intending to fashion it into a bowl, he found the woman's antics quite mischievous, as she stubbornly pressed it against her chest. Yuning sighed in exasperation. He filled one half of the coconut shell with soup, adding some meat, and pretended to eat, which elicited sounds of realization from the women. However, what surprised Yuning was that, in just a day, these women had all acquired their own sauce. Their execution was remarkably swift. While some of their creations were slightly askew or too large to be effective, their ability to imitate left Yuning in awe. As Yuning prepared to retire for the night, a dispute arose among the women. Walnut held a spear, while Teeth attempted to wrest it from her grasp. Bichelle looked to Yuning, her eyes filled with awkwardness. Sated and content, one would think there should be no cause for concern. Yet, Yuning felt an inexplicable curiosity. Though petite and slender, Walnut exhibited an obstinacy akin to that of a stubborn little donkey. Finally surrendering her teeth, Walnut approached Yuning with a stick in hand, adopting a pose that indicated her readiness to be punished. It dawned on Yuning that she sought his chastisement. a notion that left him both amused and perplexed. Instead of taking the stick, he lifted this headstrong woman with both hands. With a multitude of plans for the morrow and feeling undeniably fatigued, Yu Ning resolved to grant her a reprieve. Many had gathered around the campfire to rest. He contemplated the imminent necessity of addressing the cave situation. A torrential downpour would render them utterly vulnerable. He dared not envision the hardships these unfortunate women had endured in the past. As the last chorus of returning birds serenaded the night, Yu Ning spread out the animal hides, preparing to retire early. Master Walnut knelt beside Yu Ning's feet, seemingly wishing to convey something. Sleep, he gestured, having observed the shell instructing them. Walnut obediently succumbed to slumber, yet astonishingly chose to lie beside him. The flickering firelight accentuated the health and firmness of her skin, and the curve of her waist, as she lay on her side, was captivating. Fairies. Every woman here seemed a fairy. As Yu Ning surveyed his surroundings, he found numerous such enchanting beings. Yet, Walnut was distinct. In her gaze, he perceived an expectation he could easily comprehend. As a man, the heat of desire surged within him. He pressed her down and seized her neck, kissing her fervently. Unlike her teeth, Walnut's response was immediate, her hesitation fleeting, perhaps a testament to the lessons imparted by the shell. Yu Ning embraced her delicate waist and removed the wild dog hide that enveloped her. No matter how many times he beheld her, the essence of fear remained deeply ingrained within Walnut when it came to him. The flood of affection was unmistakable. She appeared wholly prepared, even believing that her punishment would lead to such intimacy. It became evident why she had insisted after dinner on being whipped as a punishment for the loss of the flock. For it was on the same night that her teeth had been subdued by Yu Ning. Such cunning, regardless of the accuracy of his speculations. It was now a trivial concern. Yu Ning had no intention of letting her slip away. Under the glow of the campfire, the two danced in love. And Walnut's gaze turned clear, her eyes shimmering like scattered light. The fire's reflection danced within her pupils as she moved in rhythm with the flames. Chapter 14. The wild dog pack. At the stroke of midnight, Yu Ning awoke instinctively. Walnut, beside him, slept soundly. Not wishing to rise, he held her tightly. Her delicate features and smooth neck captivated him under the night's veil. Sensing his embrace, Walnut stirred slightly, turning to meet his gaze. There is much to be done today. First, we must reinforce the sheep pen. Yesterday's feast was abundant, and today we must encircle our prey. We also need to set some traps, and upon our return, we must inspect the cave. The wild boar's dwelling was of little concern. Yu Ning yearned to reside within. It felt as though he had traversed time, only to find himself laboring once more. Moreover, such matters had now transformed into burdensome responsibilities. Had it not been for the company of these women, Yu Ning feared he might have succumbed to madness after merely 3 days of this existence. Suddenly, a patrolling woman approached, whispering secrets into the ear of a woman named Yazi, whose eyes widened as she prepared to rise, only to find Yu Ning gazing at her. Master, Yazi exclaimed, abruptly pointing at the head of a wild dog. A wild dog. It was evident that the beast had returned. With its arrival, a price must be paid. Yu Ning called out to everyone with a commanding voice. This marked the first occasion he had summoned them so early in the morning. Some women rose from the ground, others emerged from their burrows, and a few were already armed with spears. Kill. Unlike previous encounters with wild dogs, Yu Ning had no intention of encircling them. Instead, he approached the distant campfire where several women awaited, while the wild dogs roamed in small clusters nearby. You arrive at dawn. Today, I shall hunt the dogs. Following established protocol, Yu Ning sketched a hunting plan. This time, he opted for a parallel approach rather than a surrounding one, confronting carnivorous foes. Encirclement would inevitably provoke fierce resistance. Thus, his current aim was to intimidate and drive them away until he could craft additional tools for the moment of slaughter. Yu Ning had coexisted with the wild dogs for an extended period. Most of the time, they lived in relative harmony. However, there were instances when the dogs would seize the women's prey, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards them. Perched atop a low hill was an exceptionally formidable wild dog. Clearly the leader of the pack, Yu Ning dragged his spear behind him, appearing unarmed from the front, determined to approach this group of beasts and eliminate as many wild dogs as possible. The people were divided into 3 teams, a full-scale mobilization. Aside from a few women tending to the campfire and sheepfold, nearly everyone was present. Yu Ning drew numerous dogs, marking one in particular as the largest, its stature evident. This became his primary target. The women quickly grasped his intention, for he had marked this dog with a conspicuous cross. The lesson of the day was surround. Yuning demonstrated the action of encirclement with stones. Yazi and Bei Ku engaged in discussion, while the less skilled Walnut contemplated. Suddenly, 3 women clasped hands, encircling Yuning. Yes, surround. A throng of bipedal beings, gripping their spears, ascended the slope. The wild dogs observed the approaching humans from the right side of the hill. Becoming increasingly agitated, the wild dog leader, positioned to the right, fixated its gaze upon Yuning as he led his group in a pretense of passing by. This had been the routine encounter between women and carnivorous beasts, yet this occasion was different. A tall man now stood among the crowd, capturing the wild dog leader's unwavering attention. Yuning halted, and the women understood they had reached the designated spot. They stepped forward, forming a line. The wild dogs began to bare their teeth, sensing that today's bipedal beings were unlike any before, for each held a stick in hand. As the formation of the team transformed into a fan shape, the wild dog leader felt a pang of retreat. However, Yuning would not grant it such an opportunity. With a mere distance of a dozen meters, today, even if it meant shedding some skin, the beast would not escape unscathed. Kill! With a commanding shout from Yuning, the women in the rear hurled their spears, while Yuning led the women in the front to charge forward. The wild dogs suddenly erupted into panic. Their usual encounters consisted only of stones being thrown and bipedal creatures wielding sticks, yet today, an unprecedented number surrounded them. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Yuning's spear had already pierced the neck of the wild dog leader. The beast let out a wretched scream of pain, and the surrounding wild dogs descended into chaos. The women thrust their spears indiscriminately, while those in the back quickly followed suit, picking up spears from the ground to pursue the enemy. The wild dog leader, impaled by Yuning, struggled to rise but found itself pinned to the ground by Yuning, who then drove the spear through completely. The teeth of the pack saw Yuning seize the largest wild dog and immediately thrust several spears into its mouth. Yuning was taken aback by the ferocity of the woman. The wild dogs had long since scattered. Their primary target had always been Yuning, and thus he had no intention of pursuing them. Yuning learned to account for his numbers, noting that none were missing, though several bore injuries. Dog heads hung from the pen, creating an unsettling sight. Yuning imagined this would surely unnerve the dogs. Every creature possesses an instinct regarding the corpses of their own kind, especially since these beings exhibit a degree of intelligence. Time to bathe. Tonight, we feast on dog meat stew with radishes. Shells. Yuning searched for shells among a group of naked women. Out of nowhere, a girl emerged and approached Yuning. He took a bag, though the dried bark had rendered it more of a basket due to its shape. Healing required soaking in lake water, while harvesting radishes necessitated a basket. Particularly, Yuning pointed at several injured women, and the girl instantly comprehended his intentions. Yuning climbed to the top of a nearby small hill and surveyed the cave occupied by the wild boars. If the wild boar killed a few days prior was akin to a son, then the family dwelling within the cave represented a father-level boar. Tall, large, and robust. It appeared tough-skinned and meaty. These spears were ineffective unless they struck a vital point. Aside from their inability to leap, wild boars resembled land tanks. Yuning conceived a daring idea, but it required the cooperation of the women. The women joyfully washed and frolicked in the lake. Yuning's plan unfolded vividly upon the stones before him. Though lengthy prayers accompanied the endeavor, Yuning became so engrossed in his tasks that he lost track of time. The few women whose injuries were healing happily showcased their hands and feet to him. Damn those women, Yuning thought, as the dog's skin clung to him, forever resembling a tent. The women recognized radishes, and Yuning, accompanied by the teeth of the pack and several other women, ventured into the territory of the wild boars. Wild boars possess a certain territorial awareness, and Yuning dared not approach too closely. However, based on the tracks on the ground, he discerned 2 common routes taken by the boars. Moreover, the area was replete with caves, likely formed by natural erosion. It appears to be quite suitable for setting up camp. Yuning gestured, and teeth followed suit, retracing their steps. To be honest, you are rather endearing. If you were to exist in my world, a girl like you would be beyond my imagination. Yuning spoke the truth, although Teeth did not comprehend. She delighted in smiling at Yuning, perhaps a lesson imparted by Shell. Chapter 15. The Hunt for the Boar King. All is well. Whether the wild dogs hold grudges is uncertain, but surely they will not dare return for a long while. In every earthen pot, dog meat and radishes simmered together. The thoughtful Walnut specially gathered a few green and red peppers for Yuning. The women meticulously cleaned the dog hides and hung them out to dry in the sheep pen. Today, there were still conchs and shrimp, and Yuning greatly appreciated Walnut's diligence, as he had previously led them on such foraging excursions that took over 4 hours round trip. Tomorrow, traps must be dug, and Yuning felt confident that Teeth was now capable of capturing wild beasts. He sawed wood and fashioned several cones. "Master, eat." Shell had cracked open a coconut. An idea struck Yuning. He retrieved a few grass sticks he had pulled today, broke them, and inserted them into the coconut. A straw. To his astonishment, Yuning found himself sipping coconut water, and Shell was equally curious. Indeed, breathing is the simplest thing for a person to learn. Once presented, it is instinctively grasped. The straw swiftly became a fashionable item, as these grass sticks were abundant and posed no challenge. The coconut shell transformed into a bowl, and many girls discovered the flesh of the coconut was edible, a welcome treat in the absence of snacks. Traditionally, knives and forks are the primary utensils, but they had now evolved into chopsticks, which most people were unfamiliar with. Many women, for the sake of convenience, sharpened their chopsticks to pierce the meat directly. After the meal, without any directive from Yuning, several women began to emulate him in crafting wooden cones. Yuning intended to set 4 traps in the paths frequented by wild boars. However, the nature of the ground remained uncertain. If it were merely soil, it would be ideal, but if it consisted of earth mixed with stones, it would require many days of digging. Once he had fashioned a sufficient number of cones, he began weaving a mat to cover the traps. Weaving was a task the women excelled at, yet they found it puzzling that Yuning's creation was both large and flat. Shell signaled for everyone to cease their work and observe Yuning. He continued weaving until it was adequately large. He sealed the edges and threaded several thin sticks through the mat, providing some support. The women clapped, though they remained unsure of its purpose. Holding up 4 fingers, Shell indicated they needed 3 more. Without delay, she organized the others to begin weaving again. This task was not particularly difficult, but it was time-consuming. That night, a few rumbles of thunder were heard, and Yuning, fearing rain, struggled to fall asleep. The patrolling bonfires were added to with several more, as it seemed Teeth was also concerned about the wild dogs returning for revenge. "Master." Teeth returned from her patrol, discovering Yuning still awake, and made a gesture indicating it was time to sleep. Her head tilted slightly, and her eyes closed, rendering her exceptionally adorable. Yuning beckoned her over with a wave. She set aside her spear, brushed the dirt from her knees and wrists, indicating she must have fallen or lain down moments ago. Sitting beside Yuning, she opened her palm, revealing several exquisite gemstones. Astonishingly, Yuning could only identify diamonds and rubies, while the others remained a mystery. Alas, these gems were of no practical use. If only they could be transported to her world, she would have arranged for an auction by now. "Master," she exclaimed, attempting to convey her thoughts, yet words eluded her. Yuning's kiss enveloped her, and she responded with fervor. Walnut, in the midst of dreams, turned over, sprawled out like a starfish, prompting a smile from her. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced the camp. Yuning had already taken the initiative to dig traps. To help the women comprehend the task, he deliberately marked the boundaries with his spear before beginning to excavate. If left to Yuning alone, it would have taken him 10 days to dig. However, with 100 or so people collaborating, they dug 4 pits, taking turns to descend and toil. By the time the sun fully ascended, the pits had reached knee height. As they passed by the coast, Yuning spotted Walnut and her group preparing to gather resources. "Master, drink." Walnut presented Yuning with a coconut, complete with a straw, which he noticed had been polished. It seemed someone had pricked their mouth on the straw yesterday, prompting her meticulous care. Beyond digging, vigilance was necessary. The proximity to wild boar territory posed a significant threat of attack. If all progressed smoothly, they could lay the traps by afternoon. Fortunately, the pits contained no mud and few stones. Primarily, the ground consisted of sand and red clay, with minimal hard objects beneath the surface. Yuning single-handedly completed the trap setup, burying wooden spikes beneath and incorporating numerous ropes, secured at the edges of the traps with slender sticks. The women finally understood the purpose of the grass mats, which were to be gently laid over the traps, followed by a layer of dry grass and soil. Yuning made sure to mark this clearly, as falling in could be fatal. Though there was water from the lake, injury and death were not the same. With the 4 traps arranged, Yuning contemplated his route, leading the women to a distant location before drawing a line. Desiring to inhabit a cave, he deemed it unnecessary to expose them to danger. Most of these women were wholly absorbed in their own affairs. The women Yu Ning had previously courted were nothing like this. Yu Ning issued a provocation to the wild boar's den. "Pig demon, your grandfather has come for you." His voice reverberated through the valley, unfamiliar to the land. The wild boar family emerged, though he only spotted 3 of them. 1, 2. Yu Ning hurled stones towards the boars, while she prepared to dash out and signal Shell to intercept. 3 wild boars charged forth, with Yu Ning positioned behind the trap, awaiting their arrival. His plan involved a route resembling a serpentine escape, for wild boars are notoriously poor at pivoting. Interestingly, it seemed that in this world, the front legs of the boars were somewhat shorter. After all, they are still boars. As the first one tumbled into the trap, the subsequent boar followed closely. Stepping onto its fallen companion, Yu Ning began to sprint swiftly, while the other 2 boars lost their bearings and nearly skidded off course. "Chase! Come chase!" The second boar successfully fell into the trap, and Yu Ning sensed that today's endeavor would yield an effortless hunt. The third boar appeared to sense something amiss. Although it did not comprehend Yu Ning's actions, the cries of its companions sparked a flicker of reason within it. This was unacceptable. Gathering his courage, Yu Ning approached the boar directly. Whether by hurling stones or wielding his spear, the boar remained fixated on the wails of its fellow. "Not pursuing, are we?" Slowly, Yu Ning edged closer, seizing the moment to plunge his spear into the boar's snout. The sensation in his hand was vivid, heavy, and forceful. The boar merely sustained a puncture in its nostrils. This sharp wooden spear seemed to inflict nothing more than a superficial wound. The boar went wild, thrashing its hoofs. Yu Ning calmly circled behind the trap, positioning himself in line with the wild boar. At last, one plunged headlong into the pit. The women in the distance erupted in cheers as they brandished their spears and rushed over. Yu Ning felt joy swell within him. Elated by the women's applause and thrilled to have finally found a place to call home. Chapter 16. Oh dear. Yu Ning rejoiced too soon. For a larger wild boar emerged from the cave, dwarfing the previous 3. "Go!" Yu Ning urged the women frantically, and they scattered at his command. The ground trembled as the boar sprinted, leaving Yu Ning no time to maneuver towards the trap. It was moving too swiftly. Not far off lay the stone where he had first slain a wild boar, and Yu Ning directed the beast in that direction. Its strength matched its speed, relentlessly pursuing Yu Ning in a tight circle around the boulder. He had no opportunity to climb. Fortunately, the circle was too small. The boar, ill-suited for such turns, finally lost its footing. Seizing the chance, Yu Ning ascended the giant stone. He had underestimated the boar. It turned and charged, nearly toppling the boulder. Compared to the previous boars, this was a true behemoth. Yu Ning believed that given ample momentum, the stone would surely be overturned. The boar's blood-red eyes fixated on him, its tusks as thick as a wrist adorned with shells. Should it strike, it would undoubtedly break whatever it collided with. The boar began to retreat, and Yu Ning realized it was preparing to charge. What to do? His mind raced as the boar, having withdrawn to a certain distance, began to paw at the ground. This was the signal to charge. Yu Ning leaped from the colossal rock and strode to one side, the nearby wild boars roaring as if urging the giant beast to seek vengeance. Suddenly, Yu Ning descended from the rock, compelling the wild boars to pursue him instead. Estimating the distance, he abruptly pivoted and crouched atop the massive stone once more. The boar, having altered its direction, collided with the rock. But without the momentum to enhance its speed, the creature merely caused the stone to tremble slightly, nearly dislodging Yu Ning in the process. The women began to gather. Yu Ning discerned that they were forming the same formation used during the hunt for wild dogs, with teeth orchestrating their movements. "Retreat, you foolish women." Yu Ning's words sowed doubt among them, as shell and teeth engaged in a cacophony of chatter. The wooden spears, should they confront the wild boar, would be nothing short of a farce. Yu Ning's concerns had not yet subsided, as his anxiety intensified upon seeing Walnut returning to the camp with the gathering crew, inadvertently passing through the area. At times, these women truly lacked discernment. Yu Ning was convinced that a mere nudge would not suffice. Even the waters of the lake could not salvage them. "Get lost," he shouted, descending from the rock, as the wild boars resumed their chase around the stone. Observing Yu Ning falter, the women visibly panicked. Ignoring the warnings, Teeth stepped forward, while Shell, having issued a command for everyone to remain still, followed suit. The 2 women, wielding their long spears, were likely contemplating a throw. Yuning circled the stone 4 times before suddenly veering towards the last trap. The boar, dizzy from the chase, could not locate the trap's position even after it had been dismantled. The wild boar stumbled, then regained its footing to pursue him once more. Yuning sprinted desperately towards the trap, the imprints on the grassy mat allowing him to discern its outline. Come on. The boar seemed to comprehend Yuning's provocation, charging directly at him. Concurrently, shell and teeth took off and hurled their spears. With a resounding thud, the boar suddenly felt its weight shift. A terrified squeal erupted as it began to struggle in panic. The 3 nearby wild boars ceased their calls, seemingly aware that even this massive creature could not escape the fate that awaited it. Undeterred, the boar continued to fight, its belly and front legs pierced by the wooden spikes, desperately attempting to extricate itself from the trap. Yuning seized the spear that Teeth had thrown, holding his breath. Explode. The boar's scream echoed throughout the oasis as the women rushed in, fervently stabbing at it. As Yuning had anticipated, the wooden spears proved utterly ineffective against it. This was a monumental victory. It was evident that the wild boar was a sovereign of this oasis, with no wild dogs or lions, nor any other creatures lurking nearby. Teeth, panting heavily, realized she had defied Yuning's wishes, or rather commands. Amidst the jubilant clamor, Shell whispered something to her, to which she alternately nodded and shook her head. Having also disobeyed orders, Shell exhibited no signs of apprehension. She appeared more composed, seemingly possessing a deeper understanding of Yuning. He recognized that in the absence of words, actions were of utmost significance. He embraced both women, holding them close, and planted a fervent kiss on each of them. The wild boar's cave left Yuning astounded. It was far more spacious than he had anticipated, and it even contained another exit. To his delight, there was a hot spring within the cave. This wild boar certainly knew how to indulge itself, although the pungent odor of feces emanating from the slope to the right was somewhat overwhelming. It could easily accommodate not just 200 people, but even 400, and there were several smaller caverns outside, evidently uninhabited by any creatures. However, the other exit of the cave was shrouded in darkness, which Yuning decided to ignore for the time, being due to the lack of fire. The first part of the grand relocation plan was accomplished. This place offered safety, spaciousness, and dryness compared to the camp, providing ample shelter from wind and rain. Yuning had even envisioned a sheepfold, a storage room, and a toilet. With little to his name, he estimated that he could move in by the next day. Yet, he was curious about the meaning behind the enormous totem. Tonight, they would feast on wild boar meat. It felt as though fortune smiled upon them, allowing them to eat whatever they caught. Reflecting on their efforts over the past 2 days, he felt that their toil had not been in vain. Yuning carried several animal hides and subsequently lit a torch. Though the women did not fully comprehend the situation, they certainly did not doubt him. Bichelle was somewhat aware of the unfolding events. Her speculation led her to believe she was close to the truth. Consequently, Yazi hoisted a bundle of long spears. If this woman were to persist, she would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Walnut, however, found it all baffling, despite mimicking the actions of others. It was clear she had many questions. Bichelle's explanations did not entirely satisfy her. Yet, when the fire blazed within the cave, and the animal hides were spread throughout, while belongings were neatly arranged, everything transformed. The women began to feel exhilarated, singing and dancing joyously. Most set about clearing the remnants of wild boar meals and various animal bones from the cave. Bichelle and Yazi were engaged in a discussion that Yuning suspected was inappropriate for children, especially when Yazi mimicked Bichelle's calls with intent. In an effort to preserve their former way of life, everyone pitched in to gather stones and construct a new hearth. Even the remaining 3 sheep were herded into the cave. There was no longer a need to patrol and kindle fires in various locations. As long as they guarded the cave entrance, they would be secure. As for the other exit, Yuning had neither the time nor inclination to address it yet, as the firewood he had brought was only sufficient for a single bonfire. For primitive people, the night was a source of fear. Yuning did not wish to send the women out to gather at this hour. The cave featured a vast expanse of flat ground. Yet Yuning's gaze was drawn to the comforting warmth of the hot spring water. After a long day of labor, he yearned for a soothing bath. Who could truly appreciate the relief it offered? Chapter 17. The Great Creation. The sudden change of residence was exhilarating. Yet Yuning found himself reminiscing about the past few days. He understood that the women were about to bid farewell to their previous dwellings, replaced by the sturdy cave. Mixing yellow clay and sand with hay, Yuning began to mold the mud, with the women joining in the endeavor. Now, hunting was no longer a concern, as Yazi could bring back goods with ease. The items gathered were far more plentiful than before, not only due to the shortened distance, but also because of the increased variety of species. 100 beautiful maidens frolic in the mud, a spectacle to behold. Yuning seizes the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, particularly as Walnut possesses undeniable authority over the mud, being the primary artisan behind the creation of pottery. However, her endeavors are not solely for amusement. Yuning is tasked with constructing a wall. The sharp stones, jagged wood, and mud interspersed with wild grasses delineate her territory at the cave's periphery. For traps have been preserved, marked by Yuning. The women adeptly navigate around these snares as they go about their day. After an entire day's labor, less than 50 meters of the wall have been erected. But progress is anticipated tomorrow, as most of the women have mastered the technique. Master Bichel's eagerness to learn takes Yuning by surprise, her innocent eyes pointing at the thorn-armed wall. The wall. Yuning has indeed instructed on its construction. The wall. Bichel's eyes seemed to question its utility. Yuning guided her to observe the exterior, where sharp stones and pointed wood lay scattered, contrasting with the smooth interior. A wall. This perspective holds some validity. One must not be overly demanding. Yuning pressed her hands full of mud against Bichel's chest, playfully pinning her against the wall. Many women gazed in curious astonishment, having never witnessed such intimacy in daylight. Bichel, unfazed by the mud clinging to her, nonchalantly tossed aside her leather skirt. You are quite the bold one. Not even shy? Yuning marveled at her audacity, recognizing it as genuine affection. The sun still hung high in the sky, prompting Yuning to continue building. The women busied themselves transporting stones, hay, and broken branches. Some sustained injuries from thorns, returning with numerous prickles. How could a man refuse such spirited women? Yuning, inspired by their determination, resolved to fortify the wall, construct a sturdy gate, and ensure a stable food supply. In this era, weapons and resources are paramount. Yuning noticed that as afternoon approached, the women invariably beckoned him to bathe in the lake, although he preferred the warmth of the cave's hot springs. Yet, he now possessed ample time to indulge their requests, finding pleasure in their simple desires. On his way, he encountered the teeth, returning from a hunt, their damp hair accentuating their beauty. Master, the teeth appeared quite pleased. Today's catch was satisfactory, particularly the number of live captures. The most amusing sight was a few women binding a crocodile with ropes, resembling a zongzi. Such an endeavor seemed unnecessary, as raising such a creature would require feeding it meat, an impracticality. Yuning felt a sudden embarrassment, realizing the teeth likely did not comprehend his thoughts. However, that was inconsequential. To Yuning's astonishment, Bichel and the teeth exchanged a kiss, leaving him nearly faint with disbelief. It seemed they equated affection with kissing. Though somewhat disconcerting, Yuning found himself enamored by it. From the dialogue between Bichel and the teeth, he also gleaned a phrase from their language. As soon as Peng Peng uttered those words, the shell and teeth joyfully danced around Yuning, who surmised that the meaning was likely related to bathing or swimming. Nearby, several small caves were utilized by Yuning to keep animals, while the crocodile had naturally found its way to the dining table. The women had learned to eat using coconut shells and sticks, even arranging their bowls and chopsticks neatly before meals. Yuning also discovered that each coconut shell bore its own unique mark. Particularly notable was the shell belonging to teeth, which had a beast's tooth affixed to it. Yuning could recognize it as the tooth of the wild dog leader. The women excelled in communication, and Shell began to teach everyone the newly acquired wall characters of the day. Yuning gathered a considerable amount of hay brought back by the women and spread it beneath the animal skins. The other women observed and began to carry hay into the cave as well. The wild boar king indeed chose his location wisely. The orientation of the cave hardly allowed any wind to intrude, and its elevated terrain seemed to shield them from the concerns of the rainy season. Previously, the women would sleep separately, but now they congregated together, chattering and laughing heartily. Many of them had also taken to preparing roasted meat for Yuning at night. Yuning calculated that it would take at least a week to build a proper enclosure. He had enclosed a vast area nearby, making the collection of stones a crucial task ahead. The bed made of hay was significantly softer, and the women rolled about on it, expressing their comfort. In the center of the cave lay a grand bed, stitched together from hundreds of animal skins, where everyone would sleep together, with Yuning positioned in the middle. However, the women had arranged for him to be covered with wild dog skin, which he suspected was meant to create the impression that he had a fondness for such pelts. Patrolling had become simpler. It sufficed to station a few individuals at the cave entrance and its vicinity. Several bonfires had been lit outside as well. Yuning was not particularly familiar with the women on patrol, as they mostly slept during the day, taking on the role of guardians at night and rarely participating in other tasks. Living together, Yuning gradually realized that the highest authority was not intimidated by teeth or shell, nor was it Walnut, but rather a woman with fairer skin from the patrol group. Perhaps due to her limited daytime activity, her complexion was indeed somewhat pale. She had a rope, not worn around her neck, but wound around her hand. Attached to the rope were several bones, which appeared to be joints from some animal. Yuning felt a twinge of embarrassment for having previously overlooked this woman, as the patrol group often subsisted on leftover food. Their work was both perilous and demanding. Yuning was eager to become familiar with her, for from the descriptions of teeth and shell, it was apparent that she was the backbone of the tribe in the past. Master. As Yuning stepped out of the cave, he happened upon this woman. She appeared smiling and confident. Perhaps the abundance of beautiful women had caused Yuning to overlook her. Come, he exclaimed, opening his arms to embrace her. The woman propped her spear against the rocky wall of the cave entrance and embraced him tightly in return. Really? The woman uttered a phrase that Yuning frequently heard but did not comprehend. Once he discerned her intentions were benign, he took a clay pot and filled it with soil, leading the woman into a cave. This was a vessel of red earth, which Yuning transformed into mud by mixing it with water. He then pressed his hand against the wall, leaving an imprint. He gestured for the woman to do the same. Seemingly understanding and quite willing, she left her red handprint beside his. In Chapter 18, titled The Creation of Each Individual, the handprints of Yuning and the Night Watch girl graced the rock face, and Yuning aptly named her Bone. As he awaited the others to awaken, he requested that each person leave their handprint, creating a complete row of imprints within the cave, which Yuning envisioned as the horizon of their narrative. His first depiction was of a bonfire, one the girls had previously encountered, with shells, teeth, and walnuts recognizing the fire and the kindling. Surrounding the fire were numerous little figures, all with long hair. The style of the stick figures was simple yet amusing. He even added 2 dots for them while drawing a considerably large one for himself. This delighted the women, sparking a variety of interpretations. Amusingly, Shell perhaps let slip a secret, as Tooth had once consumed it. Yuning initially feared he would be mocked. However, he was surprised to discover it was indeed a source of pride, evident from the beaming countenance of the spear. The artwork depicted roasted meat, coconuts, the seaside, wild dogs, wild boars, and their current cave. The women were astute. They grasped the essence immediately, aware of Yuning's limited artistic skills. Today's task still revolved around the enclosing wall. Yuning assigned Shell a new responsibility, to recreate the drawings using blood from animals. This made Shell quite proud, surpassing Tooth's prior achievements. The women were not only industrious, but also imaginative. They interpreted the exterior of the wall as a defense against animals, adorning it with the skulls of wild dogs and wild boars. In no time, the vicinity of the cave resembled a tribe, exuding a sense of strength and resilience as a formidable clan. Both inside and outside the cave, they constructed hearths, converting the site where wild boars once relieved themselves into a proper toilet. The only difference was that the drainage from the hot springs was redirected, allowing waste to be efficiently washed away by the spring water. This thoughtful adjustment delighted the women, who cherished cleanliness and fragrant surroundings. Many women still took the time to gather flowers, even if they wilted quickly. Yuning reserved a narrow strip of land, intending to cultivate flowers, primarily for future agricultural purposes. After 9 days of diligent labor, the wall was finally completed. Yuning, along with Shell and Walnut, crafted a sturdy door, utilizing a simple mortise and tenon structure, reinforced with rope and resin. The robust ropes securely bound all the joints of the door, subsequently fortified with resin, yet lacking hinges, thus employing a suspended design. The massive stone that once battled the wild boar was also adorned, frequently serving as a drying rack for fish. Yuning found it difficult to discern the season here, yet he had proactively devised plans for the winter ahead. The city walls were destined for future enhancement, and Yuning had intentionally left space to fortify them robustly when he possessed the means to fabricate bricks or quarry stone. In their current state, The walls could certainly deter even the mightiest of wild boars or a pride of lions. The women indeed felt a sense of security from the fortifications, and for the sake of facilitating patrols, Yuning intended to construct 4 additional towers. Yuning aspired to become acquainted with each individual, or more precisely, he wished to assign them names. He had already grown quite familiar with many of them. However, for the women, such notions seemed irrelevant. They were accustomed to roles without names. The woman known as Bone felt a rare sense of ease. And it was only then Yuning realized that sometimes she accompanied the night watch, bathing by the lakeside in the dead of night. Furthermore, he discovered another perplexing issue. While some companions had indeed passed away and there existed burial places, the number of deceased appeared to be quite limited. This illogical phenomenon left Yuning in a state of confusion, prompting him to speculate about the lake's waters. The hot springs sufficed for bathing, accommodating as many as 40 or 50 individuals at once. With such collaboration, Yuning harbored no concerns regarding labor. At present, he had raised over 30 sheep. The women had gathered numerous bird eggs, and Yuning often observed them cracking open the eggs to replenish their strength. Of course, he had boiled eggs before, but the women seemed to prefer them raw. Master. Bone approached Yuning, embracing him and then indicating below. Bone. With Master? Yuning was uncertain how to articulate that she could understand, but it seemed to convey this meaning. Bone nodded formally and promptly presented herself. Goodness. You are even bolder than the others. While Yuning would never act on such impulses, he did not wish to disappoint her and kissed her fervently for a moment. Bone appeared to be a robust woman, yet at that moment, she seemed remarkably delicate. Yuning understood this was not mere pretense, for after the kiss, she nearly collapsed to the ground. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and indeed, each woman's gaze seemed brighter than the last. Yuning gestured towards the sun above, implying that night was approaching. Bone was elated. She had not anticipated that Yuning would acquiesce. This world is rather eccentric, but I like it. Walnut accomplished an extraordinary feat. She invested considerable effort in sawing down a large tree with a rope. The tree proved immovable, and dozens of individuals had to seek assistance from Yuning. Observing their appeal for help, Yuning was initially unaware of the situation's gravity. However, as the only man in the tribe, he understood it was his responsibility to intervene. Armed with a spear, Yuning was soon followed closely by the women, who also wielded their spears. The tree was rather exaggerated in size, significantly thicker than a utility pole, and it was unclear how many days these young women had labored. While lifting it was likely impossible, dragging it down was certainly within the realm of possibility. The tree lay sprawled upon the ground, surpassing Yuning's knee, thus presenting a considerable challenge. It seemed improbable to accomplish today. He doubted anyone could stealthily remove it from this place. This evening, he would devise a meticulous plan. The day's quarry consisted of deer and fish. And there was a delightful revelation that brought joy to Yuning. Within the deer's stomach lay grains of rice. This indicated that wild grains, although not abundant, clearly existed. After days of consuming meat, Yuning found himself struggling with digestion. The richness of venison kindled an insatiable hunger within him, making him gaze at the women around him with a primal desire. Each night, his companions changed, yet they were merely shells, teeth, and walnuts. Other women generally refrained from approaching him. There indeed existed a subtle hierarchy among them, albeit without explicit rules. It seemed that the shell had shared quite a bit with the bones, while the teeth appeared rather excessive, as she seemed to communicate with the bones through her mouth. The cave featured another exit at the rear of the mountain, though the opening was elevated, necessitating a climb to access it. Consequently, Yuning sealed it with stones. The bones lay beside him, embracing him voluntarily without uttering a word. Typically, she was a reserved girl, and Yuning did not hesitate to hold her tightly from behind. She reciprocated his embrace, even boldly reaching out. The cave's murals presumably depicted such scenes. At least, Yuning believed they ought to. The bones relied almost entirely on her own strength. Initially surprised by the changes, she eventually settled into her own sensations. The sounds of their movements echoed clearly in the quiet cave, prompting several women to rise and observe. Yuning noticed that the shell and teeth were clandestinely sharing kisses. Chapter 19. The giant tree as dawn broke. The bones proved their worth as a diligent patroller, demonstrating a remarkable vitality. Yuning exerted little effort, relying solely on her strength, yet she appeared quite fatigued. Today, he intended to transport the timber back, having prepared several logs. The method was straightforward. First, He would saw into the wood to create notches, then bind them with ropes for easier hauling. Of course, pushing would be required later. Aside from some slopes near the cave, the terrain was predominantly flat. Yuning was confident that retrieving the logs today would be a certainty. The women were curious, questioning why he was accumulating more items instead of returning empty-handed. Today, the thief had a task, one that had required Yuning considerable effort to assign. It involved locating where the deer grazed. The character for deer was already familiar to the thief, while grain was a new discovery. Though she clutched grains tightly in her palm, the women could hardly fathom that such heavy timber could truly be rolled out. And even more astonishing was the necessity of tugging it downhill, as if the logs possessed a will of their own. The adoring gaze of the walnut fulfilled Yuning's youthful vanity. However, changing direction still demanded some exertion. Yuning aimed for a smooth return, wishing to avoid injury to anyone, for he had witnessed that graveyard, knowing that losing even one woman would be a significant loss. As for the wood, Yuning had already decided, no cutting or processing would be necessary. They would simply return and bore holes into them. Transforming a dwelling into a storage space is entirely feasible. A new tower has been constructed, which is a monumental development for the women. Yuning observed that although they ventured to gather resources, they were hesitant to ascend great heights. Particularly at the watchtower, despite the presence of a ladder, most were too apprehensive to climb. However, Bone displayed remarkable courage, climbing without a moment's hesitation. Yuning had feared that she might suffer from acrophobia, only to discover that Bone had secured a rope and leapt down. "Stop. Let us take a break." Yuning expressed her concern for the women, suggesting they rest before the ascent. Most women carried ropes and logs, as well as baskets to collect mushrooms and radishes. The mushrooms were a recent discovery, and wary of poisoning, Yuning instructed the sheep to sample them first. The women followed suit, only collecting the mushrooms deemed safe for the sheep, discarding all others. In the distance, a cloud of dust arose, resembling something in motion. It appeared that the group comprised mostly gatherers, with few possessing spears. "Awoo! Dogs!" Walnut quickly recognized the wild dogs. It seemed they were seeking revenge, as the pack had not dared approach the women, likely intimidated by their armament. Now, with the women engaged in transportation, they were unarmed. The women, having possibly faced attacks themselves, scoured for makeshift weapons, seizing any sticks or stones within reach. Yet, the wild dogs seemed to have a strategy, as the area was barren, with scant stones and exposed yellow soil. Yuning patted Lioli's rear and commanded, "Teeth, go." This location was not far from home, and Walnut could swiftly alert them. Walnut did not venture out alone. She instructed a woman who appeared adept at running. Yuning eyed her legs, swallowing hard. She had never noticed before, while Bone had always seemed athletic. This woman gave the impression that her legs extended well beyond her torso. She undoubtedly possessed an enviable physique. There was no denying her speed. Yuning felt confident that the wild dogs could not catch up. Walnut issued new instructions. Those armed should remain outside, while those without weapons stayed in the center. Encircling Yuning. "This isn't right. You should be protecting me." Though it felt inappropriate, this arrangement softened Yuning's heart. At that moment, the sky darkened, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Yuning had encountered such situations before, yet had never witnessed rain. This time, it seemed unlikely to materialize. Although the thunder was indeed deafening, the wild dogs began to reveal themselves, gathering on a nearby hillside, with at least several hundred present. It appeared the wild dogs had summoned their extended family, intent on avenging their leader. "Do they truly believe I am unarmed? Do they not know my past as a shepherd?" Yuning severed a length of rope and tied a peculiar stone to it. This task proved simple, and the women quickly followed her example. With ample rope available, it was intended for hauling timber. Yuning, with a gathering basket in her left hand, began to twirl the rope with her right. In the vast grasslands, there exists a peculiar weapon known as the dog hammer, specifically designed to protect sheep from wolves and feral dogs. Today, the surprise for Walnut is monumental. She marvels at the ability to wield such a substantial piece of wood. She now realizes that her master can effortlessly create remarkable things. Dozens of people have fashioned weapons resembling meteor hammers, and the air is filled with the sharp sounds of ropes whipping through the wind. The baskets they carry are ample, suggesting that they can indeed serve as a means of defense when secured on their hands. Although the wild dogs hesitate, they eventually charge forward. Yuning aims with precision, swinging her hammer to strike a dog on the head, causing it to yelp in agony. This act ignites a newfound confidence among the women. As the wild dog struck by Yuning suffers grave injuries. Despite being surrounded, the women remain undeterred. Armed with weapons, some courageous souls take the initiative to attack. This weapon is particularly effective against canine foes, as evasion is nearly impossible once it is unleashed. Regardless of distance, it possesses lethal force, especially with the jagged edges of the stones, rendering the circular stones ineffective for binding. In the distance, though no humans are yet visible, Yuning discerns many sharpened sticks, likely indicating the approach of a spearman unit. The pack of dogs, having suffered a previous defeat at the hands of their leader, will now be left with a lasting fear. Kill. The women are astounded by their master's bravery as Yuning whirls the rope like a helicopter rotor. The spearmen, upon hearing the call to kill, hastily ascend the slope. To them, Yuning appears to charge boldly into the midst of the wild dogs. Kill. The roar of the spearmen is thunderous, their voices resonant with a fierce determination. The women form two lines, advancing resolutely towards the wild dogs. The dogs, having contemplated a sneak attack, recognize the danger posed by the spearmen, and now the rope wielders are even more formidable. It seems the pack lacks a new leader, perhaps due to a lack of solidified status, leading them to scatter in disarray. Surprisingly, many of the wild dogs, despite their 4 legs, fail to escape, with several being impaled on the spot. The spearmen, now thoroughly provoked, exhibit a fierce protectiveness. Witnessing Yuning being surrounded, they charge up the slope in a frenzy. Come back. Come back, Yuning. Yet, she remains oblivious to the calls, as the spear-wielding women share a similar tenacity, pursuing relentlessly. As Yuning ascends the slope, she is struck by the ferocity of her companions. They pursue and slay with abandon, leaving a trail of struggling and howling wild dogs below. Some are limping or blinded, while others meet their demise. To her astonishment, Yuning realizes that there are indeed more people at the foot of the slope. Chapter 20. The new humanity. The women had not ventured this far before. It is their first encounter with such a situation. Both sides are tense, and in the ensuing chaos, the remaining wild dogs seize the opportunity to flee. As Yuning descends the slope, she discovers that this group, too, consists of wild individuals, albeit those still clad in fur. It is evident that the other party perceives themselves as adversaries. This tribe, though sizable, possesses certain distinctions when compared to humanity. They are exposed and wild, adorned with formidable tusks. Teeth. Yuning harbors fears of unforeseen mishaps, as the teeth seem to communicate with them. It is apparent that their dialogue is akin to a chicken conversing with a duck. However, at least there exists no palpable tension. In comparison, this group of savages appears quite primitive, lacking even rudimentary tools. Yuning feels a sense of relief. If physical strength is the criterion, one must indeed consider the opposing party. Yet, when it comes to civilization, there is a significant temporal gap. In other words, had the travelers not imparted knowledge to them, they might remain millennia away from discovering fire. They resemble a group of monkeys, exhibiting human-like traits. Master. Dogs. No longer in pursuit. Yuning gently caressed the face of the one dubbed Teeth, recognizing that the presence of this group implies the existence of others, potentially leading to further development. The wild dogs, still alive, exuded a murderous aura alongside Teeth. If there were to be slaughter, Teeth would undoubtedly be the most ruthless among this tribe. However, the desperate display she exhibited earlier remains vividly etched in Yuning's memory. She ought to receive a reward tonight, perhaps another meal. The women, dragging their spoils, climbed the hill only to discover that the walnuts were also being used by the others to eliminate the remaining injured wild dogs. This was a prudent action, otherwise, the wild dogs might remain oblivious to who their true leaders were. Yuning counted the number of individuals once more, yet found herself perplexed, as she was unaware of how many companions Teeth had brought along. Nonetheless, surveying the hillside, she confirmed that none of her own had strayed. Teeth began examining the new contraption Yuning had created. Yuning was not stingy. A rope tied around a broken stone was hardly a remarkable item. Here, Teeth. Yuning nodded, casually wiping the blood left on her face by the wild dogs. With an increase in numbers, moving the timber became considerably easier. Yuning decided to climb atop the logs. As the group chanted their rallying cry, Shell had long been anxiously observing from the high tower. And as the gate swung open, Bone was the first to emerge. The massive timber failed to draw a crowd. Instead, several women began inspecting Yuning's body. perhaps fearing for their own safety. Once drawn within the enclosure, Yuning felt the absurd enormity of the timber. It could easily be carved into several small rooms. The fierce women piled the wild dogs into a small mountain, counting approximately 40. Observing bone and teeth retrieving stones, Yuning knew that soon there would be 40 wild dog heads adorning the enclosure. Now residing within the cave, the women had initiated a new project involving various types of dried meats and fish. The remnants of the past were minimal, but with newfound affluence, they contemplated food storage. The sun over the past few days had sufficiently dried the enclosure. Yuning attempted to kick the wall a few times, yet it remained immovable. After several days, she seemed to have grown accustomed to being barefoot, her heels now roughened. Shell grasped Yuning's hand, pulling her into the cave. And Yuning felt a surge of curiosity. She rarely behaved this way. A masterpiece. An absolute master of painting. The shell within the cavern has once again been expanded and refined based on Yuning's manuscript. Besides blood, there are other hues present. Yuning glanced at the stones on the ground and the sap of the plants. This shell is truly a prodigy in this regard, as its artistry is not only instantly comprehensible, but vividly depicts the scene of the moment. Everyone applauded, and the shell, devoid of shyness, basked in pride, an uncomplicated pride in itself. The women here are genuine, unpretentious, and unafraid to love or hate. They do not demand Yuning to guess their thoughts. This inevitably brings to mind his girlfriend, but perhaps it is best to refrain from such reminiscences. There is little to compare. Such emotions are intricate. They regard Yuning as a divine leader, while also having husbands and masters. At times, he serves as a teacher, and at others, a comrade. Before Yuning could speak, the sharp-toothed one likely revealed the experiences hidden beyond the mountains. However, there is a silver lining. Yuning is now aware of the location of their camp, whereas they remain oblivious to his presence. The sharp-toothed one chattered excitedly, with the walnut supporting and affirming, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. It was evident that the women were eager to solicit his opinion. Yuning sketched several small figures and a hillside on the floor. Encircling them, there was no enclosure, no hunt, nor any indication of lethal intentions. Instead, he illustrated nearby caves and walls. The women began to ponder Yuning's intentions. The bones did not partake. She merely sharpened the spear in her hand. Indeed, the best deterrent for defense is the bow and arrow. Yuning had collected a considerable amount of animal sinew, along with deer tendons. The sharp-toothed one recognized the utility of Yuning's collections and neatly gathered them, now numbering in the dozens. If only there were bamboo nearby. Alas, none had been found. Yuning had prepared clay, aspiring to craft a few crucibles. Yet, there were no other ores, only gold. That metal is far too malleable. Aside from ornamentation, it serves little purpose. Even copper or iron would be preferable. In truth, Yuning believed that if a sample existed, perhaps these women could discover it. Yet herein lies the dilemma. There is no sample. In this land, those who command stone tools are at the pinnacle of the food chain. If there were metal, Yuning dared not imagine. If it were gold, he could envision fathering children with these women daily, destined to unite the entire continent and become a conqueror. For now, the priority remains language. Teaching them would simplify many matters. With language, gestures would become unnecessary. Furthermore, possessing a language would add a layer of intrigue, wouldn't it? Today, he stewed dog meat and prepared fresh radishes, intending to sun-dry the radishes as well. The absence of salt is indeed a significant concern. In short durations, trace nutrients from food may still prove useful, yet, over extended periods, issues may arise. Night blindness, for instance. Master, the shell has brought forth a woman whom Yuning recognized as one who accompanied the walnut in gathering, and she is among the few capable of climbing trees. Yuning gently caressed her cheek and then nuzzled her forehead against hers. Bichelle pointed at the woman and then grasped her chest. Subsequently, she indicated her own. What could this mean? They seemed quite similar in size. Perhaps a comparison was intended? Bichelle directly pushed the woman onto the bed where Yuning typically slept. And it was then that Yuning comprehended the implication. Was this not a direct invitation to bed? But for what reason? Was it a reward for him? However, it was evident that he could share a bed with anyone. Since he was perplexed, he thought there was no need for understanding. It was just another day filled with venison or dog meat. Who could endure such monotony? Yuning dismissed the thoughts and rolled over, pressing down on her. In the past, he might have been concerned about being watched, but now he was indifferent, for it was essentially a live broadcast. A cave shared by all, Those who wished to observe could do so freely. Chapter 21. Torrential rain in recent days. Yuning accompanied the hunting party, eager to uncover the source of the grains found on the deer. This young woman had become an expert in hunting, just by observing the tracks. She could discern the number of animals present. Yuning, however, lay on the ground, bewildered. Moreover, she had modified the snares for live capture, resembling a modern lasso. Beyond the grains, they sought wood for crafting bows, as the materials needed to possess elasticity and require meticulous crafting. To enhance resilience, animal sinews had to be incorporated. They had plenty of rope, but Yuning preferred horsehair. Currently, the wild horses were too cunning, their size making them difficult to capture. Master. A girl from the hunting team excitedly ran back. Yuning, preoccupied with gathering supplies, had fallen behind. Grains, the girl exclaimed, presenting a handful that she slid over to Yuning. Indeed, it was grain, though its type was unknown, appearing to be immature. Take me there. This phrase was clearly understood by the girl, as Yuning had already set off. Her eagerness indicated her desire to know the location. The grains were found in a small valley, amidst a tangle of weeds, but they appeared not yet ripe. Yuning thought they resembled wheat, though their ears were longer and the stalk shorter. He peeled away the outer shell and tasted the grains. For women, unfamiliar items often posed danger. Upon seeing him eat, the girl gasped and summoned her companions. It seemed edible, with a faint aroma of wheat. However, it was uncertain whether it could be cultivated. The terrain appeared somewhat arid, suggesting that this crop might not require excessive water. Yuning, in a playful moment, patted the girl's posterior, and in return, he offered her a compliment, which appeared to delight her. Perhaps it conveyed Yuning's sentiments to her. The women wished to collect some, but Yuning intervened, reminding them that the grains were not yet ripe. However, the women struggled to comprehend this, for in their minds, anything useful was meant to be gathered and taken away. Yuning found it challenging to articulate his reasoning, yet the women were clearly obedient. This hunting expedition had ventured far, and the sky rumbled with thunder once more. Yuning had heard the sound of thunder at least 10 times in this area, but he had never witnessed rain. Thus, she remained unperturbed this time, despite the ominous clouds looming overhead. Within Yuning's heart, joy flourished. After all, who could endure the monotony of daily meat consumption? Initially intending to chop wood to craft spears, Yuning, in addition to hunting, had organized assassination drills for the young women. The discovery of other tribes, whether human or not, necessitated vigilance. Moreover, Yuning's current lack of intent to encroach upon others did not guarantee that such thoughts would not arise in the future. Suddenly, the women's hair stood on end, a phenomenon indicative of heightened static electricity. This was troubling. Yuning observed several young women near the forest's edge, all exhibiting signs of static. Run. Although the women were puzzled, they comprehended the command. Yuning had devoted considerable thought to simple words during these days. Indeed, upon fleeing that area, the static diminished significantly. Yuning had never encountered such a situation before. However, the location they had just vacated must have been a lightning attractor. As expected, after only a few steps, a bolt of lightning struck the very spot they had just left. The wrath of the heavens is beyond human comprehension, and the women fell to their knees in terror. It dawned on Yazi why Yuning had urged them to flee, she excitedly explained. And the women's admiration for Yuning grew even deeper. It began to rain. Yuning could hardly believe it. He had envisioned rain countless times over the past days, yet this was the first occurrence. The women, however, reveled in the rain, extending their hands to welcome the cool droplets as they fell. Perhaps rain was a rare blessing, and thus they rejoiced. Yuning shared in their elation, having once doubted whether he resided in a Truman Show-like reality. Now, with thunder and rain manifesting, he awaited the changing of the seasons. Yuning understood that returning at this moment would also mean getting drenched, and he certainly could not seek refuge under a tree right after a lightning strike. Instead, he chose to revel in the rain alongside the women. Yazi, brimming with excitement, embraced Yuning and showered him with affectionate kisses. Kissing in the rain was undeniably romantic. Yuning had often dreamed of having such a girlfriend. Now, he found himself with over 200. Most wild animals did not seek shelter from the rain. Instead, they stood still, allowing the rain to drench them. Yazi took Yuning's hand, leading him onward. One could not help but admire these women. Yazi guided Yuning to a small cliff where the others had gathered numerous leaves. The wild bees atop the cliff had been dislodged by the heavy rain, and the women arrived, eager for the sweet honey. It seemed they had long awaited this delicacy. During dry spells, they had been unable to contend with the bees, but now, with the rain, they seized the opportunity. Yizi struck a honeycomb, squeezing the honey onto a leaf before presenting it to Yuning. "Master, eat," she urged. To be honest, the recent meals had been rather monotonous, and Yuning longed for the flavorful sweetness of honey. The leaves bore a hint of mint, and combined with the honey, the taste flooded his mouth like a refreshing mint candy. Although the rain continued to fall, the women paid it no mind. As they savored the honey, they collected the remaining honeycomb. Seeing Yuning's delight, Yizi prepared another piece, taking a bite before bringing it closer to him. "My goodness, it seems you have strayed from the path of virtue. Who could have imparted such knowledge to you? It appears that the allure of women is indeed innate. Were it a man, he might not conceive of such a tactic." Yuning held the honey in her mouth, then embraced her tightly, enveloped in the scents of honey, mint, and rain. To Yuning's surprise, the rain had poured for over 2 hours, yet her teeth showed no signs of urgency. Her eyes were filled with Yuning, revealing the depth of her affection for him. She had always thought it was a path, only to discover after the rain that what she believed to be a road was, in fact, a riverbed. The young women waded through the water, unfazed by the downpour, still laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, a few wild deer they had caught were dragged along, drenched by the relentless rain. Suddenly, her teeth became alert. A group of figures could be discerned in the distance, obscured by the heavy rain. The women promptly seized their spears, indicating that the opposing party numbered in the dozens. Yuning recalled the wild men he had encountered days prior, realizing that, in the absence of a common language, such an encounter could only lead to mutual suspicion or conflict. Though Yuning was tense, he could hunt animals without hesitation. The thought of taking a human life, however, filled him with trepidation. Indeed, the approaching figures were a band of wild men, likely from the same tribe Yuning had previously encountered. They stood at a distance, clutching stones, seemingly preparing for a confrontation. Yuning grasped her teeth, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict despite having some confidence in victory. The women, however, remained vigilant, some even taking positions at the rear. Chapter 22. Inevitable conflict. The events validated that her teeth were, in fact, correct. It seemed that the wild men had followed Yuning and his companions, discovering the location of their tribe. When the skies cleared, these wild men came in numbers, and Yuning realized he had grown soft-hearted. This group numbered nearly 100, all gathered on the hillside opposite the walls. The rain had ceased for merely an hour when these wild men approached, armed with stones, not likely to be bearers of gifts. Her teeth and bones were impulsive, eager to burst forth and engage in battle. Yuning, however, would not allow it. What was the purpose of erecting walls if they were to engage in combat? Originally a matter of life and death, Yuning found humor in the absurdity of the situation. Were they truly intending to attack with stones? He divided the people into 2 teams, one led by her teeth to defend the left wall, and the other by bones to guard the right. Yuning even meticulously assigned positions to each individual. Stones, crouch, hide. Yuning instructed her teeth, imparting simple strategies and methods to help her understand. He even produced a ruby he had gifted her. "Stones," he exclaimed, tossing one, which she caught deftly. "Stones." Yuning signaled for her to throw it back. She hesitated, caught in indecision. "Stones." At that moment, as she tossed it, Yuning evaded. The wild men had been gathering for quite some time, in addition to stones. Some wielded clubs, indicating that this band had varied weaponry. However, Yuning harbored no intention of allowing them to retreat, believing it unnecessary. Without a decisive outcome, the young women would face significant challenges in future endeavors like gathering and hunting. Given the indecisiveness of the savages, it was prudent to take the initiative. Yuning summoned the women beneath the walnut tree, knowing that throwing stones was an instinctive action for them. Providing them with a target would suffice. The courtyard was abundant with stones. If necessary, they could dismantle the cooking platform. If the savages refused to yield today, it would lead to dire consequences later. Yuning quickly organized the women, letting out a loud shout towards the wall before hurling the stone in her hand. The distance was merely 20 or 30 meters, and their movements were clear to one another. At the instant Yuning acted, the women also launched their stones. The savages immediately retaliated, charging towards the wall. Yizi, eager to throw, picked up a stone, but Yuning shot her a glance. She dropped the stone and grasped the spear instead. After a couple of stone volleys, Ning led the women to retrieve their spears, positioning themselves behind the wall. Most of the savages focused on the main gate, where spears proved to be formidable weapons, rendering clubs useless. The savages attempting to scale the wall faced a grim fate, despite their strength and ferocity. The wall was lined with wooden stakes and thorns. Even if they managed to ascend, a barrage of spears awaited them. The gate became the most apparent battlefield, with minimal activity on their side, leaving Bone feeling increasingly anxious. In just a few minutes, over 100 savages had fallen. A handful of the stronger ones still attempted to breach the gate, but they were nearly all bloodied. Aside from a few women struck by stones through the gate, Ning's side suffered no losses. Ning initially thought they would flee after realizing they could not win. But the savages were remarkably straightforward, fighting until only a few remained. Escape? They had never intended to let them return. Ning retrieved the bow and arrows he had meticulously crafted over several days. At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. The arrowheads, honed from fish bones, were both sharp and sturdy. Yazi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing Ning strike a savage in the chest. Master! Master! Though she lacked the words to express it, her desire for this newfound weapon was evident. After the carnage, Ning felt a mix of trepidation. While the women appeared as if they were merely slaughtering animals, perhaps the more civilized one became, the less suited they were for such an environment. Bone and Yazi had intended to consume the flesh, a notion Ning could not accept. The thought of eating such flesh was beyond his courage. The women largely expressed regret, their eyes clearly revealing their dismay at the waste of meat. All the savages were dragged to the opposite hillside, where Ning prepared firewood, intending to burn them all. Eat. Yazi still believed Ning wanted to roast the savages for consumption, though this time, the preparation was rudimentary, uncut and unwashed. Ning shook his head. He found it impossible to explain to Yazi, as even if he could, she would not comprehend. In the eyes of the women, people from other tribes equated to food or beasts. Having triumphed, it was natural to consume them. However, he was unable to accomplish it. To divert the attention of Teeth, Ning taught her archery. She placed a coconut atop a piece of firewood inserted into the ground. As Teeth raised the bow and prepared to draw, Ning grasped her hand. The arrowhead. Ning pointed to the tip of the bow. It appeared quite sharp. Draw. Ning held Teeth and assisted her in exerting force. Release. The arrow flew forth, though it did not hit the target. Nevertheless, Teeth was exhilarated, akin to a child. Master, she called out, eager to learn her name. Bow and arrow. Ning took the bow, holding it in her left hand and the arrow in her right. Teeth had now also mastered the pronunciation, easily learning simple concepts with just one repetition. More importantly, they seldom forget. As the saying goes, those who care for you will never forget the words you uttered. Teeth remained persistent, yet Ning could not discern the scent of roasting flesh. She could only instruct the women to add firewood and ensure it was cleanly burnt. A pile of corpses would attract not only beasts but also disease, and it was uncertain how many of these wild individuals remained. As dusk fell, Teeth followed Ning back to the cave, her hands never ceasing, always aiming. The bow and arrow had also captured the fascination of Bones, and now it seemed they were both eager to compete. Ning felt as though her head might split, having to labor through the night by the campfire. It was fortuitous that several women connected to Ning gathered around, for deep down, they understood they were indeed different from other women. At the very least, Ning was inclined to prioritize their needs, particularly Shell, who was aware of Ning's particular fondness for her. Many times, she would boast about it. All right. Since we must do this, each shall have one. Ning's ideal choice was mulberry wood, but it was unavailable here, nor was horsehair. Instead, Ning utilized deer sinew soaked in oil. This, however, emitted quite a strong odor, yet Teeth showed no disdain. The bow and arrow were passed among the women. As for the arrowheads, due to the urgency, they were crafted from both bone and stone, with the future possibility of iron. The women proved to be resourceful. They could indeed fashion arrowheads, having honed their skills in crafting stone tools. Yet, the stones they used appeared to be of superior quality. Truly, they were indigenous people, knowledgeable about materials. Among the stones they utilized, there was even obsidian. In the night, a shadow loomed on the mountain, observing the campfire of Ning before retreating. Chapter 23. Offering Ning crafted 5 bows, while the women would make the arrows themselves. She also inquired about the source of obsidian, and it seemed that Walnut would take her there the following day. The greatest joy in their daily lives stemmed from the paintings on the rock walls, a task now entrusted to Shell. Shell was both a skilled artist and a diligent chronicler, meticulously recording significant events each day. Today, she documented battles, hunting, and archery. Everyone would gather to admire her artwork, much of which was created from her interpretations of descriptions. This left Yuning feeling somewhat contemplative. A woman rushed in, visibly alarmed, prompting Bone to inquire. "Master." Bone hesitated, glancing at Shell. Shell pondered, mimicking the actions of the wild men. Yuning surmised that this group had not perished entirely. One reason was that even within his tribe, not all could venture out for hunting. Given their arrival and lack of immediate action, two possibilities emerged. Either they intended to launch a surprise attack, or they had already surrendered. The camp housed but a single lookout tower, and several high points of the surrounding walls afforded an excellent view, leaving no blind spots. Yuning had meticulously observed every vantage point, affirming that a surprise attack was impossible. He felt particularly confident regarding the women, who would never be negligent or lazy. The woman ascended the tower, pointing towards the hillside across. Yuning wrapped animal skins and fat around an arrowhead, igniting it before shooting it forth. Tooth stood in astonishment, her mouth agape as she gazed at the flaming arrow, her expression one of bewilderment at not being taught this skill. "It's not that I didn't teach you. I had only just remembered myself." Tooth handed her own crafted arrow to Yuning, lamenting how her mentor might starve due to her own prowess. This arrow, both rigid and straight, was adorned with fur and wrapped in slaughtered animal fat, ignited over the flames before being passed to Tooth. Her excitement was palpable as she anticipated launching her arrow, regardless of its target. The silhouettes atop the mountain were momentarily startled by the feeble glow of the fire. A flaming arrow was an undeniable, fearsome force in a world engulfed in darkness as the sun set. Yet, Tooth was somewhat selfish. She longed to retrieve her finest creation, which she had just released. Yuning understood her sentiment, and Shell was amused by her antics. Yuning imposed a rule against venturing out at night unless absolutely necessary. Tooth could only watch helplessly from the wall as her prized arrow was reduced to ashes. Yuning spent the night in close company with Shell, while Tooth played with her bow and arrows outside the cave until late into the night before returning to sleep. Yuning felt an urgency to construct additional lookout towers, as the wild men could hurl stones, endangering his beautiful guard. As dawn broke, the sounds of gathering women echoed outside the cave, signaling the commencement of a new day of foraging and hunting. Yuning savored a substantial bowl of honey water, personally prepared by Shell, enriched with fruit pulp. "Master, the wild men are back?" Yuning was taken aback, recalling the substantial number they had slain the previous day. Today, however, many wild men gathered on the opposite mountain, though they bore no stones. Two wild men approached from the base of the mountain, carrying a framework of bundled wood laden with various items. The women were eager to test their bows and arrows, and Yuning assessed that this might be a diplomatic visit. With only two individuals crossing over, he instructed Gutu to open the gate. Several women hesitated, reluctant to let Yuning depart. Yuning, aware of their sentiments, knew that engaging in another confrontation was not a wise choice. When the door was raised, before Yuning could step outside, the Bones and Teeth rushed out first. The two hairy individuals also set down their burdens and respectfully retreated. Bones, brandishing a weapon, poked it a few times, eliciting laughter from Yuning. A makeshift frame, draped in animal hides, held a woman from their tribe, evidently adorned with care. It seemed they deemed the women surrounding Yuning unappealing and sent him a beauty from their clan. Frankly, even raising a monkey would be more entertaining than this creature. Her hair made her difficult to handle, adorned with an abundance of flowers. Fortunately, Teeth merely probed without applying force, allowing Yuning to extract a stone knife and sever the ropes binding her. It was evident that Teeth and Bones were agitated, perhaps even envious. A sheep. Yuning was reluctant to accept their gift, yet he feared miscommunication. In such moments, a present serves as the best response. Shell presented a splendid ram. No wonder she understood Yuning so well. He handed the rope to the furry, somewhat timid woman. "Go back." Teeth felt joy at Yuning's refusal of the woman, causing him to stifle a laugh. He wouldn't dare use such a gift. It had truly reached the point where even a bath was deemed prickly, and they had the audacity to offer him a wife. Their sense of aesthetics was indeed perplexing. The hairy folk atop the mountain, engaged in quiet deliberation, soon departed. Strong individuals may accept tributes, but one would expect something of quality in return. Even a bit of fruit today would have been more palatable than this. Was he meant to boil it for a meal? Before Yu Ning could turn back toward the cave, the hairy individuals returned. This time not with a hairy woman, but with an array of exquisite stones. Clearly, they wished to convey a gesture, and Yu Ning greeted them, willing to reluctantly accept the stones. At the very least, this would affirm a friendly rapport. The women, though reluctant, gathered the stones and carelessly tossed them into the yard. Wait! Yu Ning nearly fell over. Among the stones lay a rusted object. Nearby was a geological university, with its museum freely accessible. This was iron ore. Striding through iron shoes in vain, he had stumbled upon a treasure effortlessly. Yu Ning embraced the stones with immense excitement. Shell understood. She was certain her master had acquired something valuable, even if she did not know what it was. Yet, Yu Ning's consistent behavior indicated that anything he cherished would ultimately prove useful. There were about 3 or 4 such stones. Yu Ning selected the smallest, darting beyond the walls. I can trade this for sheep. Yu Ning felt a surge of confidence. Teeth, too, was intrigued by this peculiar object. Yu Ning was naturally willing to show her. For this girl hunted daily, traversing more areas than Yu Ning himself. What he sought were such samples, for he believed they certainly existed. Though he lacked the words to articulate it, the teeth displayed the stones to other women, drawing their attention as well. It seemed that the hairy ones could not comprehend. They were unable to even echo Yu Ning's words. Yu Ning could only feign delight. The walnut, as if recalling something, grasped Yu Ning's hand and pointed towards her collection site. Chapter 24. The eruption. Yu Ning struck vigorously, confirming it was iron ore, much to his elation. Master. The shell observed Yu Ning, alternating between laughter and murmuring to herself, a tinge of worry creeping in. Half of today's collection consisted of iron ore, which was now piling up in the yard. Only Yu Ning realized that a new era was approaching. The teeth also brought various stones. And although they did not resonate with Yu Ning, he expressed his approval, for discoveries were bound to come. In the dead of night, as Yu Ning embraced the bones in a deep slumber, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very earth. This startled everyone. The women fled the cave, and the distant sky was tinged crimson. It appeared to be an earthquake, likely from a distant active volcano. Assessing the distance, it seemed far, estimating a 2-day journey round trip. This thought troubled Yu Ning. He feared that their brief respite could be overshadowed by a cataclysmic scenario. This was their newly established home. Though Yu Ning could not alter the course of nature, he could guide the migration of his people. However, he cherished their current location and wished to remain. Most women lay prostrate on the ground, their reverence for nature ingrained in their very essence. Yu Ning ascended the watchtower, gazing into the distance at the billowing smoke and crimson glow which painted the sky. Master? The shell regarded Yu Ning without fear, finding solace in his presence. In her eyes, Yu Ning's wisdom was immense. The existence of such a volcano would undoubtedly alter the surrounding climate and geology along with the lava and minerals. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Yet, relying solely on 2 legs, many tasks remained unachievable. Yu Ning had once contemplated taming horses, but he lacked the necessary knowledge. The teeth had suffered bruises in their attempts to accompany him in this endeavor. After all, they were human, having spent so long together. The women were both kind and obedient towards him, and he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. The only one unfazed by the volcanic eruption was, surprisingly, the walnut. Yu Ning found this perplexing, as she spoke confidently amidst the group of women, seemingly well-versed in such matters. It appeared she was preparing to venture towards the site of the eruption. This was no jest. Yu Ning was certain he could intervene, yet his curiosity was piqued. The shell seemed to address his intrigue, hinting that it was related to pottery. Yes, the pots were fired. These women lacked fire. Were they to take their pots to the volcano? They must have been crafted near the volcanic heat. In an instant, Yu Ning understood why each pot bore the marks of rope and wooden sticks. It was because they could not approach too closely. Although this is merely conjecture, Yu Ning has found a ceramic pot to observe, with a spear lodged in its opening. Walnut is astonished, as she had not anticipated Yu Ning's understanding of this process, nor the ability to restore it. It is no wonder that they have pottery despite the absence of fire. It turns out they utilize lava. With this revelation, there is no need to venture to the volcano. Yu Ning intends to impart a lesson to Walnut, focusing on the art of crafting various tools. In order to smelt iron ore, Yu Ning requires crucibles and must also cool and cast molds. Furthermore, he plans to refine impure iron step by step. It is no surprise that the boys' TikTok is distinct. Yuning is particularly captivated by the blacksmithing competitions. Although he lacks the ability to forge steel, iron is within his grasp. Walnut will soon prove invaluable, as the prerequisite for these endeavors is a kiln. Yuning must construct a kiln using bricks and walnut. As a professional in this field, will be of utmost importance. The creation of bricks not only facilitates construction and walls, but also enables the building of stoves and kilns. Once iron is produced, it will undoubtedly be an indomitable force in this known land. The more Yuning contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. He envisions outfitting his guard sisters with iron armor and training horses. Oh, the dreams he weaves. He absent-mindedly caresses his leg with his hand, lost in thought. His master, witnessing Yuning's demeanor, might mistakenly believe he has developed an interest. After all, he had just engaged with bones, perhaps due to the abundance of meat consumed recently. Yuning has been dreaming of weddings every night, his spirits soaring, especially after feasting on deer and sheep, which leave him feeling warm and restless. Behold, I can take on two, he exclaims. Early in the morning, the aroma of meat fills the air. The women have now learned to add wild fruits and radishes, and even know to stew coconut meat with honey. There has been significant progress in their culinary skills, with each person now possessing their own rudimentary utensils, consisting of simple chopsticks and coconut bowls. This is indeed a monumental advancement, and Yuning is eager not to waste any time. He sets off with Walnut to gather materials, needing to collect red clay for brickmaking and clay for pottery. Once iron tools are available, his first task will be the construction of a wheelbarrow, as he observes his numerous wives laboring tirelessly. Ideally, he envisions a four-wheeled cart. However, the reality is fraught with challenges. The soil must be loosened with sticks, stones are collected, and the clay is carefully bagged in manageable portions. To prevent spillage, they even line the bags with leaves. Life as a primitive human is undeniably arduous. Yuning reflects on the grandeur of human civilization, recognizing it as a towering achievement. Given the limited strength of the women, he instructs them to fill small bags, reserving space for gathering food. Judging by the day's haul, the quantity is indeed modest. Yet Walnut's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Yuning suddenly appreciates the effort the women invest in preparing meals for him daily. He selects a patch of open ground, having designated a vast area for development. Thus, the soil is organized and stored, along with the iron ore he has collected from various locations. There is no rush. Today's modest yield will accumulate over time. The future appears increasingly promising. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with challenges. In order to craft bricks, Yuning must first create a mold. In this age, devoid of even wooden planks, the massive timber he dragged back from afar has finally found its purpose. Using a rope, he fashioned a ruler, dedicating recent days to studying the wood. Bichel began to attentively care for Yuning, who was lost in thought and busying himself around the yard. Even at night, where he once appeared languid, he was now often occupied outdoors, sometimes dozing off next to the campfire. However, his efforts were not in vain. He had sketched out the structure for the brick kiln and created a prototype for the crucible. While he lacked sufficient molds for brickmaking, what he had was at least relatively orderly. The task of sifting through sand proved to be a challenge. Without iron wire, he could only resort to making a sieve from tree bark, which was regrettably too flimsy. The sounds of weary birds returning to their nests filled the air. Observing his recent accomplishments, Yuning felt neither satisfied nor disappointed. Master, time to eat. In the past, he had been the one to distribute food, but these days, Bichel and the others prepared meals for him. To make it easier for him to eat, they had cut the roasted meat into small pieces with stone knives. A single coconut shell contained neatly sliced radishes and his beloved spicy peppers. One day, Yuning felt that life here was dragging on. Yet the past few days had passed surprisingly swiftly. Eat, he said, pulling Bichel close and returning to the cave with his bowl. Chapter 25. Playing with mud. It took Walnut a full 10 days to accumulate a considerable amount of sand in the yard. These women were truly capable. They traversed great distances to gather food and made multiple trips to dig up earth. Most of the young women in the gathering team bore the marks of carrying burdens on their shoulders, a realization that had only recently dawned on Yuning. They had even modified their bags into double-shouldered designs. Lacking a suitable sieve, they resorted to picking with their hands. Bichel, Pung Pung, Yuning called out, and the mention of Pung Pung filled Bichel with joy, prompting her to spread the news to the other women. Yuning understood that this group of women had many favorite activities, but the daily excursion to the lake was a must. Bishel joyously crafted a flower crown, taking Yuning's hand and leading their kin toward the lakeside. To be honest, there was a hot spring inside the cave. Yet Yuning had not bathed in several days. The lake remained beautifully clear, and this time he collected quite a few nuggets of gold, though their weight limited him to only small pieces. Bishel found it curious. Yuning had seen these glistening stones many times before, but had never taken any. His intention was straightforward, to attempt crafting several large gold chains. The wild-haired folk occasionally encountered them, but most often stood at a distance, appearing to hold this tribe in high regard. In the lake's reflection, Yuning caught sight of his own image, startling himself with his wild hair and scruffy beard, a true primitive man. Remarkably, it had been less than 3 months since he began painting the murals. Yet the women found him increasingly handsome, more so than when they first met him. Yuning picked up a sharp stone, attempting to shave his beard. Unsurprisingly, he was unable to remove the hair, and instead ended up scraping his face painfully. Beak, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently touched Yuning's face, sensing that he had been unwell these past few days. The hunting party, led by Yahweh, arrived at the lakeside, and she rushed over to converse with Beak, only to suddenly notice Yuning in the water. Her joy was palpable as she leaped into the water, landing in Yuning's embrace. The fear that once gripped her had dissipated. Though admiration lingered in her gaze, it was now overshadowed by a sense of reliance. In their eyes, the lake was a sacred place. Perhaps Yuning's immersion would restore him to health. It appeared that the day's hunt had not yielded fruitful results, starkly contrasting with the usual success of Yahweh's hunting endeavors. Just as Yuning contemplated offering words of encouragement, he was taken aback to see a massive elephant among Yahweh's party. What on earth was happening? Beak seemed unfazed, as if she had encountered elephants before. Yahweh began to introduce Yuning to the elephants, revealing that their relationship was not one of predator and prey, but rather one of acquaintanceship and friendship. The elephants bore a resemblance to Asian elephants and appeared quite gentle. It seemed that elephants had never been a target of their hunts, suggesting a familiarity and bond existed between them. The herd was modest in size, comprising around a dozen elephants, including 3 or 4 younglings. It seemed they had returned from elsewhere, as animals often migrate with the seasons. Yuning surmised that this area was originally part of the elephants' territory, and their return indicated a harmonious relationship between Yahweh's group and the elephants. He felt that the likelihood of taming this herd surpassed that of the wild horses he had encountered. Unsure of how to earn the elephants' trust, Yuning bravely approached, aware that communication between Yahweh and the elephants was based on familiarity rather than language. He offered fruits as a gesture of goodwill. One by one, the elephants ambled over, entering the water. This scene was beyond anything Yuning had dared to dream. Beak was actually using leaves to scrub the back of a young elephant. Despite the absence of spoken words, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. The women splashed water playfully, while the elephants responded by spraying water with their trunks. "Elephant," Yuning exclaimed, prompting Beak to shake her head. "Kalulu," she replied earnestly, with Yahweh nodding in agreement. It appeared that the elephants were called Kalulu, a delightful surprise. Yuning respected their world, acknowledging that this was their domain. Moreover, Kalulu was a lovely name, and the young elephant was quite mischievous, frequently launching surprise water attacks. It was Yuning's first experience being so close to elephants. Almost simultaneously, both the elephants and the women exited the water, heading in different directions, with the women even bidding farewell to the elephants. Yuning felt a sense of accomplishment. In this land, the elephants seemed to have no natural enemies. Most importantly, they lived in groups. If the women maintained such a good rapport with the elephants, it indicated the presence of a formidable ally. He realized that he needed to find a way to win over the elephants, but first, he would need to start making bricks tomorrow. Suddenly, the multitude of tasks before her felt overwhelming, yet Yuning was unwilling to resign herself to complacency. A person who has experienced civilization would never willingly succumb to primitivism. On the way back, Bei-Ku and Yachi conversed about Yuning, sharing secretive laughter, perhaps due to the recent lack of turmoil in her life that left them feeling perplexed. Yuning yearned to inquire about Kalulu, but was uncertain how to articulate her curiosity. That evening, Bei-Ku was expected to create a mural, which would surely feature elephants. Yuning was eager to learn the stories behind this herd of elephants. As the gates swung open, the women commenced their daily tally and accounting, the aroma of meat wafting from the fire. The walnut group had captured numerous birds that day, resembling chickens more than anything else. Eagerly, Yuning clapped his thigh, having caught a few chickens in his hands, and summoned Walnut to his side. Although Walnut knew how to slaughter and pluck the chickens, she was keen to learn from Yuning. He prepared the chickens meticulously, stuffing them with available spices before wrapping them securely in leaves. Walnut followed suit, crafting an identical creation, while Yuning poured water into the earth and encased the chicken in mud. Finally, he presented his creation to the group. After all the effort spent in cleaning the chickens, it was disheartening to see them caked in mud. Beika looked on with a mixture of confusion and faith in Yuning, though she too struggled to comprehend his methods. The day's provisions were already scarce. Yet Yuning had fashioned a dozen mud-wrapped delicacies. To everyone's astonishment, he tossed them all into the flames, a practice he usually reserved for firewood, leftover bones, and remains of slaughtered animals. In Yachi's eyes, there was an indulgent admiration for Yuning's carefree approach, as she smiled regardless of how he discarded them. The fire crackled with the fragrance of clay-baked chicken, while a savory broth simmered above. Regrettably, fewer chickens had been caught that day. The women were not particularly fond of boiled eggs, but they believed clay-baked chicken would be different. As Yuning roughly kept time, he realized he had little confidence in his endeavor, recalling that his last experience with such a dish had been in his teenage years, when he pilfered chickens from a neighbor. Back then, a sprinkle of chili powder and a dash of salt sufficed to delight a group of boys. Observing the meat bubbling and frothing, Yuning carefully extracted the clay-baked chicken with a stick. The women gazed at the dark, mud-covered lumps with regret, preferring well-cooked to half-raw. Though Yuning had cooked them a bit longer, a stone striking the earthy mound released an enticing aroma of succulent chicken. Chapter 26. Breaking through the stone age. The women had never encountered such a fragrance before. Capturing chickens had always seemed impractical. Generally, they would not opt for such animals, as their feathers were difficult to manage and the edible meat was limited. Moreover, chicken bones often posed a choking hazard, and the unpleasant odor was a constant drawback. However, this time was different. The chicken Yuning had prepared was not only fragrant and appetizing, but also tender. Yuning instructed Walnut to uncover the remaining chicken meat, and she snapped out of her reverie, ready to respond. Yuning tore off a chicken leg and placed it into Beak's hand. The other chicken leg was rewarded to Yachi. Naturally, no one could resist such a delectable treat. Dozens of chickens were slaughtered, and the fragrant aroma of tender chicken wafted through the cave. Yuning gestured for Walnut to distribute the portions, and this time it was Walnut's moment to shine, for food often held paramount importance. The primary source of sustenance was typically through hunting, followed by gathering. However, this instance was different, as the gathered food took center stage. Walnut imitated Yuning's manner, allocating chicken legs to those who had contributed significantly. Life in primitive society was straightforward. These few leaders were indeed commendable. The women possessed their own baskets, making it clear how much they had gathered. Other tasks, such as weaving baskets, digging for radishes, or foraging for wild fruits, followed suit. It appeared that from the dawn of primitive society, laborers were respected. This observation led to a critique of modern society. Since the advent of civilization, despite the moral packaging, society had morphed into one that devours its own. Amidst the joviality, the women sang while they feasted. Yuning had long grown accustomed to this daily ritual. Though the day had been filled with toil, it was still a day lived, was it not? The joy and abundance of the present moment held great significance. As they gnawed on the chicken legs, Yuning received enthusiastic thumbs-up gestures from her companions. She felt a wave of happiness. For days, she had been concerned about Yuning's odd behavior, fearing she might be unwell. However, a few bites of chicken clarified an important truth. The master ought to engage in more significant endeavors. For a mere spark of inspiration from the master could alter their lives dramatically. The other women revered her. The respect had deepened into affection over time. They were expressive in their sentiments, never hesitating to convey their love. Many had boldly inquired about Yuning's preferences, whether she preferred a hug or a kiss. Yuning seldom turned them down, almost never refusing. The women were easily satisfied. A simple embrace from Yuning could bring them joy for an extended duration. Once they had eaten their fill, Yuning began to craft bricks. Relying solely on knowledge gleaned from documentaries, she had never attempted this before. Lacking a brick kiln, it was perhaps premature to speak of firing bricks. They could only be baked. With no prior experience, she piled a dozen bricks around a fire, fully prepared for the possibility of failure. Such is reality. Aiming to bake soft cookies might yield results that could make a dog weep. while attempting to create sturdy bricks could result in something as delicate as a peach pastry. Seeing Yuning's spirits dampened, the women were at a loss for words, while Walnut mimicked Yuning's technique, encouraging her to try once more. Indeed, behind every successful man, there are countless women. After 3 attempts at the furnace, Yuning managed to produce some bricks of acceptable hardness. To construct a brick kiln would likely require around 400 bricks. Yuning glanced at the blueprint she had drawn. Lost in thought. How do you use this? Was a term coined by Beek, signifying curiosity about the usage of the object in question. Yuning couldn't help but marvel at her innate talent, guiding her through the process with meticulous care. Though the bricks were few, they were sufficient for arrangement. Moreover, their regular shapes not only enhanced aesthetics, but also facilitated construction. Beek seemed to grasp the concept, yet she remained oblivious to the purpose of stacking such items. The walls surrounding her heart were already quite formidable. Walnut thoughtfully brought a late-night snack, and Yuning was pleasantly surprised to notice that the girl had washed her hands before preparing it. Indeed, they had undergone significant changes influenced by their interactions, most of which were for the better. The skewers were adorned with meat, wild fruits, and a few pieces of root-like plants. After all, women would not harm themselves. So she indulged in a few bites. It was somewhat reminiscent of potatoes, with a hint of sweetness. Speaking of which, Walnut's work was far from secure. Every day, as she hunted, she faced various animals, while Walnut often experimented with new species in her foraging endeavors. It was reminiscent of Shinnong tasting 100 herbs. Now, the majority of what was gathered within the tribe was deemed edible by her. Today, there was little fresh meat from the hunt, and Yuning noticed that the women were consuming the dried meat left over from yesterday. However, she only allowed herself the freshest options. Walnut, come here. Yuning opened her arms, and Walnut bounded over, playfully tugging at the wild dog skin draped over her. The meat was perfectly roasted, succulent and juicy, complemented by an array of herbs whose identities Yuning could not discern. Eat. I'm eating, silly girl, Yuning said, embracing her, making Walnut appear even more petite. During this time spent hunting and working with them, Yuning had developed quite a bit of muscle. Eat. Walnut gently urged, her eyes sparkling with charm. You've learned some mischief, haven't you? I bet that's from your hunting experiences, Yuning teased, recalling how Walnut would sneak bites while she slept. As Walnut lowered her head, Yuning lifted her chin, then savored a piece of meat from the skewer. Walnut was lifted and placed in the warm spring water, enveloping them both in a comforting embrace of heat, with steam rising all around. Yuning wrapped her arms around Walnut's waist, and they shared a tender kiss. In the tranquil surroundings, only the sound of flowing water could be heard, while the campfire cast flickering shadows on the cave walls, where murals depicted Yuning's trials and joys during her time here. The water cascaded melodiously, and Walnut emitted delightful sounds that enchanted Yuning's ears. Occasionally, Beek would make noises that echoed within the cave. The murals told the stories of Yuning's experiences since her arrival, vividly projected in her mind. Master, I'm scared of Walnut. Scared of what? Yuning chuckled. Although the wording was slightly off, she understood the sentiment. Bones was not far away. She turned to look at Yuning, then glanced at Walnut. Yuning beckoned her over, and Bones, showing no shyness, swiftly tore off her leopard skin and bounded over in a few steps. To Yuning's astonishment, the chickens that Walnut had captured began to crow, an unusual sound indeed. The women rose one after another to labor, their teeth seemingly aware of the revelries of the previous night, their lips now pursed in defiance. You've become quite the pouting one. Yuning prepared for the day's work, gently squeezing the lovely face of his companion. Be good. I still don't understand. Let us assume you're praising my prowess. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard, indicating that the walnut harvesting team was ready to depart. Chapter 27. Iron tools. A considerable number of bricks had been fired, and besides the bricks, ample clay was prepared in anticipation. To coordinate with Yuning, the collection teams had made 2 trips in recent days. Similarly, the hunting parties not only focused on basic game, but also returned with stones, suggesting a substantial amount of iron ore was gathered. Yuning began to construct a kiln using bricks and clay. Ultimately, this kiln would need to be dismantled, as the current bricks lacked sufficient hardness. However, for the time being, it sufficed, and Yuning quickly erected the structure, only to realize additional bricks were needed for the ceiling. Observing Yuning's bustling activity, the women felt somewhat helpless, as the patrolling women, having worked throughout the night, were now ready to rest. Bichelle had assumed the role of matriarch, organizing breakfast for the patrolling women before assigning tasks to others. The new bricks soon took shape. Awaiting the fire to dry them, Yu Ning fashioned a large basin from clay, creating several holes along its rim, which would serve as a crucible for smelting, requiring wooden sticks for lifting when the time came. For molten iron is no trifling matter. To facilitate the smelting process, a water basin had been excavated in the courtyard, waterproofed with leaves, stones, and a mixture of plant roots and clay. As long as it could endure quenching, leaks were of little concern. Yu Ning understood that the likelihood of succeeding on the first attempt was slim, yet he felt compelled to try. He also contemplated creating a bellows, but lacked the means. Instead, he crafted a bag from animal hide. Though rudimentary, these ideas were reasonable. Yu Ning did not harbor grand ambitions. He aimed to melt a single iron ingot and forge a few crude hammers. He meticulously selected small chunks of iron ore, opting to crush them using other stones. Bichelle recognized the labor-intensive nature of this task and thoughtfully prepared 2 coconuts with straws for him. The stone slabs gleamed from her diligent polishing, accompanied by fruits, coconuts, and simple provisions. Meanwhile, Bichelle sat to the side, twisting ropes. Oh my, I never understood why the blacksmiths in films and dramas often eschewed clothing. Now I do. The sweat combined with the heat makes one feel as if their skin might peel away. With everything in place, Yu Ning required a few assistants. He meticulously simulated the entire process, cross-checking the necessary items and personnel. The crushed iron ore was placed into the crucible, sealing all the seams with clay before igniting the fire vigorously. The pile of firewood resembled a small mountain, and Yu Ning tirelessly fanned the flames with his bag. The black smoke from the brick kiln ascended into the sky, visible to all on the grassland. Time passed slowly as Yu Ning began to tease the girl who was assisting him by adding firewood. Yu Ning pointed at the young woman's face and began to instruct her. This girl was eager to learn, and she imitated his actions quite adeptly. While teaching, Yu Ning's hands were not idle. Beak, who was watching from the side, smiled and occasionally exchanged a few words with the girl. As desired, Yu Ning shared a kiss with the young woman, the flames of the brick kiln blazing brightly, creating a warm atmosphere. She handed him a coconut and pulled his head into her embrace, clearly showing her affection for him. The softness of her chest pressed against his face left him somewhat flustered. If it were not for the necessity of opening the kiln, he might have taken things further. Gently, he removed the bricks sealing the kiln, and a wave of heat rushed towards him. Nonetheless, Yu Ning was elated. The crucible truly held molten iron. The women watched in a mix of fear and awe, perceiving the substance as something akin to lava. Beak grasped Yu Ning's arm, preventing him from getting too close, her gaze reflecting a terror greater than when she first encountered fire. Other women attempted to encircle Yu Ning in an effort to protect him. Fear not, he reassured, pulling Beak into his arms for a passionate kiss, leaving her breathless. Yu Ning had left a hole in the crucible, and together with Beak, they carefully extracted it and poured the molten iron into the molds he had prepared. The frightening aspect of the unknown began to dissipate as Beak realized everything was under Yu Ning's control, deepening her admiration for him. Master, is this stone? She inquired. Yu Ning nodded, adding a heap of scrap iron into the crucible before placing it back into the furnace. This act transformed Beak into a devoted admirer, struggling to reconcile her disbelief with reality. Among the stones collected by the women, some were coal. Although Yu Ning had set those aside, it still seemed insufficient. The journey taken by the thief had consumed nearly an entire day. If coal mining were involved, the round trips would pose a challenge. He could not allow them to dwell in the wilderness. If this batch of iron was successful, they would have hammers and anvils, fundamentally changing the tribe and the world. Yu Ning felt a surge of excitement, more practical than when he first discovered fire. The cooled iron blocks remained in the molds, and Beak reached out, still feeling their warmth. However, this was unrefined iron, containing many impurities, though it was certainly harder than stone. Yu Ning shattered the molds, causing Beak to feel a pang of regret, having witnessed the effort he invested. Yet, Yu Ning was indifferent. He would only improve in the future, viewing these items as mere stepping stones. For the next batch, he intended to forge a cutting tool for felling trees, believing the teeth and bones would surely appreciate it. Amidst the shattered molds, Beak picked up an anvil, though she did not fully comprehend how a pile of rocks could be transformed into a new stone. It was not until Yu Ning retrieved a hammer from the debris and affixed a wooden handle he had prepared that her eyes sparkled with wonder. Yu Ning cherished her naive admiration, finding it endearing. Truly, In the realm of reality, Beak would be considered a goddess. Moreover, she was the kind of girl whose emotional value in a romantic context was exceedingly high. Once the hammer was set up, Yuning struck it against the anvil. And then Bei Ku began to play with it. She perceived it as a weapon and sought out some bones, effortlessly shattering a sheep bone with a single blow. Hammer. Yuning anticipated her inquiry about its name. Hammer? He took the remaining iron ore and began to strike with the hammer. In no time, the entire chunk of iron ore was reduced to fragments scattered across the ground. The temperature within the furnace gradually increased, and with the experience from the previous batch, Yuning felt even more adept. Bei Ku was delighted to assist him in melting the iron, feeling as if she wielded divine power. The mold Yuning prepared was quite simple, designed to create a pair of iron pincers, requiring merely 2 elongated pieces. A new batch of iron ore was placed into the furnace, and Yuning commenced forging his pincers. Observing the molten iron burn, reshaped at the hands of its master, Bei Ku and the other women found themselves entranced. They admired Yuning for his looks, strength, and wisdom. Most importantly, unlike the indifferent deities and ancestors, Yuning was present with them, treating them with kindness. Yuning, noticing the women gazing at him in awe, was overjoyed. The last time he experienced such attention was during his school days on the basketball court, although then it was not him they admired, but other boys. Chapter 28. Divine weapons. The women had shifted, yet Yuning remained by the furnace, while Bei Ku took a group to gather materials for making ropes. And Gu Tu had just awakened. Suddenly, a new object was introduced to the courtyard for fueling the fire, and Gu Tu, bold as ever, reached out to touch it, startling Yuning. A mere touch was enough to cause a reaction, prompting Yuning to quickly embrace her. Hot, hot. Yuning held her hand, cautiously drawing closer to the brick kiln. The searing heat made Gu Tu realize how timely Yuning had been in pulling her back. Cooking meat? Yuning chuckled, though it was understandable that, in her mind, fire served solely the purpose of cooking meat. Yuning retrieved the hammer and the already secured anvil from the ground. It was evident that Gu Tu had no interest in the anvil, but the hammer was a tool she found quite suitable. As for the pincers, her reaction mirrored Bei Ku's. She found them utterly ugly and amusing. As my personal guard, today I shall forge a treasure for you. Yuning's string of words was lost on Gu Tu, yet she understood the term treasure. When Yuning was affectionate with her, he had called her that. His gaze soft and endearing, which she adored. Treasure. When Yuning opened the furnace to retrieve the molten iron, Gu Tu's response was even more intense than Bei Ku's. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry, or she would have been at a loss, watching Yuning play with the flames, her entire being filled with tension. The sound of forging echoed through the cave, and the women began to dance around the fire. Lacking experience, the molten iron was overcooked, prompting Yuning to forge an additional hammer. Though the intricacies of Yuning's actions elude understanding, the women are aware of their inherent value. The relentless quenching and hammering, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions, have compelled the returning hunters to rush with excitement. This hammer is inadequate. It has developed cracks from use. However, the silver lining is the birth of 4 iron tools. Master. The women gaze at the creations with a discerning eye, recognizing their worth. Eagerly, they desire to hold them. Yuning begins the meticulous process of polishing, relying solely on manual labor in the absence of electricity. Yet, this thrill causes her heart to race. It is no wonder that men are drawn to blacksmithing competitions. Only through hands-on experience can one truly appreciate the sense of accomplishment. The blades may not be exquisitely crafted, as they are fashioned strictly in the image of a machete, intended for dual purposes. As Yuning affixes the wooden handles, the women, particularly the one named Teeth, dart about with an energy that could only be described as exuberant. The iron ore, once perceived as mere stone, has transformed into treasures, with even the shards Yuning has broken being eagerly collected. Engraving the wooden handles, Yuning carves images of teeth, shells, walnuts, and a charming bone. The intricate patterns fit snugly in the palm, serving as a means to prevent slipping. This represents the first genuine gift Yuning has crafted during her time here. With the final polishing complete, Yuning assesses the sharpness and calls over the 3 women waiting nearby. Walnut, though preoccupied with roasting meat, secretly wishes to join. Walnut. Yuning beckons, gripping the 4 machetes. Master. Walnut has been anticipating her turn, aware that she too will receive a blade. Knife. Yuning instructs Teeth to wield the spear, and with a decisive swing, the spear is effortlessly cleaved. Astonishment. Invincible. The women received the tools forged by Yu Ning's hands and caressed them as one would a beloved. Concerned for their safety, Yu Ning takes a carrot and slices it with the blade, heightening the women's excitement. Teeth encourages others to lift the spear, mimicking Yu Ning's technique, achieving a flawless cut. The most crucial detail is the carving of the handles. Shell compares the small engravings on her handle to those on her necklace, exclaiming, "Darling." Shell leaps into Yu Ning's embrace, fervently expressing her gratitude and affection. Though Walnut seldom hunts, she envisions various practical uses for the blade in chopping wood. Teeth. Embodying the essence of a warrior, relentlessly hacks away at everything in sight, while Yu Ning drags a massive log that has nearly become her practice target. The bone snuggles into Yu Ning's arms, merely holding on. Treasure. For them, these tools are indeed precious, given their hardness and sharpness. As long as one is not foolish, they are invincible. Yu Ning harbors even greater surprises, though today she truly cannot lift the hammer again. The bone caresses the handle, pointing at the engravings. "You bone." Her lips failed to articulate affection. She even sought the assistance of shells to convey her feelings, yet to no avail. Other women not only felt envious, but also delighted. The tribe's strength brought them only benefits. Little did they know that this small tribe, apart from certain symbols of status, possessed no private property. Now, these few machetes had indeed become tangible possessions. It appeared that the evening had been enriched, as Yu Ning's bowl was filled with the finest fruits and meats, albeit in greater quantities. Even during the meal, they continued to flaunt the knives they held, with the walnut being passed around among them. However, Yu Ning felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the woman beside Shell. She was the only one, apart from the 4 women, with whom Yu Ning had shared intimacy. Though her face still wore a smile, she must have been feeling rather uncomfortable inside. Yu Ning too sensed a slight unease, even lacking a name for her now. Yet, he truly did not know how to label her. Yu Ning was indeed hungry. He devoured everything the women had prepared, prompting them to dance joyfully. Shell produced mineral and plant pigments, documenting this remarkable day on the cave's rocky walls. Yu Ning could discern that the man behind the sun in the center was himself, particularly evident by the exaggerated depiction in his groin area. The man handed 4 knives to the 4 women, who knelt to receive them. It's said that past events are often mythologized. It had just been dusk, yet the mural depicted him crowned with rays of sunlight. The artwork satisfied everyone. The cave already bore numerous illustrations. Observing the journey from the beginning to the present, Yu Ning realized there were indeed countless stories and fragments of memories. "Come here." Yu Ning beckoned the disappointed woman, leading her out of the cave. He smashed the iron ore anew, placing it in a crucible. The woman followed his lead, her demeanor reflecting humility and earnestness. The kiln reignited, and Yu Ning directed her to place the crucible inside. Then together they sealed it with bricks and clay, awaiting the result. "Master?" The woman was uncertain why Yu Ning had called her. She did not believe he could genuinely care for her feelings. Most of the time, she was busy gathering and returning to clean and toil. One must not owe a debt of gratitude to women. "A gift. For you." By the hearth, Yu Ning fashioned a mold from clay, leaning it against the outside of the brick kiln to dry. It was unclear if the woman understood, but Yu Ning intended to craft a dagger from the crushed iron ore. Chapter 29. The outsider in recent days, apart from hunting. The women scoured for stones and even sought the aid of the hairy men to assist in their collection efforts. Although the means of their communication remained a mystery, the hairy men indeed returned with a considerable amount of iron ore. Beyond their cherished battle knives, Yu Ning began crafting spears for the women. It is known that wooden spears, when encountering robust beasts, are essentially one-time use. However, the metal variety not only allows for reuse, but also possesses formidable lethality. Furthermore, the creation of the same object spared Yu Ning the trouble of crafting molds. The Mauran envied the presence of bonfires. Yet Yu Ning had no intention of sharing the fire with them. Behind the dwellings of the Mauran lay dense forests, and Yu Ning harbored no trust in them. However, as a gesture of gratitude, he would provide them with some of the beasts he hunted when they discovered iron ore. The women felt it was only natural. For with iron tools, hunting was no longer a challenge. Nowadays, equipped with sharpened teeth, spears in their left hands, bows on their backs, and short daggers at their waists, Yu Ning was confident that he could strike a target wherever he directed his spear. As for clothing, it was neither cold nor uncomfortable to be bare. In fact, he found it aesthetically pleasing and convenient. Thus he relished in his nudity. After crafting over 200 spears, Yuning nearly swung his arm off in the process. Last night, the dagger girl had sought his affection, but he could scarcely muster the energy to respond. Yet, upon witnessing the women fully equipped, he felt a burgeoning ambition to unify the realm. There was no denying their formidable strength when this group of women cried out for battle. Even the passing wild dogs would tuck their tails in fright. Speaking of these wild dogs, they had grown timid upon sighting the women. They would turn tail and flee without a glance back. Conversely, the Mauren had been appearing more frequently, bringing with them iron, ore, peculiar stones, and fruits of unknown origin. With the spears completed, it was only natural to forge some household tools. He had already crafted kitchen knives and meat cleavers, but he lacked the skill for saws and pots. It was rather embarrassing, as Yuning considered himself the most ineffectual of time travelers. By now, others may have already fashioned hand grenades. It seemed that tomorrow would call for further collection to finalize his preparations. However, it struck him as odd that none of these 5 women had conceived thus far. The art of blacksmithing would eventually need to be imparted to them, as equipping so many by himself would inevitably prove exhausting. Master, Teeth nearly flew into the room, having never seen her run so swiftly. Yuning sensed that an important event was unfolding. Hurry. Teeth was somewhat anxious. Take me there. Yuning understood that something significant had occurred, otherwise she would not have rushed back to deliver the news. All the women grasped their spears, a scene both awe-inspiring and formidable. This battalion was a deadly temptation, a lure for Yuning, yet fatal for others. The Mauren tribe had been slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Although he held no deep affection for the Mauren, they had been reliable trading partners. Witnessing the downfall of this group stirred a sense of discomfort within Yuning. The other women of the hunting party had long awaited their return, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired. However, Yuning harbored no worries. For most of the deceased Mauren appeared to have met their end by stones and clubs. The rigidity of the corpses indicated that they had perished the previous night. If not beasts, then what could have caused this? Yuning grappled with the dilemma of whether to eliminate the threat or to remain aloof and uninvolved. After all, being women, some felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing the dire state of the Mauren tribe, their expressions revealing a mix of indignation. Yuning confirmed that these were not animals. The footprints suggested that this group had not fully evolved, as they bore 3 enormous toes reminiscent of ostrich tracks. However, he was certain they walked upright, which was indeed terrifying. Possessing intelligence, the ability to walk upright, and wield tools posed a significant threat. Yes, this was a threat, a provocation toward Yuning. It was evident that they had discovered the Mauren tribe and exploited the cover of night to launch a surprise attack. But for what purpose? There were no valuables, no resources, and no inclination to regard the Mauren as food. Yuning led his team back to the cave to bolster their defenses. He constructed 3 towering sentinels and established bonfires at intervals along the walls. The women, led by Yazi, discussed the footprints of these intruders. Outside the cave, they even practiced their combat skills under the veil of night. Bichelle gestured animatedly as she spoke, and Yuning sensed her intent to protect themselves. Throughout the night, Bowen had dispatched additional guards, with dozens patrolling at intervals along the walls, ensuring utmost vigilance. Yuning spent the night without rest. The first half was consumed by his efforts with walnuts, while the latter half was spent being tormented by them. When dawn broke, the roosters crowed in the courtyard, prompting Yuning to seek a moment's slumber. There would be no walnut gathering today, as the women had decided to combine foraging with hunting for enhanced safety. Yazi appeared to be in a dispute with Bichelle. Yuning discerned some of their conversation. Yazi suggested that more individuals should remain to guard, while Bichelle insisted that hunting was unnecessary at present. The gate was raised with a rope, and the hunting and gathering party set forth in a unified direction. Bowen retained several exceptionally skilled women, not the strongest but the most experienced, among whom were the closest companions of the 4 leaders. One of them was the sister to whom Yuning had gifted a dagger. Bichelle prepared breakfast for Yuning before lying beside him. She had rested the previous night and was not fatigued. She simply wished to keep Yuning company, her hands busy stitching something from wild dog skin and rope. Yuning surmised it was meant for him. Initially, these women had been misled into believing he favored wild dog skin, and if it were indeed a leather skirt, it would suit his waist perfectly. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yuning found himself entwined with the beautiful Bone in a dream set in a hot spring. Suddenly, urgent shouts pierced the tranquility, filled with an anxious warning. Bone and B-Shell dashed out of the cave, leaving Walnut at Yuning's side. It must be the group that had attacked the Maoren. Yuning seized his weapon, but Walnut gestured for him to remain. What nonsense! Was he that kind of person? Ignoring their protests, he charged outside, where the women had already taken their positions atop the walls, bracing for confrontation. This was utterly absurd. If he was not mistaken, there were thousands on the opposing side. This is no mere tribe. In this world, it resembles a feudal state. Although it consists of only a few dozen individuals, the women exhibit not a trace of fear, while Yuning feels a tinge of unease. Behind him, a pile of firewood is ready for burning, and he quickly ignites a blaze in the courtyard. This serves to signal the distant teeth, and moreover, he is confident that this group, armed only with primitive tools, harbors a deep-seated fear of fire. Chapter 30. Daily Training as the Impending Battle Looms. Yuning removes his bow. Although he has yet to forge iron arrows, fire arrows are far more terrifying. The horn sounds from the opposing hillside, and it strikes Yuning as familiar. He recalls having heard it just the day before, mistakenly believing it to be the call of a beast. Taking the initiative, he unleashes the flaming arrows, knowing that even with only a few bows, the sight of fire will instill dread. The wildlings, armed solely with stones, have never encountered flaming projectiles. As a volley of arrows is launched, though they do not inflict injury, the flames evoke fear. Among the towering figures atop the hill, one appears to be the leader. Unfortunately, the quality of his bow renders his shots ineffective. The women ignite the fire piles along the walls, and dozens of metal spears stand ready, while bones and shells are prepared at the gates to confront the enemy. As the fire blazes, the once benign wood becomes a menacing inferno. Yuning raises a torch and hurls it outward, observing that when faced with flames, the wildlings hesitate and veer away. In a frenzy, he tosses torches in every direction, disrupting the formation of the imposing wildlings. The leader on the hill, witnessing the chaos, rushes down, revealing their propensity for an all-out assault. Yuning's arms grow weary from throwing, yet the wildlings commence their assault on the gates, only to be met with a barrage of spears. One strike, one death. The ferocity of the shells astonishes Yuning. The shells ascend the gate and strike downward, targeting ears and eyes with deadly precision. In comparison, the bones exhibit a more technical approach. Her extensive experience and lightning-fast actions make her a formidable adversary. The other women each guard a stretch of 10 meters, as wildlings attempt to scale the walls amidst the flames. Retreat, Yuning shouts, loosing arrows in rapid succession. The women, hearing his call, converge towards the fire. Grabbing torches from the ground, Yuning hurls them with abandon. To his astonishment, the wildlings gradually lose their fear of the flames. The women brandish their spears outward, encircling Yuning and the wounded. The walls are breached, and the gates are forcefully pushed open. Retreat to the cave. The cave entrance, though broad, offers a distinct advantage for the spears. As long as they hold the threshold, there is hope for survival until the teeth and walnuts return. Suddenly, the dagger maiden leaps from the tower, plunging a dagger into the temple of a wildling chief. She then mounts his neck, stabbing mercilessly dozens of times before severing his head. Such a display of skill is nothing short of astounding. Yuning rushed outside, ready to greet her, only to be struck violently on her back by a massive club. The dagger-wielding maiden was sent flying, her bones protruding as she attempted to catch herself, but was struck by several stones, instantly causing blood to flow from her forehead. Kill. Upon witnessing their comrade's injury, the women were engulfed in a profound fury. Beak smeared a handful of earth over her lips, shouting, Hasaji. The women who had intended to retreat instead adorned their mouths with sand and collectively shouted, Hasaji. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuning hurled a spear that struck the savage squarely in the chest. He then brought his hammer down directly upon the wild man's skull. Though outnumbered, their spears proved formidable. The women held the advantage, yet the stones posed an unforeseen threat. Many were struck down, suffering from bruises and severe wounds. The dagger maiden rose, propping herself up with her spear, and upon noticing Yuning's gaze, she too grasped a handful of sand. Silently, she mouthed a phrase to him, and though no sound emerged, Yuning could read her lips. Darling. Hasaji. Hasaji. In the distance, a thunderous roar erupted as the teeth raced down from the mountain, accompanied by a herd of mighty elephants. The previously stalemated situation transformed in an instant. Yuning had anticipated the teeth's return, but not so swiftly, nor with such formidable company. The teeth charged through the throng, their target evidently the chief. If this tribe possessed a mightiest warrior, it was undeniably the teeth, calm, ruthless, and utterly violent. As she ran, she unleashed 4 arrows, each striking true against the towering chief's limbs. Just as the savage writhed in pain, the teeth plunged her spear into its heart. The wild man grasped the spear, attempting to resist, but it pierced through him completely, and as she rolled to the ground, she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her dagger. The savage's head was hoisted high by the spear, and beneath the crimson sky, the naked, bloodthirsty women appeared as monstrous harbingers of doom. The elephants were relentless, trampling down any who fell before them with frenzied ferocity. The once towering savages were reduced to mere toys beneath the elephant's might, their insides rupturing and spilling forth. Some savages were crushed so brutally that their innards burst forth from their mouths and abdomens. Upon witnessing the teeth's reinforcements, Beak issued a command. These women were willing to sacrifice everything and charged forth. Hundreds of savages began to flee. Yuning had yet to order a pursuit when the elephants surged ahead, their speed suggesting the savages stood little chance of escape. Though the herd numbered less than 100, their rampage against primitive humanity heralded calamity. Many maidens soaked in the lake sang at its edge, both the lightly injured and those unscathed. The elephants joined in with mournful cries. Yuning was pulled into the waters by Beak, his shoulders and back bearing wounds. As she tended to his injuries, tears of compassion flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. The dagger maiden lay in the water, her hands clasped together, supported by several women. Previously, Yuning had believed that the lake's waters might possess healing properties. It has now become evident that this is indeed the case. Many injured elephants have gradually recovered, gathering by the lakeside to continue their ancient rituals. Yuning's wounds have healed, as have those of the dagger maiden, though her frailty is unmistakable. The water has transformed from a vibrant green to a pitch black. Whether this is due to the encroaching night or an inherent darkness remains uncertain. The surrounding walls lie in ruins, with many breaches, and one of the tall towers has been toppled. The Grand Gate, which Yuning had painstakingly reinforced, has suffered significant damage as well. Outside the cave, the corpses of wild men are strewn about, and Yuning collects them into a pile, mixing the remains with animal fat and kindling to ignite the largest blaze on this continent. The teeth of the blades have become dull, and observing the blades fills her with a sense of melancholy. Yuning resolves to forge a true battle sword for her, rather than the crude chopping knife she currently wields. This evening's meal is the most somber yet, quieter than even on Yuning's first day. The elephants tirelessly transport the wild men's bodies closer to the fire, while nearby wild dogs watch from the hilltop. Yuning picks up the head of the wild man leader and hangs it with a rope on one side of the gate, intending it as a warning to all factions across the continent. Chapter 31. The throwing of fireballs. This is the most sleepless night Yuning has encountered since his arrival. The women are disheartened by today's events. Although no lives were lost, they were nonetheless threatened. In the face of a formidable tribe, even slightly superior equipment appears to offer little advantage, particularly against an unexpected assault like today's. The future remains uncertain and unthinkable. In addition to teaching the women the art of blacksmithing, Yuning begins to produce charcoal. Charcoal is essential for gunpowder. Though he lacks the means or knowledge to create it properly, he has even forgotten the proportions. Furthermore, higher temperatures yield better iron, which he intends to use for crafting shields and armor. That night, Yuning embraces the dagger maiden as she drifts into a deep sleep, clearly exhausted. The shell and teeth discuss the day's events, particularly Teeth's overwhelming guilt. Earlier that morning, Shell had forbidden her from departing, while Bone remained silent, merely listening. Walnut clutches a wooden handle in her hand. Her knife's handle has broken today, and she plans to fashion a better one tomorrow. Yuning gently strokes the dagger maiden's back before quietly rising to leave. He crushes the iron ore, adding gold and another stone of uncertain nature, and places the mixture into a crucible. In the darkness, he kindles a fire in the brick kiln, sealing the opening with clay. The 4 women follow him out of the cave, observing as he busies himself alone. He forges and melts and adds, repeating the process again and again, documenting each iteration on the stone. Today, Shell does not paint murals. Observing Yuning's meticulous recording inspires her to prepare the pigments for her artwork. Yuning labors at the forge until dawn, with the women keeping vigil by the bonfire until the first light of day. At last, the blade begins to take form. The dagger maiden, constrained by her diminutive weapon, could only launch surprise attacks from elevated positions. This sword would surely please him. Yu Ning commenced the process of polishing it and discovered that this mysterious stone, when fused with iron, exhibited remarkable hardness. He retrieved the prepared wooden handle, inserting it into the blade. Although he lacked proficiency in swordplay, Yu Ning nonetheless practiced a few strikes, with the massive log serving as his target. As the rooster crowed, a faint light began to pierce the dawn sky. Yu Ning slung a basket over his shoulder and set off alongside the walnut. The shells and teeth seemed to converse with the bones, which nodded in agreement. The cave's murals depicted a fierce battle, with their elephant companions also engaged in the fray. The women busily gathered resources while Yu Ning searched for stones, discovering lime and even crystals, along with resin on the trees. The women did not disturb him, allowing him the freedom to roam. Along the shoreline, he stumbled upon traces of other humans. The footprints indicated a group, varied in size. The walnut, particularly vigilant, summoned her companions to follow closely behind Yu Ning as he walked along the coast for half an hour, eventually encountering a band of wild men residing by the sea. They predominantly crafted tools from stone and bone. Upon seeing the two-legged beings, Walnut was filled with rage, itching to annihilate them. Yu Ning quickly intervened. In this era, primitive humans did not stray far from their camps, each occupying their designated area. However, when they crossed paths, communication was impossible. Thus, conflict ensued, or relationships akin to those with the fur-clad folk were established. It was evident that Walnut harbored no intention of befriending them, nor did she possess any fondness for their presence. Her agitation was palpable. Yu Ning couldn't help but ponder what would transpire if the temperament of the teeth and bones encountered these wild men. He even contemplated whether this tribe could be his ancestors, considering he had traversed time. This group seemed small, numbering perhaps in the dozens, fewer than Walnut's gathering party. Nevertheless, they appeared united and hostile towards Yu Ning. He wished to avoid conflict with these savages, for his mind was elsewhere. Now he recognized that this world might be even larger and more complex than he had imagined. And the Women-S tribe was likely not the largest in terms of territory or population. Just as yesterday, they might have been displaced or exiled from their lands due to territorial disputes. He needed allies, at the very least. He must ensure no further conflicts arose before he could equip the women. All he desired was 200 iron spears and swords, along with 200 sets of armor and protective gear. In the future, he would strike down anyone who crossed his path. Although Walnut was perplexed, her respect for Yu Ning kept her grounded. She pressed her hand to her heart, indicating her discomfort. Yu Ning mirrored her gesture, then lifted her into his arms. She allowed him to embrace her, resting her head against his chest. "Master, it feels wonderful," declared the shells, teeth, bones, and walnut, encircling their master. Yu Ning discerned that her embrace signified love or protection. The walnut was indeed light, slender, and fragile. The ropes must be expertly crafted. Yu Ning was aware that the walnuts excelled at making ropes, yet specifications were necessary to avoid a repetition of the previous mishap, where various thicknesses emerged. The shields should be prioritized. Any type of shield for women would suffice. In primitive times, a mere disagreement could lead to stone throwing. Thus, possessing a shield was of paramount importance. In addition to shields, some basic protective gear was essential. The spear must be forged from pure iron. Regardless of the effort required, this task must be accomplished. The dagger appeared significantly improved today. Yu Ning had prepared a meal solely for her, yet before dining, she needed to bathe in the lake. It was evident that her injuries were quite severe. Yesterday's smiles had been forced. A modern individual, nearly sacrificed upon arrival, seemed almost absurd to Yu Ning. He pondered whether the women felt disappointed in him. The walnut was tirelessly crafting ropes through the night, while Yu Ning observed the mural depicting a tribe discovered by the seaside, where teeth had caught a stag and wild dogs. He added to the mural, illustrating the pain of the dagger, the emerald lake, the sharp sword, and his own tears shed in solitude. The women continued to watch. Yet Bichelle had already comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her eyes brimmed with compassion as she rushed into Yu Ning's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Regardless of her title, Bichelle remained a leader, one of the most significant among them. The women had never witnessed her in such a state. Outside the cave, a dozen brick kilns had emerged, with various ores arriving incessantly, the sounds of anvils and hammers echoing day and night. Daily, the teeth would return from hunting to join Yu Ning in forging. Aside from their excursions to the lakeside, nothing could deter the women from their fervent transformation. Yuning lifted the coconut bowl to his lips, drinking deeply, feeling the fatigue and sweat weighing upon him. Nearby lay a shield reinforced with iron rivets, silver armor plates, and a metallic iron spear arrayed beside him. The women observed the designs on the stone slab, threading resin-soaked ropes through the armor plates. Chapter 32. Fully armed to enhance the strength of the armor, Yuning cut leather ropes and meticulously polished the armor plates, incorporating leather within. Though it could not rival heavy armor, all vital areas of the body were thoroughly shielded. The women, being slender, required fewer armor plates than their male counterparts during the crafting process. Although the first set of battle armor was somewhat crude, it was still polished to a smooth finish. As the sisters were, after all, his own women. Teeth. Yuning gently roused the sleeping Teeth. Master? Typically, if Yuning sought her in the dead of night, it was likely for mischievous purposes. This time was different. He held a hammer in hand, seemingly fresh from forging iron. Taking Teeth's hand, he led her to the campfire, then dressed her in the protective lining of the armor. While it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, Teeth felt a sense of joy. Her master crafting clothing for her brought her happiness. When the armor, resembling the scales of a fish, was donned, a glimmer sparkled in the eyes of the Teeth. And the chest plate, fashioned from soft fish scales, was complemented by heavy, circular iron plates protecting the angles and chest. It was evident that even when adorned with a simple burlap sack, beauty could be achieved. The armor was equipped with a quiver for arrows, and a battle knife was strapped to the waist, alongside an exquisite black iron spear. The spear plunged directly into the cave, awakening all the women. Eager to flaunt their splendor, Yuning followed into the cave, striking a pose of assassination, and then embraced Yuning. Yuning gathered her long hair, holding a bone comb in her mouth, and secured it with a leather cord. A golden headband adorned with teeth was placed atop her head. The firelight flickered, casting a golden glow. The high ponytail accentuated her vitality. The women gasped in astonishment, followed by joy, for during these days, she had measured the bodies and heads of them all. Countless stones by the brick kiln were marked with their dimensions. Beautiful, beautiful. It was the first time Yuning uttered such a word. The master is pleased. Yuning could only express herself in words they understood. The busy days had yielded rewards. It was not merely superficial beauty, but a qualitative enhancement. Next, shoes must be made. Although the women were accustomed to going barefoot, once they acquired shoes, their agility and combat prowess would undoubtedly increase. Yuning crafted 4 pairs of scissors, keeping only those for cutting leather cords, while the rest were melted down. Almost every woman had tried them on, particularly the crown Yuning had made for the Teeth, which bore a striking resemblance to her necklace. Yuning reclined by the fire outside the cave, the stars above twinkling like countless eyes, as she envisioned each woman's visage. Master. The Teeth removed her armor and animal hide, kneeling beside him, adorned with the crown he had forged. Come, let us gaze at the stars. Yuning pointed to the night sky, offering a space beside her. The Teeth nestled in Yuning's embrace, resting her hand on Yuning's beating heart. Yuning greedily savored the sweetness on her lips, their silhouettes entwined and luminous by the firelight. The efficiency of hunting had improved, and half of the gathering team had been designated for smelting and sewing. Although it would become inconvenient to assess figures in the future, garments were still necessary. The leather garments designed by Yuning suddenly became fashionable, accentuating the figure while providing protection and warmth. Yet, the women, by nature, were accustomed to going unclothed, especially in the comfort of their camp, where their instincts were liberated. The walnuts and coastal tribes began to engage in trade, those wild folk skilled in fishing, occasionally exchanging for meat. Yuning had no desire to create enemies at present, unless absolutely unavoidable. Equipped, the hunting team not only found it easier to hunt, but ventured farther afield. The Teeth marked several tribes on the animal hide map drawn by Yuning. Over time, Yuning had crafted various crowns from gold, having grown close enough to give them names, though some were indeed somewhat irresponsible. Yet, naming was truly a challenging endeavor. According to their names, Yuning adorned the crowns with decorations of gold, a material known for its malleability and exquisite shaping. A pair of resplendent golden adornments shimmered when placed together. Alas, these treasures are not for the present age, as the current price of gold renders such indulgences imprudent. The hunt yielded not only game but also grains. Previously, the seeds had been discovered but remained unripe. Now, As the grains reached maturity, it was time for the harvest. The gathering party selected the most meticulously woven bags, while Yuning assembled the people in one place and unveiled the leather covering the ornaments in the courtyard. Each golden adornment was unique, with decorations that vividly illustrated their names. Such bespoke creations, so easily understood, could not fail to captivate. Although the armor was not yet fully equipped, all weapons had been renewed. The women had previously survived in a world rife with conflict, adapting to whatever tools were available. However, times had changed. They were now equipped with weapons suitable for both ranged and close combat. The grains. Bring them back. Yuning meticulously arranged the women's appearances, knowing that if they could return with the seeds, they could cultivate them and achieve true self-sufficiency. Walnut, usually responsible for gathering, insisted that Yuning remain close, as he intended to construct signal towers atop nearby mountains. During the previous assault by wild men, there had been no means of communication or aid. Thus, the signal towers would serve as a means to convey messages. Yuning altered his previous approach, exploring the surroundings thoroughly. He became well acquainted with the nearby tribes, particularly two that had previously clashed with the Teeth tribe. These two tribes were notably large, even exceeding the size of the 1,000-strong tribe that had ambushed Yuning. Upon analysis, it became evident that the 1,000-strong tribe had likely been expelled by one of these larger factions. The other tribe was even more astonishing, consisting entirely of women, much like Yuning's own tribe. Initially skeptical, Yuning was later shown by Teeth herself. This tribe had only a handful of men, all confined. However, despite being composed entirely of women, their appearances left much to be desired, with some exhibiting primitive traits, perhaps a reflection of their ancestry. It was likely that the few men were captured from elsewhere. Moreover, the remaining tribes were not to be underestimated. One tribe excelled in animal husbandry, with everyone possessing trained beasts, reminiscent of a master beast tradition. Notably, they had even tamed horses, which ignited a sense of envy in Yuning, who had yet to successfully train a single steed. The map of tribes revealed some that needed to be reclaimed, while others required alliances. The aggressive factions must be eradicated. Yuning, having experienced an ambush, would never forget that fateful night, especially the injury of Dagger Girl. He could hardly bear to contemplate the possibility of loss that night, a thought that pierced his heart. While others had their lifelong loves, Yuning's affection was abundant, though perhaps overly so. The signal fire was ignited, with Yuning using hay and dry leaves to contain the blaze, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Chapter 33. The Steed. The return from the hunt is a jubilant feast. In the past, the abundance of game would inspire women to sing and dance in celebration. However, in these times, such revelry no longer accompanies the hunt. Yuning has embarked on his cultural lessons, and today's inaugural class centers on the concept of humanity. He begins by illustrating the figure of a person on his meticulously crafted stone blackboard, using the gesture of an embrace to convey the essence of what it means to be human. He subsequently teaches about the mouth, eyes, nose, ears, hands, feet, and legs. Yuning's expectations are straightforward. There is no need for them to write, as long as they can read and comprehend the meanings. To facilitate their understanding, he demonstrates using himself as an example. This approach is succinct and engaging, capturing the women's interest. Once they grasp the concepts, they will surely learn to apply them in due course. The women pose questions, and Yuning, pleased with their rapid learning, answers queries regarding eyebrows, lips, and other features. Among them, the most creative is the girl with the dagger, who, having recovered well over the past few days, has not participated in labor. Observing Yuning encouraging questions, she poses a profound inquiry. With no alternative, Yuning introduces them to a new word, Diao. The women erupt in laughter, and even Yuning finds it amusing, unsure of how to properly write the word. Today, Yuning forged armor, which he distributed to the stronger among them. He does not differentiate between them. His priority lies in equipping those with greater combat prowess. Under the evening bonfire, Yuning remains industrious, while the women, particularly Shell, seem concerned for his well-being. The women have been discussing this in the cave. Ever since the last surprise attack, Yuning has been busy from the moment he awakens until he sleeps, attending to his tasks with little time for anything else, even neglecting to shave. Often, he eats by the anvil. Yet the women understand that such work is solely within his capability. They can only assist him in minor ways. Every day, they neatly organize the drawings and measurements he creates with rope. Days pass, and the iron ore has been depleted. Relying solely on surface deposits is insufficient, and they currently lack the means for proper mining. A nearby tribe of wild men possesses iron mines, and during their spear hunts, they manage to bring back some ore. But carrying it by hand is not feasible. Yuning contemplates using large timber. If he cannot create a saw, surely he can craft an axe? He begins sketching again, this time envisioning a wheel, for he intends to construct a cart. With the goodwill of the elephants, transporting the cart should not pose a challenge. Master, Teeth excitedly returns, leading a horse by a rope around its neck. Look, Teeth exclaims, thrilled as Yuning has long desired a horse. However, while he admires the newcomer, a sense of trepidation lingers within him. This horse is entirely black, towering above any he has previously encountered. The creature is relatively gentle, often nuzzling against people, and frolicking in the yard when alone. Saddle and stirrups. Yuning muses, but first, he must construct the large cart. In Yuning's mind, a tangle of thoughts swirled, burdened by an overwhelming array of tasks devoid of clarity. However, he learned of a tribe capable of taming beasts, who sought to exchange some baskets for horses. This transaction appeared remarkably advantageous, and without a moment's hesitation, Yuning resolved to proceed. As long as the exchange did not involve ironware, he was inclined to barter. The horses held little value for this tribe, as their stature was notably diminutive. Yuning had once speculated they might be goblins. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these little folk possessed clever ideas and were not so green in appearance. The colossal timber finally proved its worth, despite its massive size. Many sections were riddled with holes, though the wood itself remained sturdy. Yuning's cart was entirely constructed of wood, and lacking the craftsmanship of a carpenter and the knowledge of intricate joinery, he opted to use nails for assembly. Creating circles was not a challenge for a modern individual. Using a spear as a compass, Yuning effortlessly drew a perfect circle. The women practiced diligently on the ground, attempting to replicate his efforts. But without saws and relying solely on axes, their task was undeniably arduous. With the cart completed, Yuning could transport more iron ore in these times. Simply managing to make do was a remarkable achievement. The fierce warrior, Teeth, was ready for action, able to mount without any hindrance, her armor a sight to behold. After mastering their education, the women began practicing their martial skills in the courtyard. They gradually acclimated to the hot springs, which Yuning had previously enjoyed alone, now often finding other women joining him. This was a situation Yuning found hard to resist. At times, he would conquer a new companion by the hot springs, and the news spread like wildfire among the women. Thus, the springs became a favored rendezvous for Yuning and his admirers. Shell, a meticulous woman, had taken it upon herself to lay down fresh soft grass and animal hides for Yuning's comfort. 5 large carts stood neatly in the courtyard, ready for him to test his creations. Regrettably, his craftsmanship was somewhat crude. The massive timber was sufficient for constructing 10 such carts. Yet the imprecision of his axe led to considerable waste. The planks of the cart were not entirely uniform in thickness, although the wheels were indeed round. To prevent the cart from disassembling during the journey, Yuning had reinforced it with iron strips and nails. This curious contraption attracted the attention of onlookers. Shell, being astute, immediately perceived that it was meant to be pushed. To conserve energy, Yuning not only pushed, but also added a pulling harness to the front of the cart. Although the terrain lacked proper roads, much of it was flat, alleviating any concerns about the journey. This time, Yuning intended to accompany Teeth's hunting party, accepting that if the cart were to break down en route, he would take it in stride. Master, Shell exclaimed upon seeing Yuning venture outside after many days, her face radiating joy for him. Before departing, Teeth received a flurry of instructions from Shell, particularly one phrase that resonated with Yuning. This indicated that Teeth intended to take him to soak in the lake waters. Though he did not fully comprehend, he was willing to comply, trusting that the women would not lead him astray. As the grand cart set off, the women alternated between riding and pushing, sometimes unable to resist pulling at the front. Such novelty was irresistible. Even Teeth could not help but sit for a while. The cart. Yuning began to instruct the women, who eagerly absorbed his teachings. However, the purpose of these lessons remained unclear, even as Bei-Ku provided some explanation that Yuning struggled to comprehend. As they journeyed past the camps of other tribes, the wild inhabitants adopted defensive postures, yet Yuning, merely passing through, held no desire to engage them in conflict. It must be noted that the carts were remarkably capacious. Stones held considerable weight for the women. Presently, for carts brimmed with stones, while one remained empty, reserved for future game. Hunting had become exceedingly straightforward. Although the encirclement tactics Yuning taught were still in use, efficiency had surged exponentially. Previously, they captured whatever they could. Now, they specified targets, executing the task with remarkable swiftness and precision. The weight of 6 male deer piled on the cart illustrated its capability. Yuning's heart swelled with joy. For in the past, hunting required each individual to carry their share back, often dragging larger game. Now, with the carts, the abundance of prey was no longer a concern. Chapter 34. Why aren't they having children? In recent months, Yuning had devoted himself to forging, transforming the entire tribe into an armored legion. As he beheld his loyal guards, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, a pressing question nagged at him. Why were these women not becoming pregnant? Since his first intimacy with Bei Ku, he had been with nearly all of them, yet none had conceived. They had agreed to expand their population for strength. But in 4 months, amidst crafting weapons and armor, he had not taken a single day of rest, always envisioning the prospect of growth and proliferation. Was it possible that he and they were incapable of procreation? Yuning had inquired about this with them, and Bei Ku, having learned the most words, was equally perplexed. In the women's lexicon, there existed no terms for father or mother. It was as if they had simply materialized into existence. Bei Ku offered an explanation regarding the lake. Since their awareness of the world began, they had coexisted with its waters. As for their ages, Bei Ku suggested they might be several hundred years old, for the lake possessed the ability to restore one to their original state. Yuning discovered that regular immersion in the lake could indeed rejuvenate him to the time of his arrival. When confronted with the origins of their existence, Yuning was further astonished. All the women recounted the same tale. They first appeared in this world beneath a colossal totem. His own arrival, however, had been vastly different. Emerging amidst cow dung, was it truly plausible to appear from nothing? Yet, he too had come into existence without explanation. Did immortality replace the ability to reproduce? Yuning wrestled with these thoughts, finding them beyond his comprehension. Moreover, this vast continent felt far larger than his own world. The inability to propagate their population would inevitably halt their progress. Even with immortality, they would eventually fall prey to other civilizations. Thus, he realized, a change of strategy was imperative. Seek out tribes that exhibit relative advancements in civilization, colonize them, and have them inform the world. If one cannot be a king, then one must aspire to become a deity upon this land, for deities have the power to create kings. However, gazing at the nearby tribes, Yuning found himself troubled. One tribe consisted entirely of goblins, another was composed of bird-headed beings, and the remaining tribes were a motley assortment of peculiar individuals. It seemed inevitable that they would be rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Shell. Yuning called out the name of his companion. Master, what is it? Shell responded, her capabilities now largely unencumbered by complexity. You are beautiful. The women are all quite lovely. But are there any women as beautiful as you? Yuning hoped that the king he envisioned creating would at least resemble a human being. Does the master desire more women to attend to him? Shell inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. More than 200? Have you finished with them? You all are the master's women. The master requires servants. Yuning expressed in terms that Shell could comprehend. We are the master's women. Shell began to ponder, sensing that the latter part of his statement warranted further interpretation. Master, aside from the women, all others are your servants. While Shell's remark carried emotional weight, it did not address the underlying issue. It appeared that consulting the well-informed Tooth was necessary. Tooth had now learned to ride horses, and after a recent upgrade to her armor, she was quite reluctant to part with it. However, she was likely in the territory of the elephants, having recently gone to assist the tribe in driving away a pack of wild dogs. Master, are we going to the sea? It seemed that Shell was preparing for a trip to the seaside, having not ventured out for quite some time. Yes, after completing the last piece of armor. Yuning also yearned for a moment of leisure. He had recently experienced a sense of accomplishment, as Tooth had led over 100 individuals into conflict with a 1,000-strong tribe over hunting grounds. Remarkably, Tooth had managed to teach others how to conduct themselves using merely half her forces. The disparity in their capabilities was striking. Signal fires dotted the hills. Yet Yuning felt isolated, as though no one understood him. The gathering team now had carts, making their journeys lighter, as their usual routes were not as rugged as those of the hunters. Master, That tribe by the sea is no more. No more? What does that mean? Have they been slaughtered, or have they departed? Yu Ning's curiosity was piqued, for that tribe had been one of his discoveries, seemingly having lived there for quite some time. Dead. Shell called to a group, approximately 70 to 80 individuals accompanying them to gather resources. Dead. That tribe, while not as formidable as my own, was certainly stronger than the primitive tribes of yore, possessing stone tools and obsidian blades. Would the master like to see? Shell knew of Yu Ning's interest, and was more than willing to accompany him. The women had grown increasingly confident in their own strength. Yes, but first, let us have a meal. Yu Ning embraced Shell, lavishing her with fervent kisses. He had inquired about the possibility of pregnancy, and it appeared that Shell was entirely unaware of it, even struggling to comprehend the concept. Nevertheless, Yu Ning had drawn comparisons with animals. For instance, elephants bear young, and wild boars and sheep also produce offspring. Shell and the other women also deliberated on the matter, yet they concluded that humans, at least themselves, would not act in that manner. However, noticing Yu Ning's disappointment, Shell exerted herself that night to please him, though her belly remained unresponsive. It became evident that the coastal tribe had indeed been attacked, and it was clear that the assailants were not beasts, but rather another group of people. The tribe's weapons and provisions had been pillaged, and some of the tribe's people had even been devoured. Although they were not of the same kin, the scene was unsettling. Much like Yu Ning's own tribe, the coastal tribe possessed wall paintings, indicating that they were not only adept at fishing but also excelled in swimming. Among the scattered footprints on the ground, traces of outsiders were discernible. Master, let us depart. The teeth have been examined. Fear not. It appeared that the teeth had been there and deemed no threat. This tribe had constructed numerous shelters from wood, which Yu Ning inspected. Aside from various sea snails and shells, he also discovered some sparkling gems. Yu Ning collected them, particularly one exquisite shell, which he intended to use to replace a shell on Shell's necklace. Is it beautiful? Indeed it is. Understanding Yu Ning's intent, Shell removed the shell from around her neck. The remaining women busily gathered items: coconuts, bird eggs, assorted wild fruits, and shellfish. Just as Yu Ning was fastening the cord around Shell's neck, a large group of individuals wielding beast bones and fish bones approached along the shore. Most of this group bore blue skin and had scales adorning their bodies, exuding an unmistakable aquatic essence. A steady stream of these beings emerged from the water, numbering perhaps a couple of hundred. The women, well trained, formed a cohesive formation without uttering a single word, encircling Yu Ning and Shell. With Shell's arrow released, the two factions immediately clashed. The fish people spoke in a guttural language, relying on their imposing stature to charge forward. In the past, such a confrontation would have been arduous, especially given the fish people's scaled skin, which provided considerable defense. However, in this instance, the dagger maidens surged ahead, swiftly piercing the throat of the fish leader. The fish people were utterly unprepared for the sudden demise of their leader, astonished that such petite women could exhibit such ferocity. In but a single exchange, it was akin to a fully armed warrior unexpectedly invading a bathing house. Before the opponents could even react, a dozen bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The blood that pooled was a striking blue, a sight that unsettled Yu Ning. While the women regarded this group merely as animals, it was evident that they were somewhat intimidated. The initial encounter had clearly illustrated the disparity in strength and revealed the formidable prowess of the women. Seeing the unfolding situation, Shell issued a command, and the dagger maiden charged directly into the throng of fish people. The distinction between the trained and the untrained was palpable. Previously, they had relied solely on agility. But now, through relentless practice and the use of iron weapons, they faced this inferior group with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. The corpses strewn about bore more fish-like characteristics, yet they resembled humans overall. Moreover, it was apparent that their skin and scales were predominantly suited to an aquatic existence. The fish people were driven into the water, some leaping into the sea to escape. Faced with iron spears, they exhibited no capacity for resistance. It remained unclear whether they were human or fish, and whether they were fit for consumption. However, the sight of their blue blood was somewhat unsettling to Yu Ning. One fish person had been disemboweled, and as Yu Ning observed its mouth opening and closing, he noted the absence of nostrils on its face, confirming its piscine nature. Whether such creatures were palatable was uncertain, yet Yu Ning felt compelled to ascertain their potential utility, so he crouched down to examine them. The scales resembled those of ordinary fish, and their teeth were not sharp. After expending considerable effort, he found nothing of use. According to custom, prey should be brought back. Yet neither Yu Ning nor the women had any desire to consume such beings. In fact, Yu Ning had no inclination to take one back for study. The odor it emitted was reminiscent of a dead fish. At least it could be said that he had avenged the coastal tribe. As he rinsed his spear in the seawater, the fishy scent lingering stubbornly. Once the young women had gathered sufficient materials, they began preening themselves. Most adorned themselves with floral wreaths, while some decorated their hair. "Master, fire!" one of them exclaimed. Indeed, there was a fire not far away. Until now, Yu Ning had not encountered a tribe capable of harnessing fire. The women were equally surprised. Although they frequented this area, they had never ventured to the smoke-filled site. The prospect of discovering a tribe that could wield fire thrilled Yu Ning. A group of them jogged towards the source of the smoke, and there it was, a genuine fire. Albeit with no one around. The flames consumed a few piles of wood, seemingly arranged by human hands, yet the surroundings were devoid of any inhabitants. "No." Beiku expressed her disappointment. "Yes, just not here." Yu Ning discerned that the fire pit was merely a sacred offering. He was eager to learn its purpose. "Search," Beiku suggested. However, continuing the search would mean returning home after dark, an unwise venture in the wild. Yu Ning had no intention of taking such risks. "Let's go home." He gently patted Beiku's small head, growing increasingly fond of her. After months of solitude, it was a delight to have someone who understood him. The cart was laden with various items, and although the women had never been to the fire pit area, they had stumbled upon something new. Yu Ning initially mistook it for bamboo, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was sugarcane. Such a misunderstanding was quite normal. In earlier times, the women would have rejoiced at the sight. A fallen stalk could easily serve as a spear. Yet now, with weapons at their disposal, its significance seemed diminished. Yu Ning picked up Beiku's machete and sliced through the lower half of the sugarcane. He took a tentative lick and was met with sweetness. Aside from the honey he had previously been fed, this was the sweetest thing he had encountered. The honey had long been consumed, and his teeth had taken a liking to Yu Ning, providing him with honey and sweet water daily. As he peeled the sugarcane and took a bite, the crisp sound echoed. Beiku, puzzled by his nibbling on the stick, approached, as did the other women, curious to observe. After chewing for a while, Yu Ning spat it out. "Not tasty," Beiku urged, seeing his reaction. "You eat." Yu Ning inserted a stick near the shell's mouth. It was evident that the shell was reluctant, yet she would not defy Yu Ning's intentions. However, upon taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Spit." Yu Ning spat again, then chopped off another piece and loaded it onto the cart. Dozens of sugar canes were crammed into the vehicle, each woman grasping one. They understood that it lacked flavor and would ultimately be discarded, yet they felt deep down that this item should be sweet. It was the presence of their master that rendered it sweet. But what is this sweetness? The shell bounced around Yu Ning, clutching a piece of sugar cane in her palm. Sweet stick. Sugar cane was perplexing. Even if explained, she would not comprehend. So sweet. The shell spoke earnestly, and Yu Ning could discern her sincerity. Is there anything more delicious? Yu Ning could not fathom what could surpass this. Amused and bewildered, he realized he was being teased by a primitive girl. This sweetness. The shell provided a serious reason for her actions before spitting out the sugarcane pulp. The journey back revealed a plethora of fresh discoveries. Yu Ning stumbled upon a patch of land that appeared to be abundant in white crystals. Judging by appearances, it should yield salt, but Yu Ning lacked the knowledge for extraction. He only knew the first step was to boil it. The rest was merely a fleeting impression. As he returned in this direction, he found himself behind a cave. Yu Ning had plans to address the blocked cave, yet this would require enhanced fortifications. The scarcity of people was currently the greatest dilemma, and creating more would take years. Circumventing the mountain where he had established a home, he arrived at the familiar campsite. Indeed, he had returned late. The Teeth's group had already reached home. Nowadays, the hunted prey was no longer a source of pride for the Teeth, as daily bounties held little to boast about. However, should new discoveries arise, the Teeth would take pride in them. Today, the object of admiration remained gemstones. Yu Ning expressed his appreciation for the gifts brought by the Teeth, acknowledging that gemstones served no practical purpose, much like the iron ore that had once been brought back. Encouraging her to explore further, Yu Ning never merely indulged. Presently, he had amassed a considerable collection of gemstones in various hues. Crafting bracelets was out of the question, as the larger stones were impossible to process. However, He had plans for the smaller ones, having gathered 2 full handfuls. Yuning decided to adorn the girls' headbands with some gemstones. The shell recounted her encounter with the fish people, prompting a lively exchange among the women. Yuning unearthed a nugget of gold from the ground. Noticing Yuning's intent to start a fire, the shell grasped his hand and shook her head. Rest, master. I wish to present you with a gift. There is no need for rest. Chapter 36. The Gemstone Legion. The gemstones were categorized by Yuning, as the women seemingly possessed an innate affinity for these beautiful objects, resulting in a substantial collection. Shaping gold would be simpler, and Yuning prepared to set the gemstones into distinct arrangements. He selected rubies, sapphires, and a certain unknown crystal, intending to match them with the gemstones. Fortunately, gold requires no currency. This statement may sound peculiar, yet it is indeed the truth. Yuning commenced the process of melting gold, the rhythmic clinking resonating in the air. Beiku, fearing that Yuning would once again plunge into relentless toil day and night, anxiously sought counsel from other women. The master will be busy for many days. Although Beiku struggled to articulate her thoughts, her meaning was conveyed. Rest assured, the arduous work lies ahead, for this time it is a gift. Yuning stoked the flames vigorously and then removed Beiku's headpiece. Though many of the women were nameless to her, familiarity had bred recognition, particularly in their delineated roles. Yuning adjusted Beiku's headpiece slightly, then gestured with the unknown, multicolored gem. As twilight descended, she anticipated that dawn would reveal even greater beauty. Naturally, Yuning selected the largest gem for her, subsequently crafting a mold from clay. As the base cooled, Yuning successfully completed the first adorned headpiece, resembling more of a crown than merely a decorative piece. This time, an additional step was introduced: polishing and refining. Previously, conditions had been inadequate, but with the advent of iron, numerous tools had been fashioned. How exquisite! Beiku was even more elated than before, joyfully twirling the piece in her hands. Each time Yuning produced something novel, the emotional value for the women's soared, never once rendering him embarrassed. Given its feasibility, Yuning decided to produce in bulk, meticulously pouring the molten gold into the molds, while selecting various gems for different groups. The set for teeth and bones was entirely red, while the women assisting Beiku adorned themselves with vibrant stones, and the gathering team utilized blue gems. Although their hairstyles varied, they all appeared relatively refined. With Yuning's repeated polishing, the entire headpiece radiated an air of opulence. The mural now depicted a narrative, resembling an ancient king crowning a queen, prompting Yuning to ponder whether the ancient truths we perceive might not be entirely factual. It was evident that the women cherished their adornments, as the softness of gold made them apprehensive about deformation, hence they removed them to sleep. Neatly arranged by the bonfire lay the gem-encrusted crowns, nearly dazzling Yuning's gaze. Ever since the teeth triumphed over the 1,000-strong tribe, the demeanor of its people had seemingly transformed. They frequently presented gifts to the teeth's hunting party, whether for occasion or no. The teeth often declined these offerings, deeming them insufficiently rare, accepting only those treasures unfamiliar to them, some of which were rather perplexing, such as the time a frog was brought back. The tribe's activities gradually expanded, and the Teeth's clan now possessed a handful of horses. Cavalry has always necessitated robust productivity. A clan boasting 500 horsemen could be likened to a lord of the land. Yuning fashioned a saw, though it was prone to losing its teeth easily. Nevertheless, it sufficed for producing some planks. In addition to armor for defense against sharp weaponry, primitive people favored stone and wooden sticks. Some tribes even utilized stone hammers and axes. Thus, Yuning resolved to craft a batch of shields from wood. Unlike traditional solid wooden shields, Yuning's were constructed from assembled wooden planks, with a layer of soft wood adorned with numerous nails on the exterior. Subsequently, a layer of hardwood was added to secure the nails, followed by the incorporation of fragmented coconut shells, meticulously arranged like fish scales on the exterior. Finally, the critical areas of the shield were reinforced with iron. To test its durability, Yuning exerted considerable force throughout the afternoon, causing the shells and walnuts to believe he was vexed while crafting. Eventually, the remarkable utility of the shield brought them relief. Yuning, never one to withhold time when it comes to introducing novel concepts, quickly disseminated the term shield throughout the entire tribe. The one who took the most delight in the shield was the Dagger Maiden, who genuinely relished close combat. To cater to her affinity for melee, Yuning reinforced her shield with an additional layer of softwood and wrapped the handle with ample non-slip rope. He demonstrated the techniques, illustrating how to block and defend, and even how to utilize the nails of the shield to inflict harm. Upon receiving her personalized shield, the dagger maiden was overwhelmed with joy. The women surrounded Yuning, cheering, and she even knelt before him in admiration. In the past, such an act would have embarrassed Yuning immensely, but he had since grown accustomed to it, having long since abandoned any sense of shame. The dagger maiden swallowed her pride, seemingly learning from her teeth. Yuning appreciated the sight of the women, fully armed with armor, shields, spears, and daggers, complemented by bows and arrows. If we cannot bear children, we shall colonize others, he declared. We shall be the predators, never the prey. In this society, Yuning bore no psychological burdens or discomfort when it came to killing, for to him, many did not qualify as humans, but merely as animals. The closest tribe of wild men was discovered. They had not been entirely wiped out. A portion of them had sought refuge in the woods, a fact uncovered later when Teeth went to inspect the beacon tower. They recognized Teeth, seemingly conveying tales of misfortune and seeking aid. Teeth led them back to Yuning, where the remains of the three-toed savages were incinerated, some skulls still recognizable. The wild men expressed profound gratitude and soon returned with their kin from the forest, though their numbers had dwindled significantly, leaving only a handful. Despite the wild men's diminished worth, Yuning still extended a gesture of goodwill, allowing them to return to their tribe and providing some sustenance. However, hunting was nearly impossible for them. Teeth required laborers for transporting goods, as did the gathering teams. Thus, the first employment relationship on this continent was established, with only a few remaining. Sharing the daily spoils of hunting and gathering proved sufficient. As a season passed, the population of wild animals surged once more, particularly following the demise of certain tribes, which had diminished their natural adversaries. The map created by Teeth and Yuning expanded significantly, with the southwestern edge meeting the sea, while all other directions stretched into an endless expanse. At least, no terminus had yet been discovered. Matters concerning the ocean were to be set aside for the time being, as they lacked the means to construct vessels. However, considerations for land were underway. To the north of the lake lay an even larger oasis. Recognizing the women's dependency on the lake, Yuning resolved to lead everyone in relocating to this promising site. However, he does not intend to relocate directly. The new home, aside from the somewhat smaller cave, lacks a surrounding wall. Moreover, this place still boasts the murals that Yuning cherishes most. Indeed, it is wiser to construct before moving. After all, one can possess several houses in numerous cities. Yuning felt invigorated and began contemplating the construction of new walls. This time, he resolved to hire a group of workers. With so many wild people around, they could serve as excellent labor. He was determined not to build the walls alone this time. Chapter 37. The blessing of the lake. Yuning also communicated the news of the move. Most of the women expressed their reluctance. Many belongings were accumulated over the past days, particularly the murals and the walls built from stones and bricks. Their lives had undergone a qualitative transformation, and the sudden shift to a new environment devoid of possessions would undoubtedly create a sense of disparity. Nevertheless, Yuning believed that everything would eventually fall into place, especially since he planned to construct a portion before the move. Regarding the hiring of individuals from other tribes, the women expressed their agreement. Currently, the few wild individuals were performing their tasks commendably and were coexisting harmoniously. Yuning understood that the wild individuals were adept at ingratiating themselves, as they were, after all, living under another's roof. However, he trusted in the goodness of the women. They were generally mild-mannered and not adversarial. At times, they even offered assistance to other tribes. Now that they had grown stronger, they possessed both the voice and the capability to aid others. He recalled the first move, where they had nothing but a few jars and animal skins. Now, looking around, there were hundreds of jars for storage, an array of weapons, armor, and various tools. They even had several vehicles, and the quantity of animal skins was 100-fold compared to before. The women indeed cherished their possessions, with some even inquiring whether the brick kiln should be dismantled and transported. The site for the new home was selected by Yuning alongside the women of the Teeth tribe. They had even begun planning where to place various items. However, these considerations were not Yuning's primary focus. He envisioned constructing a city with fortifications. The sheer scale of this concept would surely astonish them. complemented by towering walls and the notion of housing. Yet, these were revelations the women remained unaware of. It was clear that one could not achieve everything at once. So the initial focus would be on building shelters and production tools, gradually integrating other elements. The neighboring tribes, upon witnessing Yuning leading a formidable entourage, were not only filled with trepidation but also took on a defensive stance. Some amicable tribes, however, felt a surge of joy due to their powerful ally. Master, the people here possess bows. The Teeth tribe returned from a distance, bringing astonishing news to Yuning. It appeared they had been ambushed. Yet there were no casualties or losses. Only some bows and arrows were retrieved. The arrowheads were made of stone and fish bone, and judging by the bow's lengths, they appeared sufficiently powerful. Yuning assessed them to be a relatively civilized tribe. Thus far, they were the only tribe known to possess bows and arrows. And they likely had some level of advancement, as the Teeth tribe described a significant movement of trees and grass during their retreat. It was fortunate that they had not pursued. Yuning praised the Teeth, pondering whether this woman was merely fortunate or favored by the heavens. She seldom made erroneous decisions. During a time when their home was besieged by wild men, she returned to assist at the first sight of smoke. When there was no signal agreed upon through such means, the Teeth observed Yuning, awaiting his strategies for the tribe. Yuning cast an arrowhead toward a tree trunk, where it fell to the ground. No conflict. This strength posed no threat. At the very least, they lacked the power to wield bow and arrow. And the arrowhead was not sufficiently sharp. What he required now was manpower, and he noted the climate. The wild grains had begun to sprout once more. There was no true winter here. Yuning realized that he had missed a crucial planting season. Sowing was evidently late by over 10 days. And the days here were particularly long. It appeared that this place experienced only 2 seasons throughout the year. Thus, Yuning found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed with planting. To construct a house, one must measure the land, gather timber, and fabricate bricks and tiles. For the foundation, the soil could only be compacted for the time being. The construction techniques were not mature enough, so the roof could not be overly heavy. A collapse would be fatal. As for the walls, they needed to be reinforced and made more robust. Yuning meticulously planned, believing the soil to be fertile. Despite the climate's peculiarities, it was suitable for cultivation. He envisioned transforming this land into a formidable empire. Following Yuning's mapped-out strategy, the Teeth led her people on horseback around the perimeter, surveying the surrounding tribes and beasts with clarity. It was as if she were asserting a certain sovereignty. At times, this woman exuded a remarkable aura, especially while riding. When Yuning had just fashioned a stirrup for her, she audaciously stood up to perform tricks. Her physique was indeed impressive. Although there were no so-called voluptuous figures in this tribe, she possessed a perfectly proportioned and attractive form. In the past, during military drills, they fought without attire. And the moment one shouted to attack and thrust a spear was a sight to behold. However, now clad in armor, such views were obscured. Nevertheless, if Yuning were to demand training in the nude, one might still catch a glimpse. "My lord, this place is splendid." Beak expressed her desire to accompany Yuning here. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the abundance of resources for hunting and gathering. "Home," Yuning inscribed on the ground, explaining the meaning of home to Beak. To be together as one was to be home. He provided a final clarification, and Beak's communication skills had advanced remarkably. Beak cherished the idea of home. Soon everyone busied themselves with sand, earth, bricks, and timber. It appeared that these women were quite capable, with numerous nearby tribes coming to work for Yuning. Even individuals from the 1,000-strong tribe arrived, with Beak assigning them the task of gathering red earth. The wild men were perplexed, but complied without question. Beak had witnessed the process of brick formation. Though she was still unfamiliar with the procedures, she understood that fire, earth, and wood were indispensable. Indeed, having a larger workforce made a difference, especially with the availability of carts. Previously, Yuning had taken months to gather materials for construction, but today he amassed more than he had in an entire month. After a few days of collecting resources, they would be ready to commence work, with the remuneration for these individuals being pelts from their hunts. Moreover, certain tribes send their labor force solely in search of refuge. While they may not achieve universal submission, they certainly serve as a deterrent to others. The leaders of several neighboring tribes continue to exhibit profound respect, even reverence, towards our side. Naturally, Yuning did not exploit the labor of others without reciprocation. He provided them with kindling and pledged protection. As for resources, there was no need for concern during the night, as these were mere trifles of little use to others. Only Yuning understood their potential for the other tribes. Aside from firewood, these items were worthless. The women, of course, delighted in painting with shells once again, and Yuning reveled in their joy. The distance was not too great. As the former stronghold, Yuning had no intention of completely abandoning the cave. He had decided to invite the Mao people to reside within. In other words, he was asking for assistance in safeguarding the property. And the Mao people were immensely grateful for such a boon. The novelty of shields had not yet worn off. The teeth and bones exhibited a natural talent for combat. And in such a short time, they had gained a rudimentary understanding of shield usage and even devised tactics. Yuning also taught them the rolling knife technique, which he had learned from cartoons in the past, yet he felt it would inspire the women. Chapter 38. The onset of conflict. With the rapid construction of bricks and piles, the new homes soon began to take shape. The laborers from various tribes exhibited remarkable diligence, making Yuning's work unusually effortless. Although their understanding was limited and their movements somewhat clumsy, they spared no effort in physical labor. Some members of the tribes took pride in the honor of working for Yuning. The spoils of hunting were primarily allocated to the laborers, and in recent days, the pressure on the teeth had intensified. Bones were assigned to some of the defensive and gathering tasks. Before long, the base began to take form. With walls sturdier than before, Yuning directly constructed a designated area for lighting fires and even erected a slightly elevated brick arrow tower. Despite the presence of nearby caves, Yuning decided to utilize them solely for continued painting and storage, insisting that people must leave the caves to inhabit the houses. As he oversaw the transportation of bricks, Yuning felt akin to a foreman, with the added burden of being attended to by shells for food and drink. No wonder some aspired to be emperors. Today, the spoils from the teeth would be plentiful, as she had dispatched 4 carts of game back by midday, and it seemed more would follow. Indeed, the primitives were industrious. After completing Yuning's tasks, they engaged in foraging. Some even took to conversing with the women and learning to kindle fires for brickmaking. Yuning turned a blind eye to this, for they were eager to learn. He could not deny them any rewards for their efforts. As long as it did not involve smelting or forging, he was indifferent. Once the city was established, it would not be solely inhabited by their mere 200 individuals. Other tribes would inevitably need to move in, and as long as they maintained absolute military dominance, the specifics of development mattered little. Furthermore, they had recently discovered sulfur. Although Yuning was unaware of the precise proportions for gunpowder, he was willing to experiment. Such a substance would inevitably come to light. When it did, his position would be even more secure. Master, Teeth had slain many others, and Shell hurried over, inquiring with a flurry of words. Master, Teeth has killed numerous people. Shell had already signaled the remaining women to don their armor. Teeth, too, had ventured forth lightly armed, prompting Yuning to summon her equipment. Subsequently, all activities came to a halt. To Yuning's surprise, this band of savages displayed a sense of camaraderie, arming themselves and joining the fray. Some were evidently dispatched to rally reinforcements. In pursuit of greater prey, Teeth seemed to have ventured far, and Yuning followed the horseback maiden for several miles. There, the maiden pointed to a gap in the distant canyon and immediately rushed to assist. It was no wonder that Teeth possessed a talent for combat. Upon being besieged, she retreated into the canyon, where the narrow confines hindered the attackers, allowing Teeth to use her spear to effectively block their advance. Armed lightly, she brought only her bow and spear. When Yuning spotted Teeth, she noticed that both Teeth and several women bore numerous injuries. Change. Yuning signaled the armed women to replace Teeth and her companions, as a cart behind them was laden with sufficient equipment and armor. This band of savages appeared more formidable than any Yuning had previously encountered, particularly with their unusually large heads. They evidently possessed some intelligence, as their clubs were wrapped with the bones of beasts, sharp and sturdy. These women were truly fierce, having single-handedly dispatched hundreds. The ground was littered with the corpses of the savages, while her side had sustained only minor injuries. Initially, she had been somewhat hesitant, but now her bloodthirsty nature began to manifest, and her innate abilities were being awakened. Teeth, don your armor. Yuning also donned her own armor and casually wrapped a cloth around Teeth's arm wound, which appeared to be a mere abrasion, not serious. Master, they are ambushing. Teeth was understandably furious, yet Yuning could see a glimmer of joy in her eyes. The ambush was likely a result of the savage's surprise attack. Yuning lifted her spear and joined the formation. Kill them back. Kill. Suddenly, morale surged, causing the opposing savages to momentarily falter, only to respond with their own roars, evidently having suffered considerable losses. Teeth, now clad in armor and wielding a shield, was on an entirely different level, and the women's fighting prowess escalated dramatically. They had initially retreated over 100 meters within the canyon, but the tide had turned. The savages found themselves questioning their existence as they faced the fully equipped women. Their clubs struck the shields with no effect, and stones merely clinked against the armor. Raise your shields. Strike. The spear technique was one Yu Ning had observed during practice. Simple, direct, and brutal, yet remarkably effective. The shield wall formed by the shields left the savages with no means of attack, while spears thrust out from behind them. Despite the savages' bravery, they were rendered powerless beyond their futile roars of defiance. Yu Ning, leading her forces on the right flank, charged forward, quickly transforming the narrow canyon into a graveyard, where the bones of the fallen were mercilessly dispatched. At the end of the canyon, a vast expanse unfolded before them. Although the wild men were retreating, Yu Ning had no intention of pursuing them relentlessly. The world beyond the canyon was too immense. If one were to describe the scene before him, it could only be characterized as magnificent. A colossal tree stood like a giant umbrella, while wild beasts and fleeing wild men scattered in every direction. Despite their defeat, they quickly regrouped in the distance. The leader of the wild men stood beneath the great tree, seemingly intent on defending their territory. Stop! Yu Ning signaled for the pursuit to cease, and the two factions faced each other at the mouth of the canyon. Beside the wild leader, a feathered figure adorned in bones began observing Yu Ning. This individual was likely a priest or shaman, as it was evident that this tribe was devoted to protecting their land while simultaneously evading the outside world. Nevertheless, their tribe appeared formidable. They must have discovered this place through the teeth of their hunts, perceiving the teeth as a threat, which led to the current conflict. The wild men suffered significant losses in this battle. It seemed a grudge had been formed. However, annihilating such a tribe served little purpose. Yet, the language barrier rendered conflict resolution exceedingly difficult. Surrounded by dense forests, the tribe was anchored by the towering tree, while other trees flourished around it. Furthermore, it appeared the wild men coexisted harmoniously with the animals. Master, shall we kill? The teeth, stained with blood, scanned her body, relieved to find only minor scrapes. Do not kill. They protect their home, just like us. Shell was the first to understand, finding her reasoning sound. The teeth began to recall that her initial curiosity had drawn her into this situation while pursuing game, only to be ambushed. The wild men opposite them regrouped, lacking formation yet clearly determined to defend their territory. Alarmingly, there were even young wild men among them. This approach would be futile. The area was excessively damp and lacked sufficient sunlight, not aligning with Yu Ning's expectations of a territory. Yu Ning began fervently to create fire, and the women recognized his intent. This was reminiscent of the first day they met their master, for fire had conquered them. As the sparks ignited, Yu Ning nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Emerging from the crowd, a burning branch in his hand instilled immense fear within the wild men. Chapter 39. The Miracle of Flames. Yu Ning raised the torch high. In daylight, its glow was hardly noticeable, yet this small flame brought the wild men to their knees. The first to kneel was the feathered priest, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. Yu Ning understood that if he were to discard the torch, the lush forest surrounding them would instantly become a sea of flames. The wild men's fear of fire ran deep within their bones, and Yu Ning seemed to wield the power of divine retribution. Speak, and let me see if I can understand. Though Yu Ning was aware that comprehension was unlikely, at least they were now willing to communicate. The priest crawled toward Yu Ning, his eyes brimming with worshipful fervor, continuously imploring him to extinguish the flames in a tongue that was unintelligible to Yu Ning. However, Yu Ning did not acquiesce to his request. He could not guarantee what the wild men would do if the torch were extinguished. Teeth and shells ignited the torches, and this group of individuals who casually wielded flames instilled a sense of divine retribution and fear within the hearts of the savages. They recoiled in terror, yet dared not flee. Let us return. Take one with us, Yu Ning suggested, pointing to a diminutive savage who appeared to be a child. The women continuously pleaded, while the priest sternly admonished, and the men sought to console the women. The young savage remained silent, merely glancing back at the priest. I shall not harm him, so why do you weep? Yu Ning intended to teach the child some words for future communication. Curiously, this primitive tribe seemed to abstain from meat. Their diet comprised predominantly of plant-based foods. This was discovered when it became apparent that the young savage only consumed fruits. Shell was perplexed, having prepared meat for the wild child. Observations of the wild animals in the canyon revealed that they coexisted without fear of the savages, even seeking their protection in times of threat. Moreover, the canyon was home to predominantly docile animals, with no sign of carnivorous creatures. Teach him to speak. Shell suddenly accepted this inexplicable task. Though she did not fully comprehend it, she resolved to comply. Yuning's actions were never misguided. The first order of business for the women was to bathe in the lake, and Yuning, nursing slight wounds, joined them. Nearby, a pride of lions had long been driven away, while wild dogs led a life of submission. This conflict enlightened Yuning. The tribe under his influence had progressed, while those beyond remained entrenched in barbarism. The young savage did not disappoint Yuning, having learned much, yet Yuning's hope was for him to grasp his own language. A herd of elephants also arrived to bathe, and it seemed these young elephants had grown considerably, some forming a particular bond with Yuning. Having relocated, Yuning was now closer to the elephant herd, fostering a stronger future relationship. The leader of the elephants was a robust bull, marked by scars on its tusks and missing parts of its ears, a clear testament to its battles and trials as a leader. Regardless of bathing or feeding, this elephant stood sentinel, only partaking in its meal after ensuring the herd was well fed. Such qualities were rare among other animals, especially carnivores, who typically indulged themselves before allowing their kin to eat. Yuning admired the elephant, and it appeared the leader held a similar regard for him. Their herd had known the women for many years, indicating past assistance rendered to them. Yet now, the women had grown strong, thanks to the man before them. Yuning named the elephant Mammoth, though the women misunderstood the name, often rendering it as Mungba. However, the elephant seemed pleased with this moniker and responded to it. Yuning picked a few wild fruits and approached to feed it. Despite the language barrier, he engaged in conversation, praising its beauty and strength. Moreover, there is a desire to find an opportunity one day to repair the broken tooth on the right with metal. The accompanying wildlings returned to their tasks, showing little interest in bathing. Some even held a disdain for the lake's waters. Nevertheless, they held the recent skirmish in high regard. Bichelle conveyed some sentiments, and most of the wildlings expressed admiration for the formidable strength displayed by her and Yuning, considering themselves fortunate to be under the protection of such a tribe. The Maorin tribe now diligently oversees Yuning's former camp, safeguarding the murals and remaining possessions while having learned the art of cleanliness. They also take it upon themselves to collect and categorize ores for Yuning. Although this tribe had nearly faced extinction, it has now flourished with wisdom and tools. The surviving Maorin have a new leader, whom Yuning refers to as Taishan. In contrast to the legendary Tarzan, this Taishan is a genuine wild man, albeit lacking the latter's handsomeness. Yet, he is remarkably steady in his actions and strictly adheres to the instructions given by Yuning and Bichelle. Where to reside? Bichelle found herself somewhat perplexed, uncertain of where home truly lay, as she preferred the previous cave. Moving to a new home presents an unfamiliar environment, signifying a fresh start. Yuning understood that Bichelle could only comprehend the notion of going to a new home, while she had her preferences. It was the presence of Yuning that truly attracted the women. Initially, Yuning had separated the tribe's dwellings. Yet many women found themselves rushing over in the middle of the night, not merely out of concern, but with an unmistakable longing for Yuning. Just one night had rendered them restless. Notably, the one who stayed behind, Bones, hurried over at the break of dawn, the dew on her body indicating she had set out before dawn. Currently, over 30 new houses had been constructed, though the doors were yet to be installed. Still, they provided sufficient shelter from the wind and rain. The women were assigned to the houses, with the exception of those on night patrol, sharing rooms of 3 or 4. Several bonfires were lit outside. Some members of other tribes returned home, while others chose to stay nearby. One tribe's members remained active even into the night. Yuning observed that they appeared somewhat blind by day, but were notably more lively at night. Though diminutive in stature, they excelled at brickmaking. Particularly skilled in excavating mud and transporting materials, they may not seem imposing, yet their strength was considerable. Master. This was the leader of the nocturnal tribe, to whom Yuning had not given a name. However, she recognized his ears and sharp claws. He did not understand speech, resembling a robust giant mole. And Yuning nodded in acknowledgement, offering them some food for their nighttime sustenance. This giant mole produced a wooden stake and, with both mouth and claws, managed to gnaw out a miniature Yuning in no time. Although lacking distinct facial features, the likeness was strikingly accurate. Regrettably, he could not comprehend Yuning's words. Otherwise, she would have affectionately called him master. It seemed this giant mole was eager to convey its skill to Yuning. In the future, sculpting might be within reach, and they could potentially assist in crafting molds or even creating intricate items. A few patrolling maidens happened to pass by and observed Yuning conversing with the great mole. Master. The women instantly recognized the wooden sculpture, eagerly passing it around for admiration. Among these 4 maidens, Yuning was familiar with one, whom he called Pearl. The resemblance was uncanny. As Yuning placed his head beside the statue, it was evident that their physiques were strikingly similar. The women immediately leveled their long spears at the great mole, their eyes ablaze with fury. The great moles were nearly terrified, nearly becoming pincushions due to the women's wrath. The maidens explained to Yuning that some tribes used statues to curse others, and sometimes such curses proved effective. Naturally, Yuning was skeptical, but the great mole had no such intentions. If Yuning had not been present, the maidens might have skewered it for roasting. To Yuning's amusement, the great mole had left a trail of urine along its path. This tribe had initially befriended the teeth due to their adeptness in excavation and lumbering, akin to beavers. He could hardly blame the women. Their intentions were well-meaning. With nothing pressing to do, Yuning joined the maidens on their patrol. Ever since the last ambush in the canyon, Teeth and Bones had agreed that anyone patrolling outdoors must don armor. Today marked the first implementation of this decree. What was intended as an exhilarating wilderness adventure turned into a cumbersome affair due to the foolish armor Yuning had designed, which was a struggle to don and doff without assistance. As dark clouds gathered, lightning forked across the sky, prompting Yuning to cover his ears. The thunderclaps startled the maidens, who were astonished by Yuning's foresight in shielding himself. This bit of praise brought him no joy. He felt like a fool engaging in folly alongside even greater fools. There was a chance of rain. While most thunder was devoid of accompanying raindrops, Yuning remained untroubled. His current abode boasted an excellent waterproof roof, and even the fire pit was topped with a brick canopy. Moreover, drainage channels surrounded the house, and if all else failed, they could retreat to the cave, which, though larger, lacked hot springs. Shell summoned everyone, indicating that they were to deliberate once more on the creation of new murals. Bone had deliberately slaughtered a ram for this occasion, yet no one followed the tradition of pressing blood handprints upon the wall. This initiative was Yuning's, and he would not decline. In the designated center of the mural, the women left a space for Yuning, ensuring he had a prominent position. As the bonfire blazed, the women began to dance around the flames. Yuning joined in, aware that his dancing might lack grace, yet he reveled in the shared joy. The maidens, witnessing his enthusiastic participation for the first time, cheered and applauded him. Oh, how easily men could become lost in such adoration. The women's fervor for him made him feel proud to the point of forgetting himself. He brandished 2 torches, shouting and roaring within the cave. To the rhythm of song and dance, Shell recorded the day's events, her artistic skills becoming increasingly refined, with her color palettes growing ever more harmonious. Particularly, her depictions of house construction were becoming exquisite. This marks an epic-making record. Within the cavern, the first instance recorded is fire, while here it pertains to the dwelling. Inside the cave, a fervent celebration ensues, resonating with the jubilant shouts and cheers of women and Yuning, echoing throughout the valley, in stark contrast to the scene outside. At the mouth of the cave, Yuning brandishes a torch, grinning widely as he dances exuberantly. The tribe outside has always harbored a fear of fire, and now they are further convinced of Yuning's prowess. Even formidable foes, akin to Teeth and Bones, exhibit docility in his presence. The fierce leader plans to lead his kin to distant lands, though Yuning perceives little change in the seasons, pondering why these elephants must migrate. Through various inquiries, he has learned that the elephants consume a food resembling bamboo shoots, and if they cease to eat it, they quickly suffer from digestive ailments. Thus, whenever the local food supply shifts, they migrate elsewhere in search of sustenance. Yuning initially aspired to forge a solid alliance with the elephants, recognizing that his group consists primarily of women, and conflict is necessary for adversaries to grasp true strength. However, the elephants require no movement to serve as a formidable deterrent. Yuning has even allocated a space for them in his urban planning. Yet, the peculiar plant has thwarted his ambitions, piquing his curiosity. Although he cannot claim to be a gardener or botanist, he does possess a few potted flowers at home. Perhaps he could cultivate this plant in plots for the elephants, enabling them to enjoy a bountiful harvest of shoots. Yet, the nature of this plant remains a mystery to Yu Ning. Teeth is willing to guide him to examine it, prompting Yu Ning to request that Shell ask the elephants to linger a few more days. The search for this elusive plant proves to be quite arduous. The elephants consume every bit of food, leaving no trace of the shoots. After traversing several miles without finding even a single strand, Yu Ning is utterly disheartened, realizing that his Grand Alliance plan has crumbled due to this wretched shoot. Master! Master! The call of Teeth echoes from nearby, suggesting a discovery, and Yu Ning rushes over. Recognizing the importance of retaining the elephants, setting aside other concerns, even the physical labor aspect is paramount. One elephant can accomplish the work of several men. Teeth presents Yu Ning with an object that elicits both laughter and bewilderment. Is this not merely a larger variant of a golden needle mushroom? In his quest for shoots, Yu Ning had considered various types, from bamboo shoots to asparagus, yet this is what he uncovers. In truth, as long as the root remains intact and conditions of moisture or warmth are appropriate, it can proliferate infinitely. Suddenly, clarity dawns upon him. Such mushrooms are abundant in the vicinity. Once the elephants tread upon the ground, they would surely hinder the growth for a time. However, artificial cultivation presents a different scenario. Moreover, this item is not a staple food. Rather, it serves as a supplementary nourishment. The elephants are peculiar indeed. This mushroom, touted for its ability to be seen again tomorrow, proves to be indigestible for them. Yet, for Yu Ning, it becomes a digestive aid. He resolves to excavate some to bring back for cultivation, ensuring that when the elephants return, he will be prepared with a solution. At the very least, it may reduce their need for constant migration, despite the rarity of their natural enemies. However, the constant migration is fraught with peril. For Ning, the cultivation of crops has always been a meticulously planned endeavor. Yet, the grain has yet to be sown, primarily due to the inability to discern the local climate. Nevertheless, the cultivation of golden needle mushrooms is straightforward to an almost simplistic degree. As for the elephants, if they must be accommodated, then let them be for the time being. After all, this situation is unlikely to persist for long. Regarding large-scale cultivation, we must wait a few days, as mushrooms thrive in warm, humid, and shaded environments, which seem to be found only in the nearby woods. This forest was once the domain of the Mao people, and it appears they shall soon have new endeavors ahead of them, which is preferable to languishing idly in caves. Without delay, Ning swiftly organized a team. With construction underway, hunting could not cease. Others began to excavate the soil essential for mushroom cultivation. This soil contains the mycelium, the very essence from which all mushrooms derive. If we transport it back, theoretically, we could witness an endless bounty in the days to come. As soon as Ning issued the command, Yaji released an arrow skyward, its tip adorned with a whistle, an idea Ning had whimsically concocted days prior. A single arrow piercing the clouds, summoning countless troops to converge. Although Yaji did not comprehend the significance, it certainly sounded impressive. Chapter 41. The young girl who cultivates mushrooms. Ning carried a substantial amount of mushroom cultivating soil, while Yaji and Bei Ku conveyed Ning's intentions to the elephants. It seemed Ming Ba trusted Ning, yet he would never gamble the lives of his herd. They agreed to return in a fortnight to witness Ning's progress. Something felt amiss. Yaji and Bei Ku communicated with the elephants almost seamlessly, relying solely on verbal language rather than a combination of words and gestures. Even more astonishing, the leader of the Ming Ba tribe responded merely with a glance or the occasional flap of an ear. Bei Ku, tell me, how do you comprehend what Ming Ba is saying? Ming Ba can nod or shake his head. Bei Ku responded with apparent normalcy. Then how does he understand your exchanges with Yaji? It can't possibly be through nodding and shaking. The Ming Ba tribe possesses the ability to understand all languages, including that of their master. Upon hearing this, Ning was taken aback. No wonder Ming Ba always seemed to comprehend. They can discern the thoughts of others. This is their innate gift. This is utterly excessive. Why bestow such a gift upon an elephant? They can perceive anyone's thoughts? Suddenly, Ning recalled a moment of embarrassment when he had entertained thoughts of intimacy in the presence of the elephants. How mortifying it was to feel exposed before them. Not all creatures possess this ability. Birds and aquatic life do not. The Ming Ba tribe reigns as the deities of the land. Beiku's words began to make sense. It was no wonder the elephants roamed freely. Indeed, they possessed something extraordinary within them. It seems that Meng Ba has already sensed Ning's aspirations to cultivate golden needle mushrooms, explaining their unwavering trust in him. He had even envisioned vast fields of golden needle mushrooms in his mind, likely perceived by Meng Ba as well. In this place, one might call it civilization, yet they do not know the use of fire. No one is even willing to wear pants. If one were to deem this place backward, one might question the nature of their telepathic abilities. Fortunately, I have never harbored any ill thoughts towards the elephant clan. From the outset, I approached them as allies. Had there been even a hint of malice, I fear the elephants would have turned against me. By the way, I have been meaning to present them with a gift. Yu Ning ignited a crucible, indicating that Meng Ba could wait for a day, or perhaps half a day would suffice. It appeared that Meng Ba's teeth had been damaged in battle, and upon first encountering him, Yu Ning had wished to mend them. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Yu Ning sought out the finest ore to purify, subsequently melting it into iron. Meng Ba had lost approximately a dozen centimeters of his most formidable and sharpest teeth. Yu Ning indeed regarded him as a friend, and Meng Ba might have been aware of Yu Ning's intentions to repair his teeth. At last, a sharp steel dental prosthesis was crafted. Yu Ning drilled small holes into Meng Ba's teeth and affixed the iron dental cap securely. From ancient times to the present, you may be considered the first elephant to don braces, nay, the first of your kind. Meng Ba expressed great satisfaction with this gift, promptly uprooting several large trees to offer Yu Ning for building a shelter. Compared to the other elephants in the herd, Meng Ba was significantly larger and stronger. I wondered about his age. It occurred to me that elephants, like young maidens, seem to defy the passage of time. I pondered whether the places they migrated to still possessed such lakes. Meng Ba shook his head, indicating otherwise. Then, if I succeed in cultivating these, and you bathe in the lake daily, will you not retain your youth like the women? Meng Ba nodded vigorously, revealing his delight, excitement, and gratitude. Rest assured, you may return to check on your progress in a fortnight. As soon as Yu Ning finished his thought, Meng Ba nodded in agreement. It appeared that Meng Ba had been privy to many of my thoughts all along. His nods and shakes had always been a dialogue with himself, of which I had been oblivious. The women, too, wished for the elephants to remain, for the bond between the elephant clan and the women had deepened over the ages. Knowing that their master could find a way to keep the elephants, the women exerted themselves diligently. Armed with tools, they led the hairy folk to cultivate vast fields of mushrooms in the damp corners of the forest. Although the women were unaware of the master's reasoning behind burying the soil, their long-standing trust convinced them of its purpose. Since Yu Ning's arrival, every action he undertook yielded bountiful rewards. The wisdom behind each endeavor might require them to accumulate and ponder for many years. To Yu Ning's astonishment, within just 2 days, the mushrooms had begun to sprout. The hairy chief brought a golden needle mushroom, as thick as a finger, to the new camp. Shell recognized it immediately as a delicacy favored by elephants. Having just returned from a hunt, she nodded in confirmation and took a bite. Upon biting down, the lid was dislodged, causing Yu Ning to wince slightly. Bamboo shoots, golden needle mushrooms. Yu Ning quickly corrected himself, suggesting that this substance might indeed be edible. He took a bite and found the mushroom to be exceptionally crisp and delightful in flavor. Could it not serve as an additional dish in a stew? Perhaps he should cultivate more, allowing himself to partake in this long-missed taste. Mushrooms, being a type of fungi, thrive rapidly when the temperature and humidity are suitable. The elephants, after their heavy trampling, could benefit from a collection of these mushrooms, which would then proliferate endlessly. It is worth noting that among fungi, mushrooms are notorious for their spore release, showcasing an alarming capacity for reproduction. Walnut, an expert in this regard, found that the work of collection had shifted towards a lighter task, focusing more on fruit gathering and animal husbandry. The population of sheep had increased significantly, with several reproducing, though they had yet to achieve true pasture grazing, remaining in enclosures instead. Recently, Yu Ning had not ventured to the seaside, but news from the mountain indicated that the tribe with the fish scale markings had resurfaced. Yu Ning was uncertain whether this constituted an act of revenge or an expansion of their territory. Nonetheless, it was evident that this tribe engaged in slaughter and consumed their adversaries. With the exception of the group guarding the ancient tree in the valley, Teeth had visited that tribe several times recently, although there was no direct conflict. He sensed a lingering hostility. The child he brought back was remarkably gentle, subsisting solely on vegetables and fruits, though he did indulge in mushrooms. Bichel diligently educated him, initially restraining him with a cord around his neck, but Yuning later deemed it inappropriate and released him. Bichel was kind-hearted, yet when it came to outsiders, she shared Yuning's perspective, failing to regard them as equals. The elephants, however, seemed to hold a special place in the hearts of the women, akin to that of humans. The women engaged in gathering alongside the Maurin, and soon mushrooms began to flourish in abundance, with many spoiling in the ground before they could be consumed. Yuning instructed them on drying the mushrooms. The yield from cultivation was proving to be far greater and more stable than that from foraging, and it was certainly safer. In no time, the women had transformed into adept mushroom cultivators. Yuning, meanwhile, eagerly awaited the arrival of grains, having not tasted rice or noodles in quite some time. Chapter 42. The cries from the valley. The departure of the elephant herd would likely extend over several days. However, Yuning did not remain idle. He expanded the cultivation of mushrooms and further developed the town. The wild tribes, too, had begun to inhabit their newly established dwellings. Although lacking flush toilets and running water, the town had taken shape. While glass was absent, Yuning was aware that glass could be produced from sand and stone, although he lacked the necessary skill to create it. In addition to sheep and deer, Yuning had also begun to raise fish. The naturally formed pit, combined with water channels, allowed for the collection of freshwater fish, which the women began to catch and nurture. Wild dogs started to approach Yuning's town, with some daring enough to venture in search of food. To mitigate potential conflicts with tribes, Yuning designated specific areas for the wild dogs. With the exception of the mole people, all resided in wooden houses near water sources, while the other tribes were amenable to brick and tile homes. However, the valley had recently become unsettled. Yuning initially intended to lead a group to the seaside for a purge. Yet, the valley is perpetually filled with the echoes of weeping. The wild child now possesses a considerable vocabulary, even pointing towards the valley to express sorrow. It seems they have encountered some extraordinary predicament. But Yuning is torn between the decision to assist or abstain. Yazi is unable to contain her emotions. Although Yuning has instructed her not to engage these individuals, it does not preclude her from patrolling the area. In the eyes of the women, any land trodden by Yuning rightfully belongs to him. Yazi has returned bearing news that the tribe has been ambushed. Yuning recalls the scene in the valley, where Yazi, unarmored, found herself trapped in the gorge. It is difficult to conceive of any nearby tribe capable of defeating them, especially since the fierce ones have distanced themselves with their herd of elephants. Logically, this tribe should be the mightiest in the vicinity. Furthermore, Yazi relayed that their assailants indeed possessed an advantageous armament, specifically formidable obsidian and a multitude of beasts. However, it appears that the attackers have also suffered considerable losses. Naturally, Yazi is eager to engage, yet Yuning discourages her from taking risks. Master, they have been stealthily slain for 3 days. Should we intervene? Though Beiku's suggestion is somewhat lacking, Yuning comprehends her intent. It is perilous to venture forth on their behalf. Yuning contemplates that the enemy lurks in shadows while he remains in the light, yet he doubts Beiku would grasp this notion. Moreover, these individuals have never shown signs of submission, and Yuning is reluctant to jeopardize himself for other tribes. Additionally, that tribe lies far from the lake, and he dreads the thought of the women sustaining injuries. Help! Help! The wild child persistently trails behind Beiku, pleading for assistance. Tell this wild child to return and inquire whether they are willing to come reside with us. Yuning merely wishes to test the waters, surmising that the wild folk would be loath to abandon their grand trees. This tribe resembles the avatars, albeit lacking in wisdom and considerably more primitive. Unless they are amenable to submission, Yuning will not intervene. Presently, numerous structures are under construction, with the walls merely encircled by sticks. The wild child seems to have understood, scampering back with alacrity. Yuning, concerned for its safety along the way, deliberately instructs Yazi to accompany it. Such tribes frequently engage in conflict due to misunderstandings. Sometimes, it could stem from a tree, a stone, or even a mere glance interpreted as provocation. Should this child perish at Yuning's hands, it could foster enmity. The Walnut tribe has also brought news from the seaside. The group adorned with scales is growing increasingly audacious, sometimes straying from the coastline to wreak havoc. To the east, matters are even more vexing for Yuning, as the animals there have succumbed to a plague, with groups of them dying sporadically. Yuning finds himself powerless against the epidemic. uncertain if the lake's waters could provide any remedy. Thus, he has outright prohibited hunting in the eastern region, wary of the eastern beasts encroaching upon their territory. He has finally come to realize that leading a large tribe is a far cry from guiding a group of over 200 intelligent women. In contrast to these primitive folk, the women are astute, eager to learn, and possess great execution capabilities. These wild individuals may venture forth to engage in frivolities, such as playing in a mud pit for an entire day, consequently neglecting their responsibilities. After a full 2 days, news finally emerged from the valley. The leader of the great tree had been ambushed. Though he survived, he sustained significant injuries. Ultimately, the wild boy persuaded the leader, and they resolved to relocate. While moving out was a straightforward endeavor, reclaiming their former home was a daunting task. This tribe had never been subdued by force or fire, and Yuning was uncertain of their desires. Master, eat. Shell had roasted venison and prepared fish soup. Clearly, it was not yet mealtime. How do you know I am hungry? Yuning inquired. Your stomach rumbles. Shell pointed at Yuning's belly. The idea of consuming animals was utterly unacceptable to the wild men living beneath the great tree, for they revered nature and had always adhered to a vegetarian diet. Let them inhabit the woods over there. Yuning found himself compelled to devise a new plan. Guiding this group of wild men out of the forest would not be accomplished in just a day or two. Yuning had not anticipated that another tribe of wild men would emerge from the valley that very afternoon. They appeared to be somewhat more advanced, wielding sharp stone tools, obsidian spears, and even war drums. Teeth. It seemed that Teeth could no longer contain herself. A duel was evidently imminent. Such occurrences were rare in Yuning's experience. Aside from ambushes, most tribes would charge forth en masse upon encountering one another, rarely employing strategy. The idea that the opposing tribe desired a one-on-one confrontation was astonishing. Yuning had confidence in Teeth, yet he preferred that they resolve their conflict independently. Should they falter, he would then allow Teeth to join the fray. The leader of the great tree tribe, injured, sent forth a towering wild man, equipped with a wooden cabinet and a rope tied to a stone. This bore a striking resemblance to the dog hammer Yuning had invented. The great tree tribe possessed no true weaponry, relying primarily on blunt instruments akin to hammers. Likely due to their aversion to killing animals, Yuning rarely engaged as an observer, and Teeth could not fathom why she was being held back. In her eyes, aside from Yuning, she was virtually invincible. Tensions escalated as the giant of the great tree tribe swung the stone ball with great force, his robust arm creating a resonant whoosh. His opponent, a pale-skinned wild man, perhaps smeared with some sort of sap, brandished 2 daggers, fleeing from the onslaught of the giant's stone ball. Although the giant seemed to possess the upper hand, the exertion was taking a toll on him. His impressive physique, unaccustomed to a meatless diet, struggled to maintain stamina. Despite the pale-skinned wild man's evasive maneuvers, it was clear he was preparing to counterattack. Teeth. Who will prevail? The big guy? Teeth declared without hesitation. Incorrect. Yuning swiftly stuffed a peeled banana into her mouth. The little one is clever. Fighting requires wit. When the big guy tires, he will surely lose. Before Yuning could finish speaking, the giant of the great tree tribe was struck several times, unable to land a blow on the agile pale-skinned wild man. The wild boy cheered from the sidelines, and the great tree tribe rallied in support of their warrior. As the warrior fell to the ground, the great tree tribe let out the mournful cries that had echoed throughout these past few days. It seemed they had been enduring this torment continuously. Teeth, now enlightened by the tactics of the green-skinned wild men, felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 43. Cheating. The greatest advantage of the green-skinned wild men lay in their mobility and agility. While their movements may not have been swifter than Teeth's, they excelled in this regard. Upon seeing Teeth armed with a spear, Yuning instinctively reached out to restrain her. Put on your armor. Teeth felt it unnecessary, but Yuning insisted. She was determined not to see her underestimate the foe, nor did she wish for her to be harmed. The green-skinned wild man bellowed as if invincible, and Yuning whispered softly to Shell. The green-skinned wild man was also protected, adorned with leather armor that shielded many vital areas. This tribe appeared exceptionally skilled in combat. Following Yuning's instruction, Shell retrieved a bow and arrows. Shoot. Teeth had not anticipated Yuning's suggestion. Yes, let him come to you. Yuning understood that chasing someone around such a vast arena would be exhausting. With the bow and arrows in hand, Teeth would not have to pursue. Ning was eager to see whether the arrow would fly faster than the green-skinned wild man could run. Master, Teeth will win, Shell expressed her confidence, buoyed by their recent victories. The green-skinned wild man indeed employed that very tactic, and Teeth, obediently, prepared to draw her bow. The bow and arrows were a novel sight to the green-skinned wild man, who halted in his tracks, seemingly assessing Teeth. Shell, instruct everyone to don their armor, Ning commanded before preparing to arm herself. Teeth fully drew the bow and let an arrow fly. The green-skinned wild man, caught off guard, hastily dodged but still sustained a scratch on his shoulder. Without hesitation, Teeth knocked another arrow, ready to shoot once more. The green-skinned wild man had lost the confidence he previously held, his demeanor now anxious as he moved erratically to evade the arrows aimed at him. Teeth began to comprehend Ning's intentions, focusing intently on the green-skinned wild man. The war drums thundered, rallying support for the green-skinned tribe, with suggestions echoing amongst them. Another arrow was loosed. The green-skinned wild man evaded, yet it was evident that he was not at ease. Teeth's archery skills proved exceptional, as she swiftly knocked another arrow. The green-skinned wild man began to panic, realizing that behind Teeth lay a quiver filled with numerous arrows, and he doubted his ability to evade them all. After narrowly avoiding Teeth's shot, he recklessly charged forward. Clearly, this was a grave miscalculation. A dagger against a spear was tantamount to courting death. The entire green-skinned tribe immediately armed themselves, and Ning anticipated this move. As Teeth advanced, she struck the green-skinned wild man twice, only to be surprised by a throng of warriors rushing towards her. She had not expected such a blatant disregard for martial ethics. With a command from Ning, the fully equipped women surged into battle. The great tree tribe witnessed their prowess. Against the green-skinned tribe, the women showed no mercy. Their laughable stone weapons could not even breach the defenses of wooden shields, let alone iron armor. Over 100 women, fully armed, marched in formation. The mere sound of synchronized footsteps exudes the dignity of an army. The wildlings have never witnessed such an imposing display. The green-skinned savages attempted a charge, yet they could not even breach the formation. With a whistle, Ning signaled, and the path back through the valley, laden with walnuts and bones, was already obstructed by another group. A horde of untamed ruffians, attempting to engage in tactics against Ning. His maneuvers seemed to anticipate every escape route of the green-skinned savages. The women shifted their formation, encircling from the front and rear, suddenly transforming into two massive fan shapes. Two gaps emerged, one flanked by Ning's remaining tribe, and the other by the Great Tree tribe. These raucous wildlings could scarcely fathom such a predicament. Ning loosed an arrow, striking their war drums. The clash of daggers against shields, spears, and armor. From the outset, they possessed no chance of victory. That evening, Ning imparted a two-character vocabulary to the women, pride. It was their first encounter with a term that could convey both positive and negative connotations. The rampant behavior of the green-skinned savages embodied a certain pride, while the women and their sharp teeth felt invincible, which was also a form of pride. Shell continued to teach diligently, yet today she was still grappling with the meaning of the word herself. Ning's foresight prompted a meeting among the Great Tree tribe, where they sat solemnly together. The priest, adorned in bones, rambled on with fervor. The cave's murals now featured an additional depiction of battle, with Shell consistently demonstrating her stable artistic skills, illustrating the encirclement vividly. Ning often called upon a woman named Rabbit Tooth, who today had made a deliberate effort to adorn herself, seemingly preparing to offer herself. Whenever a courageous woman stepped forward, the others would encourage her, with experienced women gathering around to provide guidance. However, their teachings were often laced with flirtatious giggles, which caused Ning to feel a twinge of social anxiety each time. His dwelling was centrally located within the settlement, being the largest and most robust structure. The entrance faced a towering bonfire, ignited daily by the surrounding flames. Master, Rabbit Tooth truly is Rabbit Tooth. Ning had initially bestowed this name upon her due to her endearing buck teeth. Come sit. Now, they lived a prosperous life, with beds of hay and animal hides, along with tidy homes. Ning gazed at Rabbit Tooth, adorned with flowers, as he caressed her long hair. Pride. Aye, she declared, aptly using the word. Each time the women exited Ning's chamber, they bore a sense of pride. How splendid it was in primitive society. Jealousy was a rare occurrence. They even exchanged blessings and encouragement with one another. Of course, in moments of idleness, they shared experiences, even communicating through playful calls. "Do you like the master?" Yuning would often inquire. This confirmation held no substantial meaning, yet it represented his respect for them. "Like," was the response he consistently received, with the astute occasionally adding "like very much" or "like extremely." This brought Yuning solace. After more than 100 days, he had finally taught them to speak. Although their fluency remained a work in progress, it was destined to improve. "Dear," without seeking Yuning's consent, Rabbit Tooth gathered her courage and boldly approached him. Yuning had never kissed her, for upon their first encounter, he pondered whether her little rabbit teeth might nibble at his lips. In reality, they would not nibble. Rather, they would impart a sweetness. The rabbit teeth girl had learned numerous calls, yet none were utilized. When she truly experienced the moment, it was entirely different from what she had discussed with the women. Beneath the campfire, her figure shimmered, and her smooth waist captivated Yuning. In the distance, the howl of wild dogs echoed, and he beheld the moon in the sky, resplendent in its fullness. The moonlight, combined with the campfire, enveloped the rabbit teeth girl in her anticipation until Yuning was utterly exhausted. Was the rabbit teeth girl well? This inquiry seemed directed at whether Yuning would be satisfied. Her earnest demeanor was somewhat endearing. Most women in this place exuded sensuality, yet few were truly charming. Yuning mused over the rabbit teeth girl like a walnut. Chapter 44. The grand earrings. Mengba returned as promised with his kin, and Yuning had prepared a beautiful floral wreath, along with baskets brimming with golden mushrooms. Mengba, with his large nose, embraced Yuning, seemingly having learned the gesture from their daily interactions. Perhaps he felt his mouth was too large to consider kissing. To reassure Mengba, Yuning deliberately took him on a tour of the golden mushroom fields, assuring him that as long as they did not trample the area, they could feast indefinitely, provided it was not winter. With a loud call, the elephant herd arrived, evidently heeding Mengba's teachings. The elephants appeared elated, pulling Yuning into their celebrations. In the past, their migrations were fraught with danger, sometimes leading to hunger. But now, with such vast cultivation, there was no longer a need to roam. Simultaneously, Yuning noticed two large holes in Mengba's ears, seemingly inflicted by some fierce beast. Mengba guessed Yuning's thoughts and presented his ears for inspection. Ever since Mengba had donned steel tusks, he had become quite formidable. Now, Yuning contemplated crafting grand earrings for him, and Mengba, understanding Yuning's intentions, nodded eagerly in agreement. The rabbit teeth girl had a close friend, a member of the gathering team who often adorned her head with a small white flower, occasionally substituting it with a yellow one when the white was absent. She seemed to inquire about the intimacy between the rabbit teeth girl and Yuning, occasionally gasping in surprise or displaying an expression of envy. Yuning, lost in thought for just a moment, found that Mengba had already gleaned the gist of the conversation and had plucked a small white flower from the grass, nudging it into Yuning's hand with his nose. Goodness, it seemed there would be no secrets left in the future. However, having such a friend brought Yuning immense joy in modern times. She would undoubtedly be regarded as a master of beast taming. It is worth noting that the tribe fond of training animals now faced dire circumstances, plagued by illness among both people and animals. Yuning had once contemplated using lake water for healing, but upon examining the shells and teeth, he feared it lacked such properties. Although this region was lush with vegetation, he had yet to encounter mugwort. News of the plague quickly spread across the land, and even the territory of the beast tamers was regarded as a forbidden zone. This left Yuning perplexed. It seemed that disease was indeed the most fearsome element in this land. In an effort to prevent the plague, Yuning even insisted on abstaining from drinking raw water. However, the scalding hot water was unbearable for the women, who could not wait. Walnut intensified the collection efforts, prioritizing coconuts each time. Yet, even the shadows along the entire coast were limited, not to mention that the fish-scaled people had begun to stir up trouble once more. Yuning resolved to reclaim control of the seaside. However, before doing so, he prepared an earring crafted from gold for Mengba. Mengba had a son, affectionately referred to by the tribe's women as Ge. The pronunciation was likely similar, and whenever the women called out, Yuning felt as though they were beckoning a chicken. Nevertheless, Ge was a remarkably intelligent young elephant, possessing his father's robust physique and an insatiable curiosity for new experiences. Grateful for Yuning's assistance, the elephants decided to partake in the affairs at the seaside. However, Mengba suggested that the younger elephants should gain some experience first. Thus, Ge became the leader of this new elephant troop. It was evident that Ge was cherished. Despite his strength, his body bore no scars. He particularly enjoyed frolicking with his companion, the black horse, and they often ventured out to graze together. The tribe from the mountaintop, preparing to relocate to the city, brought with them an abundance of bananas and various fruits. Mengba had never experienced such prosperity before. As for the upcoming expedition, Yuning felt no apprehension. The combat prowess of the fish-scaled people was, truthfully, something the collection team could easily overcome. Moreover, with the addition of the elephant herd, their chances of success were further bolstered. When night fell, Yuning personally ignited a fire and fashioned an earring adorned with a magnificent ruby from Mengba. After completing his work, he sat atop Mengba and began to polish the earring with a simple file, a task that weighed heavily on his heart, yet he had ample time. Thus, while filing the grand golden earring, he engaged in conversation about young women. It was then that Yuning discovered that Mengba, much like himself, was of advanced age. As Mengba revealed, he had several wives. However, Mengba harbored a deep-seated hatred for lions, having lost a beloved wife to one. This recollection prompted Yuning to remember his own encounter with a lion, much to Mengba's astonishment. He shook his head, imploring Yuning not to engage in such acts in the future. The elephant herd had their own territory, nonetheless. Mengba and a few other elephants remained in the city, having established friendships there. The relationship between Bei Ku and Mengba's wives was particularly strong. The expedition to the seaside commenced, led by the capable Bone to avoid disrupting the hunt. As the leader of the coastal collection team, Walnut naturally accompanied them. A total of 13 young elephants set out, and upon seeing Yuning tallying their numbers, Mengba felt the sincerity of Yuning's friendship. Yuning had no intention of negotiating with the fish-scaled people. Firstly, they were not particularly astute, making genuine communication nearly impossible. Secondly, their sheer size posed a significant challenge. During his previous return home, Yuning had still detected the fishy scent. Thus this time, he aimed to eliminate them with arrows. Gradually, the women began to comprehend Yuning's intentions. It was neither cowardice nor timidity, but rather a true battle strategy, one that sought to achieve the greatest victory with minimal casualties. This understanding was something that Teeth, after the conflicts with the green-skinned people, had slowly come to grasp on his own. The fish-scale people are indeed audacious. Upon arriving at the seaside, before even commencing the search, Yuning had already discovered a multitude of them. Suddenly, dozens of bows were released in unison, and the fish-scale people quickly detected Yuning's presence, leading to a flurry of arrows that claimed several lives. The two factions officially engaged in combat. The Elephant Clan, true to their reputation as formidable warriors, fought without fear of death. Ji charged to the forefront, undeterred even by the pain of his injuries. Although the fish-scale people wielded weapons and inflicted wounds upon many elephants, the elephants grew increasingly valiant in the face of adversity. The women, recalling the teachings of Yuning and Yiqi, formed an orderly line, shields raised and long spears poised for attack. The beach became a scene of carnage, littered with the corpses of the fish-scale people. While they may have been numerous, this terrain was not their domain, especially when confronted with the mightiest combination on land. This fierce battle also served as a rite of passage for the newly matured elephants. Despite numerous injuries, not a single elephant perished, providing Yuning with a sense of closure regarding Mengba. What began as a declaration of sovereignty transformed into an unexpected boon. As the elephants trampled the fallen foes, the fish-scale people expelled their entrails in a grotesque display. Yuning observed that their intestines possessed remarkable resilience, making them excellent material for crafting bows and crossbows. The seaside transformed into a different spectacle as Yuning and the women meticulously extracted the pungent entrails. In an effort to eliminate the foul odor, they washed the intestines repeatedly in the sea, but to no avail. The task was then taken over by the hairy people, whose leader claimed to possess a method for removing the stench. In Chapter 45, Nation Building, Yuning gathered the selected bowstrings and, after rigorous testing and comparison, confirmed that the small intestines of the fish-scale people were indeed the optimal choice. While horsehair could also suffice, it would be unseemly to leave Yiqi and her companions with bald tails. Yuning had accumulated a considerable amount of various animal tendons and an abundance of suitable timber for crafting bows. However, the creation of arrowheads proved to be labor-intensive. Nevertheless, Yuning employed a mold-making technique, subsequently enlisting assistance for the polishing. After several trips to the seaside, the fish-scale people became increasingly scarce, dwindling to near extinction. Would this lead to their complete annihilation? Despite their somewhat clumsy appearance, there was a certain endearing quality to them. The few injured elephants that returned were blessed by the lake's waters, with Ge displaying exceptional bravery, even sustaining a hole in his large ear from a fishbone club. Without hesitation, Yuning adorned him with a grand earring, using a ruby akin to those worn by Yiqi and his father, bringing immense joy to the youthful Ge, who proudly flaunted it among the herd and Yuning's tribe. Yiqi, with great pride, gnawed on a piece of dried meat while sharpening her arrowheads, perhaps disdainful of the craftsmanship of other wild folk. Yuning specifically selected feathers for her arrows and polished her bow with fine sand, ultimately waxing it with sheepskin and lanolin. Yiqi's bow was further reinforced with tendons at critical points, rendering it stronger and more resilient than those of her peers. Although no woman has ever conceived for Yuning, it seems that Meng Ba is aware of such matters. It even perceives it as quite normal, as if he were never meant to have descendants. Yuning gradually comes to accept this notion, feeling that even having soaked in the lake's waters, he would not age. Since life does not truly perish, there is no need for continuation. However, Yuning has crafted a banner in the city, adorned with a design of flames. Unfortunately, lacking fabric, his banner is made from woven hemp rope. The image is naturally painted with shells. Upon Yuning explaining the banner's purpose, the women regard the flapping hemp sack with newfound reverence. The elephants, with their powerful tusks, surprisingly managed to bring that enormous totem to the city, and Yuning holds a deep respect for this faith. Meng Ba displayed its formidable strength, and as the totem was erected, it unleashed a surge of energy that astonished Yuning. The herd of elephants cheered in celebration. In addition to the flame banner, Yuning raised another banner in the elephant's territory, depicting a miniature version of an elephant standing majestically. It was evident that Meng Ba not only favored it, but also personally sought out a flagpole. Yuning ordered the construction of a high platform to hoist the banner. The Great Tree tribe had entirely vacated the area, leaving only the priests and a few tribesmen in the valley, seemingly intent on transforming the place into a sacred site for rituals. Despite their formidable stature, these individuals exhibited a sincere and benevolent nature towards the forest and the natural world. The bones adorning the priests were remnants of renowned animal leaders from the forest. The beast-taming tribe's complete demise came as an unexpected turn for Yuning. It appears that this world remains beyond remedy. Originally, he had intended to seek their wisdom on breeding animals. Teeth, come here. Yuning had crafted a bow and arrow and wished for the girl to give it a try. Me? Teeth, aware that it was meant for her, feigned ignorance. Of course, it's made just for you. Yuning replied affirmatively, eliciting a smile that revealed her teeth. Pulling back the new bow proved somewhat strenuous for Teeth, but the effort signified its strength. She discovered that even the arrows and feathers were meticulously crafted by Yuning, filling her with joy. Drawing the bow and nocking an arrow, Teeth aimed at a distant sapling and, to her astonishment, pierced right through it with a single shot. Incredible, Teeth exclaimed, dashing over to inspect her mark. Although it could not rival a composite bow, it was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon. Yuning was even more amazed by her archery skills. This girl had only been training with the bow for less than 60 days, yet her precision rivaled that of a professional archer. Talent can often defy reason. Isn't it amazing? Yuning shared in her delight, imagining the impact if the entire tribe were equipped with such bows. However, Teeth grew troubled. She adored her current bow and arrows, always the most advanced among the women. If I give them to someone else, I might regret it. Yuning understood her inner conflict, knowing that this girl had transitioned from fearing him to now snuggling in his embrace. Upon witnessing her intimate moments with her master, Walnut exhibited no sense of discretion. The once elusive fish-scaled individuals have now become a rarity. Previously, they were disregarded, but now their intestines are acknowledged for their value. The young women in the gathering frequently meander along the shoreline, almost wishing to encounter one to immediately dispatch and extract its entrails. Walnut approached, and in that moment, Yuning longed to embrace her, yet unexpectedly, Walnut mimicked and mounted him directly. Just outside by the bonfire, with daylight still lingering, the scene was strikingly beautiful, albeit awkward for Yuning under the scrutiny of so many eyes. The elephant tribe could not comprehend his embarrassment, especially since they themselves often indulged without hesitation. The intensity of the molten iron compelled Yuning to begin hammering the arrowheads, while the vicinity of the bonfire was filled with delectable dishes prepared by the women. In the past, meals were haphazard, But now there was a focus on cutlery and presentation, with exquisitely sliced fruits and arranged flowers gracing the table. Recently, coconuts were sourced from a different stretch of beach, now accompanied by sweet sugarcane. Yuning had never taught the women how to extract juice. Yet they had surprisingly mastered the technique. Although the sugarcane juice was not perfectly filtered, Yuning relished it. Cheers! Everyone continued to savor their meal by the bonfire. With no more days of hunger in sight. Although the finest cuts were still reserved for Yuning, he had recently experienced some constipation. The giant tree tribe had also brought an abundance of fruit as a token of gratitude, offering mushrooms and various tools in return, as they were reluctant to consume meat. The wild folk, aside from gathering, also assisted in herding, and several wild dogs had assimilated into the tribe. Yuning understood that this was the origin of the primitive dog. After all, there was no place to dispose of the gnawed bones and animal entrails. Days later, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky. The women dragged Yuning around in a frenzy. A massive meteorite had fallen just outside the valley of the giant tree tribe. Nearby animals were affected, and had the town not been situated far away, they too might have faced misfortune. The wild folk perceived it as a calamity, while the women, observing Yuning's expression, were uncertain whether it signified good or ill. Their tribulation was merely a meteorite landing nearby to Yuning. Equipped for exploration, he prepared to investigate. Master, Shell protested vigorously, and the women gestured for Yuning to refrain from going. Chapter 46. Helplessness. The meteorite he longed for was indeed present, yet it had burned excessively, leaving only a small fragment. Regardless of how much Yuning heated it, the crucible could only render it red-hot without melting. He understood that the temperature was inadequate, yet he had only firewood and charcoal at his disposal, with no alternative fuels available. Near the Beastmaster tribe, Yuning had discovered coal, but the plague there had yet to subside, and he would never risk himself. Since the meteorite had fallen just outside the canyon of the giant tree tribe, they interpreted it as a punishment for leaving their home. With no other recourse, Yuning subjected the salvaged meteorite to a series of rigorous trials, claiming it was a demon he had captured, now rendered lifeless by fire. Indeed, those endowed with strength can utter falsehoods with their eyes wide open, yet still find believers. The members of the giant tree tribe truly trust Yuning's words, for he dares to pick up the ominous objects that have fallen. In the distance, a thunderous roar resonates. It has not been long since the meteor fell, and now a torrential rain begins to pour. How does the master hunt? The teeth initially intended to test the new bow and arrows, but now the raindrops striking them feel painfully sharp. Lying comfortably at home without venturing outside is a tempting option. The household is well stocked with provisions, including sheep, domesticated deer, and various poultry. The industrious women, upon witnessing the downpour, find it utterly unacceptable to remain idle at home, a quintessential example of those who, having labored for long, cannot cease their toil. Once the rain ceases, the nearby river swells with rushing waters, and for centuries, few have fished there, resulting in a veritable overabundance of fish. Hearing from Walnut about the fish schools, Yuning sets out with an assortment of baskets. This endeavor of hunting and gathering marks a first in fishing, rather than netting. It feels more akin to simply picking up. Yuning did not anticipate gathering several hundred baskets. He observes the thrashing fish, some even leaping onto the shore voluntarily. While the women partake in the bounty, the other wild folk consume the fish voraciously, their expressions reflecting profound gratitude for nature's generosity. Yuning kindles a fire, and after a flurry of butchering, he embarks on the fish roasting endeavor. The entire town is enveloped in the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. The fish here are rather plump, and Yuning melts the fish oil together, using the remaining scraps as fuel. All the fish oil is employed for frying fish. This method of cooking is something the women have never encountered before. As Yuning observes the sizzling fish, he is suddenly reminded of the saying, "When beans are boiled, the beanstalks weep beneath the cauldron," recognizing the irony of his own culinary creation. The teeth and shell have long gathered around, eager to sample the fresh delicacies. The fragrant fried fish receives a sprinkling of spices from Yuning's hands. Knowing Yuning's fondness for chili, Walnut collects a generous amount for him. Though he cannot consume it all at once, he dries some to preserve the flavor. Wild scallions are available, yet ginger and garlic remain elusive. The enticing scent of grilled fish heightens appetites. And as Yuning distributes the first fried fish to Jia and the other women, they are met with a sea of expectant gazes. He recalls there being a salt flat, which, in the past, lacked the means for refinement. Now, however, Yuning wishes to experiment with boiling the salt in water. Fortune seems to smile upon him, as the green-skinned goblin tribe offers him a wealth of gemstones. Yuning readily shares some of the surplus fish with them, and the gemstones bring him great joy, for they are natural salt blocks. He breaks off a piece and tastes it, prompting curiosity among the women as they watch him eat what appears to be a rock. Salty, truly salty. After a span of over 100 days, Yuning savors the taste of salt for the first time. I shall stew the grilled fish, he declares, crushing the salt block and seasoning the fish accordingly. Today is a splendid day. Yuning hums a tune, the salted and spiced grilled fish wafting delightful aromas through the air. He fries some dried chilies in fish oil, the fragrance proving irresistible, drawing the women together as they eagerly await his culinary creation. Concerned that he might not have enough for himself, Yuning adds several more jars. The entire camp is perfumed with the scent of stewed fish, as her teeth sank into the first bite of the braised fish. A singular thought consumed her mind. She would forsake hunting the following day and turn her efforts towards fishing. How delectable it was! The essence of this statement hinted at the overwhelming deliciousness of the dish. Yuning carefully selected the tender flesh near the fish's belly, serving it in a bowl, and generously added a splash of broth. Beak, not one to be easily deceived, recognized the meat's exquisite tenderness and its scarcity of bones, filling her heart with warmth. Yet, numerous houses still suffered from leaks. The heavy downpour exposed the flaws in various constructions. Regardless of the era, laziness persists. It appeared that some tribes were inept in their labor. Yuning had yet to discern that these seemingly straightforward individuals were not as honest as they appeared. To the north of the 1,000-person tribe, there existed other tribes, fewer in number, but exceedingly ferocious. Even the 1,000-person tribe seldom provoked them, teeth prepared to confront them, yet sought Yuning's counsel, who deemed such an action inappropriate. The murderer's tribe had not yet shown signs of allegiance and frequently exhibited dissatisfaction. Yuning had devised an astute strategy: incite conflict among the other tribes, thereby reaping the rewards for himself. However, conveying this notion to the women proved challenging, both in articulation and due to the time constraints that could be better spent on various tasks. Presently, the grand endeavor of erecting walls was about to commence, and Yuning was determined to avoid a shoddy construction like some of the houses. Fortunately, he had the foresight to send those tribes to chop wood, transport materials, and haul mud, relegating them to mere laborers. The women spent another day fishing. Yet today Yuning's thoughts were consumed by his beloved Walnut, who had ventured to the green-skinned goblin tribe, bearing dried fish and some discarded tools. Walnut's mission was to negotiate for salt, pure, crystalline salt. Ideally, they would be instructed to accompany Walnut to its source. To mitigate potential risks, Bone took along dozens of companions, as well as a cart. The tribe had begun producing hemp cloth, albeit through weaving rather than spinning. Yuning was confident that, in due time, they would don clothing. However, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of weaving machines. He could propose ideas, but awaited the emergence of a genius to bring them to fruition. Master. Beak pointed into the distance, prompting Yuning to ascend the watchtower. Catch. Yuning beheld several carts returning, though the women appeared injured. Master. Walnut is at a loss for words. She could only turn to Beak for assistance. What can Walnut say? Beak, without other recourse, picked up a stick and began to draw in the sand. Yuning had not imparted any teachings. Thus, she resorted to illustrations. As Beak sketched, Walnut narrated. Before long, an image of a snake emerged upon the sandy canvas. How large is it? Yuning inquired while urging the injured individuals towards the lake. Amidst a flurry of chatter, Yuning plopped down onto the ground. How many are there? This Walnut understood, responding with a multitude that was too numerous to count. Walnut had drawn countless serpents in the sand, each one sending a shiver down Yuning's spine. Yuning's greatest fear was snakes, particularly those as thick as a barrel, and he could not even count them. Kill. The teeth, however, seemed to respond with excitement. Yet, killing was futile. Yuning knew that if he approached, his legs would surely give way. Chapter 47. The deception of the water source in the presence of such a colossal creature. Yuning felt no fear. He had accepted the existence of lions, tigers, bears, and even wild boars. But snakes, Yuning harbored a childhood trauma regarding them. The sensation of snakes slithering and writhing made him profoundly uncomfortable. Judging by their size, a few arrows would likely prove ineffective against such a serpent, one larger than a bull. It seemed that only a spear might have some effect. Everything else would be of little use. I must create explosives. However, after toiling half the day, Yuning conceded defeat. He could burn sulfur with charcoal, but could not procure saltpeter. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant of the necessary proportions. The ambitions of expanding his territory and ruling the world came crashing down, crushed beneath his own feet. Glancing around at the tribes he had allied with, he realized they were mostly craftsmen, and the only tribe with combat prowess, the Great Tree Tribe, eschewed violence. If he could not fight snakes, surely he could confront other tribes. The Teeth were particularly combative, and she had grown clever enough to persuade Yuning by enlisting the help of the Shells. The Greenskin Goblin tribe was also loyal, always providing support in critical moments while ensuring protection. Yuning fancied himself quite astute. Noting that beside the Greenskin tribe lay the proud 1,000-people tribe, with several unfamiliar tribes beyond them. Out of fear came understanding. Yuning recognized that snakes had natural enemies, especially one of such magnitude. He even pondered whether the Great Mole tribe shared a similar essence with the honey pot. Upon reflection, considering their size, they might merely become a feast for a gluttonous snake. Eagles? Such a notion was absurd. Where could one find an eagle of that size? Although he was aware that the scent of sweat could affect snakes, the sheer size of this creature was daunting. Indeed, when things grow too large, they become formidable. This creature had no shortage of adversaries. Should he summon the green-skinned goblins to relocate? But the territory occupied by the snakes also contained salt. Yuning felt that the greatest crisis he faced was imminent. In recent days, the Teeth had been preoccupied with training, and she had not personally gone hunting. Today's hunting party had fared well. It seemed the girls had mastered the art of hunting. However, a group remained behind to gather resources, and they returned with an enormous catch. A crocodile. These girls had not been strangers to capturing crocodiles, having previously brought back only smaller ones. Yuning recalled their first hunting expedition, during which someone had caught a crocodile, yet this was unprecedented. This crocodile's limbs were as thick as Yuning's thighs, though it was securely bound. Its exposed teeth were enough to instill fear. Yuning had once prepared crocodile stew for them, and the crocodile then had been no larger than a small dog. In comparison, this crocodile might as well have been their ancestors in size. The Teeth approached, spear in hand, aiming for the crocodile's eye. She relished the prospect of delivering a fatal blow before the kill, and Yuning sometimes worried about her potential for darkness. Wait! Yuning suddenly intervened, stopping the Teeth in her tracks, and turned to inquire of the gathering team, asking, "Crocodile, were there many?" Zayabaiwa remained somewhat perplexed, casting a glance towards Yachi for assistance. Rarely did Yachi assume the role of translator. Many by the riverside. Although her Mandarin was somewhat clumsy, Yuning managed to comprehend her estimation. Is it large? This time, Zayabaiwa understood. She began to gesture animatedly, seemingly no longer focused on the ancestors. The young women had captured their second uncle. The ancestors should be even larger. Yuning assigned a new task, to weave ropes and find tree branches. This was a straightforward endeavor among Yuning's assignments. The women coordinated their efforts during mealtime, while Yuning sought out a rope of suitable thickness, which he then circulated among them. After all, it was not a factory. But the women quickly grasped the approximate thickness of the rope with a mere glance. Other tribes, proficient in rope making, were also summoned to assist. In addition to the tribe's stock, the women had amassed a veritable mountain of ropes. Yuning commenced working with his own hands, aiming to craft a net sufficiently robust to ensnare crocodiles. 2 days later, at noon, Yuning led 100 armed women, taking nearly all the vehicles of the tribe as they set out. Beak specifically instructed Yachi to ensure Yuning's safety. Even Bone departed the tribe to accompany him. Under the blazing sun, the crocodiles lay with their mouths agape, basking in the warmth. Zayabaiwa was certainly not exaggerating. Over 100 crocodiles of various sizes inhabited the area. Yuning unfurled the net, signaling for Yachi to hold the opposite corner, then stealthily approached the sunbathing crocodiles. Naturally, Yachi understood his intent. As an adept hunter, capturing such prey was a source of great pride. The net suddenly descended, catching the crocodiles off guard. The women swiftly pulled on the ropes, and amidst their panic and struggle, the crocodiles were met with numerous tree branches. Together, they secured the creature to the ground, while the remaining women deftly bound it with ropes. Crocodile, delicious. Bone particularly relished crocodile, especially the legs. Observing Bone feast upon the crocodile was reminiscent of savoring dry pot bullfrog. Not for eating, just for keeping? Bone appeared bewildered. Had all this effort merely been to retain it? Yuning's team was stationed around, capturing over 30 crocodiles throughout the afternoon, yet he continued his pursuit. The women were puzzled. For Yuning had instructed that herbivores could be raised, while carnivores were not cost-effective to keep. Surely, they could not intend to feed so many crocodiles grass. It was only when Bone alerted Yuning that time for soaking in the lake was running short that he finally ceased. A total of 37 large crocodiles were captured, causing one vehicle to buckle under the weight. The women had no choice but to drag them back together. Upon witnessing Yuning's impressive haul, the tribe was taken aback. Crocodiles typically lived in groups and seldom faced threats. Yuning had indeed pilfered their home. Meng Ba, upon seeing the crocodiles, felt an urge to strike. There existed some animosity between elephants and crocodiles, likely stemming from past encounters where elephants had been ambushed while drinking or swimming. Meng Ba, Yuning reflected on his thoughts. And only then did Meng Ba temper his fury, realizing that there might be some history between himself and the crocodiles. Master, what shall we do now? Beak, too, was curious why this creature dared not untie itself from its restraints. One alone would suffice, but if all were released, it would surely descend into chaos. There wasn't enough sustenance to nurture them all, leaving them to endure hunger. Yuning meticulously examined each crocodile's bindings, and one could not help but admire the dexterity of the women. Even crocodiles could be bound so skillfully. He wondered which woman had tied them up. Yuning was eager to discover the identity of this talented individual and sought out the bones, only to find that it was the two women frequently seen with Xiao Baihua. These two often appeared together. Although they were not twins, they always accompanied one another. Yuning had playfully given them names, Maka and Baka. When he first coined these names, he frequently bid them good night, saying, "Good night, Maka Baka." Although they did not grasp the joke, Yuning found joy in it. "Teach me to bind," Yuning exclaimed with excitement, pleasantly surprised that capturing a crocodile could bring him such amusement. Maka and Baka were more than willing, but without a demonstration, it would not suffice. As their master, they hesitated, so Xiao Baihua was bound tightly like a zongzi. Chapter 48. Starve it for 3 days and bring it to my room. Yuning observed Maka and Baka's rope techniques and gave them a thumbs up. Poor Xiao Baihua was carried into Yuning's room, still bound. The crocodiles were arranged neatly, and Beak, following Yuning's instructions, intermittently sprayed them with water, forbidding any food. Meng Ba reveled in this, often bringing his kin to spray the crocodiles, clearly relishing this opportunity for revenge. Xiao Baihua had believed that the bindings would be loosened after a while. But little did she know that not only were they not released, but Yuning would also keep her in this state for an entire night. The crocodiles outside shed tears. Whether they understood their plight was uncertain, but they now appeared resigned to their fate. Meng Ba was thoroughly satisfied. Having refrained from feeding them and dousing them with water for 3 days, he believed Yuning was truly the master of entertainment. Yuning led the women as they loaded the crocodiles onto a cart, then donned their armor and set off toward the territory of the green-skinned goblins. As they traversed a narrow stretch of rainforest, Yuning encountered a multitude of pythons, their numbers indeed staggering and their girth even more astonishing than he had imagined. The Tooth, perplexed by the long journey, wondered why so many crocodiles were being delivered to the green-skinned goblins, for crocodile meat was exquisite. As Yuning planted the crocodiles in the ground and subsequently released them into the python's domain, the Tooth's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A prehistoric crocodile battling a rampaging python. Yuning instructed the women to step back and then retrieved a piece of jerky to gnaw on. The crocodiles had endured 3 days of hunger, bound and subjected to the humiliation of the elephants. Now, suddenly faced with a bounty of spicy snacks, they were clearly enticed. The crocodiles remained motionless for a while, causing the Tooth to grow anxious, yet Yuning remained unfazed, munching on his jerky while waiting. After being restrained for 3 days, anyone would become numb to the situation. The pythons began to gather as well, for they possessed fixed habits and territorial instincts. The Tooth grabbed Yuning's hand and took a bite of the jerky, yet his gaze remained fixated ahead. It seems that the crocodile's feet are no longer numb. The first crocodile has entered the water, and a monumental battle is imminent. In a river that is not particularly spacious, the crocodile and the python engage in a legendary confrontation. Let us first observe the python, adorned in a black patterned skin, hailed as the king of spicy strips, and then turn our attention to the crocodile, cloaked in a dark green exterior. Yuning begins his live commentary, noting that the crocodile has long been driven mad by hunger. Initially, The women were captivated by Yu Ning's narration, but as the fierce battle commenced, even he fell silent. Blood, gaping jaws, and teeth, combined with the swirling mud, turned the river into a chaotic mess. Yu Ning pulled the women back several paces, though the muck still splattered onto him. This is more realistic than a movie. A movie? The jaws clutched Yu Ning's arm, their eyes filled with admiration for him, wondering how their master had conceived the idea of inciting such a clash. The mingling of blood and mud sent the creatures of the river into disarray. Many creatures, covered in mud, barely escaped this tumultuous area. Yu Ning, with nothing better to do, kicked them back into the mire, noting that food was indeed abundant now. In the past, the women would have captured them for sustenance, but now they merely followed Yu Ning's lead in kicking them. The spectators displayed no allegiance, cheering for the crocodile when it gained the upper hand, then switching to support the python when the tables turned, demonstrating a complete lack of professional ethics. A mutually destructive outcome was inevitable, as the python coiled around the crocodile while the crocodile bit back, creating a tangled mess in the pond. Once they perished, the green-skinned goblins would take them away for a feast, as we would be hosting. The jaws clearly could not comprehend at once, but understood that the subsequent task was entrusted to the green-skinned goblins. Having never encountered such plentiful prey, the goblins, accustomed to raw consumption, hastily gathered the lifeless creatures, then washed them before commencing their banquet. Yu Ning discovered that beyond this area lay salt crystals, indicating that a lake once thrived here, now dried up, leaving only crystalline salt blocks. The green-skinned goblins were not content to merely detour for collection. They sought the women's assistance in handling the snakes, emboldened by their recent invincibility. It was indeed wise to let them experience a setback, for it was evident that this continent still harbored numerous dangers. With 2 carts of salt, Yu Ning and the women could sustain themselves for an extended period. That salt lake was vast, allowing for future self-collection. Upon his return, Yu Ning inspected the 1,000-person tribe, observing that they had likely clashed with a neighboring tribe, as many injured members were present. In this era, sustaining severe injuries meant survival was entirely a matter of luck. The women were truly fortunate to have such a lake to safeguard them. However, this water seemed to protect only the women and elephants, with few other creatures daring to approach. On Yu Ning's cart lay several mud-covered crocodiles and 2 deceased pythons, alongside the salt. The reason for bringing back a snake was primarily to intimidate other tribes, as Yu Ning himself could scarcely consume any. As for the crocodiles, he found them somewhat difficult to accept. The sparks from the bonfire danced in the air, and today, Xiaobao's gaze towards Yu Ning had transformed entirely. What once was fear and respect had now blossomed into undeniable affection. However, Makabaka truly possessed remarkable qualities, as Yu Ning genuinely wished to learn the craft, particularly from Teacher Gon. The sounds of Tokyo lingered vividly in his mind. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, Beak unveiled her paints, inspired by the tales of Teeth and other women. The mural depicted the story of today's fierce battle. The characters were vividly illustrated, and Yu Ning felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Beak. For within every mural, irrespective of the narrative, he eternally occupied the central position. Yet, the portrayal of the bound Xiaobawa brought a tinge of embarrassment. One could only wonder what fantasies this young lady had conjured. Plagues would eventually vanish, and cities would be rebuilt. Presently, Yu Ning's foremost concern lay with the formidable 1,000-strong tribe. Nonetheless, now was not the opportune moment, for resolving the issue with the 1,000-strong tribe would merely lead to confrontations with other tribes to the north. Ironically, the 1,000-strong tribe now served as a protective barrier, allowing Yu Ning to fortify the city and erect sturdy walls. At that juncture, the women, armed with bows and arrows, would be more than capable of defending against them. It is through martial strength that the world is conquered, yet it is civilization that governs it. If it were merely a matter of slaughter, the 1,000-strong tribe, reliant on a singular water source, could be decimated by poisoning the upstream waters, leading to significant loss of life. The women sang and danced, and today, He Tao appeared particularly exhilarated, pulling Yu Ning into the dance before sharing a kiss with him. The other women joined in, their cheers echoing through the cave. Outside, the fierce beast took a deep breath of water, lamenting the absence of crocodiles. It truly missed the days gone by. One wondered if Yu Ning would engage in such antics the next time he captured a crocodile. The injury from the previous encounter had healed, and adorned with ruby earrings, it would have joined the festivities in the cave had it not held a fear of fire. Chapter 49. The war elephants, in addition to salt, the green-skinned goblins also provided iron. However, these little green creatures harbored ulterior motives. Previously, they had deceived He Tao and the others regarding a confrontation with a giant python, and now they were reluctant to disclose the location of the iron mine. Indeed, goblins were never to be trusted, and Yuning's patience with this tribe had waned. When it came to deceit, Yuning would not be outmatched by these green-skinned monsters. After engaging in several skirmishes with the outside tribes, the frustrated 1,000-strong tribe found themselves clashing once more with the green-skinned goblins. Yadi initially intended to support the goblins, prompting Yuning to intervene. When Beak inquired about the reason, Yuning expended considerable effort to elucidate the situation. The women were taken aback by the goblins' intricate schemes. No wonder Yuning felt compelled to capture crocodiles for the battle against the pythons. Unlike other beasts, a python could recover from injuries sustained by being bitten or scratched by submerging in the lake. It could wholly consume its prey and subsequently accelerate its metabolism, ultimately excreting waste. Yuning could hardly present a handful of excrement for restoration. Yadi, who initially felt sympathy for the goblins, was instantly filled with disdain at Yuning's explanation, wishing to eliminate them on the spot. This group was inherently lazy and greedy. Initially, they bartered with worthless stones, but later, when offering salt and iron, they did so with ulterior motives. To comprehend the reverence women hold for these tribes, particularly as their teeth often emerge valiantly to defend them, one must reflect upon the solitary figure by the lakeside, lost in contemplation. Yuning discerned her preoccupation and approached her. "What troubles you, my warrior goddess?" he inquired. In hindsight, Yuning regretted choosing the name Teeth, having given it little thought at the time. It now seemed somewhat dismissive. The master possesses wisdom, whereas the cunning of the green goblins is but a source of malice. Yuning grasped the essence of Teeth's prowess. She employed her intelligence to aid women, while the goblins used theirs for selfish scheming. "You are the commander." The commander. Teeth understood only that Yuning referred to her as a general. Indeed, a general among many generals, as Yuning described. It appeared that Teeth comprehended this notion. The commander must be astute. In battle, one can utilize others as spears or bows. Upon uttering these words, Yuning observed that Teeth appeared even more bewildered. Did the master truly wish for her to wield others in combat? Yuning surmised that her understanding was rather literal, akin to using a crocodile to confront a python. Indeed, she exclaimed, recognizing the merit in this strategy. Today, she found it to be quite ingenious. "You are the commander and must learn to utilize others," Yuning elaborated, providing examples to enhance her understanding. Not merely other tribes, but various creatures and objects could serve as weapons. He recounted instances where he had employed fire. Seizing the rare opportunity to share this knowledge with her, Yuning imparted numerous tactics, such as the coordination of cavalry, shields, and spears, as well as the combination of blades and shields, and the synergy of ranged and melee combat. Although Yuning had gleaned these insights from films and history books, Teeth took them with utmost seriousness. Yuning praised Meng Ba as a warrior, a sentiment Teeth echoed. Consequently, Yuning fashioned iron fangs for Meng Ba. Much to Teeth's delight, he shared the theory of elephant soldiers, which elicited great enthusiasm from her. In the past, Meng Ba had already assumed the role of leader, and Teeth was well versed in many heroic tales about him. From the gleam in her eyes, Yuning perceived her desire to fight alongside Meng Ba. In Teeth's perspective, Yuning's willingness to converse with her on such matters indicated her significance to him. As she gazed at him, eloquently articulating his thoughts, she could not resist planting a kiss upon him. The lakeside beach, adorned with white sands, became their sanctuary as they lay intertwined. Though this moment was idyllic, it bore an air of awkwardness, as numerous elephants from her kin would frequently pass by. Even as Teeth shared kisses with Yuning, she greeted these majestic creatures, who curiously gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Teeth, unperturbed by the attention, exhibited a remarkable lack of shyness. At times, Yuning felt less like the one taking advantage and more like the one being taken advantage of, especially today, as if they were performing an action film for the elephants. Teeth, being straightforward, returned home and confronted the green-skinned goblins, refusing to assist them and exposing their cunning. It was evident that this opportunistic group of goblins regretted their actions. However, Teeth's steadfastness was unyielding. She was the commander. Without her leading the charge, who would come to their aid? At her behest, Yuning commenced crafting armor for Meng Ba. The elephant, indeed, belongs to a species characterized by its thick skin and robust physique, with vulnerabilities primarily located in its hooves, trunk, and several crucial areas. Yuning engaged in a dialogue with Meng Ba, who was overjoyed to learn that Yuning was willing to craft armor for it akin to that of a woman. Nearly overwhelmed with delight. Despite being several decades old, it reveled in joy akin to that of a youthful offspring. Yuning's current forging skills had notably advanced. Yet outfitting the entire herd would consume an extensive amount of time. Thus, she prioritized crafting a set for Meng Ba first. The armor for its tusks was also refined by Yuning, particularly at the joints, enhancing mobility. Among the tusks lay a battle knife initially forged by Yuning, now resting beneath its sleeping hide, revealing the tusk's deep appreciation for this treasured item. Therefore, rather than melting it down, Yuning opted to create a new blade. This new weapon not only boasted superior sharpness and durability, but also conformed perfectly to the contours of the tusk's grip, as Yuning had meticulously molded it using the tusk's imprint in clay. The wooden handle bore the intricately burned pattern of the tusk, achieved with a heated iron rod. When Meng Ba donned the battle armor for the first time, it primarily safeguarded its head, limbs, and hindquarters. The resplendent silver battle elephant, adorned with Yuning's favorite warrior goddess seated atop, mirrored her own silver armor, brandishing a newly forged, dazzling battle knife. Meng Ba paraded through numerous tribes in a display of pride, with the tusk accompanying it to showcase its prowess. In the distance, the 1,000-person tribe received the news, transmitting it back to their people. The green-skinned goblins fled to the city. Yuning neither rejected nor welcomed them. Beiku, with a softer heart, allocated them to the west. The fate of the goblins served as a warning to other tribes and underscored Yuning's stance. This cunning group of tribes had irrevocably lost their territories. The Tusk and Meng Ba proved to be an impeccable match, both being fervent warriors, brimming with confidence and formidable strength. Together, they ventured beyond the 1,000-person tribe to present their might elsewhere. Though the women remained relatively obscure, the migrating elephants were well known among the tribes. The 1,000-person tribe altered their demeanor, actively seeking to appease them, and other tribes soon followed suit by sending emissaries. To Yuning's astonishment, many elephants even served as interpreters for Beiku. Meanwhile, Meng Ba's son, Ge, had been persistently pestering Yuning to the extent of flattery. Yuning recognized that this young one also desired armor, but she truly had limited iron remaining. Ge, possessing the same capabilities as his father, was acutely aware that Yuning spoke the truth. Among the tribes seeking to befriend them, one stood out notably. Its members towered close to 3 meters in height, yet were remarkably slender. However, their slenderness did not equate to weakness. Rather, they were exceptionally strong. This tribe exhibited a unique trait, with many of their joint bones growing directly from their bodies. Their fists resembled bone hammers, and their heads were extraordinarily hard. With just their knees, they could shatter stones. Chapter 50. Flying Knives. Currently, Yuning assessed that aside from the Fur tribe, which was too few in number, the green-skinned goblins were on the brink of extinction. The remaining 20 or so tribes, large and small, had expressed their goodwill. All tribes in Ningdu have been provided with accommodations, yet this extraordinarily tall individual currently lacks a suitable dwelling. However, Ning has arranged for them to reside in wooden sheds. As this height is indeed unexpected, Bone and Shell have devised a set of regulations, most of which were proposed by Ning in the past. After completing the murals, the women conferred with Ning on how to manage these tribes. Tooth, displaying considerable audacity, suggested that each tribe surrender their heir for Ning's oversight, akin to a form of hostage. Shell and Bone, aligning more with Ning's preferences, proposed that each tribe dispatch a prominent individual responsible for communication and deliberation. Consequently, upon the announcement of this decision, the tribes predominantly sent their sons or heirs, for they were indeed significant figures within their communities. Tooth was elated, feeling a sense of foresight. In truth, Ning comprehended that his location had become a sacred site in the hearts of the tribes, where heirs could learn and return to assert their authority more convincingly. Shell produced a rough sketch crafted by Ning on parchment. Although the map was haphazard, it was a collaborative creation between Shell and Ning. This place, Ning expressed surprise, as it had not been explored due to volcanic activity. Shell nodded and brought forth the concerned party, a girl from the Makabaka group, who was notably petite and frail, prompting Ning to assign her the task of keenly observing and completing the map. Speak. Ning had always perceived this direction as lifeless, associating volcanoes with pervasive ash. The girl, albeit timid, obediently knelt and began to converse animatedly with Shell. She reported the discovery of a group resembling them, who were hairless and did not wear animal skins, yet possessed the ability to harness fire. They can use fire? Ning was taken aback. The mastery of fire indicated a progression towards civilization. Indeed, they gather leaves and encountered us without conflict. Shell suggested that this group of wild individuals might be rather docile. Gathering leaves? They are indeed another group of vegetarians. Are they? Ning inquired about their appearance, only to discover that they wore woven fabrics and, in addition to using fire, demonstrated skills in weaving. Although the distance was not insurmountable, traversing it was quite challenging. Ning had previously marked the distance on his map, but intriguingly, he could no longer decipher his own annotations. This discovery is promising. In the future, upon making further discoveries, return and report. No fighting is permitted. Ning genuinely worried about the potential for conflict among the women, particularly the gathering teams, whose combat prowess paled in comparison to Tooth's group. Understood. The petite girl spoke a few simple words before preparing to depart. Ning had previously bestowed a name upon her, which she would surely remember. However, he now found himself at an awkward loss for it. You shall remain by my side. And from now on, your name shall be Twin Tails. The most effective solution to such dilemmas was, after all, a change of name. It was not the first time he had resorted to this method. Twin Tails. The girl's eyes sparkled with clarity, while Ning was beset by mischievous thoughts. Master, why keep her by your side? Beak inquired, not out of jealousy, but rather in perplexity at the choice. She is far too frail. It is unsafe for her to venture out. Yuning sensed that this girl, if embroiled in a brawl, would likely only suffer defeat. Beak shook her head and uttered a remark toward the departing girl with twin ponytails. She then placed the coconut shell before Yuning. The girl with the ponytails picked up several stones and began to throw them, striking the coconut shell with precision, causing it to leap into the air only to be knocked down again. It was struck 11 times in total, each hit accurate. What a remarkable talent she possesses. A true master of stone throwing. In a chaotic skirmish, one might find themselves unfortunate if she sets her sights on them. If she were armed with throwing knives, wouldn't that be akin to the legendary flying knives of the infamous Xiao Li? She is truly brave. Beak's eyes sparkled with pride for her. It is clear she possesses exceptional skills. This girl must be nurtured and equipped. Yuning recognized that these women each had their unique strengths. While some were not suited for spears, an axe was ideal for her. As for the girl with the dagger, long weapons were merely for show. But with a knife in hand, she could surely flourish. This girl was a quintessential ranged fighter, possessing an innate sense of distance and handling. The unpredictable flight of the coconut shell was within her grasp. Come, come. Do not do anything. Just follow me. The shorter girl pointed at herself, prompting Yuning to recall that he had initially nicknamed her Shorty. From now on, you shall be called Twin Ponytails. He lifted her under her arms, discovering that she weighed around 70 pounds. Her feet suddenly left the ground, and though she felt a twinge of anxiety, she did not struggle, merely gazing at Yuning. Let us go. I will get you some throwing knives, the foremost weapon in the arsenal of the legendary Bai Shaoxing. Yuning began to deliberate whether it was the first or second weapon that he should procure. Providing her with a full suit of armor seemed excessive. Yet crafting throwing knives would certainly suffice. Yuning had an abundance of scrap iron and some iron ore, since the demise of the green-skinned goblins. Iron ore had been sporadically collected, and he contemplated another journey. Although the area was occupied by a tribe of thousands, Yuning had a reputation that would afford him safe passage. With her slender arms and legs, Yuning resolved to create a set of exquisite knives for her. The crucible was filled with assorted iron ore, and he ignited the kiln. The girl with twin ponytails demonstrated her understanding by fetching Yuning's hammer and leather apron for blacksmithing, even cleaning the handles of the tongs. This time, Yuning picked up a small hammer, crafting with greater attention to detail than he had for the armor plates. Knowing his craftsmanship was not that of a professional blacksmith, thus, he meticulously hammered away. He fashioned diamond-shaped throwing knives, adding a tail at the back and forming a ring with the tongs. Fortune smiled upon him as he completed 40 knives. Through repeated forging and tempering, Yuning began to polish them, dedicating more care to this task than he had to previous adornments. For the tassels of the throwing knives, lacking fabric, he opted for the down feathers beneath the wings of poultry. The leopard skin he had initially slept on in the tribe was also cut and tailored. A skirt fashioned from the leopard skin, complete with small pockets, began to take shape in Yuning's hands. Every pocket is meticulously stitched with leather thread, showcasing a remarkable precision and neatness. As for mine, when sewing the skirt, Yuning always gestures with her twin ponytails. Yours. Yuning's words filled her heart with joy. The women here never conceal their feelings. Even the twin ponytails, which lean towards shyness, proudly display their happiness. A skirt fashioned from leopard skin, the very one Yuning has been sleeping on, complemented by 40 gleaming flying daggers. The twin ponytails twirled her slender waist, admiring herself in circles. Chapter 51. The Deadly Twin Ponytails. The twin ponytails have a fondness for the skirt, as it is made from Yuning's cherished leopard skin. And it is also the first time Yuning has crafted a skirt for a woman. However, the flying daggers do not evoke the same affection. They are simply astonishing. She could not comprehend why such metal shards were necessary. The previous armor had not been designed this way. Yet, when Yuning hurled a dagger and embedded it into the wood, the twin ponytails realized it was indeed a weapon. With every piece of broken wood that Yuning tossed, the twin ponytails instinctively threw the daggers with precision. The exhilaration for Yuning was palpable. Moreover, when Yuning clutched a bundle of firewood and cast it, the twin ponytails could still rapidly launch the daggers, and upon closer observation, one could see that each dagger struck its target without even grazing the edges. "O noble heroine, I submit to you." Yuning's kneeling gesture startled the twin ponytails, who hastily knelt in bewilderment beside her. "From now on, you shall follow me. Whoever I instruct you to strike, you shall do so, understood?" The twin ponytails nodded vigorously, while extracting her beloved little daggers from the firewood one by one. This was a testament to her inability to remember the names of the daggers. Dart. Dart? Although she did not comprehend, she accepted whatever Yuning said. Yuning had actually forgotten that the twin ponytails had undergone 3 name changes, the first being lowly. Beak, observing from a distance, chuckled, having gleaned some understanding of Yuning's naming tendencies, as her vocabulary was expanding. Nonetheless, she held a particular fondness for the name Beak, especially since Yuning had crafted a colorful shell for her by the seaside. Wearing this leather skirt necessitated slight modifications to the armor, particularly. The arms needed to be agile. Yuning adjusted the twin ponytail's armor, removing the plates from her arms and joints, as well as the waist. Although this diminished the practical performance of the armor, it did not hinder her ability to throw daggers. Yuning truly cherished this new protege. How could a person possess such innate talent? The 1,000-people tribe now occupies the territory of the goblins. Despite the goblins attempting to ingratiate themselves, Yuning had no intention of aiding them. At least, engaging in battle with a treacherous tribe for the sake of the goblins was unlikely. Fearing the walnuts would be bullied, she accompanied them to gather iron ore. It was then that Yuning discovered that the goblin region was truly a treasure trove, revealing open coal deposits. Master, the goblin, upon seeing Yuning dirted by the black lumps, insisted she refrain from playing with such filthy objects. These are precious, far superior to firewood. But alas, they cannot be transported back. Yuning lamented the lack of manpower available. The 1,000-person tribe observed from a distance, maintaining a relationship that was neither hostile nor friendly. This tribe, robust and numerous, was best suited for collaboration. Other tribes also had significant populations, yet their amalgamation proved difficult to manage. The small tribe currently under Yuning's jurisdiction exemplified this challenge. One command required translation over 20 times, and even the patient elephant clan found it exasperating at times. It was undeniable that the development and intelligence of certain tribes would inevitably lead to their natural extinction in the future. No wonder humanity ultimately evolved to leave only modern humans behind. To Yuning's astonishment, Teeth discerned his thoughts and led Meng Ba directly up the earthen slope. The 1,000-person tribe displayed no fear, as their demeanor suggested no inclination towards combat. Each person and elephant evidently bore no hostility. Meng Ba promptly dismissed the ideas of the 1,000-person tribe, and thus they engaged in laborious communication. It is essential to note that the fire tribe consumed several tons of coal daily, and the distance made this logistics quite inconvenient. "Master, they are reporting to the chief," was the gist of the message. Observing Meng Ba and Teeth, Yuning couldn't help but admire their compatibility. A group of individuals ascended the slope, and Yuning, parched from waiting, noticed several green-skinned goblins loitering nearby, seemingly undeterred in their pursuits. Another lengthy triad of translation meetings ensued. compelling Yu Ning to rely on the account of the shell for insight, as Ming Ba was overwhelmed with tasks. Lo and behold, it turned out that the goblins had deceived the 1,000-person tribe, prompting their attack. Moreover, the 1,000-person tribe had no interest in goblin territory. Their aggression was merely a pretext to punish them. Had the goblins not sought refuge within Yu Ning's city, the 1,000-person tribe would have driven them into the southern lava pits. The 1,000-person tribe was willing to assist Yu Ning in transporting coal and iron ore. Yet he had to swear an oath to their deity, vowing not to betray them during their battles. This was rather amusing, as Yu Ning had long refrained from external expansion for fear of betrayal by the 1,000-person tribe. Now, their concerns mirrored his own. Their deity? Yu Ning had never known what the 1,000-person tribe revered. After some contemplation, Teeth resolved to illustrate it. Though Yu Ning was aware that Teeth was not particularly skilled in this regard. However, Meng Ba took the wooden stick from Teeth's hand and began to draw on the ground. To his astonishment, they worshipped a giant turtle. Teeth further explained that this creature was their ancestor. A turtle as an ancestor? Who would believe that? Did it mean that the members of the 1,000-person tribe were akin to a lineage of turtle descendants? Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that the revered turtle had existed for millennia, symbolizing an ancestral legacy. The 1,000-person tribe led Yu Ning into their territory. Frankly, their strength was justified. They possessed numerous tools, albeit of stone, yet the variety was comprehensive. Most importantly, they were capable of reproduction, an undeniable source of anguish for Yu Ning, who had not consulted a physician before his journey. Was it possible that he was, in fact, infertile? Before a small hill, offerings for worship lay scattered, including livestock, fruits, and numerous animal horns and teeth. Where are their gods? The Teeth gestured towards the small hill, causing Yu Ning to nearly kneel in disbelief. This is a turtle. I would even believe it if you said it was an island. Yu Ning was astounded. Had he not observed closely enough to spot a turtle's head, he truly would not have believed such a colossal creature existed. It appeared, however, that it could not move, likely having grown so old that it had taken root in the earth. Yu Ning's sarcastic remarks sent Ming Ba into fits of laughter. Among many leaders, Yu Ning was the one who brought him the greatest joy, reflecting a similar disposition. Yu Ning was fond of beautiful women, while Ming Ba adored majestic elephants. They both appreciated long legs, Yu Ning for aesthetics, while Ming Ba simply found it inconvenient to mate due to his shorter stature. I swear, I will never betray the 1,000-people tribe, unless they betray me first, Yu Ning declared earnestly. With such wisdom possessed by an elephant like Ming Ba, it was evident that this ancient turtle had lived for thousands of years. It was best not to take it lightly. Nevertheless, the great turtle was quite amiable. Under the turtle's guidance, the leader of the 1,000-people tribe presented Yu Ning with a remarkable object, which appeared to be a part of a turtle shell. The Teeth and Ming Ba chattered excitedly, eventually revealing to Yu Ning that it was a piece of the great turtle's shell from its youth, now gifted to him. Chapter 52. The sturdy turtle shell. Yu Ning was quite fond of this gift due to its remarkable hardness. After departing from the 1,000-people tribe, he had attempted to pierce it with a spear, but to no avail. Even his dual ponytail had used throwing knives against it several times, resulting only in sparks without any damage to the shell. It was no wonder the 1,000-people tribe was formidable, with such defensive capabilities. Each member wielding one would be nearly invincible. Meng Ba shook his head, informing Yu Ning that such shells were rare, only a few existing from the turtle's youth. Curious, Yu Ning wondered if this old turtle had no shell left, as it was covered in sand, grass, and flowers, making it difficult for him to discern. Meng Ba regarded the old turtle as a wise elder, recognizing that it belonged not to the 1,000-people tribe, but to the land itself. Yu Ning experimented with various methods to find a weakness in the turtle shell, yet fire proved ineffective. However, its sole utility seemed to be as a shield, lightweight yet durable. The 1,000-people tribe had learned to construct carts, a skill Yu Ning had imparted for his own convenience in transport. After all, it was impractical to traverse several kilometers while carrying ore. Within the tribe, there were artisans responsible for crafting, and they quickly produced numerous carts. Although some were defective, Yu Ning envied their efficiency. His own endeavors relied solely on himself. Even when teaching other tribes, he had to supervise closely during production. This not only wasted materials, but also consumed time. He required intelligent individuals to work for him, and it was clear that the 1,000-people tribe represented the best opportunity. But how could he win them over? News has arrived from the individuals dispatched near the volcano, That group has once again taken to the vicinity of the volcano. They mimic the women, crafting items from clay, subjected to the intense heat of the lava. This group has instilled a sense of unease in Yuning, as they possess certain knowledge that eludes him. Yuning insists on his identity as a modern man, believing himself to stand on the shoulders of giants. However, in truth, his knowledge is rather limited. At the very least, he has yet to deduce the formula for gunpowder. The online narratives of time travel often claim that bricks on the walls of toilets can yield saltpeter. Yuning has indeed constructed a number of toilets. Yet regardless of other tribes or the women, they do not utilize them for their needs. After every evening meal, one can observe them squatting in the open, clutching leaves or wooden fragments. As for the toilets, aside from Yuning and Beike's usage, they remain virtually untouched. The notion of overseeing everything yet neglecting the natural calls of the body is absurd. One cannot simply drive away those squatting in relief with a spear. Moreover, many resolve their needs in the wild, leaving no trace behind. It is no wonder that dogs partake in such behavior. Yuning has finally disowned the root of the matter. Even in a different world, the nature of dogs remains unchanged. Yuning has begun to update the map, while Beiku has prepared the pigments for their mural collaboration. The artwork features ferocious beasts and teeth, depicting negotiations between Yuning and the thousand-strong tribe, as well as a giant turtle presenting Yuning with its shell alongside abundant coal deposits. Beiku has cleverly composed the scene, incorporating coal chunks into a cavity in the rock wall, perfectly illustrating the moment of coal discovery. Indeed, the mind of an artist is one of creation. Yuning could never have conceived of such a utilization. He might have bypassed this detail for the sake of convenience in painting. The girl with twin ponytails is dancing, and Yuning notices that she has styled her hair in such a manner today. This idea must have originated from Beiku, as she is the only one Yuning has explained the significance of twin ponytails to. Due to the recent rains causing leaks in some of the roofs, they have been reinforced, and Yuning's dwelling has been adorned splendidly with beautiful gemstones, shells, and stones. Even more astonishingly, he awoke one morning to find the entrance adorned with floral wreaths. Can you comprehend this? Waking up to find oneself surrounded by yellow and white flowers, with several large wreaths at the door. Although the women clearly did not intend any particular meaning, Yuning felt a peculiar discomfort. The women have developed a tacit understanding. Whoever accompanies Yuning today will wear a flower crown during their dance. Unsurprisingly, it is the girl with twin ponytails who bears the crown today, as everyone believes Yuning has taken a liking to her in recent days. To make matters worse, many have taken to calling her lowly, which fills Yuning with a sense of guilt. The most remarkable aspect of this place is the absence of mosquitoes and pests. Regardless of the hour of sleep, he has never been plagued by bites. While insects do exist, the lack of flies and mosquitoes is indeed a blessing. The twin-tailed girl arrived early at Yuning's abode, tasked with making the bed and tidying up the room. Ji, no longer fearful of fire, even dared to play with a torch at times, although she had been burned on several occasions. The women, however, encouraged her. In their eyes, the son of Mengba was merely a child, akin to a friend's offspring. Thus, every time Ji visited the cave, she was generously fed an abundance of fruit. Yet, her playful spirit rendered her indifferent to eating. Everything here fascinated her, and she barely consumed any food. Though she was young, her size was quite substantial. Yuning also cherished her, often cupping Ji's large face for a kiss. Having removed her dart-filled leopard skin, the twin-tailed girl sat quietly in Yuning's room. Yuning suddenly felt a resemblance to a traditional bride awaiting her groom in her new chamber. It was no wonder there existed numerous traditions and customs, as many practices had gradually formed since ancient times. Upon seeing Yuning return, the twin-tailed girl greeted him warmly. Her previous timidity vanished. Over the past few days, she had closely followed him, finding his temperament quite amiable. The bonfire at Yuning's entrance was the largest in the settlement, casting a bright glow. This was also Yuning's first time observing this girl, who had undergone 3 name changes, up close. She was indeed slender and petite, yet her proportions remained pleasing. With ample attributes, the twin-tailed girl leaned against Yuning's shoulder, her warmth radiating. Yuning began to sing, embracing her soft hair, surprisingly serenading her with Jay Cho's nunchaku. What was the master singing? Concern filled the twin-tailed girl's eyes. She feared her performance had fallen short, causing Yuning to lose interest, or perhaps she was simply inadequate, prompting him to sing out of boredom. Is everything all right? After a moment's hesitation, she sensed no anomaly and shook her head, replying with a simple no. To her astonishment, her utterance brought forth the laughter and curious glances of the women outside, who regarded Yu Ning with admiration and reverence. The people here were wild, innocent, and straightforward, devoid of complications, and Yu Ning genuinely appreciated this. Chapter 53. Dinosaurs? The 1,000-person tribe had established a cooperative relationship with Yu Ning, which could be understood as an alliance. Yu Ning generously imparted some rudimentary techniques and, as allies, provided metal tools. Such precious gifts were unavailable to other tribes, and the leader of the 1,000-person tribe reciprocated with an abundance of food. It is said that one should not come empty-handed. Thus, the exchanges between both sides became increasingly valuable and practical. The people of the 1,000-person tribe were far more benevolent than the goblins. Their appearance closely resembled that of humans, with the men being somewhat rough around the edges, while the women exhibited delicate features. The goblin tribe, on the other hand, was left utterly disappointed, with only a few remaining, while the majority vanished without a trace. With no lingering worries, the 1,000-strong tribe embarked on their campaigns, and Yu Ning suddenly felt as if he were the protagonist, only to find himself relegated to logistical duties. The Beastmaster tribe had nearly been annihilated, yet the land remained fertile for cultivation, prompting Yu Ning to persist in sowing grains. This unclaimed territory proved ideal for farming. A cataclysmic wildfire erupted across the continent, with the arsonist being none other than Yu Ning and his over 200 women. To mitigate the devastation, Yu Ning meticulously surveyed the terrain in advance, employing it to create fire breaks. Remarkably, the flames reached the river just as the wind changed direction. The inferno raged for 4 days and 3 nights, a testament to the destructive power that can obliterate in an instant what construction takes time to build. The scorched land was both fertile and expansive, albeit teeming with wild animals. Yu Ning resolved to station individuals from other tribes to guard the area. The seeds were a precious commodity, painstakingly gathered by the young women of the collection teams from the territory of wild deer. Having missed the last planting season, Yu Ning was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Lacking bison and sheep, the plowing relied solely on human effort, with the exception of assistance from elephants. The remaining goblins also participated in the labor, and Yu Ning naturally assigned them a designated area. After 10 days of toil, with rudimentary wooden tools, particularly from the Mole Men tribe who relied entirely on manual digging, their efficiency was remarkable, often working under the cover of night. Yu Ning found himself perplexed by this peculiar combination of moles and sloths. With only 4 days remaining until the sowing date marked on Yu Ning's mural, most of the work was complete. However, enormous footprints were discovered near the plowed fields, more massive than those of a ferocious beast. Such a creature, capable of growing to such size, would undoubtedly possess thick skin and muscle. It was likely that the recent inferno had driven them away. Yu Ning was already contemplating the construction of a recurved bow, and if he could craft a pulley, he would also be able to create a composite bow. Master, the fire is apocalyptic. Although the teeth did not agree with the method of burning the land, it still complied. The soil here was capable of yielding sustenance. Yu Ning gazed into the eyes of the teeth, aware of the shock such a conflagration had on all tribes. His master always had ingenious solutions. The teeth habitually leaned against Yu Ning, looking over the charred and overturned earth. Sometimes what I do is not necessarily right. Everyone makes mistakes. Yu Ning understood that the teeth might not comprehend his words, yet he still hoped for such a dialogue. Interestingly, the ferocious beast understood Yu Ning's sentiments. It tapped its forehead plate with its trunk and began to dance. The patrol team of the Bones tribe had recently made significant progress, having tamed a pack of wild dogs. Through their nightly patrols and regular feeding, these dogs gradually developed a dependence on the women. Witnessing the wild dogs being subdued and commanded by the women filled Yu Ning with anticipation. Once, this area was dominated by this pack of wild dogs. While it was unclear if they belonged to a single family, their presence was ubiquitous. Another reason for Yu Ning's decision to set the fire was the threat of plague. This vicinity was once a village of the Beastmaster tribe, and though the corpses and bones have long since decayed, they still evoke a sense of discomfort in Yu Ning. Only a great fire could cleanse this land entirely. However, the people of the Great Tree tribe vehemently oppose such an idea. These nature-loving vegetarians sometimes embody a saintly idealism that truly irks Yu Ning. He occasionally finds himself regretting having once aided them. Yet, the child from the Great Tree tribe is remarkably astute. having learned to speak and harness fire, and has recently taken up pottery. The cave paintings naturally chronicle the events of these days, with the depiction of the great fire resembling Yu Ning's own wrath unleashed. The works of the shell artist often elevate Yu Ning to a mythic status. Nevertheless, Yu Ning relishes this, for what man does not desire the adoration of his woman? The weather and time here are evidently unsuited to the 24 solar terms, yet Yu Ning still opted for the vernal equinox. Unsure of how to explain it to the shell artist, merely stating that it is a propitious day for planting. The shell artist, though unaware of agriculture, managed to learn the pronunciation of those two characters. Yu Ning had already devised a method for cultivation, using a stick to create a hole and then placing a seed within. The nearby river would facilitate irrigation without issue. Even before dawn fully broke, many had already set off to work the fields. At that moment, the mole people were returning from their shifts, having constructed their homes from wood and water. "Master, beast!" cried the dagger maiden, rushing in with news and gesturing towards the direction of the fields. Yu Ning recalled the enormous animal footprints from a few days prior. The entire city stirred into action. It was the first time since Yu Ning established the settlement that they faced an enemy incursion. Mengba anxiously awaited the armor to be donned, eagerness radiating from him. Yu Ning had never envisioned he would command such a multitude. His numbers surpassed those of a 1,000-strong tribe. Upon reaching the destination, Yu Ning stood frozen in disbelief. Godzilla. An absolute Godzilla. While it was not quite as absurd as the creature itself, it was undeniably massive, and alarmingly, there were 4 or 5 of them. Yu Ning maintained his composure from a distance, summoning the busy and encircled individuals back. There were reports of people being consumed. It appeared some had already met such a fate, but Yu Ning was certain it was not the women. They did not partake in the labor here. Regardless of the tribe in question, a decision had to be made. It seemed these creatures were lizards, and formidable giant lizards at that. They bore resemblance to crocodiles, but were far more agile on land. As for the armor on their bodies, Yu Ning could not ascertain its thickness or resilience. Meng Ba was poised with teeth bared, while the women firmly planted their spears and raised their bows. Yes, why had he become timid? In past encounters with danger, he never considered retreat as the first option. "Let loose the arrows," Yu Ning commanded, and the women began to shoot while others from the tribes hurled stones. The 3 colossal lizards before them were engulfed by a deluge of arrows and rocks. Chapter 54. The rampaging lizards. After all, traditional bows and arrows, combined with stones, merely inflicted superficial wounds. Some of the stronger maidens found their arrows embedded in the giant lizard's flesh, revealing the inadequacy of the bow's power. Yu Ning had also let his guard down. Under normal circumstances, a few rounds of arrows would precede an attack, yet the giant lizard had caught him off guard. By the time Yu Ning regained his composure, the dagger-wielding maiden had already charged ahead. In the heat of battle, one becomes deaf to reason, and Yu Ning's calls went unheard. A group of smaller giant lizards emerged nearby, throwing the scene into disarray. The combatants became entangled in a fierce melee, leaving no room for retreat. Yu Ning seized a spear and hurled it, striking a mid-sized giant lizard in the distance. If it was possible to kill, then it was time to fight. After all, even the cunning goblin tribe had joined the fray. Yu Ning had no reason to falter. The women proved to be natural warriors, especially the dagger maiden. She brandished her blade, targeting the lizard's vulnerabilities, be it nostrils or eyes. Dozens of maidens surrounded the massive lizard, while others from different tribes engaged in a brutal brawl. The lizard swung its tail at the dagger maiden, but she nimbly dropped to the ground. The women seemed to have grasped the lizard's attack patterns, remaining vigilant against its tail. Menga, a pure warrior, stood tall despite the lizard's imposing size. When the tail swept towards him, he braced himself and endured the impact. Teeth leapt from Menga's back, driving a spear into the lizard's skull, followed by a relentless series of stabs at the wound. The lizard, driven to madness by pain, inadvertently knocked down other lizards with its tail. Teeth grasped the spear embedded deeply in the lizard's head and, wielding her dagger, began to stab at the existing wound. This woman was truly fearless. Though the lizard writhed in agony, it could not dislodge the spear from its head. Teeth focused on creating a deeper wound, her body drenched in the lizard's blood. Not to be outdone by the spear, she drove another into the eye of a different lizard, only to be violently tossed aside. Yet, she refused to relinquish her grip, retaliating with her dagger in a manner reminiscent of her earlier strikes. The women, inspired by this display of courage, unleashed a flurry of spears upon the giant lizards, with the smallest among them being pierced repeatedly. Despite its thick hide and resilience, it began to struggle. Nets, stones, and flying knives were hurled with precision as the women targeted the lizard's weaknesses. One lizard had several spears lodged in its nostrils, and the immense pain compelled it to flee. However, ropes had already ensnared its legs, and nets and spears became intertwined. The largest lizard, unable to shake off teeth, began to roll in desperation. Unexpectedly, Minga charged and collided with its head, fortuitously reconnecting with the fallen teeth. Kill. Although the dual-tailed maiden's knives could not pierce the lizard's hide, her skill with the spear was equally precise. Aided by others from different tribes who retrieved fallen spears for her to throw, the entire tribe's nets have been commandeered, transforming this territory, once belonging to the Beastmasters, into a battleground for humans and giant lizards. Prolonged training and hunting have honed the women's already agile skills, enabling some to deftly evade the lizard's tail and biting attacks while effectively countering. The lizards attempted to flee, but spears and ropes had already constrained their movements. With continuous blood loss and pain, the first giant lizard succumbed, its teeth piercing its own skull. At that moment, fear dissipated entirely, and the remaining tribespeople charged forward, fueled by a primal fervor for the hunt. The women in the gathering party collaborated to ensnare another giant lizard whenever it toppled or rolled. It was met with a barrage of spear thrusts aimed at its vulnerable spots. Should it resist, it faced the relentless tugging of dozens of hands. After approximately 2 hours, the ground was strewn with the corpses of giant lizards, save for 2 still struggling against their bindings. Yuning observed that while their skin was thick, it was not impervious. Their abdomens were notably more fragile. These creatures primarily fed on carrion, likely drawn here by the decaying bodies of the beastmasters and animals that had perished, lured by the scent of rot. Just as the wildlings prepared to share their hard-won bounty, Yuning commanded a fire to cleanse the area. In his mind, these creatures, which feasted on decayed flesh, especially the bodies here that could harbor plague, required the purifying embrace of flame. A vast pyre was erected, adorned with the remains of giant lizards, their oils rendered by the heat. Yuning forbade anyone from consuming the meat, even positioning himself by the fire to witness the lizards turn to ash. The women ventured to the lake for a bath, their bathing time significantly advanced. Yuning, noticing their wounds, feared the risk of infection. The diseases and parasites associated with the lizards filled his thoughts with dread. The women never questioned Yuning's decisions. Rather, it was the members of other tribes who lamented the lost opportunity. Mengba had also sustained some injuries and, adhering to Yuning's wishes, indulged in a refreshing soak in the lake. Yuning pondered whether his bow lacked the necessary strength. Observing the lizard's formidable hides, he found the bow's performance lacking. The master bow is indeed commendable, but the skin is tough. It is a lizard, he mused. He affectionately stroked the hair of Z teeth, which was stained with lizard blood, and personally assisted in cleaning it. How refreshing. Z teeth, though held by Yuning, still responded to him. Once I clean you up, you can speak. Finding no suitable means to cleanse the hair, he feared mere water would be inadequate. Mengba, perceptive to Yuning's thoughts, lumbered away only to return with a large fruit clutched in its snout. Mengba tossed it into the water, producing a resounding splash, prompting Yuning to examine it closely. It resembled a papaya, albeit somewhat larger. Could this be used for washing hair? Yuning wondered, only to see Mengba nod vigorously, while Z-Teeth playfully struck the large fruit. Within the confines of this place lies a collection of slippery substances, reminiscent of viscous secretions. A few women gathered around, applying it to their hair as one would with shampoo. Yuning could not help but feel a wave of nausea. While it may not produce bubbles for negative reviews, it indeed possesses the efficacy of removing dirt and grease. Intrigued by this peculiar concoction, Yuning gestured for Mengba to procure another batch, though Mengba appeared somewhat hesitant. Nevertheless, it scurried off once more. The dense smoke from the burning embers could be seen from a considerable distance. In the stillness of the air, the black plume rose straight into the heavens. The girl known as Teeth had taken another hunt, and it seemed today they would not feast upon roasted lizard. She needed to find something else to vent her frustrations. By the riverside, a girl with twin ponytails was meticulously cleansing her cherished throwing knife. Yuning was acutely aware that today she would be unable to penetrate the defenses of light weaponry. Thus, she was particularly attentive. Master, have you bathed? What is that petite girl with twin ponytails doing? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Was not that her own name? Teeth had once instructed her that if the master was bathing, it was highly likely that something was needed. Without hesitation, the ponytailed girl lifted Yu Ning's dogskin apron and commenced her ministrations. I wonder who taught you this. Yet it is undeniably pleasurable. Chapter 55. The most unfortunate transmigrator. Yu Ning redefined the public restroom, particularly to facilitate women's understanding and acceptance, even including illustrations within the facilities. Each tribe's living area was similarly established, though the inhabitants preferred the call of nature. Moreover, they had a proclivity for scratching their behinds, a habit that Yu Ning found quite distasteful. To deter such behavior, she instituted a rule against it. Any transgression would result in punishment, though it was hardly a grave offense, merely a chore to be completed. News from near the volcano had arrived. That group of people not only expanded their range of activity, but did so without engaging in armed conflict, which still posed a threat. For they not only utilized lava for cooking, but also employed tools that bore a striking resemblance to those of civilization, and more importantly, they donned clothing. The emergence of garments is invariably a hallmark of advanced civilization. While Yu Ning had yet to grasp the concept of clothing, they already possessed it, leading her to suspect the presence of another transmigrator. Teeth resolved to investigate, while Yu Ning remained indecisive. As a transmigrator, he was undoubtedly the most unfortunate of them all. Lacking a system, navigation, main quests, special skills, or any advantage, he dreamt of something as mundane as toilet paper. After all, he had resorted to using stones, which had left him quite sore, while others flaunted their abilities, indulging in premium features and attribute enhancements. Complaints were merely that, complaints. After all, he was but an ordinary college student, studying accounting, finding little utility in his penchant for scrolling through Douyin or engaging with historical content. The expedition to the volcano had been arranged, and since it was merely reconnaissance, the numbers were kept minimal. Ever since Meng Ba acquired armor, it had become rather combative, insisting on participating in this journey. Yu Ning, in turn, was inclined to indulge this whim. For most of the time, it adhered to the rules and comprehended his intentions. The volcano has not erupted for many days, and its previous activity was not significant enough to cause much disturbance. Yu Ning crafted several recurve bows and decided to bring them along this time. However, judging by the expression on Yazi's face, it seemed that without shedding blood today, it would be hard to find peace. On the journey towards the volcano, they passed through a sugarcane field. The women still vividly remembered the sweetness that Yu Ning had discovered. Yazi chose a particularly robust cane and handed it to him. A group of wild individuals stood unclothed, wielding spears in their left hands and sugarcane in their right. Beneath their feet lay increasingly barren land, a sight so beautiful that it was almost unbearable to behold. As they descended the slope, Yu Ning encountered a peculiar scene. This tribe seemed to coexist with the volcano, residing in lush jungle areas while the right side was dominated by the dark remnants of volcanic eruptions. The land below displayed a stark contrast, one side teeming with life, the other a vibrant spring. This neat division appeared to follow a certain order, reminiscent of waves. If one were to observe from above with a drone, Yu Ning's first thought would be of a hot pot's yin-yang design. However, Yu Ning felt reassured. The garments worn by these individuals were not true clothing, but rather textiles draped over their bodies. The tribe noticed Yu Ning atop the slope, and a horn sounded. Soon, the deep resonating of drums echoed from the valley below as the people gathered with various weapons. Yazi sensed provocation. Yu Ning could see the eagerness for confrontation in her eyes. Let's observe first. Conflict is not inevitable, Yu Ning thought, noticing that the leader of the tribe was a woman. This tribe was sizable, though not as large as one with 1,000 members. It boasted at least 400 individuals. Tree houses dotted the distant trees, resembling birds nesting in the thicket. They paused, mere meters apart. The leader appeared to be adorned in what seemed to be woven animal fur, if forced to classify it as fabric. Yu Ning believed it resembled a carpet more than anything else. Menga approached boldly, with Yazi's hand resting on the hilt of her knife. Yu Ning studied this unique race, noting that they had pierced their bodies with wooden sticks, hanging bones or ropes from various points. Menga and Yazi communicated in translation, and Yu Ning perceived fear and curiosity in the eyes of the tribe. Master, I am fixated on her neck, Yazi remarked, indicating that Menga had likely targeted the leader's throat. Wait, Menga. Yu Ning felt a growing anticipation to win them over. Despite their primitive tools, Their craftsmanship was exquisite. This was a tribe of artisans, their dwellings intricately woven into circular forms with branches. It was clear that achieving such regularity in round shapes was no small feat in this era. It must be an innate skill. The leader was quite talkative, seemingly posing numerous questions to Menga, who, in turn, was intrigued by her thoughts. Master, she wishes to touch Menga. Yazi inquired of Yuning. Let her. Encourage her to touch, press firmly. It's not as if she is touching herself, and a mere touch won't harm Menga. The key is to tame her. This land belongs to the master. Yet, the teeth believe that Yuning is the rightful owner of all the territory. To my surprise, the woman expressed her agreement. Engaging in extensive conversation with Meng Ba, occasionally addressing the teeth and gesturing incessantly. They had relocated here, as their previous home had been occupied. The teeth conveyed the general sentiment, and Meng Ba nodded in affirmation of her words. Thus, they were temporarily residing with us. And she inquired whether they would be willing to join us. Yuning needed this group. Upon closer observation, one could discern their obsessive-compulsive tendencies. As everything was arranged with meticulous precision, Meng Ba seemed to possess some linguistic talent, communicating with her nose the sentiment of unity and connection, even going so far as to describe Yuning as an admirable leader. Master, she said, they are not adept at combat, and seek a piece of land with a river. Was it not rather foolish to openly declare such inadequacies? Yet, the woman spoke no falsehood. Although she led her people in a battle, most wielded only makeshift weapons, having no specialized arms. Yuning was indeed certain of their compulsive nature, for one of the wildlings had picked up a stick as a weapon, and during their conversation, he became so preoccupied with symmetry that he kept breaking the stick in his hands, entirely forgetting the purpose of his presence. Yuning had a place to settle them, offering security, yet food became a pressing issue. Who could have anticipated the sudden influx of 400 individuals? She was capable of foraging for food, provided there was land and a river. The teeth seemed to have left something unsaid, as she rarely lied, and it was evident she felt somewhat anxious. Yuning playfully tapped her backside, urging her to continue. She wants a headpiece. I do not like her. The teeth pointed to her own adornment, clearly unwilling to part with it. Give it to her, and I shall craft you a more exquisite one. Yuning was not one to begrudge such a trivial amount of gold, especially since it held little value. The reluctance of the teeth was palpable. Yet Yuning transformed the design of the teeth into the shape of a diamond, as the teeth were indeed unique to her. Chapter 56. Relocation. Yuning expressed her gratitude to Meng Ba's ancestors for her ability to fight. She contemplated learning the art of negotiation, using her nose as well. Indeed, Yuning also had an elephant in her trousers, albeit her nose was not as long. Amused by the thought, she began to hum a tune. Elephant, elephant. Why is your nose so long? Meng Ba understood naturally, astonished that Yuning had composed a song for her, yet puzzled by the bizarre elements in Yuning's thoughts. This tribe, comprising over 300 individuals, seemed to be even larger than Yuning had estimated. Their relocation was rather extraordinary, as they brought nothing but tools. This indicated their remarkable diligence and self-assurance, possibly stemming from their faith in Yuning. The tribe had 3 leaders, yet the other 2 had perished, suggesting they had faced considerable adversity prior to this point. The timeline coincided with her initial discovery of them. As previously, the walnuts would come here to craft pottery, and this group had not been present. Though all were women, the one before Yuning was of a nature difficult to describe. He was certain that upon encountering her, his metaphorical elephant trunk would never grow. Yuning's thoughts were unrestrained, yet the persistent elephantine metaphor weighed heavily on Meng Ba's mind, making it feel as though the situation was intricately connected to him, yet understanding it proved to be a convoluted task. The unpleasant expression on her face, with her favored headdress perched atop that unseemly woman's head, along with the largest ruby that adorned it, was quite evident. While there were indeed rubies within the tribe, it was clear they were unsuited for such embellishment. Yuning discerned her unspoken worries and took her into his embrace, preventing her impulsive nature from inflicting harm upon others. Rarely was she held this way, and the surrounding women erupted in playful teasing. I was already planning to craft you a new one, he reassured, and in his arms. Her demeanor softened, her frown lifting. Meng Ba admired Yuning's ability to soothe women. He himself lacked the capacity to lift his own partner and certainly could not sing. As they passed through the sugarcane grove, she took the initiative to chop a stalk for the woman who had snatched her headdress. and soon the women began to gather various items indiscriminately. Yu Ning recognized a particular leaf, the very one that had wrapped honey during the first rain. She commanded a collection of it, most of which they promptly chewed. Even Meng Ba found his mouth filled with it. Yu Ning did not object, after all. He had tasted it before, finding its flavor more intense than mint, akin to having a few drops of essential oil in his mouth, paired with sugarcane. It was both cool and sweet. Suddenly, a new idea sparked in Yu Ning's mind. He recalled the potential of consuming this alongside other delicacies. Meng Ba was taken aback by Yu Ning's fleeting thought, expressing his astonishment at Yu Ning's playful ingenuity, which he himself could not replicate. Growing increasingly excited, Yu Ning began to pluck some of the leaves, holding them in his hands. This group truly embodied the meticulous nature of the Virgo tribe. He had never witnessed such symmetry in their sugarcane consumption, as they even formed the remnants into neat balls before discarding them. Yu Ning could hardly fathom how exhausting this must be for them, while he himself spat freely. The Virgo tribe expressed their fondness for Yu Ning's city, as many techniques and crafts were entirely novel to them. However, the location Yu Ning had arranged for them was near the valley of the Great Tree Tribe, a site conducive to independent construction, minimizing conflicts with the outside world. A river flowed nearby, fulfilling all necessary conditions. The Virgo chieftain took a particular liking to this place. Yet from the moment they entered the city, she incessantly remarked on the distinctiveness of the dwelling of the Mole people compared to others. This insistent Virgo seemed intent on redesigning their homes, believing that all houses should possess an orderly uniformity. Yu Ning procured a substantial piece of gold and selected 14 rubies of varying sizes. At the forge, coal was smashed and tossed into the flames, a sight the Virgo tribe beheld for the first time. Naturally, she felt a swell of pride, for her master was revered by them, and he was busy crafting a more exquisite headdress for her. Since acquiring the small hammer and engaging in the art of crafting throwing knives, Yu Ning's skills in forging have progressed remarkably. He has not only become adept at manipulating temperature and the shapes of metals, but has also honed his skills in polishing and refining. The Virgo tribe observed Yu Ning as he alternated between hammering and cooling the metal with water, igniting a flurry of discussions among them. They even began to circulate tales about Yu Ning's hammer, which they deemed a flawless object, functional, symmetrical, and possessing an exquisite texture. Yu Ning found himself in a predicament. He had promised to forge a hammer for a woman upon completion of his tasks, but insisted that they must settle down first. This crown was crafted entirely from the memory of a princess's coronet, and although it lacked some fine details, Yu Ning was able to polish it beautifully. At its center lay the largest gemstone, perfectly shaped, flanked by smaller stones arranged in descending order. As Yu Ning meticulously polished the piece in water with sand, a stunning new headpiece emerged, far superior to the handmade creations from months prior. The teeth of the crown knelt obediently on the ground, waiting for Yu Ning to place it upon his own head. In the distance, Meng Ba's gaze was tinged with a hint of jealousy compared to this crown. Her earrings seemed woefully inadequate. Yu Ning had made a grave error, for Meng Ba was the first to request a new pair of earrings. No, rather, a new design altogether. All the women removed their headpieces, their eyes reflecting a desire for matching adornments. It seemed they were intent on creating identical pieces for themselves. Observing the eager expressions of the women, Yu Ning felt that he would have ample tasks to occupy his days ahead. The mural now depicted a new story, illustrating how Yu Ning had bestowed crowns upon two women, one from the Virgo tribe, whom he had captivated, and the other, the brave Shell. Yu Ning felt as though he had become a figure of legend, yet Shell viewed him through a lens of admiration that made him somewhat uncomfortable. Centuries later, gazing upon this mural, one might mistake him for a deity of creation. Meng Ba's earrings were still in the process of being crafted when Chi Yi rushed into the tribe, pointing at her earrings with her nose and vocalizing her demands. As expected, Meng Ba delivered a swift kick to Chi Yi's rear, signaling her to quiet down. Nevertheless, Meng Ba seemed to possess a unique method of parenting, offering a piece of sugarcane as a reward after the reprimand. Resigning himself to the circumstances, Yu Ning began to hammer away with enthusiasm. With the situation as it was, he found joy in the process. The millet seeds had begun to sprout, and in an amusing turn, a walnut had even unearthed itself to showcase its growth to Yu Ning. This left him both amused and exasperated, gesturing for her to cease further digging. "Display," he exclaimed, noting that the sprout was far too tender to exhibit anything substantial. Ironically, The seeds that were nurtured with care often perished, while those that were inadvertently cast aside thrived effortlessly. Chapter 57. The handicraft tribe in Yuning was truly immersed in his work, laboring tirelessly through the night to produce 7 or 8 exquisite pieces of gold jewelry. This time, Mengba is quite satisfied. It is indeed beautiful. The abundance of gems gives it a regal and opulent appearance. Yuning has come to understand why some men are drawn to ostentatious gold chains and watches. After a reprimand, although the earrings were indeed remade, Mengba's expression conveyed a sense of trouble for Uncle Yu. Whatever the matter, Yuning would not let shell down, hence the bone, shell, and walnut adornments were prioritized. The twin ponytails now sport a new design, transforming from a playful style into something akin to throwing knives. The Makabaka headdress is rather abstract. Clearly, they do not grasp the essence of Makabaka, yet Yuning finds joy in it. Regardless, the new headpieces are undeniably more attractive, which brings them a sense of satisfaction. Today, Bone caught 2 crocodiles and mastered the art of steaming them over a roaring fire. Thus, the evening's supper consisted of neatly sliced steamed crocodile legs. However, she was meticulous, peeling the skin to leave only the tender leg meat, accompanied by boiled bird eggs and chopped fruit. Although lacking in seasoning, Yuning appreciated her thoughtfulness. Compared to shell and walnut, Bone is a woman who does not sweat the small stuff, even appearing more taciturn. Physiologically, Yuning is averse to crocodile meat. Yet he still indulged, finding the texture surprisingly pleasant. Bone admired her new headpiece by the campfire, the piece crafted by Yuning strikingly vivid. "Master, does it look good?" Bone asked, placing the adornment atop her head, eagerly awaiting Yuning's appraisal. Makabaka, noticing this, joined her side. These 3 women, each more statuesque than the last, made Yuning feel almost overwhelmed. "It looks splendid," Bone beamed, tidying up Yuning's belongings and discovering the menthol-flavored leaves. Perhaps they consume it frequently. As she nonchalantly plucked a leaf and popped it into her mouth, Makabaka followed suit, chewing naturally. "Master, what is a Virgo?" After hearing Yuning refer to them as Virgos, Bone grew curious. This is somewhat difficult to explain. It signifies tidiness, and Yuning described it vaguely, even using fruit for comparison, arranged neatly and of similar size. It was uncertain whether Bone fully comprehended, yet she organized Yuning's items meticulously, folding the dog hide around him neatly to the side. "I love sleeping by the fire." Bone seemed to reminisce about their initial days in the cave, when the women and Yuning indeed slept around the fire. "We can do that now." Yuning had recently cut leopard skin, and Shell had provided him with ample new leather. "I want to sleep together." Bone knelt, leaning closer. "Together? Oh. Yuning instantly grasped the implication. Makabaka did not understand, but Yuning offered them a familiar phrase. "Good night, Makabaka." By the fire, only Yuning and Bone remained. The night air carrying a gentle breeze, causing the flames to dance, infused with the scent of menthol. Yet, as often happens, things did not go as planned. Yuning had intended to punish others with the menthol flavor, but Bone's actions unexpectedly allowed him to experience its essence firsthand. Uncertain whether it was the coolness or the refreshing breeze, Yuning lay beside the fire, utterly disinclined to move. Bone, observing Yuning at rest, added more firewood and resumed chewing on the cursed essential oil. "Stop eating that. It's mine," Yuning protested, feeling somewhat timid as its potency was overwhelming. Bone shoved leaves into Yuning's mouth and busied herself with the flickering flames. You see, Yuning was known for his penchant for vengeance. Thus he retaliated against Bone with a decisive strike of the essential oil. Bone was always the epitome of cold elegance and strength, her capacity for endurance widely acknowledged among women. Once, despite a massive wound on her leg, she continued to battle ferociously against beasts. Yuning's joy was incomprehensible to others. Yet he marveled at his good fortune. Having once enjoyed this place, he now felt as if he thrived within it. It was the Virgo tribe members who, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over with their belongings. The patrolling women explained the situation to them. Yuning had not slept outdoors in quite a while, and now, a brief rest felt rather pleasant. Many from the tribe had already set out for work, while it appeared that the Mole People tribe had just finished their shift. Today, he intended to assess the condition of the grains. Thus he resolved to rise early, leaving Bone still lost in slumber, with his bite marks still visible on her skin. Yuning lifted her gently and placed her in his dwelling. Though Bone opened her eyes, she showed no inclination to stir. Yuning's house echoed with Bone's calls, prompting laughter among the women who covered their mouths in amusement. Meng Ba awoke at dawn, gazing at his reflection by the lake, his teeth adorning him like armor. In his heart, he fancied himself a handsome elephant, especially pleased with his new earrings. His teeth, understanding Meng Ba's sentiment, lowered to allow him to admire his new adornments. In just one night, the Virgo tribe had begun constructing houses utilizing timber, opting to reside in trees once more. However, this time, the structures were square. By employing branches and sticks, they crafted entirely cubic homes, likely having observed that the square houses in the town provided greater comfort for rest. Or perhaps simply for the sake of uniformity. Yuning understood their choice to procure their own food. They were indeed vegetarians, capable of digesting the majority of leaves and consuming the roots and stems of plants. Most members of this tribe possessed commendable craftsmanship, and within a night, the outlines of their intended structures were already discernible. As a token of gratitude, the Virgo tribe's female leader gifted Yuning a woven blanket, which he noticed incorporated animal fur alongside plant materials. The pattern was striking, resembling a perfectly symmetrical leaf, and it was notably soft, more suitable for wearing than dog fur, especially as it could be tailored. Yuning contemplated clothing designs, yet he too raised sheep and hoped to collaborate with the Virgo tribe to spin wool and create garments. The grains were thriving splendidly, indicating the land's remarkable fertility, as a subtle green haze enveloped the expanse of black soil from a distance. In Yuning's mind, a bountiful harvest had already taken shape. In the distance, the mountains echoed with the sounds of warriors from the fierce tribe, led by their formidable chief, embarking on their hunting expeditions. With the promise of abundance ahead, Yuning resolved to cultivate more land. Chapter 58. Engaged in bitter struggle, the grains had finally grown to half the height of Yuning's palm, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. The days ahead appeared to promise a tranquil existence, save for the daily task of forging numerous headdresses. The 1,000-strong tribe had gathered its forces, suggesting an imminent fierce battle. Compared to Yuning's coastal territory, the pressure on the 1,000-strong tribe was significantly greater. Yuning also observed that the further north one traveled from his tribe, the more formidable and martial the tribes became. He harbored no particular thoughts about the land near the volcano, where the virgin tribe had once resided. It was too orderly, and Yuning could not bring himself to disrupt such harmony. Recently, he had developed a fascination with camphor oil, often inspecting the grains before joining in the walnut gathering. Finding a fish-scaled person had become an almost insurmountable challenge for Yuning, who also wished to improve his archery. The bows had seemingly become extinct, likely frightened away by the gruesome sights of skinned and disemboweled creatures. This coastal region had been thoroughly explored by Yuning, and aside from discovering exceptionally large bananas, nothing particularly remarkable had been found. The bananas were destined for the fierce tribe, as Yuning found them unpalatable, either due to their immaturity or some other reason. They were bitter and difficult to swallow. The bananas were notably large, the size of a man's arm, with skin as thick as that of a grapefruit. Gathering had indeed become a necessity for the elephant tribe, who had assumed nearly all of the heavy labor and a portion of nighttime security. Among the gathering team were 4 female elephants, sisters of the gentle and cheerful Ge, who relished wild fruits and enjoyed the floral garlands crafted by the young women in the team. These garlands were not only visually appealing, but sometimes even edible. The harmonious coexistence of humans and elephants in this setting was a delightful experience. Ge's elder sister was the leader of the 4 elephants, possessing a melodious name that had once been translated by Teeth. However, according to the pronunciation preferred by Teeth, she should be called May. In the context of elephants, her name signified a type of flower, or perhaps a blossom named May. May was a lively girl, often seen pulling carts laden with the heavy items gathered by the women, sometimes indulging in the contents herself. The women adored her, often doting on her. Yuning meticulously outlined the final map of this area on his sheepskin parchment, akin to unveiling the fog of war in a game. May was also scouring the surroundings for wild mushrooms, confident in her ability to distinguish them, so the women paid her no mind. The map was taking shape, with Yuning even noting the approximate heights of the nearby hills. Suddenly, May emitted a distressing cry, prompting panic among the women and Yuning as they rushed to her aid. 2 cubs, resembling leopards, were frolicking nearby, while an adult animal had pinned May to the ground. This was intolerable for Yuning, for May had always regarded him as a beloved uncle. Yuning charged forward, brandishing his spear. The creature assaulting May resembled a lioness, Yet he was certain it was not a lion. If it were a saber-toothed tiger, its teeth would be much sharper. May bore wounds, with blood seeping from near her ears, startling the animal, which instinctively shielded its young. Walnut's rope swung a piece of metal, a weapon Yu Ning had crafted for her. He examined May's injuries and discerned that she was indeed a young girl, crying profusely, tears streaming down her face. The lake. Yu Ning gestured for them to head towards the lakeshore. This saber-toothed tiger-like creature was encircled by Yu Ning and the women, while 3 remaining female elephants appeared quite agitated. The 2 cubs nestled into the embrace of the saber-toothed beast, which attempted to carry them away but found it impossible to take both at once. Though it lacked the hunting prowess of its teeth, the women possessed an innate ability, swiftly encircling the creature, while the 3 elephants surged forward, probing the situation. Unable to abandon its young, the creature faced a dilemma, as fleeing should have posed no issue for a feline. The elephants seemed to engage in some form of communication, though it was evident that a few of the girls were hurling rather unsavory insults. The saber-toothed beast's gaze wavered between escape and capture alongside its cubs. It opened its mouth, and Yu Ning feared it might unleash a final howl. Meow? Yu Ning's tightly gripped spear nearly missed its mark. Who could have predicted that this creature would emit such a sound? Clutch. You truly are capable of gripping tightly. You appear to weigh 400 or 500 pounds, yet emit the cry of a kitten, perhaps cognizant of the effectiveness of its call. The large creature mewed a few more times, sitting remarkably upright. Yu Ning, having raised a tabby cat, recognized a semblance of that feline in this creature. Suddenly, an elephant trumpeted, causing the large animal to collapse to the ground. Find it. Yu Ning felt it unnecessary to resort to killing. The female elephants agreed. Having witnessed his methods, he had once bound a crocodile and drenched it with water for 3 days. Yu Ning sensed the creature's cunning. Its acquiescence was primarily for the sake of its 2 cubs. To ensure its calm, he placed the cubs beside it. Being a mother is no easy task. Although the creature had attacked, it still possessed a measure of gentleness. After all, it was a carnivore. It couldn't very well climb a tree to pluck bananas. Since it was May who was injured, the matter of punishment was best left to the fierce ones. Yu Ning's approach was well received by the women and the elephants. The 2 cubs snuggled into its embrace, and Yu Ning decided to load it onto a cart for the journey home. As for the binding ropes, ever since Makabaka imparted his knowledge, everyone had become a master. This saber-toothed tiger proved somewhat surprising to Yu Ning, despite its fierce demeanor. It would immediately display affection and playfulness whenever he turned away. Was this instinctual, or did it possess a certain level of intelligence? The pain caused May to cry out in the water, attracting nearby herds of elephants, with only Ming and the teeth absent. Otherwise, this creature likely would not have survived. Yu Ning observed closely. It possessed sharp claws. The teeth are rather unremarkable, similar to those of a cat, while the tail is exceptionally long, considerably exceeding the length of its body. Do not expect me to meow. I can only assure the safety of your 2 offspring, while other matters depend on the disposition of Mengba. Alas, it is likely that this creature cannot comprehend, and a mere meow might elicit a softening of its heart. Along the way, numerous individuals from various tribes have gathered, and elephants have emerged to offer their assistance. As a beautiful female warrior adorned with enchanting contact lenses is indeed a sight to behold. Zhu Yi, with an appearance that suggests it could devour a person, has brought along several of its playful companions, seeking retribution on behalf of the female warrior. Let your father take charge, Zhu Ning said, patting Zhu Yi on the head. Noting its considerable agitation, although bound, its ability to groom its young is unhindered, and Zhu Ning discerned its intelligence. It persistently sought an opportunity to free its offspring from the vehicle. It seemed likely that it possessed the means to extricate itself or was willing to sacrifice its own freedom to allow its young to escape. Chapter 59. The highly intelligent hunter Mengba beheld the saber-toothed tiger, tightly bound like a rice dumpling, and Zhu Ning was at a loss as to what this creature was. Existing somewhere between a leopard and a tiger. Mengba, I believe it possesses great cunning. It is devising a means of escape. Mengba nodded and sprayed water from its nostrils onto the creature, and like all felines, it began to groom itself. However, the cries of the 2 younglings startled Zhu Ning. If the roar of a large cat is endearing, then the cries of its offspring are akin to a raucous cacophony. Their voices were resounding, echoing with an intensity that was truly astonishing. Explode! Explode! The 2 little creatures exclaimed in unison, indifferent to whether others could endure their clamor. which was nothing short of explosive. Mengba, have you encountered such a creature before? Zhu Ning mused, believing that Mengba, having traveled far and wide, possessed considerable knowledge. Mengba shook its head and separated the two squabbling youngsters with its nose, its large ears likely amplifying the ruckus. The creature resembled a tiger more closely, but the noise it produced was indeed frightening. Perhaps it should be dubbed the exploding tiger? Such naming conventions were not new to Bei Ku, as the master might choose a different name should it emit another sound in the future. Despite having expressed her grievances, the female warrior quickly engaged in play with the two little exploding tigers, though the poor mother remained bound by ropes. Mengba even contemplated releasing her. Zhu Ning sought confirmation and received an affirmative from Mengba. Mengba believed this creature represented the last hope of its kind, and the female warrior was in no real danger. It was no wonder that the teeth in Bei Ku often spoke of Mengba, praising its bravery and benevolence, noting its significant influence in the vicinity. Mengba, you truly embody the principle of winning hearts through virtue. Mengba sprayed more water onto the exploding tiger and glanced at the female warrior playing with the little creatures. Zhu Ning understood that Mengba could perceive the thoughts of the exploding tiger, and since it was willing to grant freedom, let it be so. However, Zhu Ning wished to keep its offspring. Mengba too discerned Zhu Ning's intentions and began to communicate with the exploding tiger. The first thing upon the unbinding of the rope was an insatiable licking of fur, a fervent display of affection. Yu Ning once again beheld the shadow of the tabby cat she had nurtured. The little tiger did not flee far, merely retreating to a nearby tree. Somewhat fearful of the flames, Yu Ning prepared strips of meat for the two little tigers, ensuring they were cut into manageable pieces to avoid any choking hazards. The two little creatures exhibited no signs of shyness, boldly exploring their surroundings, save for the flickering campfire they carefully avoided. Master, it hasn't left. The vigilant tiger fixed its gaze on the distant tree. If your child were to be kidnapped, you too would remain. Yu Ning instantly regretted her words. My child. The tiger clearly did not comprehend. Indeed, it has been many days, yet no signs of pregnancy have emerged. Is it I who am incapable? If the urgent one were to be taken, the fierce one would not abandon. The tiger seemed to grasp this notion. Though it harbored no fondness for the two little tigers, it always intimidated them whenever they ventured too close. At the slightest fright, the two little creatures began to explode with energy. Bang, bang, bang. Well done. The milk hasn't even dried up, and they are already playing cards. Yu Ning, perturbed by the ruckus, urged the tiger to cease its intimidation. With several adornments still pending creation, Yu Ning kindled a fire to commence her crafting. Shell, master, Shell. Upon hearing her name, set aside the rope she was weaving. Fetch 2 chickens for that tiger up in the tree, Yu Ning instructed. Concerned that it had not eaten all day, reluctant to part with the crocodile meat, Shell hesitated to offer the chickens. The crocodile meat was likely comprised of leftover scraps after skinning, yet it was certainly better than allowing the creature to go hungry. The urgent one seemed to have received a beating from the fierce one, persistently questioning why the tiger had been released. Amid the clanging sounds, Yu Ning crafted several headpieces that the women adorned with delight. Yu Ning clapped in approval. Suddenly, the distant sound of war drums reverberated through the air, rousing the fierce one from its rest. This drumming could only signify an attack on the giant tree tribe, or perhaps the 1,000-people tribe. Yu Ning's own tribe possessed no drums. He had fashioned a gong from iron scraps, only to be struck in times of peril. The great turtle tribe. The tiger returned, confirming the direction with certainty. Assist them? Yu Ning wrestled with his thoughts, reluctant to become embroiled in a large-scale conflict. Shell and Walnut opposed the idea, while the tiger and the dagger maiden wished to aid the 1,000-people tribe, leaving Bone in contemplative silence. The echoes of battle cries were scarce, faintly audible, for the drums did not resonate with the same intensity. Yu Ning resolved to lend them assistance. For now, he still required their presence. The existence of the 1,000-people tribe served as a natural barrier for Yu Ning. As he understood, at least 6 formidable tribes bordered the 1,000-people tribe. 2 of these tribes were even on par with the strength of the 1,000 people. Should the 1,000-people tribe fall, they would inevitably be divided amongst the others, and the flames of war would inevitably reach his own doorstep. Yet, Shell's perspective was straightforward, to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern her. In the tiger's world, the 1,000-people tribe had once bestowed gifts, thus establishing a bond of friendship. The fierce Mengba also arrived in the city, evidently prepared for battle. In the distance, The explosive tiger, having finished its meal of crocodile, gazed towards the direction of the drumbeats. Mengba declared, "You should reclaim them." Beak reluctantly voiced, "Reclaim whom?" Yuning appeared bewildered, pondering whether it referred to the 1,000-person tribe or the invaders. Eliminate one side, instill fear in all others. In Mengba's eyes, killing equated to salvation. Yuning was taken aback by this unexpected perspective from his comrade, who seemed to have taken on a philosophical stance. Resolving his uncertainty, Yuning commanded the donning of armor. The women busied themselves, while Yuning held a small explosive tiger in each hand and approached the tree. "Do not attack my tribe again. Next time, I shall not show mercy." Although he cherished the small explosive tigers, he felt uneasy with the large one constantly in pursuit. The intelligence of the explosive tiger was likely formidable. The women remaining at home might not match its prowess. Perhaps it would be wiser to return its offspring. This past week had been rife with calamity. Having just dealt with the lizards, the explosive tiger now sought assistance for the great turtle. Yuning used the turtle shell as a shield. "Let us set forth." Aside from the night watch, there were also female elephants. Everyone marched towards the 1,000-person tribe. And Yuning sincerely hoped the great turtle would be unharmed, for reaching such an age was no simple feat. The sounds of battle grew ever closer as Yuning reached the mountaintop and drew his battle knife. Spare none from the old turtle tribe. Slay them all. Yuning's sudden entry into the fray halted the chaos, as he discerned that at least 3 tribes were simultaneously assaulting the 1,000-person tribe. This situation likely stemmed from the 1,000-person tribe provoking others, but that was of little consequence. Yuning intended to make it known who the true master of this land was. Chapter 60. A name earned in battle. Yuning's appearance undoubtedly shifted the tide of battle. He led a well-equipped force with advanced tactics. With Mengba at his side, they were virtually invincible, one a ground tank, the other an aerial reaper. The remaining warriors formed a disciplined formation, moving with precision. Observers could easily perceive the disparity. The battlefield was swiftly segmented, and the 3 allied tribes faced immediate defeat. The warriors of the 1,000-person tribe sought to exploit this moment to pursue. But Yuning sternly reprimanded them. "Find a way to translate my words." He regarded Mengba and Yang with an air of formality. "Cease all hostilities, or you shall become my enemies." While uncertain of the accuracy of Mengba and Yang's translations, the sheer force he commanded held the strongest persuasive power. The members of the 3 tribes halted their actions, while the 1,000-person tribe aimed to leverage Yuning's forces to counterattack, only to realize that Yuning had no intention of continuing the assault. "Go forth, a 1 against 3. Yuning glanced at the leader of the 1,000-person tribe, who shockingly sought to wield him as a weapon. The scene was exceedingly peculiar, with calmness and awkwardness etched on the faces of the leaders from the 1,000-person tribe. Yuning's message was conveyed clearly, and the 4 factions departed in discontent. Yuning emerged as the harbinger of peace, while Yang showcased his strength for the first time before the 4 formidable tribes. Regarding this female warrior, their fear transcends mere apprehension. The prowess of Mengba is universally acknowledged, and the ability to command such strength is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, what astounds the tribal leaders even more is the man adorned in a dogskin cloak. Yes, it is Yuning, the very man who dares to direct and manipulate the divine elephant and the female warrior. Who is this man? This question ignites speculation among them, for they were previously unaware of such a tribe and had never encountered Yuning. Naturally, the centaurs returned unscathed, their sudden emergence catching the 4 tribes off guard due to the vast disparity in their capabilities. The 3 major tribes retreated, and Yuning went to pay a visit to the Great Tortoise. The Great Tortoise also suffered misfortune, with numerous weapons embedded in its posterior, leaving one to wonder if it was mistaken for a small hill or if the act was deliberate. Nonetheless, it appeared unharmed, as Mengba held the Great Tortoise in high regard, indicating that this venerable creature occupies a position of great esteem. "Our master speaks of your formidable strength, urging you to protect your kin." Yuning, though unaware of the exchange between Mengba and the Great Tortoise, could clearly discern Mengba's pride. The Great Tortoise, covered in vegetation and moss save for its eyes, rendered Yuning unable to ascertain its expression, leaving him uncertain if it even possessed one. The 3 major tribes circumvented the territory of the 1,000-person tribe, dispatching dozens to Yuning's land. It was only on his journey home that he noticed their presence. Yet they bore no weapons, leading Yuning to surmise they had come for negotiations. He instructed them to head to the city first to ascertain if anyone was injured and needed to bathe in the lake, prioritizing the well-being of his own women. Yuning observed that these individuals bore a resemblance to those from the 1,000-person tribe, with one group sporting tusks akin to wild boars. While distinguishing the other two tribes proved difficult. As the patroller and overseer of the city, Bone took charge of receiving and accommodating these outsiders, who were left in awe by Yuning's urban landscape. The flickering bonfires, exquisite weaponry, and the various tribes engaged in their respective tasks were beyond the comprehension of their singular tribal existence. Surprisingly, the exploding tiger had not departed. Instead, it returned two small exploding tigers to Yuning, who continued their incessant detonations. Yet, having grown accustomed to the noise, it no longer seemed bothersome. Interestingly, the two little creatures exhibited moments of tranquility, during which they emitted soft mewing sounds. Bichelle prepared fish, meat, and eggs for the two little ones, as they were quite affectionate, often trailing her. This behavior is understandable, for Bichelle was responsible for food preparation, although she did not hunt or gather. All finished dishes originated from her hands. Perhaps the two little ones perceived her elevated status in food distribution, thus seeking to endear themselves to her. Throughout his time with the women, Yuning had always regarded them as beautiful companions, wives, or girlfriends. However, he was taken aback by a glimmer of maternal instinct emanating from Bichelle as she tended to the two small, exploding tigers. "Master, they are all waiting outside. It appears that these visitors are eager to engage in discussion." Yuning paused for a moment before instructing Bone to escort them to the inner city. When the remaining tribespeople beheld Yuning, he was engrossed in crafting golden ornaments, appearing no different from an ordinary individual. Yuning remained silent, absorbed in his work, while the visitors grew increasingly restless. However, Bone sat quietly beside them, her battle blade gleaming with a sharpness that spoke of her esteemed status, comparable to the woman riding the divine elephant that day. Thus, the group of envoys could do little but wait. Yuning fashioned 3 headdresses. Though not as exquisite as those made for women, he adorned them with various embellishments, crystals, stones, and a small piece of iron ore. Naturally, he could not bestow upon them the same stones as those given to the women. Instead, they would be taken back to their chief, who, if willing to submit, could claim them. Yuning was uncertain of how to communicate with them, suspecting their intelligence was limited, and he wondered if reasoning would even reach them. Nonetheless, he recognized a fundamental truth. Even the dim-witted understand pain when struck. After Xiahu finished delivering the children, he ambled past Yuning, who marveled at how quickly he had gained his freedom of movement. Bone even patted his head, and absurdly, there lay his food bowl in the distance. Yuning did not recall adopting him. He had merely released him. It seemed Xiahu had adeptly discerned the situation and chosen to thrive on the comforts provided. Given that a food bowl had been arranged, it appeared he intended to stay long-term. Scram! Yuning suddenly brandished his forging hammer, startling Xiahu. To his surprise, although frightened, Xiahu's robust body quivered before he emitted a mewl and rolled about on the ground. All present had hunted before and recognized this as a display of submission from the creature. The envoys from the other tribes were particularly alarmed. Such a powerful beast was seeking favor from Yuning. This man suddenly seemed extraordinary. The tribe possessed numerous elephants, some engaged in labor, others frolicking with women, and some handling goods and fruits. Such a sight was beyond their wildest imaginings. Even more astonishing, sheep and deer were herded by wild dogs to graze, indicating they had likely been domesticated. Perhaps to their eyes, the women here lacked beauty, but in terms of strength, they were formidable. The dagger maiden was practicing archery with twin ponytails. The arrows striking the wooden targets made this group of savages comprehend that such implements were indeed weapons, powerful ones capable of great distances. The volcano tribe happened to witness this scene, and their female leader approached to invite Yuning to her domain, suggesting their relentless efforts had finally borne fruit. Chapter 61. A glimpse of the new world. While the true extent of this world remained a mystery, nearly all neighboring tribes had gathered here. The divine tortoise of the 1,000-person tribe had pledged allegiance to Yuning, ensuring that its kin would not defy him. The volcano tribe proved to be masters of construction, adeptly combining wood and clay to create dwellings. Yuning deemed their work commendable, though he felt compelled to dismantle and rebuild. However, this was no jest. It was a genuine endeavor. Yuning resolved to teach them the art of brickmaking. They had roasted several utensils by the edge of the lava, so the concept of firing bricks was not difficult for them to grasp. Houses made of bricks were undoubtedly superior to those constructed from mere twigs. Their craftsmanship was remarkably proficient, and their speed in production was nothing short of innate talent. The suggestion made by Yuning to dismantle the houses saddened the volcanic tribe. Yet Yuning did not neglect them. In addition to preparing to teach them the art of brickmaking, she contemplated providing them with a set of metal tools. At the very least, rudimentary cutting tools and iron implements for construction were essential, as they would not only enhance efficiency, but also elevate productivity. Yuning had long since begun utilizing coal and even produced some coke, significantly improving the entire brick kiln process. She had even adopted more refined techniques for the crucibles. Although the piece of meteoric iron still remained unmelted, Yuning was determined to enhance the air-blowing technology. As for the technique of brickmaking, much like their pottery crafting, particularly regarding the shape of the bricks, Yuning felt no anxiety. How could this group of Virgos tolerate odd-shaped bricks? Their only challenge lay in their hesitance to directly handle fire, yet Yuning understood that this merely required time. The unfamiliar can be daunting, but once one becomes accustomed to it through frequent contact, many things lose their fearsome nature. Yuning personally constructed a brick kiln at their camp, and it must be said that it was built even better than those in her own city, as she had become increasingly skilled with practice. The air-blowing apparatus, which Yuning had been reluctant to use for herself, was now allocated to these people, in order to produce sturdier bricks. She even provided them with lessons and personally demonstrated the entire production process. If deities inspire admiration, then at this moment, Yuning commanded respect. Each tribe possessed its own specialties and life skills, forming the very foundation of their existence. However, they had only ever engaged in the exchange of goods, never in the importation of techniques. In the eyes of the volcanic tribe, this transfer of knowledge undoubtedly illustrated Yuning's considerable wisdom, a skill that she regarded as trivial. As soon as the bricks were produced, they eagerly wished to observe. Yuning splashed a bit of water, indicating that the temperature was still high. The billowing steam deterred them, and they could only feel the scorching heat and wait. The three major tribes to the north of the 1,000-man tribe were equally astonished by Yuning's methods, particularly when she was in a flurry of activity, and coincidentally, a passing Mengba received a gentle pat on the head from Yuning, which elicited a surprisingly endearing response from him. The members of the three major tribes followed Yuning for an entire day, during which she spoke very little aside from answering their questions. The more she remained reserved, the more formidable they perceived her to be. Upon returning from a hunt, Teeth brought back a crocodile and a wild buffalo. Although Teeth rarely hunted buffalo, this creature, despite being herbivorous, was exceedingly fierce and social. However, Teeth's choice was likely intentional, for only by hunting formidable beasts could one impress these tribes. Yuning had indeed not consumed beef for quite some time. Although she had not mastered the art of oil extraction, she resolved to use the fat from this plump buffalo to sauté its meat. The shell unveiled her artistic prowess and resumed her painting, akin to a performance before and after a meal, as Yuning unprecedentedly invited these envoys into the cave. It is noteworthy that individuals from other tribes had never been granted such an invitation. Aside from Meng Ba and Ji, no other elephants had ever entered. The narratives depicted in the murals were unmistakably clear, further solidifying their belief in Yuning's invincibility. The green-skinned goblins that remained were evidently transformed. They no longer resorted to deceit or peculiar cunning, but rather engaged more in learning and labor. They even began to gather and stockpile useful resources for the tribe. Yuning observed that although their character was dubious, they possessed a remarkable affinity for rare metal ores, seemingly gifted with a natural instinct for discovering such treasures. Apart from the two restrooms frequently utilized by Yuning, the others had been converted into residences, not so much renovated as occupied directly by members of other tribes. Even in the face of silence, Yuning refrained from making a fuss. Civilization is not achieved in a day, and the act of relieving oneself requires gradual learning. Perhaps due to the presence of the envoys, Yuning realized that he had undertaken numerous initiatives to showcase his strength. He also noted that the city was evolving at an astonishing pace. With eyes both open and closed, he witnessed an increase in housing, goods, and game, truly feeling the relentless progress he was making. Unbeknownst to him, the city walls had taken on a rudimentary form, though they were not yet sufficiently tall. With manpower available, the primary concern now shifted to the production of bricks and the extraction of clay and coal. Yuning resolved to invite the elephants for assistance, as their ability to transport goods could facilitate multiple trips daily. Mei was the first to step forward, while Ji clearly dismissed such labor, yearning instead for conquest. She had been trying to win favor with the Bones, hoping to patrol the night alongside her. Yuning had previously discussed this with Meng Ba, who evidently dotes on Ji, wanting her to remain close a little longer despite her imminent maturity. Now that they no longer migrated, the opportunities for such experiences had diminished. For elephants, living and apprenticing with their herd was the most effective form of education. It seemed the season for ripe coconuts had arrived, as there were numerous walnuts collected, many likely harvested from trees, evidenced by the neat cuts. Yuning decided to call them back tomorrow, hoping to avoid any conflict at the very least. He was still adjusting to the presence of foreign envoys following him. The aroma of various seasoned meats wafted through the city as Yuning, lacking an iron pot, resorted to stewing meat in a stone pot. As for stir-frying beef, he dismissed the idea. Not only did he lack the proper cookware, but the meat was too tough to be sautéed, prompting Yuning to quip that it was tougher than his grandmother's heels. My lord. Yuning did not anticipate that Maka and Baka had been securely bound and were in his dwelling, laughter from twin-tailed individuals echoing from outside. My lord. Show them no mercy. The twin-tailed girl fell silent, but suddenly gestured for Yuning to commence. This woman was utterly wicked. You truly embody filial piety. Suddenly, Yuning found himself at a loss for words. He understood that this was an invitation for Makabaka to comprehend the meaning of not being able to say good night. Good night, Makabaka, he declared, but tonight, you shall find no solace. It appeared that Yuning's assertion was correct. They were unable to find peace, not even for a moment. And others had long since grown accustomed to this. Chapter 62. Serving as beasts of burden even in the early hours of the morning, they were urging him for updates. My heartfelt gratitude extends to all you dear patrons for your generous support, which fuels my passion. Today, the tale continues. Let us travel back 3 centuries. Yuning informed Makabaka that she need not rise for work today. Indeed, it seemed that the craftsmanship of the rope had surpassed all expectations. The girl with twin ponytails was an oddity, having stood vigil outside throughout the night. Yuning considered himself a disciplined individual. Hence his early start commenced without salary or reward, save for a meager meal. However, compared to the drudgery of laborers, his existence was relatively free. One could earn more through hard work, while idleness led to hunger. The denizens of the volcanic tribe were indeed formidable, remaining awake all night to embrace new technologies. As if neglecting to fire bricks would lead to a collapse of the kiln by morning. Yet, Yuning remained unaware that their sleeplessness was intertwined with Makabaka's inability to bid good night. The leader of the volcanic tribe was a young girl, newly acquainted with matters of the heart, and after a night of such turmoil, what else could she do but rise to tend to the bricks? At dawn, the members of the 3 tribes departed after finishing their breakfast. It was unclear whether their meal was satisfactory, but they certainly licked their utensils clean. Observing this, Bichelle decided to gift them the dishes, even sharing some of the well-cooked beef with them. Tales of the miraculous effects of camphor oil had spread throughout the tribe, rendering it a popular snack. Furthermore, Walnut was attempting to cultivate her own trees, albeit with methods that left Yuning both amused and perplexed. She simply buried leaves in the soil, and out of concern, even cleared a patch of land to bury branches. Yuning felt she was merely creating work for herself. To prevent disappointing Walnut, he dedicated time to instruct her on transplantation. Walnut seemed to grasp the lesson, promptly excavating everything she had buried. Most of the resources here were naturally abundant, and Yuning taught them the art of watering and irrigation, which, in their eyes, appeared to be the creation of life. Bichelle was a keen observer, and Yuning surmised that today's events would likely unfold near the cave. The 1,000-person tribe also sent individuals at dawn. Though they brought grim tidings, they had suffered significant losses the previous day. Some advocated for vengeance, while others urged for peace. Stubbornness was prevalent everywhere. The faction advocating for war from the 1,000-person tribe had departed, relocating to the vicinity of the volcanic and goblin tribes. Sister had now assumed the role of a true logistics commander, personally overseeing operations with remarkable navigation skills. Whenever she took charge of transportation, there was little need for the women to accompany her. Meng Ba expressed joy at his daughter's newfound purpose, even as he himself labored for Yuning. Alas, Sister was a formidable presence. Had she truly been a young lady, Meng Ba would have eagerly offered her hand to Yuning. Among the night watch was a girl named Tuda. Yuning was oblivious to the meaning of the name, simply responding to what others called her. However, she had once given the girl a name herself, though it was rather embarrassing as Yuning had forgotten it. Yet, there was a clue inscribed on her golden jewelry, a pattern that Yuning had etched. Suddenly, it dawned on her. The girl was called Beautiful Feet. Who knows what Yuning was thinking at that moment, but indeed, the girl's feet were exquisite, with slender ankles and charming toes. Since she spent most of her time on guard duty, her feet were not as roughened by outdoor travels. Beautiful Feet. Yuning felt a twinge of lewdness at the thought. Master, Beautiful Feet approached, running barefoot, embodying a lively and playful spirit compared to other women. Come with me to the 1,000-people tribe. Beautiful Feet clearly did not comprehend the entirety of that statement. Follow me. After retrieving her spear and armor, she tied her hair into a high ponytail. Yuning was uncertain how the local environment nurtured such individuals, despite having dined well the previous night. The sight of her made him feel hunger anew. How about a kiss? Surprisingly, Beautiful Feet was not shy. She eagerly wrapped her arms around Yuning's neck and planted a warm kiss on him. Fairy. Waste fairy. She's about to become a fairy. Yuning had not brought many companions. Just Beautiful Feet and another elephant. This elephant was notably robust within the Mengba tribe, slightly smaller than Mengba himself, yet Mengba had indicated that it was quite intelligent. However, looking into its clear, bright eyes, Yuning began to doubt Mengba's judgment. Beautiful Feet now took to riding the elephant, weaving flower crowns for it, and occasionally plucking something to feed it. Yuning observed that this girl was not merely lively, she was positively restless. As they passed a small river near the 1,000-people tribe, Beautiful Feet sat by the water's edge, splashing river water at the elephant with her feet, which responded playfully with its trunk. Initially, they were on a serious mission to the 1,000-people tribe, but Yuning found himself wanting to pause and relish the enchanting scene before him, captivated by her youthful exuberance. Beautiful Feet, however, had not anticipated Yuning's presence in that locale. Her eyes widened in surprise until Yuning truly claimed her attention. The elephant was engrossed in its own playful antics in the water, enjoying the delightful atmosphere. The sky was a brilliant blue adorned with white clouds, while Beautiful Feet's lovely eyes brimmed with excitement and gratitude. How is it? Beautiful Feet seemed to inquire about Yuning's feelings, or perhaps his impressions. Beautiful. She understood the meaning of the word beauty, having been told its significance when she was named, and since then, she had come to perceive her feet as beautiful. Do you need anything else? Beautiful Feet donned a small skirt made of deer skin, although she was without a top, appearing prepared to wear it. And perhaps some yarn? I fear I shall be drained completely. I'm not keen on going to the 1,000-people tribe. Beautiful Feet chewed a slice of menthol, then tidied her tousled hair with a bone comb. Unfortunately, Yuning felt a sense of depletion. Watching her groom herself by the riverside seemed to stretch the time, and the sunlight was somewhat glaring. The temperature by the stream is perfectly suitable for a brief slumber. In this vicinity, every place can be deemed his domain, and he peacefully closed his eyes. Suddenly, a chill swept over him. Not again. Yuning's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, recalling the last time this occurred. Why did I devise such a peculiar game? Riding atop an elephant, Yuning arrived at the tribe of 1,000, feeling utterly exhausted. Upon his arrival, the remaining tribespeople gathered around, with the beautiful warrior visibly tense, brandishing her spear to signal them to maintain their distance. Indeed, her clear-eyed demeanor was a facade. The elephant possessed a higher level of linguistic comprehension and even taught the warrior to convey meanings more accurately, such as to kill, to flee, and to harm. This elephant not only understood language, but also body language. Was it not the quintessential translator? Yuning felt that calling it merely a lumber carrier was a disservice. Sensing no malice from the tribe of 1,000, the warrior remained cautious, her hands ever poised on her spear and knife. However, the people did not react impulsively. Yuning conveyed that they were of the same tribe, acknowledging that they were under his protection, provided that hostilities ceased. Chapter 63. The chief's gift. The elephant was aptly named the translator by Yuning, a fact beyond dispute. After all, who could refuse such a capable creature? Endowed with both strength and translation abilities, possessing eyes as clear as those of a university student, Yuning even felt that its gaze was not foolishness, but wisdom. It was he who had previously misjudged. He did not wish his protection to remain mere words. He felt a kinship with these people, though harmony was not yet achieved. Ultimately, it boiled down to food and resources, which, apart from Yuning and his group, were scarce. Most tribes suffered from intermittent hunger, with few truly satiated. There were not many who, like the Great Tree tribe, were entirely self-sacrificing, and the Volcano tribe, while largely vegetarian, did consume bird eggs, which slightly improved their condition. The tribe of 1,000 had dwindled in numbers, with internal conflicts and departures leaving them with fewer than 500. The leader of the tribe inquired much of the great turtle and ultimately submitted to Yu Ning. The beautiful warrior exhaled in relief only upon departure, not expecting the tribe's people to pursue them, offering Yu Ning a woman, more precisely, a young girl, as her physique appeared to belong to one of 13 or 14 years of age. Yet, it must be said, she possessed all the attributes one might expect. According to the tribe of 1,000, she was one they had captured. Initially, Yu Ning had intended to offer her tribute upon his first visit, but her fierce demeanor had deterred him for fear of inciting his wrath. Had she recently softened? Yu Ning doubted it. She was not less fierce, but rather dazed by hunger. To accept her would be perilous, yet her beauty was undeniable, albeit diminutive. She could be described as a miniature version. To refuse her would only serve as an excuse. Yu Ning desired her, for he had never encountered one like her before. Although the binding methods of the tribe of 1,000 were lacking, they had nonetheless secured her tightly. Yu Ning placed her atop the elephant and descended to walk. "Are you tired?" Mei Jiao remained concerned about Yu Ning's condition, noting how he seemed to float while walking moments ago. "How could that be? I merely haven't rested well." Yu Ning believed that a splash of cold water on his face would suffice to rejuvenate him. "Is that necessary?" Mei Jiao nearly startled Yu Ning into a cold sweat. "No need for that." Upon hearing Yu Ning's response, Mei Jiao let out a sigh of relief. "You're sighing? I nearly met my end." Observing the miniature woman on the elephant's back, Yu Ning gestured vaguely. Surprisingly, the elephant pointed its trunk at her. Does the translator know where she hails from? Yu Ning surmised that the elephant, having traveled far and wide, might possess considerable knowledge. To his astonishment, it nodded and began to gesture. "A volcano?" The elephant nodded, its gestures remarkably vivid, even mimicking the appearance of scalding its feet. The people of the Volcano tribe? Yu Ning found it hard to believe. This petite woman was strikingly beautiful, entirely different from those of that tribe. The translator paused, grasped a stick, and began to draw, revealing that she resided on the opposite side of the volcano, separated by a volcanic ridge, and astonishingly, there existed a herd of elephants in that vicinity as well. The woman Yu Ning brought back attracted a crowd. She was devoid of any possessions but a rope, appearing utterly famished, whether as prey, spoils of war, or for domestication. Bei Ku's first instinct was to provide her with food. The aroma of sustenance roused the petite woman, though her gaze remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. It was the translator who gently patted her head, prompting her to chatter away, eventually bursting into tears. The translator, incensed, flicked its trunk to gather the elephant herd and even began to search for Meng Ba. This left Yu Ning bewildered. Surely, the elephants would not seek vengeance on the 1,000-man tribe for the sake of the petite woman. Meng Ba, true to his leadership, swiftly calmed the herd and commenced communication with the petite woman. The translator intermittently supplemented and gestured, facilitating their dialogue. Even Yu Ning, observing from the side, grasped some of it. This petite woman had merely fallen into the trap of the 1,000-man tribe. However, her journey was in search of Meng Ba's herd. The petite woman's kin lived alongside the elephants, and a few days prior, a group of outsiders had arrived, intent on hunting elephants. Consequently, the elephants and the petite woman's people began to resist, and she was following the migration path to locate Meng Ba. "Meng Ba, you actually have relatives?" Yu Ning had never known this. Meng Ba shook his head, explaining to the petite woman that the elephants he referred to were not of the same species. They were smaller, akin to her, miniature. Miniature elephants? Yu Ning's curiosity piqued. How adorable they must be. Meng Ba's son was already quite endearing, and if they were even smaller. The translator confirmed that the creatures and tribes on the opposite side of the volcano were indeed diminutive. However, the extreme heat deterred their passage, and they only ventured across during cooler periods to visit this herd. This world is remarkably wondrous. Yu Ning's curiosity began to swell. At this moment, the explosive tiger, seeing the crowd, was also accompanied by 2 cubs at a distance, ready to join the commotion. Silence. Yu Ning is engaged in a discussion, the clamor around her exceedingly cacophonous. Should she assist them? The shell has provided the small women with sustenance, evidently feeling a sense of sympathy for their plight. In Yu Ning's eyes, it may hold little significance, Yet the women are unable to accept the brutality inflicted upon the elephants, for in times past, when Yuning was absent, the elephants were their only allies. Upon returning from the lakeside, Yaozi discovers that a grave incident has transpired in the city. By the time she learns the full extent of the situation, her fury surpasses that of Mengba and the translator. The 1,000-person tribe is indeed adept at creating troubles. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that she is aware, both the women and the elephant herd await her decision. The distance to the volcano from here is not considerable, yet traveling on foot could lead to darkness. Yuning is uncertain of the current state of the elephant herd and the small women-esh tribe, yet a rescue mission has become inevitable. Onward, uncertain of what lies ahead. Yuning is accustomed to launching herself into action within this environment, believing that exerting her full strength is the right course. The last time Yuning visited this volcano, it was due to Walnut discovering the volcanic tribe. Now, that tribe has vanished, yet many from the 1,000-person tribe are stationed here. They recognize Yuning, their fear of their own defection leading to slaughter palpable, yet she swiftly passes by without any exchange. A colossal tree lies fallen by the riverbank, its age astounding, having petrified, likely linked to the volcano in some manner. This fallen giant now serves to facilitate the wildlife on both banks, creating a natural bridge across the river. The small woman points towards a distant hill, calling out loudly. Mengba and Yaozi can no longer contain themselves and rush forward. It appears Yuning has arrived just in time. For this group is evidently more formidable. Many elephants are confined within wooden cages, and the women are bound together. This band wields stone axes, clubs, and stone balls ensnared by ropes. But what astonishes Yuning even more is their physique, tall and robust. At present, Yaozi barely stands at the same height as them. Chapter 64. The greatest adversary. This marks Yuning's most formidable opponent encountered thus far. Previously, no tribe possessed such strength, and the enemies lacked considerable intelligence. Clearly, this group exhibits wisdom and a division of labor, with some engaged in combat, while others specialize in ranged projectiles. In the past, projectiles were accompanied by shields. Yet this band wields stones as large as heads, rendering shields utterly ineffective. Follow me. Yuning shouts as she descends the slope, her speed surpassing even that of Mengba. Charging down the incline, Yuning drags her spear, seeking a position where rocks and trees can serve as cover. Naturally, the women would not permit Yuning to charge down alone. In their hearts, she is nearly invincible, having single-handedly bested lions and wild boars alike. A group of women trails behind her, and as Yuning circles the battlefield, she finally finds a position behind a cluster of massive stones. This vantage point provides cover for archery, as shooting from the previous angle would endanger the miniature elephant herd. Most of the small women have already been captured, and many, grievously injured, continue to resist. They wielded weapons, yet they could hardly strike at the vulnerable spots of these colossal giants. Had it not been for their quick reflexes, they might not have endured until now. The herd of elephants surpassed the group of ferocious beasts in size, though their stature was relatively diminutive, resembling large sheep, albeit robust in physique. Archers, Yuning commanded, pointing towards the distant giants hurling stones. In an instant, a volley of arrows rained down upon them, catching the giants off guard. The nearby giants, armed and rushing forward, prompted Yuning to order another round of arrows to be loosed. The distant giants howled in despair. Throw the spears. At Yuning's command, the women in the front row launched their spears in unison. Among them, the one with twin ponytails shot indiscriminately. The sharp weapons drew the giants' attention to these intruders, and as the women unleashed several more volleys of arrows, the giants retreated under the relentless assault. The miniature tribe of elephants and women began to advance towards their position, and Yuning commanded them to form a line and push forward. Size does not equate to fearlessness. Mengba led his kin directly into the fray. These wild men proved formidable, their strength rivaling that of Mengba himself. 3 giants worked together to seize Mengba's teeth, attempting to overpower him. Teeth hurled a spear, piercing the eye of a nearby giant, then circled around him while shooting arrows. As they drew near to Mengba, Teeth leaped onto him, brandishing a knife that struck the giant's neck. Bone, though relatively tall among women, appeared diminutive next to the giants. However, armed with a spear aimed at their toes, she fought valiantly. The only compound bow in the entire tribe belonged to the one with twin ponytails, into which Yuning had poured considerable effort. Finding a prime shooting position, she unleashed arrows upon the battlefield. Any giant that exposed a vulnerability be it eye or ear, would find an arrow lodged within. Yuning also recognized the talent among several women. Makabaka used a rope that, when thrown, could be yanked back with force. It dawned on Yuning that the rope was made from scraps of the weapons and tools he had crafted. As the rope snapped back, it left the wild men bloodied and wounded. Before they could even cry out, another rope ensnared them. Yuning confronted a wild man taller than most. Inspired by bone, he thrust 2 spears into the man's feet, eliciting a pained howl. The giant retaliated with a swift axe strike, surprising Yuning with his speed. Reacting instinctively, he raised his shield, yet still was pushed back several steps. Thankfully, he carried a tortoise shell. Had it been a wooden shield, it would have been shattered. The woman who had prepared to retrieve the spear witnessed Yuning's setback, crossing a line. A swarm of women charged at the giant, their battle cries striking fear into him. He attempted to flee, but his feet were already marred with wounds. The violence was overwhelming. A dozen women restrained him, mercilessly striking him down, their frenzy akin to a slaughterhouse. Nearby giants, caught off guard by such ferocity, were astonished to discover that weapons could so easily fell them. Yuning regretted the exhilarating escapades of last night and this afternoon, feeling truly weakened now. However, he could not afford to lose momentum. The real melee had commenced, and the agility of the women, coupled with their weaponry, became increasingly evident in close combat. The giants on the hillside dared not move, for arrows rained down from unknown sources. Any who dared to retrieve stones would surely meet their demise. Yuning shattered a wooden cage, liberating the members of the mini tribe along with the elephants. The fierce creatures charged, using their tusks to strike. The stone throwers fled. Yuning directed his ire towards the retreating giants, their heads severed in the wake of battle, their corpses littering the ground. Pursue. With the ferocity of the tribe, they chased down and slaughtered every last one. In a fit of rage, Yuning realized a long gash marred his ribcage, a painful reminder of the stones that had struck him. Darkness engulfed him. Master. A sudden chime resonated in his ears, awakening him to the harmonious sounds of women and elephants singing around him as they lifted him above the lake's surface. I am awake. Yuning discovered that while his wounds had healed, the pain lingered. To his surprise, the mini tribe had gathered around him. Master. Beak rushed forward, fervently kissing his cheeks, forehead, and every other inch of his face. Teeth finally exhaled in relief, sinking into the water, tears streaming down her face. Mungba gave her son a sharp swat with its tail, the sound crisp and startling, leaving one to wonder whether it was an expression of anger or joy. The mini women knelt in the lake, their mini elephants nodding in Yuning's direction in a gesture of respect. Have we caught up? My warrior goddess. Teeth wiped her tears and rose, bearing a massive head in her hands, standing amidst a pile of severed heads on the beach. They should remain at their camp, Yuning thought, hoping to instill fear in them with these trophies. Let them stay with us. Beak's sincerity was palpable. Would they truly come to reside with them? Yuning marveled, realizing that with 200 new sisters arriving, the previous 200 had yet to settle in. The lake has dried up. There is no place to splash. Yuning was taken aback once more. Did they also possess a lake of their own? The translator's eyes confirmed the thoughts swirling in Yuning's mind. Were there any casualties? This was Yuning's foremost concern. He was unable to reproduce, and they could not afford to lose anyone. Beak shook her head and pointed behind Yuning, indicating that there were indeed others injured, but healing. It appeared that both his tribe and the mini tribe had suffered, and surprisingly, Mei was among the healing team, looking as though she had been weeping again. The elephant princess was quite delicate, often complaining at the slightest inconvenience, but Yuning understood she was merely a girl. Finally, they had survived the calamity. Yuning gazed at Mungba, contemplating the fate of the giants. They had not been entirely vanquished, but they had fled. Chapter 65. The transformation of the master. Yuning discovered that he had changed. Aside from occasionally forging metal, he had developed some muscle in his arms. Yet, for the most part, he lay idle. Emerging from the lake, he discovered that he had become considerably stronger, sporting well-defined abdominal muscles, not of the fitness variety, but rather a robust and powerful kind. His previously decayed teeth had vanished, and although he still felt pain throughout his body after 2 days, there were no external injuries. The turtle shell had saved his life. Without the old tortoise's protection, he would have surely been in 2 pieces. Contrary to his expectations of fear following such a harrowing experience, he found himself unafraid. The inhabitants of the mini tribe were nothing short of miraculous, exquisitely delicate little beings. each one both beautiful and harmonious in form. Much like Beak and her companions in the past, they were simply too slender. However, with proper care, they would surely thrive. The physiques of the mini-elephants were astonishingly disproportionate, seeming almost overly shrunken in comparison to their full-size counterparts. Conversely, the women of the tribe, already familiar with elephants, were utterly enamored by the adorable little elephants, almost wishing to adopt one each. Master is injured. Let me know if you need anything. Beak, who herself had sustained injuries, had been discovered by Yuning on their way back, her back covered in wounds that she had neglected to treat in the lake. It was Yuning who insisted she return to the water late at night, yet the fierce tiger had recently become quite perceptive, knowing instinctively when to provide protection. A woman from the mini tribe, delivering messages, stood at the door, suggesting that they would be residing here permanently, or perhaps settling down. Initially, the women felt sympathy for them, but their beauty was undeniable, and it was clear they had caught Yuning's attention. More importantly, Yuning had nearly perished because of them. The displeasure of the women quickly manifested on their faces, yet Yuning understood that their inherently kind nature could only harbor momentary anger. Let her in, he said, finding himself rather fond of the petite woman, perhaps a common inclination among men. He wondered if someone had taught her how to speak, as she seemed to forget. Beak conveyed, I'm injured. You and Mengba take charge of the affairs in the city. Yuning deliberately spoke this way, fearing that Beak, the young girl, might become upset. Beak's joy was evident, impossible to conceal. She had previously managed a household of merely 200, but now the tribe had swelled to several thousand, making it the largest in the area. Yuning, in the meantime, was served a meal by Yazi, who appeared indifferent to the petite woman, solely concerned about not disrupting Yuning's rest. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the dagger maiden, who had also been injured and spent time in the lake, ultimately needing days of recovery. He felt he should do the same. Yazi, perceptive as ever, prepared fish soup. Having only been instructed once, during the fish slaughter, when Yuning casually mentioned that fish soup aids in healing wounds. It was only upon being reborn that he understood that those with genuine intent require no teaching, while the indifferent remain unteachable. Brother, if you're watching, you should understand what I mean. Mengba had garnered many little admirers, true admirers, indeed. Even the usually impulsive Jew, he had matured significantly. Considering the multitude of many female elephants around, he suddenly exuded a more masculine presence. The petite woman departed, yet the shell remained stationed at the entrance, seemingly burdened by some discomfort in her back. She had divulged much, ultimately bestowing a lingering kiss upon Yuning before venturing forth to hunt. Today seemed to be the day she least desired to embark on such an endeavor, reluctant to set out even as noon approached. The turtle shell was a gift from the 1,000-people tribe, as was the woman herself. Yuning sensed that this ancient turtle was no ordinary creature. The coincidences surrounding it were too numerous to dismiss. Yet, everything felt so natural that he could not pinpoint any flaws in the old turtle's character. However, Yuning was unwilling to continue this slow progression. The world outside was vast and filled with countless unforeseen events. He needed to seize all lands and assemble a tribe built on trust, rather than relying on women to exert themselves in every instance. Shell darling, he called out. This term of endearment was familiar to her. It was a sign that Yuning was in good spirits. She hurried inside, planting her spear beside her. Go deliver messages to each tribe. You need not go yourself. Yuning gently caressed her back, aware that she must still be in pain. What should I say? Inform them that the master requires warriors. He needs their strongest. Yuning had never made such a serious and resolute decision before. How many do we need? This inquiry was more about how many they had. Yuning had no estimate of the numbers suitable for soldiers. The more, the better, even if they lack quality. Quantity can compensate. The volcano tribe must have produced a considerable number of bricks. The walls could be constructed gradually, for true fortification lies in strength. Yuning intended to assign the task of smithing to this group of Virgos. As long as there were enough smiths, Yuning would procure all the iron ore, and with the newfound coal, he would create more forging platforms and kilns. Shell organized a considerable number of individuals, all seasoned warriors from previous tribal conflicts. Or so the rumors suggested. Yuning was aware that some tribes fought in earnest while others resorted to hair-pulling skirmishes, utterly lacking decorum, especially those green-skinned goblins, whose long legs lacked teeth, yet fancied themselves as warriors. Yuning conducted a selection process, aware that there were far too many who merely filled the ranks. He was surprised to find that the child from the giant tree tribe, who mimicked his speech, had also arrived. Although this tribe possessed combat capability, relying on them to venture out of the valley proved exceedingly difficult. Most likely, not a single member of the volcano tribe would join. But Yuning had no intention of utilizing them. One could not guarantee a warrior's prowess, but one would certainly lose a skilled artisan. The 1,000-people tribe was somewhat absurd. He could not discern whether it was a misunderstanding or something else entirely, but they had mobilized everyone except the women. When asked, they claimed to be warriors. It dawned on him that they were not lying. Positioned in the heart of this region, they had been embroiled in conflict. Nevertheless, Yuning accepted only 50 individuals. Arming 500 would be a burden he could hardly bear. Even if they lacked such calculations, he had to remain vigilant. He could not allow a faction more powerful than his own tribe to emerge, especially one armed with iron weaponry. The lovely foot danced to Yuning's doorstep, chewing on that dreadful medicinal oil. "Master, how are you? Even if I am well, do not torment me." Yuning swore that once his back and legs ceased to ache, he would make life utterly unbearable for that enchanting creature. Yet, the pain persisted. The bones ached, and he wondered what they would dine on that evening. It appeared she had forgotten half of her journey while meandering down the path. Slay a sheep. No spicy dishes. Perhaps the bones had sent her to inquire what Yuning desired, for they were perpetually reticent, yearning to communicate, yet lacking the fluency to express themselves. Yuning needed to recover swiftly. He must train his troops and seize the mineral resources at hand. With a sufficient army and territory, he could reclaim numerous tribes. Chapter 66. The tribe does not harbor idlers. Yuning experienced discomfort in his back and legs, and his arms were also slightly sore. In truth, after the tumultuous events of yesterday, he was too apprehensive to even move. Little White Flower adorned her head with a delicate bloom and held an assortment of fruit in her hands, adeptly inserting a straw into a coconut. "Master, have a sip." Little White Flower was quite cunning, ensuring I would not forget her name with that floral reminder. Yuning intentionally mispronounced her name, calling her Little White Flower, which left her somewhat disappointed, as if she could still be forgotten. Yuning reveled in his small triumph, extending his hand, only to startle Little White Flower. "Does it hurt?" "Not painful." "It does," she replied. "Knowing it hurts, you still tempt me in that manner." In truth, Little White Flower was quite normal, with little more than a few ropes adorning her body, save for the flower perched atop her head. "My heart aches from yesterday," she indicated, pointing to her chest. Beside her, Shell nodded in agreement, revealing that she too was in pain. "Silly girl." Yuning thought of embracing her, but found his arms too weak to rise. "I shall return from the valley. Call upon Master to ease your discomfort." Little White Flower was unreserved, and Shell couldn't help but smile at her. "How tall is the grain?" Shell pondered, her mind occupied with thoughts. She lifted her spear, discovering several marks upon it. The highest one likely indicated the height of the grain. "Clever. My master deems me wise." Shell felt increasingly that her growing wisdom stemmed from Yuning. "Summon Yi and Meng Ba to select warriors. You shall accompany me." Observing Shell standing there, Yuning felt a pang of sorrow, recalling the long wound on her back from the previous day. After a moment of hesitation, Shell reclined upon Yuning's legs. He noticed that her necklace had suffered a significant break. "Next time we visit the seaside, I shall find you a more exquisite one." Shell shook her head. "I cherish this one." She surprisingly clutched the shattered piece in her palm. Yuning contemplated a plan, removing Shell's necklace and placing it beneath his animal skin blanket. Though she did not comprehend his intent, she was filled with joy, sensing that something good was in store. As for the blanket from the volcanic tribe, Yuning held a fondness for it, though its thickness rendered it somewhat rigid. Draped over his shoulders, it was tolerable, but fashioned into trousers, it was rather uncomfortable. He preferred the softer dogskin one, as it had become comfortable with wear, reminiscent of how most men were reluctant to part with their old undergarments, especially new boxers that often caused discomfort. In the afternoon, Meng Ba and Yati engaged numerous warriors in battle. Yuning, feeling discomfort, chose to lie down on his stomach, while Bei Ke lay beside him. The two of them shared a peaceful slumber, awakening to gentle kisses. "How many warriors?" Yuning pondered, wanting to inquire. This question momentarily stumped Yati. Although she was aware of many, she could only count to 25. However, she had her own method, counting 10 warriors and marking a line on the ground, ultimately drawing 34 lines. This number was quite significant, indicating a formidable assembly of warriors. capable of challenging numerous tribes. Yet, loyalty remained paramount. Women and elephants were undoubtedly loyal, whereas other tribes required intimidation. To Yu Ning's surprise, a green-skinned goblin had been selected. He nearly sat up in astonishment. However, such occurrences were rare. Although stout and short, it exuded an aura of brute strength. Bei Ku, noticing Yu Ning's skepticism, gestured for it to demonstrate its abilities. This diminutive figure turned out to be a ranged combatant. Given your appearance, you should be a tank, my friend. Nevertheless, it was worth mentioning that it was just as precise and even more powerful than the one with twin ponytails. The rock cave's murals were still being painted by the injured Bei Ku. Despite her pain, she completed the artwork amidst cheers. From her descriptions, Yu Ning understood that he remained the central figure, albeit in a prone position. Women surrounded him, basking in the lake's water, while he faced the giants. You certainly have a knack for choosing flattering depictions. You made no mention of my being felled by an axe. However, this was also tied to Bei Ku's personal motives, as Yu Ning recognized her subtle efforts to maintain her image. Dinner consisted of tender lamb, with the bones boiled to perfection, in addition to fruit. A solitary chili pepper was prepared, as the bones understood Yu Ning's desire but dared not offer more. The attentiveness of women towards men was commendable. Honestly, men would willingly die for them. This succinct woman had moved him 3 times in a single day. Xiao Baihua also measured the height of the grain, using a rope for her calculations. As the night settled and everyone drifted into slumber, Xiao Baihua crept into Yu Ning's quarters. What is it? Yu Ning chuckled, bemused by her presence as she held up a leaf infused with medicinal oil, causing him to feel somewhat apprehensive. No need. Originally, Yu Ning intended merely to observe the explosive tiger for a short while before resting, but it turned into the explosive tiger observing him instead. It was said that felines could comprehend human behavior. However, the interaction between Yu Ning and Xiao Baihua was likely beyond its understanding. Xiao Baihua opened her mouth, signaling Yu Ning to look. She even wore an expression of pride. Truth be told, receiving such attention while injured made Yu Ning feel that his presence was truly valued. A soft gurgle resonated from Xiao Baihua's throat. Subsequently, she nestled beside Yu Ning, wrapping her arms around him, and began chattering away. Given his extended time with her, he could understand some of her words. When I gaze into the valley, I think of the master. I think of you too. Xiao Baihua shook her head, contemplating for a long while. Is it affection? She inquired, nodding as she pressed her lips against his arm. The night was tranquil. Yet Yu Ning found himself restless with pain. He discovered that the delicate white flower was closely pressed against him, breathing steadily with a serene expression. The eyes of the fierce tiger sparkled, revealing its intention to remain by Yu Ning's side. Although they had known each other for a considerable time, their interactions had not been particularly pleasant. The tiger seemed taken aback that Yu Ning would return its cubs, while Yu Ning was equally surprised that it had not departed. Truth be told, had those 2 cubs not been present that day, it was likely that subduing the creature would have resulted in dire consequences. The moment this beast ascended the tree, it was evident that it possessed formidable strength. While human intelligence can be comprehended, Yu Ning harbored a certain trepidation towards an animal exhibiting such intellect. However, as the creature bore no malice, Yu Ning chose to regard it as a nocturnal guardian of the city. In the middle of the night, Bone visited Yu Ning once, moving quietly to stroke Yu Ning's back before furtively wiping away tears. She lingered for a moment before departing. Their affection for Yu Ning was palpable, each expressing it in their own unique manner. Despite their differing personalities, the warmth of their feelings remained undiminished. Teeth, a competent instructor, had once been taught by Yu Ning, and now she applied those lessons. A group of wild men, responsible for transporting wood, appeared of average build yet remarkably agile, broadening Yu Ning's horizons. During the morning training session, a series of one-on-one contests unfolded, revealing to Yu Ning the harsh realities of unprincipled combat. The first match pitted a wild man against a warrior from the 1,000-man tribe. Yu Ning had initially favored the 1,000-man warriors, but was taken aback by the turn of events. As soon as the match commenced, the wild man spat in the face of the 1,000-man warrior and followed it with a handful of sand. Subsequently, he thrust a necessary wooden stick into the warrior's groin. Within mere seconds, the opponent was defeated with fluidity and finesse. Importantly, his comrades erupted in cheers, reaffirming that every tribe that endures must harbor exceptional talent. Chapter 67. Training in order to facilitate their advancement. An unadorned version of military training commenced for the wild men. Yu Ning crafted rudimentary training tools, dumbbells, barbells, jump ropes, and both horizontal and parallel bars. Additionally, numerous straw dummies were constructed for them to practice their striking, with vital points clearly marked upon these targets. The wild men responsible for moving wood were seamlessly transformed into unprincipled warriors, and indeed, naming them proved to be a formidable challenge. While familiar objects were manageable, the unknown necessitated the creation of names for identification. With thousands in the tribe, Yu Ning struggled to remember the names of all the women, and the younger ones would eventually require names as well. In the primitive tribal mindset, aside from combat and foraging, any unnecessary movement was deemed futile, primarily due to the scarcity of food and nutrition. However, times had changed. Food supplies were now abundant, with 3 meals provided daily, leaving only a single focus: practice. Although the wild men were uncertain of the ultimate utility of their efforts, their trust in Yu Ning compelled them to exert themselves wholeheartedly. The twin-tailed girl and the green goblin also teamed up for throwing practice. Their accuracy was nothing short of extraordinary, as they effortlessly struck their targets. Yu Ning too conducted experiments with stones, flying knives, iron blocks, and torches. Anything with a bit of weight, including a long-haired hammer, could be thrown with precision. The twin tails are quite close to Yu Ning, and although the goblin is somewhat unattractive, he still wishes to train him. After all, in this era of chaos, anything he can send out to strike a designated target would undoubtedly prove useful. It would be necessary to create 2 rollers. If he could produce a composite bow at this time, he wonders how invincible these 2 deities would become when equipped with it. Speaking of rollers, Yu Ning has indeed sketched a design. He feels his craftsmanship may fall short, but the rugged women of the volcano tribe could certainly manage it. The mini elephants, though small, are quite sturdy and serve well for plowing fields and transporting goods, especially since they are herbivorous and easier to sustain. Yu Ning knows of a vast banana grove, which, while not particularly tasty, bears large fruit. When mealtime arrives, he can simply drive them there. The golden mushrooms he cultivates are also consumed by them, and compared to their voracious appetite, their consumption is notably modest. Currently, the mini women serve little purpose. Being small is one thing, but lacking strength is another. They have all been assigned to gather walnuts. Their foraging skills should suffice, but if utilized in battle, they would merely bolster the enemy's morale. Yu Ning melted down some gold and patiently fashioned it into fine gold thread. He then pierced the shells of the shells and stitched them together with the gold thread. His craftsmanship is not particularly refined, as the gold thread is about the thickness of a toothpick. The rope has also been replaced with a gold chain, again due to his inability to craft something finer. Yet the large gold chain is quite impressive. To prevent any detachment, Yu Ning reinforced each gold ring joint multiple times. Upon weighing it, he still found it somewhat light. Based on the dimensions of the shell, he decided to forge a gold shell and then embed the original shell within it. As a result, the project grew increasingly complex. The once simple string adorned with shells was transformed into an extravagant gemstone shell necklace. Yu Ning wrapped it in burlap and hurried towards the shell, who was currently directing the construction of a roof. The shell noticed him first, and her face immediately broke into a smile as she approached. "Master, not lying down. No more pain." Yu Ning was surprised to see that the shell had crafted a jingling curtain from coconut and nut shells, which chimed in the wind. This creation was clearly meant for him, though it seemed she hadn't yet finished it. "Close your eyes." The shell did not hesitate, as most of the time closing her eyes meant a kiss, either on the lips or elsewhere. She was indifferent to the presence of others nearby. Yu Ning carefully retrieved the extravagant gemstone shell necklace and delicately placed it around the shell's neck, fastening it securely with twisted gold at the junction. "Open your eyes." "Ah, my shell?" The shell was overwhelmed with joy, hopping excitedly and circling Yu Ning several times. "My shell?" The shell could hardly believe that such a dazzling creation had been made for her. "Yes, yours. I really love it." "Ah." The shell dashed toward the gathering place of the women in the cave, likely to show off or perhaps simply to inform them. Yu Ning reminisced about his nearly arranged marriage, where he had already secured the 5 wedding items, only to find that the prospective bride's face looked longer than his grandmother's bound feet. Ultimately, the marriage never materialized. Take a look at the young ladies here. This gold is worthless. In other words, the beautiful stones have adorned a shell with a necklace, and the shell is overjoyed, almost maddened with delight. Indeed, the shell has attracted attention, with the female leader of the volcanic tribe circling around, eager to take a closer look. How could the shell ever part with it? Naturally. She stands there, allowing others to caress and admire it, her eyes and expression radiating an air of superiority. Wouldn't you agree? The women of the volcanic tribe approached Yu-Ning, yearning for something similar. Their desire was nearly frenzied. Yu-Ning had never witnessed such a fervent expression. While she had seen similar enthusiasm for headpieces before, this time it was rather extraordinary. The shell was evidently displeased. She believed that only the women of her own tribe deserved such a necklace crafted by Yu-Ning. Yu-Ning acquiesced to her request, instructing her to wait. To make one for her? The shell clearly harbored some ulterior motives, and Yu-Ning embraced her, showering her with kisses, leaving her slightly unsteady on her feet. It was different. Yu-Ning did indeed create something for her, but it was merely a bracelet, which was simpler to make than a necklace. Yu-Ning also performed a bit of engraving with iron tools, as gold is rather malleable. The gemstones used were the leftovers, and those of unfavorable shapes were pieced together. Various gems were arranged to resemble a volcano, and to ensure they understood, he carved outlines. Subsequently, he used iron needles to affix other patterns, including elephants, tigers, and an array of plants and fruits, ensuring there were no empty spaces on the golden staff. Impressive, right? The tiger. It seemed to suffice. At least the shell could recognize a few of them. Atop the golden staff was a large diamond, or perhaps crystal. Yu-Ning could not identify it. But judging by its hardness, it appeared to be a diamond, albeit irregularly shaped. Although it dazzled the shell, it still paled in comparison to her necklace, restoring a sense of balance within her. "Here, take it," she exclaimed, her tone flirtatious. Yu-Ning, curious, wondered, "What? Did I teach you that? Did I teach you about teeth?" Huh. Yu-Ning was plunged into memories. It seemed that during their nighttime activities, he had indeed called her that frequently, and had even spanked her. Well, it had taught her something, but that was not meant as punishment or insult, was it? Perhaps she misconstrued it as something negative or as chastisement. In any case, it was not an insult. Wait, it was indeed an insult, but at that moment. It was not intended as such, and Yu-Ning found himself entangled in his own thoughts. He playfully bit her on her rear. The shell went to give the golden staff to the flirtatious one, leaving a bite mark on her backside. Chapter 68. The volcanic tribe goes on strike. Yu-Ning received word from the shell that the volcanic tribe had gone on strike. This left him somewhat irate. He had just fashioned a staff for their leader at noon, and by afternoon, they were on strike. The tiger, noticing Yu-Ning's urgency to leave, followed at a distance. The two little tigers were now wandering around the city, and all the women were eager to feed them. Sometimes, the tigers even managed to get a bit of meat. It was not a strike. They were simply acting out. A staff stood at the center, surrounded by a group of people who stared at it in a daze, lost in contemplation. This peculiar gathering was indeed quite eccentric. Yu-Ning, accompanied by Shell, approached them, yet they remained engrossed in their thoughts, resembling wooden figures. What was this situation? Must they be so intensely focused? Yu-Ning had only taught them how to forge bricks. Melting gold and iron was quite similar. If they continued to stare in such a manner, it would surely lead to calamity. Sighing, Yu-Ning poked their female leader. Upon noticing Yu-Ning, she instinctively smiled for a moment before returning to her fixated gaze. Could they not process two thoughts simultaneously? Yu-Ning seized the staff, causing an uproar among the group. "Listen to me." Yu-Ning gestured for silence. It seemed that if they did not grasp the lesson today, they would ponder this matter endlessly. It was a mystery how such a tribe had managed to survive. With the crucible ablaze, Yu-Ning prepared the materials, commencing his third melting session of the day. Truly, practice makes perfect. Yu-Ning no longer found it difficult now that he had done it so often. As expected of the volcano tribe, gold melted within the crucible. And surprisingly, someone dared to touch it. They must have had some experience, for they were not burned. Living near the volcano likely acquainted them with lava. A series of operations suddenly enlightened the previously dazed members of the volcano tribe, and they began to search for gold. Fortunately, Yu-Ning had plenty in the city, allowing them to experiment freely. It seemed as if the heavens were providing for this group. As their first attempt yielded such craftsmanship, Yu-Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Shell looked down upon their efforts, hoping the volcano tribe would return to work rather than remain as simpletons. This race possessed innate talent, with remarkable manual dexterity and intense focus. Yu-Ning believed these people were treasures in comparison to gold. The sketches for the pulley system were rather hasty. So Yu-Ning procured a piece of walnut skin that he had treated with lime, along with the pigments Shell used for her daily paintings. He sketched on the sandy ground, erasing and refining until he confirmed his designs before transferring them to the soft skin. The bones had roasted meat. And today's stew contained an additional chili, along with an unknown broth that surprisingly featured golden mushrooms. This woman was becoming increasingly skilled in the culinary arts, an esteemed security captain turned chef. Each time Yuning drew, it was for something of great significance. The women would gather around the campfire, speaking in hushed tones, even while conversing. Yuning would sketch for a while, then take a few bites. The stew was meaty. But aside from the mushroom flavor, he could not discern the type of meat. A bite of chili, a bite of meat. And Yuning continued to refine his drawings on the ground. Shell, even while boasting about the necklace around her neck, spoke in whispers. Truly, behind every successful man, there must be a large entourage of women. What do I seek for my success? The compound bow, the pulley, the arrows, the bowstring. Yuning meticulously illustrated the materials and methods for each component. No more wall paintings? Yuning looked up to find the women all staring at him. We've been waiting for you all day. Beak gazed at the soft skin painted by Yuning, and apart from the bow, she found the rest somewhat bewildering. This young lady had a penchant for recording the significant events of the day, and before it had even concluded, Beak speculated on what Yuning might conjure up next on her canvas. Evidently, the most paramount elements today were the necklace and the scepter. Although Beak had noted the strike of the volcano tribe, Yuning discerned that Beak had intentionally rendered them rather indistinct, lacking in presence. To be perpetually surrounded by a group of women while holding the spotlight, how delightful that must be. The mini explosions of the tiger echoed faintly in the distance, met with the youthful pops of the little explosive tigers in response. Beak had fashioned them a cozy nest, lined with soft grass. Before the mural, the women commenced their dance anew, and the gleaming gold chain around Beak's neck shone remarkably bright in the firelight. This time, Yuning felt untroubled by the prospect of other women seeking her out, for the volcano tribe had learned the craft. Yuning could delegate the task. She was undaunted by the thought of 200 or even 1,000 women. The gold served as their training material. Once they mastered this technique, they could forge weapons and armor, and with their craftsmanship, precision would be secondary. Now, however, the challenge lay with the ore. Fortunately, a number of miniatures had unexpectedly appeared. The iron mines within the goblin tribe's territory were easily transportable, yet the defection of the 1,000-strong tribe posed a dilemma. To spare them posed risks. As most were seasoned warriors, transporting goods were the mini-tribesmen, yet to eliminate them, what rationale could justify such an act? The dagger girl seemed to be on her nightly patrol. Yuning occasionally refrained from closeness with her, and suddenly found her even more attractive. Previously, she had appeared frail, but now her form was well-proportioned, especially as she approached with a spear in hand, evoking a sense of anticipation within Yuning. Come. She entered without pretense, her spear planted at the door. Are you comfortable, my lord? Such directness, thought Yuning. How could she inquire first when it was his own desires that stirred? Realizing her intent, he noted she was gesturing towards his back and arm, clearly inquiring about his injuries. In such an environment, one's thoughts can easily become impure. Yuning flexed his arm muscles, undeniably robust. The dagger girl, too, brimmed with emotional value, marveling at Yuning's strength, before removing a small bone trinket from around her neck, which bore an engraving of Yuning, albeit in a slimmer form. It seemed he had gained weight. Curious about who had crafted the piece, Yuning learned it was indeed the dagger girl, who, with a hint of pride, added, "The moles taught me." Yuning had indeed forgotten about them. This group was quite capable, though previously they had been occupied with tilling the soil and subsequently felling trees. Their day and night cycles were also inverted. Yuning had acquired a piece of jewelry. He hung it around his neck. The small carving of Yuning was truly exquisite. The dagger girl summoned the explosive tiger, preparing for her night watch. Although Yuning wished for her to stay, the rules and protocols of the night watch had been established when he first arrived. The petite shadow at the main entrance was instantly recognizable to Yuning. It was indeed a gift bestowed upon him by the 1,000 tribe. No need for thanks. Over the past few days, she had longed to express her gratitude, yet her reticence and the pressure from other women rendered her unable to articulate her thoughts. The petite woman, in her anxiousness, fidgeted nervously, fearing that perhaps Mengba had said something to her. This mini lady was quite impatient, unable to muster the courage to speak. She dashed outside, seemingly in search of Mengba. Chapter 69. The marvelous body. This little woman was likely seeking Mengba to serve as a translator. She felt a tinge of fear towards Beak and the other women, perceiving them as outsiders and possibly feeling like guests in someone else's home. Moreover, Yu had nearly sacrificed himself for their sake, which created a sense of unease among these petite ladies. Suddenly, Yu realized that the mini elephants might share a similar sentiment, having departed from their territory and residing in a foreign place, sharing the lake's water. It seemed they deliberately avoided bathing at the same time as everyone else, evoking memories of his own experiences staying with relatives. Mengba had mentioned that they were akin to him, albeit smaller due to the volcanic environment nearby. Yu suddenly felt that they too wished to be regarded as companions rather than mere pets. The example of Jia, who was particularly telling. It had never considered itself a pet, but rather protected Yu out of loyalty, despite the uncertainty of how long it would remain, perhaps until the little Jia who matured. In Yu's eyes, Mengba represented not only a brotherly friend, but also a seasoned driver who could navigate life's journey alongside him. Adjustments needed to be made. He could not treat them differently. Furthermore, those little women were more intelligent than other wildlings, possessing emotions and wisdom, even allowing for the experience of self-esteem through their presence. Yu resolved to visit these little women, for he had nearly recovered and could not afford to be idle any longer. Beak had settled them in a house situated in the northwest, yet it was still lacking a complete roof. Except for the area near the campfire, which was relatively rudimentary. They resembled their first encounter with Beak, huddled together, sleeping in the nude. The arrival of Yu caused them to feel particularly anxious. While Zhahu groomed its fur not far away, they emerged from the dwelling, standing together. "Do you have a leader?" Yu inquired. Since awakening from the lake, he had yet to converse with them, having instead interacted with the leader of the mini elephants, a slightly larger specimen that Mengba and Beak referred to as gray. Yu remembered it vividly due to its distinct color. Ironically, he had a stronger impression of gray than of this group of little women, whose leader remained unknown to him. It certainly was not the young girl sent by the Thousand Tribe, as a leader would not be dispatched merely to deliver messages. The little women clearly did not comprehend him, yet their anxiety was palpable. They seemed fearful of misunderstanding Yu's words, which might incite his wrath. After all, their first encounter with him had been amidst the carnage of giant slaying, culminating in his collapse. The little woman had brought Mengba along. It appeared that Mengba was disturbed from its rest. "Mengba." Yu affectionately patted its forehead, assuring it that he was feeling much better. "Thank you, master." It appears this petite woman has finally found her voice. "Who is the leader?" Yu inquired eagerly, for he had matters to discuss. Mengba stepped forward, guiding a woman with his nose. She was not particularly tall, yet her skin was dark. Although her eyes flickered, she did not exhibit the same degree of fear as the other women. Mengba asserted that they were friends, loyal and kind, and also capable of mating. While Yu was tempted to laugh at Mengba's remarks, he knew the creature was not prone to deceit. "You are mine. Do you understand?" Mengba seemed somewhat weary, clearly reluctant to continue translating. He called out a few times, and a group of miniature elephants emerged. Among them was Hui. "You should rest," Yu remarked, glancing at the hay on Mengba's back, prompting him to turn and return to his camp. "You ought to understand my intention. Mengba is my friend, and so are you." Yu extended goodwill towards Hui, who nodded, resting his trunk on Yu's shoulder. His gaze was clearer than that of the translator. "This land belongs to us. You two are the masters of this territory." Yu's words surprised Hui, who seemed perplexed. The strong should be the ones who possessed the land. They were merely seeking refuge as their lake had dried up. Hui conveyed Yu's words to the petite woman, whose leader exhibited a myriad of expressions, and Yu discerned her disbelief. "You can reside here peacefully. This is also your domain." Yu was unaccustomed to being the sole speaker. Initially, Bei-Ku and her companions had been similarly reticent. However, Bei-Ku had been far bolder, after all. They were on their own land, while Yu had been a guest at that time. Now, however, the leader of the petite women and Hui appeared overly constrained. Their cautious demeanor made Yu feel like a villain. The scene was familiar to Yu, reminiscent of his earlier experiences. Once again, he found himself in a similar situation. He wondered if the petite women could communicate fluently with Bei-Ku and her group. Surely, the elephants shared a common language. The petite woman anxiously tugged at Hui's tail, and Yu found amusement in her flustered state. "Master." The dagger girl ran swiftly, only slowing her pace upon spotting Yu, evidently having discovered his absence during her patrol. The informants must have been those two little explosive tigers. "Tell her we remain here." We are one family. Finally, Yuning found his voice, but the dagger girl was particularly resolute, displaying hostility towards the diminutive woman. She had never defied her own, and Yuning was curious about the cause of this tension. The dagger girl shouted loudly, summoning more women to gather. Yuning felt a sense of apprehension, akin to being caught by the rightful partner while seeking an affair. Beiku grasped Yuning's hand, lighting a torch. Master, let us go. It seemed Beiku intended to lead Yuning somewhere. Was it possible that if he left, these women would resort to aggression? That would be unfortunate for the petite women. However, they did not act violently. The women of the tribe followed Beiku, who was inexplicably heading towards their former dwelling. In a familiar place, once filled with distinct scents, the cave lay in ruins, yet it was evident that the gathering maidens would pause here. A colossal totem stood majestically in the center, undeniably grand and robust. Adorning it were still ropes and various offerings. Bichelle withdrew her small knife, clearing the moss from the totem. Was there once artwork here? Yuning had previously assumed it was merely an ancient worship of fertility, but to her surprise, it also chronicled tales. As Bichelle removed all the moss, vibrant images emerged beneath the torchlight, all etched into the stone by hard implements. Bichelle gestured for the women to ignite another bonfire, then kissed Yuning on the forehead and began recounting the first tale. There were several lakes, 5 in total. Bichelle confirmed this and continued her explanation to Yuning. We and they share a lake by the volcano. They had a master, and Bichelle, clearly excited, saw the other women light their torches, illuminating the area around the totem. This lengthy narrative, akin to long-lost memories, stirred ancient recollections within all the women. Chapter 70. Distant Tales. The melodrama of the story was astonishing. Yuning herself could hardly believe such events transpired. In this world, the women were aware of 5 lakes. While many tribes were unable to thrive near others, they had originally resided by the lakes on the other side of the volcano, where women and their miniature counterparts could thrive endlessly by the lakeside, even maintaining an eternal youthfulness. Bichelle and her companions were once part of a clan, until a man emerged, inciting disputes and disagreements among them. The totem's engravings revealed that Bichelle and her kin had been driven away, resulting in the deaths of many until they discovered this lake. The reason for their expulsion was the insufficiency of food for such a multitude. It seemed to be a petty man. Yuning continued to document Bichelle's tale, with teeth joining the narrative. This master chose to exile a group of people. Hence, through selection, Bichelle and her companions were cast out. Later, a volcano emerged. The area around the lake had not been so lush before. And it was here that Bichelle's group discovered elephants, as their original home also housed these creatures, making them easier to approach. The totem was erected when they first arrived. Bichelle mentioned they were quite young then. A figure named Kula was referenced, presumably the earliest leader, who seemed to have perished, as indicated by the nearby tombs. Kula had stated that only by finding a new master bearing this emblem could their clan hope to return. Little did Kula know, returning was impossible. How could they go back when the lakes had dried up? Selfish. Bichelle used this term. Indeed, this man could not manage at all. Could it truly be deemed selfish? Yuning felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing she mirrored the legend perfectly. The teeth spoke of selfishness because the shells, these women, were once tasked with gathering and cleaning, while the master deemed them useless, leaving the women to hunt. Thus, until they encountered Yuning, they possessed no experience in hunting. The teeth and bones had attempted it before, but 2 women perished, leading them to resort to hunting smaller creatures. Other wild folks progressed due to their audacity to try, whereas they, cherishing their immortality, held life in excessive esteem. The lake, indeed, could not rescue all the wounded. Mortality and demise were inescapable fates. The totem bore numerous stories. It appeared not to be the artwork of the shells, but rather that of Kula. Yet, these petite women were undoubtedly owned by a master. But where was he? Yuning pondered. How could this small man abandon such a multitude of women? He simply could not fathom it. He was dead. The throng of diminutive women trailed behind, their short legs causing them to lag. The atmosphere once again grew tense, as the shells expressed uncertainty about whether they were the same group of women. For they had shrunk. Wait, what did it mean to shrink? It turned out they had not always been this small. They themselves were unsure. Gradually diminishing over the long ages, perhaps due to the lake's drying or scarcity of food. It could also be attributed to the terrain. Had elephants once been of such size? In response to Yuning's inquiry, we affirmed that they had indeed been robust in the past. The women argued over right and wrong, while Yuning contemplated the reasons behind their growth and diminishment. This colossal totem appeared to have existed for countless years. Yuning would believe it had been a millennium. These women were elderly. Yuning felt a twinge of sadness. The beautiful women accompanying him turned out to be a cadre of grandmothers. Just imagine, a group of youthful grandmothers sleeping by your side. How did that master meet his end? Yuning feared this might also be his fate. Hui had killed him. The thought of Hui being so endearing yet fierce struck him. Would he too be destined to be slain? Yuning dared not envision it. Hui shook his head, explaining that the master had begun slaughtering the herd for sustenance. Yuning certainly would not follow suit. At least, that was the consensus. Initially seeking to mediate, he now felt duped by these enchanting young grandmothers. Indeed, Yuning yearned for some rest, unsure of how he had come to be in this situation. It seemed the lake had sheltered him. Henceforth, he too might possess no mortal end. The women ceased their quarrels, clearly aware of Yuning's displeasure. Even feeling discontented by the stories recounted, Yuning pondered throughout the night, suddenly realizing that those who traversed back in time to marry often ended up with grandmothers, and they seemed less appealing than his own choices. Baika led the women to kneel at Yuning's doorstep, having sensed that he no longer favored them. The many women also sat at a distance, prepared for the possibility of being dismissed. As for Hui, he contemplated whether to leave or to remain by Yuning's side. The sunlight was blinding. Upon awakening, Yuning discovered that the women had knelt throughout the night. Meng Ba, however, was oblivious, believing Yuning was engaged in some sort of ritual. Are you familiar with that statue? Yuning sought Meng Ba's opinion, but first, he urged the women to rise. Despite the discomfort this situation caused him, he bore no animosity towards these women after spending so much time together. Meng Ba began to comprehend the situation, yet felt indifferent. His kind enjoyed a long lifespan, though not as long as the women's, with some living over a century. He believed love was paramount. He even suggested that without food, Yuning might end up like their master, but this did not affect the present. Moreover, he felt Yuning was a person of considerable strength who would not lack sustenance. Meng Ba called upon the teeth to hunt, who looked at Yuning, evidently seeking his consent. It seemed as though everything in the city had come to a standstill. There was no training, no hunting, and the gathering teams had not set out. Two small explosive tigers began to roar from hunger, while the aroma of meat soup wafted from the distance. Bone carried a full jar of meat, avoiding eye contact with anyone, and headed directly to Yuning's dwelling. The master eats, she declared. Why do you not join them? Yuning was curious, as it seemed as though nothing had transpired. It has been too long. I cannot remember. But I recall that the master enjoys salt and prefers the meat to be well cooked. Bone filled a bowl and intended to depart. Do you not find this peculiar? Bone halted at Yuning's call, turning to face him. He indeed appeared different from before, less fond of her presence. The women sensed this change. Yuning's emotions and gaze had shifted. It is not strange. If the master has changed, then Bone will not. I have forgotten many things. I have lived for an exceedingly long time. They had indeed lived for countless ages, beyond Yuning's ability to quantify, yet they remained innocent. Clearly, their perception of time differed from Yuning's. However, one aspect remained consistent. Yuning had always received the finest offerings they possessed, such as the current bounty of meat, which was among the best from the animals. Chapter 71. Bone's memory. The master should keep them. Bone prepared more meat and soup for Yuning, seemingly unbothered by the little women. Do you not despise them? Bone's words contrasted sharply with those of Bei Ku and the others. I cannot retain memories. But the Gray possess great wisdom. They are unlike Meng Ba. Yuning recalled Meng Ba mentioning that their lifespans were limited, yet the Gray appeared to endure eternally. Was that merely a misunderstanding? Kula detests them. I do not like Kula. Bone rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Yuning with a dreamy expression. The totem's paintings were all created by Kula. Are you suggesting she lies? She is different from us. Bone struggled to find the right words. Could it be that Kula is mad? She pondered, and thus concocted a tale illustrated upon the canvas? But Bei Ku and the others are the witnesses. Are they not? Bone pointed to the leader of the Little Women, fully aware of her identity. A monumental saga spanning millions of years has been unearthed, leading to the complete collapse of Yuning. The master was brought back by Kula, who harbored hopes for progeny. As the tribe's priestess, Kula could not bear the dwindling numbers of her kin. She had sought many men from various tribes, yet none had resulted in children. The master she found was deemed the most promising, and she wished for other women to bear offspring. The totemic narratives were products of her dreams. The master, indeed, met his demise at the hands of the Grey, as Kula incited virtuous women to flee, fabricating tales of impending execution. The terror of death compelled Bashel and her companions to escape, thereby severing ties between the two tribes. Even Bones had been encouraged in this exodus. It wasn't until she discovered Kula was still here, relentlessly seeking new partners, that she realized every one of them had failed to impregnate her. Kula had pursued many masters. Each Bone had encountered them, but Yuning was unlike the others, for she emerged on her own. Bones described an entity with an elongated name, a concoction crafted by Kula. Each failed master met a grim fate at her hands, as Kula erased the memories of these women with her potions. Bones herself had been subjected to this erasure, but only once. Thereafter, upon uncovering Kula's machinations, she refused to consume any sustenance distributed by Kula, choosing instead to remain vigilant at night. As for her forgotten memories and the tales from the volcano's vicinity, the small woman provided clarification. The master was brutal and bloodthirsty. Ultimately slain by the Grey, they scoured the land for Bashel and her companions, for their demise had cost many lives. Before departing, Kula had poisoned the lake with Grey's venom, which subsequently dwindled until it dried up completely. The Grey, ever alert and rational, confirmed this, constantly searching for Bones and her group until encountering Meng Ba, to whom she entrusted their care. However, the Grey divulged little to Meng Ba, save for the fact that women had forged bonds with the elephant tribe since ancient times. The Meng Ba people possessed an innate understanding of human hearts, a gift bestowed upon them by the Grey, who raised her neck to reveal a substantial wound, exposing flesh beneath. Kula had once attempted to kill her, using a bone spike laced with venom. So, you have come here, no longer immersing in the lake? The Grey nodded, explaining that the scar would drain the lake's energy, a wound that would never heal. We should visit Kula's grave. Bones embraced the leader of the small woman. Could there be an antidote within? After all these years, it must have expired. The women had long been astounded by the melodrama of the stories, yet they realized their memories were indeed distinct, with some awakening abruptly beneath the totem. Teeth, ever the pragmatist, found inspiration in Bones' words, recalling that Kula had indeed been peculiar. Her death was equally strange, as she had been buried by two other women, who were subsequently murdered days later. The imprint of death remained vivid for them. Over the years, they had tread carefully, and a total of 3 had perished here. The women unearthed the grave, discovering the remains of 2 others, while the grave of Kula lay empty. I am certain she is not dead. The Bones could not dare to sleep, nor close their eyes. They had painstakingly nurtured their successor. Reproduction and immortality, the Creator only permits one to be chosen. Were a species capable of eternal life to reproduce, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Ash and death loomed ever closer. Yet it resolutely refrained from the waters of the lake. Yuning sensed that it had guarded this tribe for so long. It must indeed be weary. The women and the young girls began to recognize one another, perhaps after a long passage of time, as they discerned and reminisced together. No wonder you are different from them. Yuning gazed at the Bones, finding her truly remarkable. It is the same love for you. Is this something you can also do? Yuning increasingly felt he had underestimated the Bones. Ash was departing, and Bai was the finest leader. Suddenly, the Bones mounted Yuning. I understand Kula's suffering. Do you believe she is dead or alive? Yuning was curious. What did this ancient creature intend? She must be weary of our troubles and has ventured to another lake. If she were truly malevolent, she would have slain us all. The Bones leaned against Yuning's chest, asking his name for the first time. Yuning. It felt peculiar to utter his own name, for it had been long since anyone had called him by it. Master. The Bones did not call him that, but merely sought to know. 2 matters, both favorable. I am not barren. I can achieve immortality. 2 matters, both unfavorable. He realized he had grown fond of this group of elderly women. His own myth as a deity ceased to unfold with the collapse of the totem. The Bones were exploring, subsequently releasing her emotions. At that moment, she was an ordinary woman. Yuning was merely an ordinary man. The teeth began their training anew. While Mengba and Ash conversed by the lakeside for an entire day, the young women wove enormous vines, resembling a bed adorned with shells and flowers they had gathered. The women seemed to be preparing for Ash's departure. Yuning felt powerless, surrounded by the familiar yet strange. Master. Farewell, Ash. The shell did not meet Yuning's gaze. She lowered her head to the ground. The leader of the group of young women was named Kalyalu, a name Yuning recognized. It was the first name used to address the great elephant. So it was her name. Master. By? Kalyalu pointed to a small black elephant. And Yuning thought it should have been white, as it appeared grayer. The elephant nodded in greeting to Yuning. He recalled having seen it on the battlefield. It was a courageous creature. The goals previously set might require revision, as the harem had grown considerably. Yuning felt the need to seek out other lakes and establish a powerful nation. At the very least, they should attain a life of peace and sustenance, free from conflict and the fear of childlessness. After all, were Yuning truly faced with the choice, he would not opt for children. Chapter 72. All under heaven belongs to the king. Ash had not immersed in the lake for 5 days. On the 6th day, she departed peacefully, lying down in the sea of flowers prepared for her by the women. Yuning felt overwhelmed by the notion of an eternal lifespan, especially in the presence of women who belonged to different races, even different species. A choice had been made. In preparation for its demise, the women had steeled themselves emotionally. Their feelings had been nurtured over countless days and nights. The journey through time and space intertwined with their emotions. Karalu sang out loud. And it was then that Yuning realized the essence of the songs the women often sang. Karalu's ethereal voice danced in the heart like the spirits of musical notes. As the ash returned to the center of the lake, its body emitted a golden glow before sinking to the depths. The women surrounded Karalu, weeping. Yet her song continued to resonate across the lake's surface. They brought forth 2 more skeletons, remnants of women who had perished alongside Kula long ago. Karalu's song transformed into a lament, heavy with sorrow, and Yuning found his heart entwined in the emotional whirlpool of her melody. While others might sing for coin, her singing seemed to cost a life. An unexpected pain surged in Yuning's chest, and he noticed that everyone clutched their hearts as well. Could this truly be a song that could kill? Nevertheless, he felt a genuine ache for Ash, but the 2 skeletons were strangers to him, leaving him bewildered as to why he should share in their grief. As the skeletons sank into the lake, Yuning watched as they turned to gold. It was no wonder the women cherished golden adornments. All life here was interconnected with them. It also explained why the women were displeased whenever he gifted gold to others. Yuning resolved to reclaim the gold he had given to the 3 major tribes and the women of the volcanic tribe. Mungba shook his head, aware of Yuning's intentions. Karalu's eyes were as green as the lake, and when her song ceased, her pupils returned to their original hue. You are our shared sovereign. We are you. And you are us. Karalu approached Yuning, tilting her head to receive his kiss. The height difference made it impossible for him to reach her without bending down. Yuning had constructed dozens of forges, and the tribes labored tirelessly each day to extract iron, ore, and coal. The buildings within the city multiplied, and the previously rebellious tribes of 1,000 had come to Yuning's encampment. Master, a new blade. Yuning took the knife handed to him by Xiaobaiwa. It was more finely crafted and remarkably sharp than any he had made himself. Stepping outside, he struck a wooden post with the blade, which sliced through with precision, leaving no deformity on the edge. Let us practice like this, 1 blade per person. Yuning noticed that since Ash's passing, Xiaobaiwa had become somewhat withdrawn. Seizing the moment as she prepared to take the knife, he pulled her into an embrace. Master should share some with Karalu. Share what? What do you like? Xiaobaiwa understood that she had received ample companionship, nearly as much as Beak had. Such things came freely and could not be divided. To be honest, Yuning was also inclined toward whoever piqued his interest at the moment, unless it was through the skilled hands of Makabaka, whose ropes were expertly crafted. Karalu was too small, and those little women were indeed petite, strikingly beautiful, yet Yuning genuinely feared for their safety. As one basks in unbounded joy, the sudden collapse can invoke a sense of dread, compelling one to dive into the waters for salvation. Yuning shudders at the thought. This group of women treats her with great kindness. One cannot merely seek momentary pleasures while disregarding the well-being of others. The sounds of forging resonate like music to Yuning's ears. The elephants toil throughout the day, and occasionally, she yearns to prepare a salad for them, though the local fruits tend to be predominantly sour. The fruits currently gathered by the women are insufficient. Without the hefty bananas, sustenance would fall short. The golden enoki mushrooms, when consumed in excess, aid digestion and increase appetite. The wild dogs have assumed the role of overseers, now residing in designated shelters with an array of food scraps, although they still band together to scavenge. Curiously, they never seek the elephant's droppings, despite their size. The dogs likely perceive them as unappetizing. Yu Ning instructs the elephants to relieve themselves by the fields and has constructed designated latrines for them. It turns out that elephants adhere to rules more diligently than humans, particularly understanding that their waste can enrich the soil. With a focus on accumulating food supplies to establish dominance, Yu Ning welcomes the hunting season, bringing forth a bounty of dried meat and leather, along with a bountiful harvest of grains. The city walls now rise to a height surpassing that of a man, albeit still lacking a grand entrance. The bonfire blazes brightly. Under the watchful eyes of the women, the shells begin the day's mural. The women have melded into a cohesive group, and amidst the swirling activities, Yu Ning struggles to discern their sizes, save for those who are entirely unclothed. Each night, he selects one to accompany him, not through deliberate choice, but rather based on who greets him warmly. Those who become suddenly affectionate are often the chosen ones. During these moments, the younger women tend to withdraw, presuming that Yu Ning would not select them. On several occasions, he wished to clarify this, but was interrupted by other matters. Today is different, as it marks the season of grain harvest. Following rural traditions, Yu Ning gathers all the grains and stacks them together. At his behest, the women select the most appealing and abundant grains as seeds. This time, the quantity is exponentially greater than before. The land here is ample and fertile. Tomorrow, they will dry the straw, and Yu Ning plans to organize them to burn it in the fields. Fortunately, the ash from the plants is beneficial here, and burning the plantain will not harm the environment or contravene any laws. The grains have piqued the interest of the great tree tribe, who seldom venture out, but are eager to learn when they do. Though reluctant to leave their homes, Yu Ning decides to have them cultivate the land. Despite their vegetarian diet, their combat prowess is formidable, making them reliable for defensive measures at home. The dual capacity for farming and military might is not without its merits. This day is unique, thus the time spent on painting is considerable, depicting the entire process of cultivation with a sense of grandeur. Each time she completes a painting, Beike gazes into Yu Ning's eyes and smiles. Her joy is palpable when she sees him observing intently. Strangely, today not a single woman approached him, and he wonders what has changed recently, as he feels an inexhaustible vigor each day. Occasionally, solitude proves pleasant. The inhabitants have assembled in the dwelling, while today, a sentinel guards the cave. Yu Ning held the delicate hand of a woman, pressing her palm for an imprint. This place has now transformed into a sanctuary and a conference hall. The Mao Rin tribe displays an extraordinary devotion. Previously, they did not reside in the cave, but instead constructed houses outside as a strategic stronghold. Within this cave, the atmosphere is ablaze with fervor. Yu Ning speculated that perhaps this is how the sacred fire originated. To his surprise, a figure emerged from within the abode, a woman named Karalu. Adorned with the small elephant headdress Yu Ning had crafted, as her name signifies elephant. "Do you want me?" Karalu inquired candidly. "You cannot accept it." Yu Ning felt a sense of incongruity. "I can," she retorted, producing a wooden carving that mirrored her likeness. "It is those damned mole people. This is from my childhood." Yu Ning hastily defended himself. Chapter 73. The composite bow. Following Yu Ning's blueprints, the volcanic tribe crafted 4 rollers. The craftsmanship was commendable, yet the dimensions appeared to have been misinterpreted. Nevertheless, Yu Ning did not express discontent but instead retained them, as these rollers were perfectly suited for the sliding door. The new rollers were smaller and more refined, prompting Yu Ning to seek quality timber. He had previously crafted a bow from mulberry wood and held a particular fondness for it. Regrettably, he had yet to discover a mulberry tree in this realm. This world possesses a peculiar characteristic. There is a notable scarcity of insects, perhaps the abundance of animals, as they occupy the lower tiers of the food chain, renders survival for smaller creatures exceedingly challenging. Yu Ning realized he had been fortunate not to have been bitten by mosquitoes. Indeed, if mosquitoes were present, there would be little recourse. With the increasing population of the tribe, he resolved to investigate potential wells. After all, with more people, rain would lead to a mire of yellow mud across the continent. He recalled the last rainfall, which turned the lakes murky. The purity of the water source was of paramount importance. In warfare, there exists no notion of pettiness. Yu Ning contemplated the idea of poisoning. Although this was his ultimate boundary, he could not bring himself to unleash a plague. However, he could accept selective poisoning. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, he would choose to poison their upstream water source, an inspiration drawn from the 1,000-people tribe. Alongside his own forces, the collective warriors of the tribes numbered over 650. The young women had repeatedly expressed a desire to participate, but Yuning consistently declined their requests. Karalu, having been rebuffed, mourned for many days. Yuning remained steadfast in his belief that she was unsuitable, while she insisted that they were a match. Since the shells will grow, surely we shall as well, she argued, for Yuning often felt as though he were bullying a child. As for the time it would take to mature, it mattered little, for he would not perish in the meantime. Yuning also discovered that he had not aged in the slightest. Perhaps time had simply not elapsed sufficiently. However, his stomach pains had subsided, and his cavities had vanished. By replaced Huey's position, to the elephant herd, he was a young leader. Yet, regardless of his youth, he was still a figure of ancestral significance to Yuning, who often sought his counsel. Compared to the steady Hui, Bai resembled a fierce leader, at times displaying a seasoned wisdom that surpassed even that of the most experienced. He had even taken an interest in a female elephant from the Mengba tribe. The green-skinned goblins participated in the warrior selection, and only one individual was chosen, the notorious throwing enthusiast. The first batch of composite bows crafted by Yuning was entrusted to them. Naturally, the leader was one of their own. The twin-tailed girl had now mastered the art of archery, yet she also possessed a fondness for throwing knives. In addition to this, Yuning had specifically equipped her with 2 sets, along with a provider of ammunition, the mole person, during their last siege against the giant. The twin-tailed girl had struggled to find arrows, while simultaneously shooting due to a lack of supplies. Once everything was settled, Yuning sought to converse with Beak. He felt a lingering concern about Kalu's situation, uncertain how to articulate his unease regarding her being a minor. He could only express his fear for her safety. Yuning suspected that Kalu might interpret his concern as disdain, perhaps due to her appearance or some other reason. Beak, the gold ingots transformed from ash. I fashioned them into a headpiece for Kalu. She should understand that I do not harbor any dislike for her. Yuning spoke slowly, hoping Beak would relay his exact words. Instead, Beak laughed. Master, she exclaimed, referring to the item made from the mole people, claiming it was safe to use. Ah, indeed. Beak dares to speak her mind. She is wonderful, you will come to appreciate her. Beak then playfully thrust a stick coated in honey into Yuning's mouth. Is it raining? He wondered, having not witnessed rain in recent days. The women, delicate and fair-skinned, typically await the heavy downpour for honey, do they not? The bird people have gone. Their skin is quite thick. Yuning had almost forgotten about this group. They had been discovered alongside the 1,000-person tribe. Yet they had always resided in the trees. Would they be willing to submit? Yuning was particularly interested in their strength, especially given their suitability for battle. They are unwilling. They are on the brink of extinction. This revelation perplexed Yuning. Beak elaborated that the bird people had always lived separately, and their women, much like the males, would migrate. However, those who ventured out had not returned, suggesting they were facing extinction. This is more thrilling than the animal kingdom. Beak exclaimed with curiosity, pondering the meaning of the animal kingdom's separation and its implications when combined. Cheers erupted from outside. It seemed the twin-tailed girl and the green-skinned goblins were engaged in a contest. Beak, intrigued, wished to go watch, but before leaving, she made sure to shove the honey into Yuning's hands. Go to sleep, Kalu is feeling quite aggrieved. Understood. Yuning found himself exasperated with the mole people. They truly needed a sense of boundaries. Kalu's room, constructed by Beak's efforts, was of a standard size, though the bed was somewhat small. Upon seeing Yuning, Kalu's face lit up with joy. She set aside her wooden toy and dashed out. Come with me to the seaside. The sea? Kalu had never been to the shore. Yuning recalled the tribe attacked by the fish-scaled folk, which had access to obsidian and other minerals. Although it was quite far, the iron mines of the 1,000-person tribe had been depleted. Could it be? Kalu had not anticipated this situation. She grabbed a spear, albeit a miniature version. Jahu, noticing Yuning's intention to embark on a journey, slowly trailed behind him. Let us take a look, so there is no need for you to feel anxious. I can hear. Karalu should not comprehend, as she has only learned a little. Yuning believes she can understand this. I am well, clearly. Karalu was somewhat taken aback once. However, she did not wish to miss out. The explosive tiger has maintained its distance. It has been well fed these days and appears unlikely to depart again. Some wild dogs within the city have become domesticated, even tethered by ropes. Yet the explosive tiger remains in its wild state. Am I the only master here? Why do you wish to bring along more? It seems rather extravagant. And I cannot fathom her intentions. Is she perhaps fearful? Carolu feels that Yuning indeed requires protection, though the presence of the explosive tiger alleviates her concerns somewhat. The beach bears no footprints, as fewer and fewer have moved here since the relocation. By following the coastline to the right, memories guide the way to the destination. Coconuts. Carolu is quite exhilarated, having only ever consumed them, never imagining they could be foraged in the wild. In that moment, she truly resembles an innocent middle school student. My goodness, I am committing a crime, treading a path from which there is no return. It appears the fish-scaled individuals have not returned. And while women may have passed through here, they have not touched these items. It is evident that the women harbor a slight respect for this tribe. Some wooden shanties have collapsed, and their abandonment renders them somewhat eerie. It has been proven to be a match. Yuning is momentarily struck, as if someone has gripped him tightly. Even the slightest movement proves difficult. It is clear that Carolu is equally astonished, compared to the craftsmanship of the mole people. This is entirely different. Her pupils seem to tremble in shock. Chapter 74. Ancient Ruins. I will strive to improve. Thank you for the 5-star reviews. I have been somewhat feverish these days, likely due to the flu, but it shall not affect my writing. The more feverish I am, the more fervently I write. Speaking of which, Jia Baoyu has cornered the 4 disciples of Tang Song at the water margin. Yuning prepares his troops. His first objective is not combat, but demonstration. Numerous nearby tribes have allied out of necessity, and Yuning intends to utilize a patrol to impart the true essence of strength. Aside from the 1,000-strong tribe, none of the 3 major tribes possess such a scale of military movement. However, compared to the 3 major tribes, Yuning's forces are evidently far superior. Yuning has also fashioned a war drum, encircled by the giant skulls he had slain in order to rescue the young woman. Even the platform upon which the drum is placed is surrounded by skulls. For war elephants pull the chariot bearing the drum. Wherever the drum's sound reaches, submission is assured. Yuning rides with the translator, clad in battle armor. Yet this armor is rather restrictive. The volcano tribe has retailored it according to the women's design for Yuning, and it is quite tight indeed. As he absent-mindedly adjusts himself, the tribe assumes this to be a customary gesture, though they do not fully comprehend. It is clear they respect Yuning. From a distance, upon noticing Yuning adjust his trousers, they follow suit. The day passed without completing a full circuit. Visiting the Beastmaster tribe and the seaside now seemed unnecessary. The Great Tree tribe was not inclined towards conflict, and thus, Yuning excluded their territory from consideration. Unbeknownst to him, Yuning had amassed a considerable domain, akin to a sovereign over his lands. Yadi, with her formidable presence, stood as a paragon of grace and strength, earning the admiration of the various tribes for her prowess as an armored general. To the north of the volcano tribe lay the former residence of Bai and the petite woman. Beyond the mountains was a tract of land marked as unknown on Yuning's map, though Yadi had noted several locations where the giants roamed. Had Yuning not collapsed that day, this area would have been meticulously documented. As they set up camp, the order for a formal military offensive was issued for the next morning. Unlike previous encounters, which were often born of necessity or ambush, this time was different. Yuning presented his generals with the map, intent on eradicating the tribes that had once disturbed the petite woman. This was a battle of establishing authority, and thus, victory was imperative. Indeed, it had to be resounding. The leader of the elephant warriors was, of course, Yadi, who also held the position of supreme commander of the army. The ranged units were naturally under the command of the twin-tailed general, while the goblins were assigned a subordinate role. A steadfast and reliable man from the Mao tribe was appointed as the logistics chief, a role that even included overseeing some other races, including the petite woman, which astonished many. However, he had never taken risks in his duties, whether guarding, gathering, or transporting. He had never faltered, even if he did not exceed expectations like others. This was precisely the effect Yuning desired. Bones remained a reserve force responsible for defense, though she had some reservations regarding her role. She refrained from voicing them upon seeing her inclusion in the battle plans. The hills were dotted with sentries, while Yuning led his army in establishing camp below. By the campfire, he continued to impart combat techniques to his troops. These wild men preferred to charge headlong into battle, eschewing evasion and blocking in favor of mindless slaughter. I forge weapons to be adapted for various circumstances, Yuning would remind them each time. They had a penchant for relying on whatever they had grasped and using it repeatedly. Only Yadi seemed to comprehend the rationale behind weaponry and tactics. Master. Bichel was not assigned to the army this time, but rather tasked with healing and rescue efforts. You should rest, Yuning said, gently stroking her head as she nestled against him. Are we avenging the Grey Ones? Not only vengeance, but also ensuring that no one will disturb us in the future. Regardless of her understanding, Yuning found solace in their strong will. Bones had her own tent, though it was evident she was not accustomed to it. Her eyes could see Yuning, yet she hesitated to approach due to his words. They had no concept of military orders, but fortunately, they obeyed Yuning's commands. He could hardly imagine what would transpire if he were absent. They would likely rush out upon reaching their destination, disregarding the exertion of their long journey and the consequences that followed. Bichelle, my dear, you should also get some sleep. Yuning gently lifted her from the ground, bestowing kiss after kiss upon her delicate visage. As dawn began to break, he summoned everyone, commanding them to don their armor and shields, instructing each to take their designated positions for the impending assault. At the base of the distant mountains, the encampment of the giant tribe lay scattered with crude weapons and stones. The sun had yet to cast its rays upon this place, and the giants remained in deep slumber. Yuning had sketched out a plan, mirroring the strategy devised the previous night, a stealthy advance culminating in a sudden strike at their weak points. Astonishingly, the giant tribe numbered nearly 200, suggesting that this camp was merely temporary. Yuning speculated that behind the distant mountains, more of their kin likely resided. Bones, they are to be slain. Where do you focus your gaze? Yuning gestured towards the mountains, where a gorge was likely nestled between two hills. However, should the giants heed the command, there would certainly be more of them lurking, poised to ambush from that very spot. Is that so? Bones sensed Yuning's fondness for her, believing he feared for her safety, convinced that his resolve was as formidable as his teeth. Yuning nodded in agreement, recognizing the camp's simplicity and the more suitable living conditions that lay beyond the mountain's veil. The Teeth unit stealthily approached the giant encampment, while the ranged fighters secured a slight elevation. Yuning signaled Shell to sound the first drumbeat. As the reverberations echoed, the giants, still lost in their dreams, had no time to react before the Teeth spears pierced their hearts. The ranged fighters operated freely, effectively targeting any giant that stirred awake. The awakened giants let out roars of fury, yet the sudden assault left them unable to grasp their weapons. Bones lay in ambush at the mountain's mouth, her impatience bubbling over. As she watched the Teeth and the twin-tailed warriors vanquish foes within the camp, a tinge of jealousy stirred within her. Bones, Little White Flower tapped her arm, as the sound of running footsteps echoed through the gorge. Bones felt an urge to charge forth, but recalled Yuning's instructions. She was unfamiliar with the strategy of waiting for the right moment. Yet, Yuning had emphasized the importance of utilizing the gorge. Having previously engaged in battle within a gorge against the Great Tree Tribe, she remembered their desperate plight when encircled. A spark ignited in Bones' eyes as she pointed towards the stones flanking the gorge, lifting one in preparation for a throw. The women instinctively understood her intent. The footsteps at the gorge's entrance drew nearer, with women waiting on either side. Half of the giants had already perished in their dreams, and the remaining giants, despite their desperate resistance, found it futile. A few were ensnared in the center, stubbornly fighting back. The Teeth leapt from the back of a giant, thrusting upward with a spear that pierced through the temple, while a bloodied spear emerged from the opposite side. Chapter 75, The Author's Note. Today, I received a comment regarding the name of Meng Ba's son, which is beautifully named G.E. I had previously considered the name G.E. as well, playing on the pun with the word for chicken. It is evident that names within the tribe are often derived from geographic locations and distinctive traits. I must admit, I am moving towards a more westernized approach. I refrain from employing names akin to Eye of the Giant Tree or Cursed Land. This is precisely why I have named the elephant White and Gray. As for human names, I would prefer him to be called Bang, Pa, or Pong. I could never resort to names like Julian, Bella, Lux, or Sylvanus. The protagonist is Yuning, and the name he chooses naturally reflects his own perceptions. Regarding Yuning, he is inspired by a friend from my real life, who is still alive. Hailing from a family background typical of the post-00S generation, he graduated from a vocational college. Although I suspect he merely coasted through, due to familial circumstances, he has not returned home for the new year in many years. This year, he is likely to come over to share a meal with me. My aspiration is to portray an ordinary person traversing realms. As someone remarked in the comment section, the characters who cross over often seem like walking encyclopedias, possessing knowledge of everything. Thus, I selected Yu Ning as my prototype, someone with limited knowledge who enjoys showing off while playing billiards and frequently changes jobs. He often muses, "Why hasn't the Earth exploded yet?" Much of the novel's content stems from my inquiries to him about topics such as salt and architecture. Trust me, he is genuinely clueless on many matters. As a spoiler, the green-skinned goblin has become a general and has adopted the name Green Bro. Soon, a male supporting character will emerge, named Yong. You may argue that Cat Master writes about Lu the Emperor, but it cannot be classified as a typical exhilarating tale. Yu Ning is somewhat dull, often struggling to handle various situations effectively. However, do not be overly confident. It is uncertain how many chapters you would survive if you were to traverse into this world. To those questioning the wild boar at the beginning, I have previously addressed this in the comments section. There is no need to inundate my private messages with dozens of queries about a wild boar. I can barely keep up with my updates. Why must you fixate on whether the boar can jump? A glance at the height of rural pig pens would reveal that pigs are not particularly adept at leaping. Moreover, domestic pigs are considerably more intelligent. Having vented my thoughts, the giant's dying gaze remained fixed on its teeth, which clutched the spear's shaft, leveraging its weight to topple the giant's corpse. By heavens, this woman is truly formidable. At times, Yu Ning can hardly believe that such a being is one of his closest companions. Behold, the formidable Debo. When Yu Ning first addressed her as Debo, the women were puzzled by the meaning. Upon Yu Ning's gentle nudge, they began to compare, indeed confirming her impressive stature. However, Debo is exceptionally skilled in combat, though she was reluctantly assigned to this group. To this day, she lacks a set of armor that fits her. Given her considerable size and the current craftsmanship limitations, Yu Ning, having only Debo on his side, is naturally concerned for her safety. He recalls the papaya that Meng Ba used to wash his hair and glances at Debo. After all, they both have heads. And calling her Hey is not an option right now. Beak led Debo into the camp, but there were scarcely any injuries among them. Their attack was surprisingly swift. The only marks were scratches from nearby bushes. Bones hurled stones at the giant's head, while Yu Ning personally beat the war drum. The valley echoed with the giant's howls. Teeth and beak staunchly blocked the valley's entrance. The twin-tailed and the green-skinned goblin were engaged in a shooting contest, striking down every entity that dared to emerge from the valley with a precision that was nearly indistinguishable. The giants found themselves in a predicament, unprepared for the ambush encountered on their journey of aid. They had always faced their foes in open confrontation, but now the clarion call was trampled by panicked steeds. At the valley's mouth lay diminutive figures clad in iron armor and shields, while massive boulders loomed overhead. Arrows and spears occasionally rained down upon them. Flesh met metal. Blood mingled with screams. By the time Yu Ning led the remaining forces into battle, bones were already being cleared from the battleground. One giant continued to roar and curse from the ground, while Bones pressed upon its chest, driving a spear into its mouth. Master the head? The teeth still favored the spectacle of decapitation. Yet this time, Yu Ning refrained from such an act. This valley served as a vital thoroughfare. Corpses could breed disease and must be entirely removed. Behind them, a makeshift encampment awaited, and Yu Ning ordered it to be set ablaze. Bai and Kalyalu had remained with Yu Ning's contingent, their diminutive stature ill-suited for combat. However, vengeance was a gratifying pursuit, and Yu Ning's command to incinerate the remains inspired the women to rejoice and engage fervently. Bones, ascend to the heights and patrol. Stay vigilant. Teeth, continue the eradication, ensuring no survivors remain. Shell, attend to the wounded. The women's actions elucidated the benefits of division of labor to the remaining wild folk. Such a toll of battle only reinforced their belief in Yu Ning's wisdom. After all, no one wished for their kin and comrades to perish, even in glory. Bones perched atop a mountain, content as she polished her spear, satisfied with the day's skirmish. Nevertheless, the spear's performance remained exceptional. Is there something amiss, Bai? Yu Ning noticed by tugging at her, suggesting something lay not far off. Yu Ning held no doubts regarding the elephants. They appeared to be one with the women. Bai led Yu Ning to a clearing, where the parched ground bore cracks that attested to a former water source. This must have been a lake. Water still lingered at the center, while stones lay beneath the cracked earth, which Bai began to unearth with her teeth. Yu Ning recalled that their bones would transform into gold within the lake's embrace upon death, yet this was evidently not the case here. Could it be another metal? Upon witnessing Yu Ning's comprehension, Bai nodded fervently. The lake represented both the genesis and demise of their kin. Yet Bai longed for their deceased ancestors to accompany them once more. This lake appeared larger than that of their homeland, though only the center retained some moisture. It remained uncertain whether heavy rains or drinking water would prove beneficial. The stones indeed resembled metal, though not iron. Prior to forging, Yu Ning could not ascertain their nature. Suddenly, a rustling erupted from the forest, with Bai shielding Yu Ning. The women, alerted by Bai's cries, converged from all directions. Come forth. Yu Ning's call proved futile as teeth thrust the spear forward, piercing into the woods, eliciting a haunting scream. Several figures lunged towards Ning, their movements utterly inhuman. It was evident that Bai was aware of the existence of such creatures, leaving the women with no time to react. Bai collided with one, while the other two charged at Ning as if propelled by an unseen force. Roar! Boom! 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 The explosive energy was palpable as Zhahu pinned one down, exuding an air of dominance akin to a royal flush in a card game. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to monkeys, clutching sharpened sticks in their hands. Upon recognizing what Zhahu was restraining beneath his feet, Ning found himself momentarily bewildered. It was his first encounter with such a creature after all this time. However, this monkey was diminutive, and more importantly, it was clear that Bai and the small woman harbored an aversion to it. Typically, these creatures are social, so Ning remained vigilant. Instead, he seized the pointed stick from their grasp and playfully prodded them, causing them to emit a cacophony of shrieks. Kalu and Ning exchanged a few words, and Ning's expression shifted to one of surprise. It turned out that this was part of a larger troop of monkeys, now reduced to just these few due to the desiccation of the lake. Their behavior had drastically changed. Previously, they were mischievous and playful, but with their numbers dwindling and the recent giant invasions, they had become aggressive. Bai's kin had previously suffered at their hands, becoming impaled by their sticks. Seemingly intent on inflicting harm, Ning began to scrutinize the monkey, only to discover that it intended to bite his hand, although he narrowly avoided the bite. The creature's grip broke the skin on his hand, igniting an intense fury in Beiku. Armed with a wooden support and rope meant for rescuing individuals, she swiftly bound the monkey's head. Subsequently, a spiraling Baima took flight, whirling like a windmill. It appeared that this group of monkeys had darkened due to the absence of lake water. Zhahu, meanwhile, looked on with a gluttonous gaze, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. Ning was astonished that it had ventured so far from its young, marveling at its ability to remain undetected amidst the throng. Capturing them and placing them in a cage seemed a viable plan. With only 3 remaining from their troop, this was indeed a rare find. A great fire blazed, and the giant roasted with a sizzle, releasing tantalizing aromas that made Ning's stomach grumble. Most of their provisions consisted of jerky and grains infused with a fragrant essence. Without a millstone, they crushed the grains and steamed them into cakes, but the volcanic tribe was already in the midst of their preparations, leaving Ning with no sense of urgency. The women held a fondness for the grain cakes, relishing the earthy fragrance that permeated the air, even using bones as snacks. Debo sat beside Ning, and in the absence of lake water, could only offer minimal bandaging. He squeezed some juice from a papaya, typically used for washing hair, and thought it clever to utilize such a resource. Debo, unfazed, continued his assistance. In her eyes, Yu Ning could command her to perish, and she would comply willingly. Homeward bound, women seldom linger away for such extended periods, and it was evident that their anxiety was palpable. Yu Ning resolved to return, leaving the other tribes behind. For the stones unearthed by required transportation. The greenskin goblin was a workaholic, and he shared an inexplicable camaraderie with the leader of the fur tribe. At times, Yu Ning sensed that their bond was somewhat peculiar. However, the fur tribe leader had 4 or 5 wives. The greenskin goblin also had a spouse. Yet she was exceedingly unattractive and bore an unpleasant odor. In contrast, beside him was the ample woman, who exuded nothing but the fragrance of milk. Traversing the volcanic tribe and crossing through the 1,000-people tribe, by the time Yu Ning reached his territory, the sun was nearly setting. He glanced at the sunset, and the drum adorned with severed heads conveniently obscured the sun. Previously, he had perceived the days here as interminably long, yet now they seemed to have fleetingly shortened. Especially the nights, perhaps due to the women's company, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Upon witnessing the returning procession, the sounds of drums and horns erupted all around, and Yu Ning discovered that the city gates had indeed been installed. However, a substantial portion of the surrounding wall remained in disrepair. Though it appeared somewhat comical, It was likely the volcanic tribe's attempt to showcase the gate's functionality. Let us head to the lake. Yuning knew that if the women did not immerse themselves in the water for a day, they would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. Having emerged victorious in battle, tributes of praise filled the tribe, and even Meng Ba was adorned with garlands of flowers. Meng Ba would pluck a few blooms with his nose and tuck them into his mouth. It dawned upon Yuning that he had forgotten to provide sustenance for his companions, who had gone an entire day without food. After all, this was his first experience leading troops into battle, a considerable oversight. Fortunately, Meng Ba and the others regarded it as a matter of course to forego meals during combat. The cool lake water was filled with laughter from the women, and those with minor injuries rested within its embrace. Yuning mused that the elephants, being diligent workers, must have had considerably less time to feed. What of the child learning to speak? He was with the furry tribe. Does the master require him? What need have I for him? I sought him for a purpose. Your inquiry resembles that of a homosexual. The ample woman, alas, lacked the eloquence of the shell. He has returned. Bring him to me. Yuning planned to assign the idle members of the giant tree tribe with the responsibility of feeding the elephants. Not to mention, the wild fruits within the valleys of the giant tree tribe had rotted in the woods. They were utterly unable to consume them all. 3 monkeys had also been brought to the lake by Yazi, their eyes now sparkling with clarity. They struggled within their cage, eager to emerge. Yuning had anticipated that Yazi would allow them to bathe in the lake, yet to his surprise, the woman plunged the cage directly into the water and stood upon the lake bed. If they call for you to end their lives, it will be a shame to have captured those monkeys. Yuning felt a pang of anxiety. Yazi lifted the cage, and it appeared that the 3 monkeys had quenched their thirst. With a sudden jolt, Yazi startled the monkeys within the cage. She then handed the cage to Yuning. They cannot perish in the lake. Yazi's expression seemed to convey to Yuning that his concerns were unwarranted. The white figure lifted its nose, spraying a cascade of water upon the group of monkeys, reveling in the ensuing water fight with others. The monkeys, agitated, attempted to reach out, their mouths spewing forth a torrent of obscenities. "Master, what do you want?" exclaimed Meng Ba, brandishing a papaya that seemingly contained a substance suitable for washing hair. "Brother, you truly understand me," Yuning observed Meng Ba from a distance. Yet Meng Ba appeared to regard him with suspicion, questioning why, with such a useful item at hand, he chose to behave so strangely. "How can I explain myself to an elephant like you? You cannot push me, can you?" Yuning hastily washed his hair, subsequently leaving half of the papaya on the shore. The women began washing their hair as well, while the younger ones seemed unfamiliar with the object, indicating that only Meng Ba could procure such a thing. The bonfire mural had ample space devoted to it this time, with the younger women participating as they employed countless grass stems to pierce the giant's body. The composition was ingeniously crafted, with the body parts featuring gaps resembling rock, giving the impression that arrows had struck the giant. Shell had indeed become increasingly adept at creating art, transitioning from a 2-dimensional to a 3-dimensional composition. Meng Ba, resigned, held the half papaya, perplexed by Yuning's intentions. Logically, after washing his hair, there would be no need for further cleansing. However, Yuning informed him that he would soon require assistance with his hair. Chapter 77. Delightful Bone retrieved a pair of scissors and pinned several monkeys to the ground, trimming their nails with precision, meting out a few blows for any sign of resistance. The monkeys submitted, even avoiding direct eye contact with Bone. She fashioned leather cords around their necks, reminiscent of walnut craftsmanship. The master must be fierce. Bone handed the cord to Yuning, while the monkeys obediently behaved like grandchildren. It was evident that these monkeys were well acquainted with Bone, harboring some history, perhaps a father-son dynamic. This victory not only showcased their might, but also reclaimed the territory of the younger women. Though the land was uninhabited, it remained claimed. This harvest yielded an abundance of grain, and Yuning had plans for the next sowing season. Although the lake had dried up, the irrigation streams persisted. Ge participated in the battle. Despite being a mere observer, he was still recognized as a participant, especially given his father's high-ranking status, garnering respect from the others. For most women, Ge had grown up before their eyes. While the lake held some utility for Meng Ba's tribe, it paled in comparison to the significance for Bai's group. Yuning intended to venture northward to the 3 major tribes, where the coalition with the 1,000-strong tribe awaited. Although it was a coalition, Yuning's primary aim remained to display his prowess, yet some avian leaders expressed a desire to join, despite their imminent extinction due to lack of mates. Nevertheless, driven by the instincts of male animals, they sought Yu Ning's protection, finding it somewhat unreasonable to remain idle. This once formidable tribe, once as powerful as the 1,000-people tribe, now resides entirely within the northern woods. Rather than their official name, Yu Ning prefers to refer to them as the bird people. However, he cannot help but chuckle at the thought. Perhaps bird-headed people would be more fitting. Debo, cradling half a papaya, accompanied Yu Ning as he surveyed the area, eventually arriving at Yu Ning's dwelling. To his surprise, the house had been expanded by 2 rooms in just a day. It appeared that the construction was incomplete, as the new sections had not yet been connected. The materials for the new rooms were a combination of stone and brick, with the gaps filled with a more refined clay. Although they are primitive, once they grasp certain concepts, they often display remarkable wisdom. Yu Ning had placed individuals within the volcano tribe, not for the purpose of surveillance, but to serve as messengers. The members of this tribe are prone to deep contemplation over issues, often falling into a trance-like state collectively. If not provided with alternative thoughts, they could easily forget to eat or drink, remaining in their stupor indefinitely. Yu Ning had once wondered how they had not starved. However, the secrets of the volcano tribe soon revealed themselves to him. This tribe possesses certain intriguing aspects. Aside from the female leader, there exists another chief. Though his role is rather insignificant, merely a timekeeper. If the tribe remains in contemplation for more than 3 days, this chief emerges to disrupt their thoughts and actions, compelling them to abandon their ruminations and designate the unresolved issue as a taboo. This could be considered a protective mechanism. Yu Ning even bestowed upon this chief an illustrious title, Great Sage. Clearly, Debo, holding the papaya, was also fatigued. Just as Yu Ning settled down, she eagerly grabbed a jar, preparing to venture out. Where are you going? To fetch water. Aren't you going to wash your hair? Is water not needed? Come here. Yu Ning had never spent such solitary time with her, which made Debo a little anxious. Master, let's change your name. Debo likely endured frequent teasing, and Yu Ning felt somewhat at fault for this. Let me think. Clearly, Debo was enthusiastic, eagerly anticipating her new name. Yu Ning had long considered naming her Fire Dance, but at the time, teaching her the character for fire might have hindered her learning. Now, he felt disinclined to use those names. After all, Debo had been exceptionally kind to him, and it seemed unjust to continue teasing her when she was not particularly clever. What do you like? Yu Ning inquired, hoping to draw from her preferences. Debo pondered for a moment, her expression suddenly brightening with excitement. What do you like? Master, Touch here. Debo pointed to her wave. Goodness. I can't possibly name you Touch Wave, can I? What else? Washing hair? Debo, aware that the previous name would not satisfy Yu Ning, believed this one would. Washing hair? How absurd. Can washing hair even be a name? That's even more ridiculous than 2 ponytails. What about papaya? Yu Ning pointed at half a papaya, feeling that it was still a child's play. He believed that he would grow stronger, and his woman must stand independently. Once everyone learned the language, some names would indeed be quite embarrassing. Could we not call it Tail? Tail. Yu Ning was somewhat intrigued. There had to be some reasoning behind it. The fierce creature had a tail that followed it closely. The master also had a tail. The name Tail seemed both simple and genuine. These days, the girl had truly become accustomed to being his tail. Excellent. Tail. Yu Ning tore off the dogskin and then scooped some substance from the papaya to apply on the tail. It felt cool. Clearly, the tail had yet to adapt to both the new name and this action. Come here, over here. Yu Ning was quite adept at directing, and although the tail did not comprehend, it still complied. The remaining papaya was also poured out by her. You are quite skilled. Truly remarkable. Mengba arrived to seek out Yu Ning, coincidentally encountering this scene, with disdain evident in Mengba's gaze, especially when comparing Yu Ning's size to its own. Yu Ning also noticed Mengba, particularly its belly. How could I possibly compare to you? Tomorrow, I shall install a door. How impolite. Mengba hopped away, leaving Yu Ning filled with anger and embarrassment, feeling somewhat deflated after being overshadowed. If the master is not around, charge ahead. The tail, seeing it unable to lift its head, thought it should wash up. With a sudden exclamation, the tail realized Yu Ning intended to thoroughly demonstrate its prowess. Women had long grown accustomed to such sounds, yet Kalyulu remained curious. Having not forgotten what had transpired days ago, she returned to share the story with other women, who were either envious or curious. But she felt envious of the tail in Yu Ning's room. Yu Ning was right. It was not a perfect match. At least she felt quite uncomfortable the next day. However, Now she felt a sense of alignment. The firewood crackled in the campfire, while shells and bones chatted within the cave. Today's battle imparted many lessons, as Yuning continually employed his wisdom to protect them. Every step and every task appeared inconsequential, yet they were all preparations made by the master for unforeseen circumstances. Only the other wildlings failed to comprehend this. Yazi understood her own disposition and reflected on her occasional disobedience. From the moment Yuning first met her, she had defied Beak's words, until later when Yuning punished and then accepted her. The master's approach was indeed more insightful. Yazi resonated with this sentiment and resolved to change her ways. From being hungry to now being respected, Yazi felt it was all a blessing from Yuning. Chapter 78. Thunderbeast. Although the birdmen were unattractive, they were truly avian. In a tribe of 1,000, the birdman tribe comprised only a few hundred, and with the loss of their wives, their numbers were halved. Yet, they had never provoked that tribe. The reason was simple: strength. The birdmen were naturally intimidating. With towering statures, sharp bone claws on their fingers, resembling Wolverine, and a coat of fur akin to the long hair of wild boar skin. The individuals in question possess a strikingly smooth and lustrous exterior, yet their skin is tough and resilient. Consequently, neighboring tribes seldom provoke them, fortunate as they are in their inherently carefree nature, lacking ambitions for expansion and solely desiring a peaceful existence. Their arrival has, indeed, been a boon for Ning. Yet a worrisome aspect remains. This group is most accustomed to relying on their claws, confident in their own formidable toughness. They possess undeniable strength and an abundance of confidence. Yet their enlistment is entirely voluntary, and they do not readily heed commands. Ning has never encountered a flock quite like these avian beings. However, one cannot afford to scrutinize them too closely, for they have prepared themselves for the annihilation of their kin and nation, unable to pass on their legacy as Ning can with her immortality. The saying goes that the reckless fear nothing, and this band of avians exemplifies that spirit. At times, Ning genuinely wishes to assist them in locating their matriarch, but her own map access is limited. If one were to suggest searching, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. Their training primarily focuses on tactics, and Ning finds herself unable to aid them in their techniques. Their strength and agility rely solely on primal instincts. The avian leader has conveyed his sentiments, expressing a desire to achieve something glorious in the end, and nothing more. Thus, Ning has come to regard them as expendable resources. Master, do you wish to wash your hair? After a night of exertion, she woke to find her tail not entirely clean. No need for that. Oh dear. Ning awoke to realize that renaming her was indeed a wise choice. This girl is remarkably innocent. I will assist and bring you your meal shortly. It seems this young lady is preparing for a busy day, as these women are accustomed to a life of activity, while Ning herself finds her mornings increasingly delayed. Yet, she has no choice. Daily interactions are demanding. Off in the distance, a delightful aroma wafts through the air. With the expansion of their territory, the variety of resources has increased, introducing new spices and several types of fruits. There are now over 30 sheep in the flock, though deer are not as easily maintained, resulting in fewer numbers. The volcanic tribe is reflecting on their experiences, their gates having collapsed. Ning understands that their ropes were ineffectively tied, and that the weight of the ropes securing the city gates was inappropriate. To prevent them from sinking into contemplation and hindering overall progress, Ning must rise and explain the necessary actions. Upon returning to her quarters, breakfast was already waiting at her door. The tale had evidently taken some time to prepare, her hair tied up in a ponytail adorned with numerous small flowers. Carolou and Rib want to invite you to the seaside. The tale arranged the meal and even emulated Ning by wiping the chopsticks. If it's for fun, I'll join you at the seaside. Ning finds herself bemused. After a long night, they had already ventured to the beach at dawn. Am I to be an eternal motion machine? She recalls how Carolou accompanied her on her first trip to the seaside. Fun. Seeing the tale's interest, Ning explained that the previous night's activity was indeed about fun. Is washing hair fun? Alas, this girl is far too straightforward. Ning wishes not to impart foolish notions to the child. While enjoying her breakfast, she explained the two different methods of hair washing. Master, that is quite amusing. This remark should be attributed to Ning's humor. Breakfast was somewhat abundant, and Ning pulled the tail along to partake. They scheduled their seaside outing for the afternoon. As they must take a moment to breathe, the land is vast, and even the oxen cannot plow it all at once. Ning examined the map and began to update the newly discovered areas from the past few days. The tail, seemingly cautious, appeared to be concerned about Ning's sustenance. Ning offered it a few bites and indulged in a piece of tofu, the tail adorned with delicate blossoms exuding an air of innocence. Ning resolved that from this day forth, he would truly regard it as his own tail. The coastal region had been thoroughly explored, save for the last stretch, which was the territory of the explosive tiger. Ning had contemplated venturing there several times, fearing that if the explosive tiger were to wander off, it might no longer follow him. After all, having such a cold-blooded and swift guardian provided immense security. Should it return home, yearning for its own kind, it would be a significant loss for Ning. Having completed the necessary tasks, Ning began to strategize training missions. According to the three major tribes, there were several formidable clans outside. Carolus spare ribs. Upon arriving near the dwelling of the young women, it was evident they were as industrious as shells, maintaining a neat and orderly environment, with even the paths meticulously swept. Master, Carolus nearly sprinted towards him. After embracing him, she introduced spare ribs. Ning remembered her well. Her name stemmed from her remarkably slender frame. Yet, appreciating Carolus's kind intentions, he refrained from dampening her enthusiasm. Equipped with a spear, a battle knife, and rope, she was also carrying a bag on her back. Ning understood her intentions. They were bound to go there anyway, so she might as well bring back some items. Having grown accustomed to scarcity, they were mindful of their resources. If the explosive tiger were to depart, it would be futile to stop it. It was better to leave early rather than grow attached. It was often said that spare ribs had become quite popular lately, embodying the standard of youthful slenderness, even surpassing the charm of twin ponytails. However, Ning did not particularly favor that type. Yet, he had to admit, in terms of facial beauty, she was exquisite. A true work of art. All beings were creations of heaven. In comparison, Ning felt his own appearance resembled a drunken mistake of the divine. Despite this, he was grateful. Among the humanoid males here, a comparison only served to restore his confidence. The sea breeze was noticeably stronger than on previous days as Ning strolled along the beach with his tail and the two young women. The explosive tiger indeed seemed to have arrived in familiar territory, evoking memories that rendered it reluctant to leave. This was a place Ning had never visited, nor had his tail or the two young women. Carolus attempted to take Ning's hand, evoking a sense akin to a father guiding his daughter, while spare ribs appeared somewhat timid, reminiscent of the initial walnut. Master, over here. Not far ahead lay a stretch of soft, even sand, where it seemed Carolus wished to rest. Understanding her intent, Ning reclined on the beach. Bring it on. I would gladly die beneath the peony blossom, even as a dog. The ground trembled slightly, a sensation Ning distinctly felt. Instead of lingering with him, Carolus and spare ribs suddenly drew their battle knives. Even its tail became tense as she slid over to Ning, attempting to assist him in rising. Suddenly, the bushes were burst open, and a robust creature charged towards Ning with a thunderous roar. Chapter 79, The Divine Beast. Ning sprang to his feet, astonished by the creature's formidable physique. It was muscular and stocky, with short yet stout legs. There was no discernible weakness on its entire body. The explosive tiger swiftly returned, surprisingly accompanied by several others, indicating it had sought out companions. As the explosive tigers beheld the creature, they erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Had Ning not witnessed it firsthand, he would have thought they were engaged in a lively game of cards. Master, let us go? Carolus grasped Ning's hand, while Pork Rib directly took Carolus's blade and positioned it before Ning. The girl, with dual blades in hand, elegantly flourished them. Had Ning not known that their tribe lacked such weapons, he might have mistaken her for a master swordsman. The explosive tigers deftly surrounded the creature. Ning took a glance. The beast resembled a hippopotamus, yet bore traits of a rhinoceros, with a horn protruding from its forehead rather than its nose. This horn was unlike any ordinary animal's. Its silvery sheen suggested a metallic quality, and its size was somewhat exaggerated, reminiscent of a traffic cone. Initially, Ning anticipated a reckless charge or a desperate sprint, as such horns typically indicated aggressive tactics. The tail had already provided him with a shield, as he had ventured out wrapped in a layer of dog skin. Instead of charging, the creature began to dig a hole with its hind legs, and rather than rushing forward, its horn began to emit a faint glow. Suddenly, it tossed its head, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Wow! One explosive tiger, caught off guard by the lightning, trembled uncontrollably, unable to even detonate. What the heck? It looks like a tank, yet it's a ranged spellcaster. This creature was utterly absurd. Could it possibly be a mount belonging to some deity, wandering about? Was this something mere mortals could contend with? Though it had unleashed a shock, the explosive tiger still retained its vitality. Fortunately, the beast's casting time was prolonged, especially given its current stance, suggesting a cooldown period after such an electric discharge. Yuning threw the shield aside and detached the rope from the tail. He handed one end of the rope to her. You go that way, I'll go this way. Before the tail could react, Yuning had already dashed to the side. His intention was clear. He aimed to bind the creature. The tail hesitated, clearly apprehensive about Yuning's safety, especially since the explosive tigers had ceased their detonations, indicating the creature could inflict considerable pain. Bind its legs. This straightforward command left no room for doubt in the tail's mind regarding Yuning's directive. She surged forward with determination. Yuning's previously anxious demeanor began to ease. Observing the unfolding scene, Karalu cleverly began to shout and make noise, seemingly to draw the creature's attention. The explosive tigers clearly possessed combat experience against such a foe. They dragged their companion aside and prepared to launch their assault. The rope coiled around the creature in 2 complete loops. Aside from its anxious glances in every direction, its primary focus remained on the explosive tiger, perceiving little threat from Yuning and the women accompanying him. The skeletal figure, lacking comprehension of Yuning's intent, brandished dual blades in preparation for an assault, seemingly adhering to the tactic of letting her master advance while she provided a distraction. The creature began to gather energy once more. Yuning calculated its cooldown period to be merely 40 to 50 seconds. As it swung its head, the skeletal figure deftly evaded, striking with both blades. Clang! To her astonishment, there was no response. These blades had been recently forged, possessing a unique formula that rendered them exceptionally sharp. Seizing the opportunity, the explosive tigers launched their attack, only for the creature to realize it was ensnared by the rope multiple times. Thud! It crashed to the ground, trembling. Yuning swiftly secured the dog's skin to its foot, then intertwined the skin with its horns using the rope. Observing that the creature was impervious to her strikes, the skeletal figure resorted to scooping up clumps of mud and flinging them into its eyes. Yuning deemed this a clever tactic, joining in by hurling mud to obscure its vision. Just then, the creature's silvery horns began to shimmer, and with a crack, it attempted to unleash a bolt of lightning, only to find itself convulsing instead. Beyond its ludicrous defenses, its only offensive capability was the lightning. Yuning scrutinized its teeth, confirming it was a herbivore. The explosive tigers also advanced to bite, but their efforts yielded no reaction. The large creature continued to twitch from the effects of its own electricity. The shocked explosive tiger regained its footing, albeit still in a state of paralysis, before collapsing again. Surely, there wouldn't be a pack of them. Such large herbivores typically do not live solitary lives. Though unfamiliar with this creature, Yuning had seen enough of nature to know. Just then, vibrations emanated from the ground, indicating that its companions had arrived. Run! Commanded Yuning, and the women followed suit. The explosive tigers, seeing Yuning flee, pursued closely behind. As Yuning passed the still-stunned explosive tiger, he grasped its tail, dragging it across the beach, with the other 3 tigers trailing closely. In the distance, bolts of lightning struck nearby trees. This creature, I must capture it, thought Yuning, yearning to escape this place. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly seek the wisdom of Meng, who must surely know what this is. Exhausted, the group of explosive tigers began to tire. The one Yuning was dragging started to regain its senses. In that moment, Yuning found it difficult to distinguish between this explosive tiger and one he was familiar with. What should the master do? The tail sensed Yuning's distress and contemplated a plan to confront the creatures, as her expression suggested. Let us return first and inquire with Meng. It was evident that Kalialu harbored the deepest resentment towards these electrifying beasts, as their antics had disrupted her plans. For Yuning to find a moment alone with any of the women amidst this chaos was truly a rare opportunity. Yuning never anticipated that this little rib would be both fierce and swift. Had it not possessed such high defenses, even a formidable beast would have left her significantly injured in that manner. Karalu sought me out this evening, bringing along the rib. Yuning discerned her intentions. However, the first order of business was to steady her breath. Fortunately, this group of beasts moved at a leisurely pace. Had they pursued her with fervor, Yuning might well have perished on the beach. Although the utility of this creature remained a mystery, its inherent ability was sufficient for self-preservation. Thankfully, it lacked considerable intellect. It appeared that the bomb tigers had encountered this electrified group frequently, as they even knew to relocate the electrocuted to a vacant area. Evidently having gained experience from their encounters, this creature undoubtedly resembled a tank mage. Yuning aptly named it the Thunder Beast. If it could indeed be tamed, it would represent a formidable force. Imagine two armies clashing, with our sides summoning bolts of lightning. On the battlefield, it could unleash its electric wrath while serving as a meat shield, allowing the others to strike from behind. Master, is it night? It is dark. The sun has set. To Yuning's surprise, Carolus still seemed to be preoccupied with this, likely having developed an addiction since their last encounter. Judging by her demeanor, she would not relent until this matter was resolved today. Chapter 80. The Thunder Beast clan. Yuning hurried back with urgency, initially believing that this corner would be a small area devoid of any tribes. While there were indeed no tribes, there was an assembly of generators. A glance during the escape confirmed the presence of at least a dozen. Should they unleash their electric therapy, one would not emerge unscathed. The bomb tigers followed Yuning, likely having returned to summon their kin for a family relocation. However, these creatures were quite indistinguishable. Had they not approached him directly, recognition would have been impossible. Master, apologies. Carolus panted as she trailed behind Yuning, aware that her actions had endangered him. Yuning, breathless, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was not her fault. Tail, go find Mengba. The tail murmured Mengba's name and bolted ahead. This was a positive development. Yuning wrapped his arm around Carolus's waist, wanting to express that fortune often hides within misfortune, yet hesitated, fearing she might not comprehend. Good fortune? Being attacked is good fortune? Carolus was utterly perplexed, for they had narrowly escaped being electrocuted. I wish to conquer them. Conquest was a familiar concept for Carolus, as training was intended for mastery. However, taming such a large creature would undoubtedly prove challenging. The tail returned, having summoned an entire herd of elephants, with numerous women and warriors from other tribes rushing out of the camp. Their fierce demeanor suggested they were intent on restoring Yuning's honor. This group was genuinely simple-hearted, and Yuning felt a warmth in his chest. Having been thoroughly frightened, he needed a moment to recuperate. This vendetta could wait for another day. Mengba. Yuning patted its massive head, aware that Mengba must have already grasped the situation. Master. Beak also squeezed through the crowd, seemingly engaged in some muddy task, her hands still covered in wet clay. Beak scrutinized Yuning with a discerning gaze. Mengba, however, did not exhibit excessive anger. It seemed that these elephants were already acquainted with the group of creatures. Mengba recounted the tale of the Thunder Beasts, affirming their herbivorous nature, yet noted that they were newcomers to Yuning's lands, having arrived coincidentally around the same time as Zhu Yi's birth. Mengba informed Yuning of their perceived dullness and sluggishness, stating that they tended to reside in one location, only leaving their territory to drink water. Mengba expressed a willingness to explore further, although Yuning felt a twinge of concern, understanding that electricity was not something that could be withstood merely by physical strength or thick skin. Zhahu exchanged a few words with Mengba, despite the language barrier. Mengba welcomed the remaining Zhahu in the distance. Accompanied by several robust kin, Mengba's expedition made Yuning somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, the translator reassured her that the elephants commanded respect in this area. Yuning soon discovered that her dwelling had undergone expansion, with wooden beams incorporated into the walls, suggesting ample space for hanging various items. Carolus spoke extensively with Beak, who continually offered her comfort. In Beak's eyes, Yuning exhibited unyielding compassion towards her kin within the enclosure, meting out only light reprimands for transgressions. Mistress, Carolus desires punishment. Yuning was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a declaration after their lengthy conversation. She aired. She hopes you will punish her. Beak, unfazed, reminded Yuning that Carolus had long served as the leader of the women's tribe, even preceding Beak's leadership. It seemed that Carolus wished to adhere to the established rules. Yuning understood that this punishment was intended as a warning for all. In their view, any poor decision, regardless of the individual, warranted reprimand. And the missing Kula was a person who had evaded such consequences. Punishment tonight, with the wooden post in her dwelling in sight. Yuning had already devised a method for the impending reprimand. Upon the return of the hunters, they shared much with Carolus. Although they did not express blame, they regretted their absence, and Karalu had shown signs of growing arrogance. As a leader, bravery and confidence were commendable traits, but excessive pride could lead to problems. Yuning felt compelled to seek an opportunity for a discussion. Ever since Yuning's arrival, the hunters had consistently emerged victorious. Beak anxiously awaited, as did Yuning, who sat atop the enclosure. 3 monkeys, led by Ju Yi, were taken out for a stroll, while the sight of elephants cavorting with monkeys brought amusement to Yuning. These monkeys had indeed changed significantly. Aside from enjoying plentiful food and sleep, they had also become more docile. Yet, a pang of sympathy lingered in Yuning's heart. For they had once been part of a larger group, and now only these 3 clear-eyed beings remained. Yuning was unaware of the method Mengba employed, but she could feel the vibrations of the thunder beast's movements even while seated on the enclosure. Their numbers were roughly as she had estimated during her escape, a total of 14. Yuning recognized them, noting that one bore the dogskin that had once belonged to her. The women sought weapons, yet Yuning instructed them to remain in place, observing the robust thunder beasts. Yuning harbored a certain admiration for Mengba's social prowess. Were they not friends with us? As Yuning conversed excessively with the women, he found himself grappling with a speech impediment. Mengba nodded its large head, removing the dogskin from the thunder beast's horn and placing it into Yuning's hands. Clean drinking water, a specific area. Sustenance. This was the thunder beast's request. It was Yuning's first encounter with this creature, and it indeed had weaknesses, particularly in its eyes and ears. He was relieved he had not employed the explosive tactic earlier, as its thick skin would render it ineffective. The horn of the thunder beast was peculiar, adorned with streaks resembling lightning. When they gazed at humans, they could not see directly ahead, requiring them to tilt their heads, giving them an almost endearing appearance at times. Such locations indeed existed, yet Yuning feared that planting in spring would lead to their destruction. Thus, he opted for another plot of land, the very site of the crocodile versus python battle, where a stream and a muddy swamp lay. After all, this group of thunder beasts was quite muddy, likely requiring mud baths akin to elephants. Upon sighting the thunder beasts, the explosive tigers became somewhat frantic, displaying the intense animosity one might expect from foes. Mengba acknowledged the explosive tiger's sentiment, as that land had originally belonged to them. The thunder beasts occasionally observed the tigers resting in the trees and would zap them for no apparent reason. No wonder there was such relentless hostility. It was also unsurprising that the tigers were determined to relocate and coexist with Yuning, but just as they moved out, the thunder beasts followed suit. Yuning understood that fostering harmony among them was not inherently difficult. Being herbivorous and carnivorous, there was no fundamental conflict. The greatest issue lay in the somewhat mischievous nature of the thunder beasts. Imagine having just caught a rabbit and then, while attempting to find a comfortable place to sleep, being jolted awake by a sudden electric shock. Who wouldn't go mad in such a scenario? Most importantly, although the thunder beasts had a cool-down period, they were numerous enough to alternate their shocks. Coupled with their tough skin, the explosive tigers found themselves at a loss. Indeed, the tigers were astute, having observed and discovered a way to coexist with Yuning, yet they had not anticipated that the thunder beasts would also join them. Yuning felt compelled to establish some rules. For the thunder beasts, a zap might be exhilarating, but what if he was enjoying a pleasant moment with the women, only to be interrupted by a sudden shock? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Mengba found it peculiar that whatever Yuning undertook seemed inevitably to involve mating. However, Mengba quickly grasped that, despite having offspring among the elephants, he was not the most prolific. Yuning, on the other hand, did not have any, which perhaps justified Mengba's belief that the desire for mating was entirely natural. Chapter 81. The punishment. Yuning's territory continued to expand, yet the composition of his tribe grew increasingly complex. Today's mural by Beak was the most realistic to date, and it marked the first occasion in which Yuning did not occupy the central position. The mural depicted the friction between Yuning and the thunder beasts, chronicling Yuning's discovery of Mengba and Mengba's subsequent taming of the thunder beasts to join Yuning's tribe. Mengba did not observe the proceedings. Rather, it preferred to bask in baths or play in the mud. However, the eager one watched intently from within the cave, revealing excitement akin to that of a privileged child. Eagerly, she dashed out of the cave, perhaps to discuss the murals with her father. Yuning was quite pleased with this creation. Her usual compliments had often been tinged with a desire to flatter Bei-ku, but this time, Yuning sought an unembellished and authentic account. Next came the punishment, which the women evidently valued highly. Kalyulu recounted her erroneous choices of the day, admitting that her intention to take Yuning to the beach was to join forces with Pai Gu in a rather intimate endeavor, finding it somewhat strenuous. She had enlisted Pai Gu's help, for Pai Gu was indeed a formidable presence among the small women-s tribe. It was no wonder she wielded her knife with such prowess, able to strike down the thunderous beasts with even the slightest opening. Yuning reflected on how she had underestimated Pai Gu. Had it been any other creature today, she might have truly been dispatched. However, the woman was indeed fierce. Yuning's notion of punishment was merely a light reprimand, for she was delicate. Yet this woman had presented Yuning with a vine bristling with thorns. Would it truly be bearable to be struck by such a thing? Clearly, she had prepared herself well, turning around to lie on the ground, indicating that this was their customary method of punishment. Bei Ku, typically observant, found herself momentarily frozen, uncertain whether to uphold the severity of the punishment or to follow Yuning's gentler approach. Makabaka, little white flower. They were evidently taken aback, as this situation seemed unrelated to them. Yuning instructed them to bind Kalyulu, along with Pai Gu. Little white flower was perplexed. Her master did not appear particularly angry. So why the need for binding? At that moment, silence reigned. No one dared to intervene before Yuning's punishment reached its conclusion. The binding was expertly done, retaining that familiar essence. Yuning longed to bind her tail as well. After all, she was so extraordinary, and it would be intriguing to discover the sensation of her being restrained. Yuning meticulously scraped off the thorns from the vine, using the gaps in her shield, and many women observed her actions. Kalyulu and Pai Gu were tied together, and Yuning playfully struck their upturned backs a few times. Yet, despite the removal of the thorns, the blows still landed upon their flesh. Kalyulu emitted a muffled sound, while Pai Gu remained silent, gritting her teeth. "Take me to my room." The act of striking was trivial. Yuning had endeavored to be as gentle as possible. Bei Ku breathed a sigh of relief, grasping Yuning's hand and placing it against her own face. "Will you also be punished?" Yuning understood that Bei Ku comprehended, and she nodded in affirmation. She playfully nibbled Yuning's thumb, and he felt her tongue glide across his fingertip. Finally, someone understood. The others still required time to mature. However, it had indeed been a while since Bei Ku had been affectionate with Yuning. During this period, she had taken on many responsibilities, for she understood Yuning better than most. The others were also knowledgeable, yet they needed to practice their skills in warfare and hunting. The personalities within the Bone tribe were predominantly busy. Thus, it seemed Bei Ku oscillated between work and rest. No, even those who labored like beasts needed respite. She could not be allowed to toil endlessly. It must be said, Bei Ku was his favorite, and she was also the most steadfast in her devotion. Yuning planned to take a day of respite. With the increasing number of individuals around, there was no need to urge them to keep moving relentlessly. Sometimes, a rotation of rest was quite delightful. Moreover, mornings no longer required an early rise. Food had ceased to be a concern, with the primary issue being the variety and quantity available. Yuning advised Beak to retire early, even allowing her tail the freedom to roam. Upon leaving the cave, Yuning dashed away, eager to discover the current state of his dwelling. The city now boasted an increasing canine population, transforming the once dominant wild dog clan into a species coexisting with Yuning. They had a leader, albeit now tethered at the entrance of Walnut's abode, where the provisions were exceedingly generous. Occasionally, beyond the uneaten scraps, there were moments of slaughter that provided sustenance, leading the wild dog leader to occasionally indulge, albeit receiving a few sharp reprimands from the bones. Yet, as a leader, its intellect was undeniably intact. It could discern the difference between a full meal and mere sustenance. The wild dog king, having evolved from its once rebellious demeanor, now bore a gaze remarkably clear, transformed by the bounty of bones. As Yuning passed by, the wild dog king lowered its head and wagged its tail, prompting reflections on its predecessors, and he mused, "Oh, how you have fallen. Indeed, you have deteriorated." Yuning affectionately patted its head, bestowing upon it the resounding name of Fortune. Fortune's life was undeniably pleasant. At the entrance lay a plethora of uneaten bones, and the bowl brimmed with leftover meat. Wealth could indeed command respect, and meat could humble even the proudest of dogs. The interior was vibrant with life. The newly installed wooden posts were swiftly put to use, whether by design or happenstance. Kalyulu was affixed to the wall while the ribs were suspended. This task was likely executed by Baihua, who understood Yuning's preferences intimately, transitioning from initial bewilderment to genuine fondness, even offering guidance on occasion. As for Pos, it was remarkably convenient. Yuning, no longer hesitant, lifted Kalyulu's chin and pressed his lips against hers. The ribs hung suspended, and Yuning tore away the dog's skin that had been shredded by the thunder beast, then pulled the rib head toward him. Outside, thunder rumbled once more. The thunder beast seemed to discharge electricity upon its own kind, likely due to an excess of stored energy causing discomfort. If their behavior were simply mischievous, it would be far too petty. The ribs lay on the ground, and Kalyulu's gaze was filled with peculiar feelings toward Yuning. Baiwa and Makabaka's talents were indeed remarkable. Shadows of Yuning danced beneath the campfire. He retrieved the ribs from the ground, exclaiming, "Master, aren't you two planning to take me to the seaside today? Now, I grant you your wish." Yuning paid little mind to whether they comprehended him, though it appeared they did. The disparity in height and weight rendered the brave individuals of this tribe somewhat apprehensive, a stark contrast to Kalyulu's descriptions. Yet, she found herself increasingly fond of it. Yuning had often pondered their feelings. Now, he had wholly relinquished such thoughts. Fortune, upon hearing the thunder, began to bark, its cries sharpening Yuning's own sense of reason. Chapter 82. Expansion. Yuning has successfully claimed the territory occupied by the Thunder Beast on the map. Now, the entire coastline is under his sole dominion. And this geographical position proves to be quite advantageous. Had he initially appeared in another locale, he might have become mere bones by now. Regardless, he is now the true master of this land. Although there remain special groups like the Fierce Beasts and Thunder Beasts, there are no conflicts of interest. Furthermore, their assistance to Yuning is substantial, and he is more than willing to share such invaluable partnerships. With food and weaponry secured, the next step is to eliminate all threats. The threats Yuning perceives are somewhat distant. They stem more from his intrinsic desire not to settle for a mere corner of existence. This world is wondrous, filled with countless unknowns, and a moment's inattention could lead to obsolescence or replacement. The remarkable learning capabilities and creativity of the Volcano tribe place considerable pressure on Yuning. Their forged metals are evidently superior, and their improved tools are often more practical. He does not consider himself to possess overwhelming advantages, as the collective wisdom of many far surpasses that of a single individual. His current advantages are built upon the shoulders of historical giants. Yet he is not omnipotent or irreplaceable. Currently, the greatest progress lies within ranged combat, not only bolstered by an increased number, but also by individuals with shooting talents from various tribes. The greenskin goblins and the furry folk are erecting structures in Karyulu's former campsite, where the fertile land is suitable for cultivation. Next year, it will present a completely different scene. The overwhelming majority of people exhibit near fanatical admiration for Yuning. If he could expand his territory now, he would completely conquer the 1,000-man tribe and the other 3 major tribes. Yuning hopes for their amalgamation, despite their past conflicts, as their inclusion would serve as the main force behind his military might. Several savage tribes, virtually all capable of bearing arms, combined with the avian folk, leave no challengers on Yuning's current map. Yuning generously rewards the leaders of each tribe, understanding that social influence lies in their hands. Resources such as food, land, and non-military skills can all be arranged. Presently, his forces are divided into 4 factions: the Elephant Herd, the 1,000-man tribe, and the frontline troops from the 3 major tribes. Most are clad in fine armor, and while some may be discarded, they are all equipped for battle. The women form a skirmishing and support unit, responsible for monitoring the situation and aiding others as necessary. Their equipment and weaponry should be the finest, boasting great mobility and lethality. The carefully selected ranged units consist of both genders from various races, and while lacking extensive armor and defenses, they are heavily armed. Finally, the logistical support units, comprised of shells and tails, are tasked with providing urgent aid and preparing reinforcements. However, the tails currently oversee the transmission of orders. Naturally, many tribes exist to the north on the map, and this time, the most enthusiastic participants are the 3 major tribes, as their territories border those tribes. Likely having fostered numerous grievances in the past, Yuning would engage in selective slaughter, particularly targeting those who posed a threat and were beyond redemption or communication, exhibiting excessive savagery. Civilization has always emerged through the crucible of war. Only the strong can establish the rules necessary to usher in civility. The Volcano tribe sounded their horns and war drums, while Yuning demanded the presence of stretchers, The women evoked a sense of guilt within Yuning, as they labored tirelessly in their daily tasks beyond the battlefield. One of the women, a timid and reticent companion of Walnut, was often seen toiling away. This time, her palms bore the scars of her efforts as she twisted ropes. The first group to be granted leave was thus formed. Yuning divided them into 5 groups, with 4 working each day while the remaining group could pursue their own desires. Even if it meant resting for an entire day. The camp was situated within the Bucktooth tribe, and Yuning found this group reminiscent of trolls, albeit with a certain handsomeness that set them apart. The green-skinned goblins were in a state of despondency, as their tribe had dwindled in numbers due to ongoing conflicts that kept them away from home, leading to the infidelity of their wives. This left the green-skinned goblins in utter despair. Yuning bestowed upon one of them the name Green Brother, although he did not comprehend its meaning. The fact that Yuning only named his own tribe members made Green Brother feel accepted as one of their own. The wife of the hairy brother remained faithful, blessing him with a multitude of offspring. Some employees deserved rewards and benefits. To accommodate them, Yuning arranged for Green Brother to have 2 goblin wives. Despite his uncertainty regarding goblin standards of beauty, he could at least distinguish between male and female. The hairy household was now filled with various rewards, including egg-laying hens, live sheep, and daily provisions delivered to their doorstep. Yuning reminisced about his employer, likening him to a miserly landlord, a quintessential capitalist. Under his rule, despite his own selfish intentions, he at least ensured his people were not mistreated. When the army set forth, the Thunder Beast unleashed a jolt of electricity at the front lines, alleviating their discomfort. Such an army had never been seen upon this land. The very sound of their marching and the blaring of horns sent many smaller tribes fleeing, with some tribes surrendering on the spot. Regardless of the circumstances, the first course of action was to bind them, followed by a display of long-range tactics against any resistance. Before launching a full-scale assault, one day, Yuning led them in conquering over 40 tribes, even the mightiest of which fell within half an hour. By the time Yuning had finished a chicken, the battle had concluded. He began by selecting captives, seeking those with strong manual skills, preferably those adept at herding or farming. He dismissed the overly foolish, despite his internal moral conflicts, ultimately categorizing them as slaves. Aside from the areas suitable for grazing, all remaining land was distributed among the 1,000-person tribe and the 3 major tribes, with the captives placed under their jurisdiction. However, Yuning made it clear that only those who committed errors or attempted to escape could be killed. Otherwise, they were to adhere to his established rules. After much contemplation, Yuning finally inscribed his code of laws upon a stone tablet, assigning it its purpose. Regardless of its reasonableness, it must be fully accepted, for without implementation, Ning cannot discern how to improve it. Currently, a grand expedition is unattainable. The women have begun to return to the camp before dusk, eager for their baths. Karalu and Paigu have sought out Ning. Master, to the seaside. Damn it, these 2 little vixens must be addicted. Walnut's young companion seems rather leisurely at the camp today, appearing to have bathed, adorned with accessories while stitching something. The needle she uses is fashioned from a stone, though other needles, predominantly made of bone, are nearby. Ning has never encountered such tools before. It appears to be the girl's own handiwork. Her headpiece is a single leaf, causing Ning to momentarily forget the name he originally bestowed upon her. Master. The woman kneels with utmost seriousness and bows to Ning. He assists her to her feet. How exceedingly well-behaved. Ah yes, her name is Yezi. She was the one who gathered honey and made ample use of essential oils. Chapter 83. The city guard continuously running back and forth is not a viable solution. While the men can occasionally indulge in the lake's waters, the women cannot. The distances will only grow, leaving insufficient time for the journey. Is it not said that there are other bodies of water? The current maps reveal no lakes, although rivers and small ponds are indeed present. During this period of rest, Ning instructs each tribe to train independently, and the women will be reassigned. They are ill-suited for long expeditions, only fit for defense, at least until other lakes are discovered. The long-range troops, however, are certainly adaptable. Medical personnel or others can be selected from different tribes, as their tasks involve simple bandaging and carrying the injured. Severe injuries will necessitate carrying back to await fate. The leader of the frontline troops could be Meng, yet he requires a deputy, someone astute, brave, and articulate. Ning has 2 candidates in mind, a boy from the giant tree tribe, although he is indeed tall for his age, and another from the fir tribe. albeit the latter can be somewhat headstrong at times. From today's battle, it is evident that Ning has either underestimated his own strength or overestimated that of his adversaries. His original plan for the map was 3 days, yet he accomplished it in merely 1, albeit the days here are relatively long. Extracting the women from the regiment should not yield significant repercussions, especially with the addition of the slave troops following this period of rest. Master. Yezi again kneels respectfully and bows. This display of excessive courtesy makes Ning, still lost in thought, feel quite awkward. Such decorum is truly endearing. Yezi need not kneel. Yezi has utilized fur to craft a sizable piece, appearing both lightweight and practical. Ning had assumed she would stitch herself a pair of shorts, but instead, she has thinned the leather and pieced it together. The leather is private property. During each hunt, it is processed and distributed, with each individual having little beyond what is needed for sleeping. The map. Draw this. Her gaze was gentle and intelligent. Yet her demeanor lacked confidence as she pondered whether Yu Ning would find it useful. Indeed, it was undeniably good, not merely to amuse the young lady. Yezi smiled sweetly and hurriedly dashed outside, returning with a pair of shoes. Strictly speaking, they were more akin to leather socks, but they were meticulously crafted and fitted her perfectly. Yezi was quite thoughtful. At times, she would kneel at Yu Ning's feet, subtly measuring him. Yu Ning, unreserved, brushed off the soles of his feet and slipped them on. It was a pity they lacked a proper sole, yet the ingenuity behind them was truly commendable. Yezi possessed a natural talent for tailoring, and Yu Ning noted her stitching was both dense and exquisite. It felt delightful. This was a long-awaited sensation. While others found comfort in shedding their shoes after work, Yu Ning reveled in wearing them. Did the master enjoy it? Yu Ning nodded in affirmation. It was precisely to his liking. This was more than mere affection. It was a profound resonance with his heart. He embraced her tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. When they parted, she discovered Yezi had her eyes closed and lips puckered, yet the moment had passed. A tinge of embarrassment and disappointment washed over her. Such a moment deserved a reward. It would be unjust not to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, dinner was prepared. Aside from those who had yet to return, the rest began their meal. Yezi, having taken a break, indulged in various other foods and, sensing she was not hungry, brought walnuts to prepare a dish for Yu Ning. She wielded a metal bar to crack open a coconut for him, revealing that she had long wished to do such things for him. However, her meticulous nature often made her slow, and by the time she finished her tasks, Yu Ning had already found joy with others. Today, however, she was on break, at Yu Ning's request, and she seized the opportunity to do everything she had longed to accomplish. This gesture moved Yu Ning. While grand declarations of love are fervent, the quiet expressions of affection are even more touching. The Thunder Beasts collectively released their energy once more, seemingly ready to rest, much like we do before retiring for the night, not wanting to be disturbed by their accumulated energy. It appeared dinner was indeed late today, as the women sometimes wandered about without the concept of a dining table. During the shell painting session, many still held their bowls of food. Yu Ning observed the battles recorded by the shells and realized he had indeed underestimated his own strength. Now he simply needed to expand his territory and prepare resources, ideally centering the surrounding lands around the lakes for easier control. As for the future, the map remained a blank canvas, and he would take it one step at a time. Yu Ning suggested that during breaks, one should engage in what they truly desire. It seemed Yezi's wish was simply to be by his side. The tail spoke a few words with Yezi, revealing her amiable nature, as the tail affectionately patted her head and even adorned her hair with a fishbone ornament. Every time Beak completes a mural, she glances at Yu Ning, who offers her enthusiastic approval. Today, Yu Ning occupies the central position once again. However, Green Brother has made an appearance in the mural. The hairy man also features, but Green Brother is more prominent, for he truly embodies the color green, while Hairy Man is a muted gray. The conclusion of the painting often leads to brief exchanges. Today, after a long day of skirmishes, most choose to rest. Yezi kneels before Yu Ning and prepares to depart, seemingly bracing for another day of labor ahead. Beak sends Yezi a flurry of meaningful looks, but Yezi gently shakes her head in response, though her delight is palpable. She is splendid. Beak observes Yu Ning gazing at Yezi's retreating figure and embraces him from behind. Indeed, it is splendid. You are all splendid. Yu Ning takes Beak's hand, feeling the remnants of various paints in her palm. She is exceptional, truly. This affirmation from Beak stirs Yu Ning's heart. Master, go to her. Bone playfully nudges Yu Ning. hinting fervently. What remarkable character Yezi possesses. It has prompted several women to nudge their husbands towards her. Even Walnut is winking at Yuning, who had never cared for such trivial matters. Yuning dashes out of the cave, finding Yezi nearby, diligently folding her crafted items. Yezi, as Yuning approaches, he lifts her into his arms. She appears somewhat taken aback, yet remains composed. Aren't you tired, master? Yezi turns in Yuning's embrace, her entire being soft and supple. I wish to sleep with you. Sleep? In my room? Yezi's quarters are modestly sized, cluttered with her tools. Sleep with you. Yuning, unwilling to waste words, lifts Yezi and lays her upon a bed of stacked animal hides. He notices that his bed feels remarkably softer. Master. Yezi finds herself kissed by Yuning. The tattered dog hide discarded aside. Yuning holds her hand, instructing her, let us keep it like this for now. Chapter 84. The Grand Finale. The title is a trick. Haha, I can't be playful these days. I must deliver more content as you've urged me, and I feel quite apprehensive. I look forward to your reviews. Thank you for your recommendations, your generosity, and your support. For those who have nothing, please contribute for love. Yuning organizes all the women into a city militia, reinforcing the walls, which soon take on the semblance of a fortified settlement. To facilitate the tribe's development, Yuning establishes training zones, trading areas, and storage facilities. A substantial quantity of ores, coal, and resources is consolidated, with Yuning focusing on the establishment of ranged troops. The fierce beasts and thunder beasts serve as distant shields, while the remaining tribe members are tasked with long-range strikes and battlefield cleanup. Gradually, members of the giant tree tribe begin to venture out of the valley, enchanted by the novelty of Yuning's city, especially considering its undeniable safety. Ultimately, the hairy man rises to the position of deputy commander, while Tooth, despite no longer participating in battles, remains a marshal. Green Brother now leads the ranged forces. Yuning commanded the volcanic tribe to once again refine their arrows, transforming them from the previously flat design into the shape reminiscent of the Qin arrows. In an open space, Yuning was diligently crafting a catapult, a project he had contemplated for quite some time, yet he had yet to achieve any significant breakthroughs, primarily due to the insufficient throwing distance. During yesterday's battle, Meng Ba discovered a location abundant in food, primarily comprising fruits and items favored by elephants, and Yuning promptly allocated this area to him. Unfortunately, Meng Ba lacked the concept of territoriality, only guarding the place he inhabited, which rendered Yuning unable to direct the women to gather resources in that direction. Such victories were indeed uplifting for morale, and Yuning's arrangements allowed all tribes to partake in the triumph. Although they did not fully comprehend why Yuning chose to protect the captured slaves, his decisions had consistently benefited them, so they expected this instance would be no different. The number of captives this time was indeed substantial, and Yuning organized a group for farming, while ensuring that all living arrangements were outside the city, be it houses or tree dwellings. As long as they did not enter the city or attempt to flee, they were free to do as they pleased. While they were referred to as slaves, the intention was more towards their assimilation. Yuning wished to avoid excessive bloodshed and violence, believing that it was better to eliminate them thoroughly at the outset rather than resort to harsh measures later on. Some tribes exhibited commendable skills. One tribe specialized in cultivating various root vegetables, albeit they were rather bitter and unpalatable, as Yuning had initially hoped for sweet potatoes and potatoes instead. Affairs within the city were not overly complex. Once Yuning established rules, they became habitual, and the women managed their tasks with remarkable efficiency. Master. Yizi took advantage of a brief moment at noon to visit Yuning. She came simply to observe, and it was evident that she no longer felt that sense of unfamiliarity, instead wearing a silly smile. The tail gently nudged her forehead with its own and exchanged a few friendly words, demonstrating a familiarity that was rather endearing. Let us eat. Yuning took her hand, noting that she had yet to share a meal with Yizi. Among the spoils, there were items that piqued Yuning's curiosity. One was bamboo, which he had long desired but had not encountered until now. However, its utility seemed diminished at this point. The other was copper ore. As Yuning had melted down the stones brought back by, this metal exhibited considerable hardness. Yet, copper presented a different scenario. It was said that the inclusion of an appropriate amount of copper could prevent the metal from corroding and rusting. Although Yuning had not engaged in practical experimentation, he believed that every matter warranted exploration. He had learned the origin of the copper ore, while the tribe associated with bamboo had been entirely wiped out. Nevertheless, Yu Ning was unperturbed. He had instructed the gatherers to report any new metals or plants, and even new lakes and rivers were not to be overlooked. As long as it was on this land, it would eventually be discovered. In the dead of night, while Beiku was painting murals, news arrived of a surprise attack on the Longfang tribe. However, the scale was minimal, and they were repelled by the tribe's leader. Captives were sent over, startling Yu Ning, as their appearance bore some resemblance to characters from a certain film. This group was indeed ferocious and exceedingly unattractive. They did not wield weapons. Instead, they employed their sharp limbs directly. Yu Ning was indeed controlling the situation. Eliminate them all. Never allow such creatures to exist again. I will heed your words. And the message returned to the Longfang tribe, where the chief spared none. Yu Ning began to devise the next course of action, yet he was not in haste. For the wild millet had unexpectedly flourished, much to his astonishment. It was an abundant harvest. Could it be cultivated again? Clearly, Yu Ning did not wish to miss this opportunity. He promptly notified the mole people to rise and till the land overnight. The shells also unearthed preserved millet seeds, adhering to the nameless requirements for suitable moisture in a well-ventilated cave. The planting would commence the following day, just in time for sowing. After all, they were all destined to take flight. This time, the quantity of seeds was significantly increased, allowing for sowing in their former territories. The issue of sustenance could be resolved. There was no fear of lacking people, and hunting could not provide the stability that agriculture afforded. Yu Ning cradled the seeds in his hands, envisioning golden millet. In recent days, he had begun to ration his millet cakes. With the tribe's training, Yu Ning's thoughts were entirely consumed by the millet, and the volcanic tribe also delivered the grinding stones to him. To witness life flourish, stability was essential. Chapter 85. New millet seeds regarding typographical errors. Due to using two different machines for typing, the input methods occasionally differ, leading to some mistakes, especially in chapters with food. I dare not amend them. For correcting typos requires a second review, which could result in meat turning to soup. This is neither the blue star nor normal nature. To insist on emphasizing natural laws renders the concept of time travel unreasonable. Therefore, this issue shall no longer be discussed. Yu Ning had prior experience in grain cultivation, and he was unexpectedly informed by a slave who had performed such tasks and possessed expertise. After being questioned, the slave even provided new millet seeds. No one could comprehend Yu Ning's excitement. Almost immediately, he took bones and tails with him to seek out the new millet seeds. Following the location indicated by the slave's tribe, Yu Ning discovered that his grains were also present here and finally located the seeds described by the slave. He recognized them, barley. However, these barley grains were somewhat larger than usual, each resembling the size of a peanut. It seemed he had struck gold. The entire group of slaves was gathered. Yu Ning, wary of any misunderstandings regarding the teeth, hastily added that they were quite useful. If this yield was indeed accurate, Yu Ning would no longer hesitate. The iron plow must be employed. The current military strength was undoubtedly ample, yet provisions were gradually dwindling. Only by ensuring the slaves were well fed could internal stability be maintained. For now, there should be no reckless digging. The land could be returned to them. But the planting must be carried out in every field. Master, they have willingly joined us. The bones seemed to signify a gesture of surrender. It appeared that there was no animosity with this group. This made matters easier. As long as there were no conflicts, their requests should be accommodated as much as possible, maintaining a high profile with low demands. The attitude of this group towards Yu Ning is indeed quite favorable. Their minds are filled with the concept of cultivation, and they are keenly observing Yu Ning's agricultural practices, akin to encountering a confidant. Their tribe may be small, yet they have caught the attention of a powerful tribe that recognizes their skills and seeks their counsel. In this world, it is a rare phenomenon for the strong to seek advice from the weak. And Yu Ning's actions are beyond the comprehension of not only these slaves, but even the women. They remain oblivious to the potential that food can bring. Yu Ning refrains from explaining with a modern perspective. He believes that simply following his guidance will lead to success within a few years. Without the need for force, agriculture and technology alone can yield strength. This group of slaves not only returned to their homeland, but also became Yu Ning's agricultural department in his heart. Although this title remains unspoken, after all, Yu Ning cannot solely rely on their words. He needs to observe their cultivation, the passage of time, and the results of the harvest. Should they provide him with abundant grain, these individuals would undoubtedly become his allies. The large, plump fruits captivated Yuning, and he plucked a bunch to take back with him, relishing the exhilarating journey. The women naturally understood Yuning, even if they did not grasp his methods. They sensed that positive outcomes were forthcoming. Through conversations with the slaves, Yuning ascertained that winter likely does not exist in this vicinity. While there may be seasonal changes, the temperatures do not drop significantly, allowing for multiple harvests each year. This is a tremendous boon, with 2 to 3 harvests annually. They would have more than enough to eat. The enormous wheat spikes, resembling popcorn, piqued his curiosity regarding their taste. On his way back, Yuning stumbled upon garlic. Initially, he mistook it for daffodils, but the scent was unmistakable. However, the garlic appeared somewhat shriveled. He had previously been warned against tasting walnuts, as the chili incident had nearly frightened him. Thus, when he picked it up, Beiku advised against it. Usually, walnut seldom voices her opinions. Yet her thoughts have always held significance. Yuning decided against tasting it, and instead began to dig in the ground. With wheat, flour would soon follow. It is often said that meat lacks flavor without the aroma of garlic, and the combination of noodles with garlic is simply irreplaceable. As Yuning squatted down to dig, saliva dripped from his mouth, leaving Beiku astonished. She was taken aback by this peculiar sight. Could it be that her master is famished? Master, you're drooling. Help me dig. Yuning demonstrated the best way to extract it, ensuring it had roots so it could thrive upon their return. Though few ventured out, those who did were all squatting on the ground. The slaves who had sown the wheat had regained their freedom. Just as Yuning was leaving, they noticed that everyone was crouched down. Initially, they might have thought he was relieving himself, but one does not need a crowd to do that. Even more absurd was the notion of moving while doing so. The slaves rushed over to investigate, only to realize that Yuning and the others were digging for garlic. Master, Master, exclaimed the leader of the millet tribe, struggling to articulate his thoughts to Yuning. Nevertheless, he commanded others to dig in another area. There are indeed many treasures here, he remarked, for those who cherish cultivation tend to find fertile land nearby. The leader of the millet tribe commanded his subordinates to harvest garlic, selecting the plumper and larger bulbs. He emitted a hissing sound, a cautionary note in light of the formidable nature of this leader. One would not dare provoke his ire, especially if he were to mistakenly consume something too spicy. For Yuning, this warning was quite vivid. Yet, having procured superior garlic, he found himself disinterested in the inferior ones he had dug up. Nevertheless, after squatting for such a long time, he could not simply discard them. Yuning realized he held a handful of wheat ears in one hand and garlic in the other. One could hardly imagine that if Beiku were to paint this moment, she might depict him as a modern-day Shin gnome. This woman often embellishes his image with a radiant glow in her artwork, sometimes even exaggerating his distinctive features. Beiku, intrigued by the garlic Yuning had discovered, decided to take a bite herself, knowing that Yuning would inevitably succumb to its allure. One clove in, and tears streamed down her face. The pungency was overwhelming, leaving her at a loss. Although she had once sampled Yuning's chili, which merely caused her tongue to ache, this garlic was another beast entirely, causing her lips and nose to feel as though they had been assaulted. Yuning recognized that Beiku was testing it for his sake, and he became anxious as he searched for water. He skillfully peeled the tender grains of wheat and placed them into Beiku's mouth. Yuning felt a blend of exasperation and tenderness as he cradled her in his arms, tasting the garlicky essence lingering on her lips. Seeing his beloved in distress, she retaliated by stuffing an even larger clove into her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes as she gasped. No amount of coaxing could soothe her. Yuning felt a twinge of fear at the thought of returning home to the lingering aroma of garlic on all their breaths. The lips of his beloved were firm and resilient, and they began to kiss passionately upon the grassy expanse, with Beiku's softness contrasting sharply against the sturdiness of Yuning's. The wind rustled the surrounding grass, creating a symphony of sound. Xiahou bore witness to this trio's antics, observing that Yuning was surrounded by numerous female bipeds. Yet Xiahou felt a profound loneliness, as their kind had few males and held a lowly status, unlike Yuning, who, despite being male, enjoyed a position of high esteem among them. Xiahou discerned that these females were quite fond of him. Chapter 86. Yuning Stir-Fry. Yuning recalled a peculiar custom among the Mao Ren tribe, who relished their food dipped in various condiments. With the garlic in hand, he began to ponder the nature of their seasoning, leading him to question what the Mao Ren truly consumed. The Mao Ren, being generous towards Yuning, soon provided him with a jar containing a yellowish-brown concoction. It was a fermented blend of various legumes and fruits, though its appearance resembled the excrement of a digestive ailment, while its flavor was reminiscent of bean paste. Currently, the leader of the Mao Run was within the ranks, and it was one of his wives who delivered this offering. It was evident that this female Mao Run held Yu Ning in high regard. She likely feared that he might find her unclean. Hence, she utilized her own utensils to sample a portion, signaling to Yu Ning that it was safe and clean to eat. Yu Ning placed his trust in them, for they were his neighbors and one of the earliest tribes he had come to know. Several animal hides and a sheep were given, and Yu Ning gestured for her to fetch some bean paste after a while. "Master, do you like it?" It was evident that the garlic shells were acceptable, yet they undeniably resembled something unpleasant. The shells displayed a hint of disdain. "Accompany me to the forge." The current forge was entirely different from the past. Now, there was an entire row of smithies on the eastern edge of the city, surrounded by piles of firewood and coal, alongside various metallic ores. The quantities were measured in standard baskets, the very ones Yu Ning had woven at the beginning. They utilized the capacity from that time as a measuring standard, which indeed took Yu Ning by surprise. It appeared that her influence over them was quite substantial. The two leaders of the Volcano tribe had grown increasingly familiar with Yu Ning, particularly the one who reminded them to remain vigilant. He was a man of calm demeanor, yet possessed an affinity for cleanliness. His compulsive desire for order contributed significantly to the tidy and hygienic nature of the tribe. Each night, he would meticulously arrange the tools used by everyone before retiring. They had learned to embrace one another like old friends, and even Mengba was not exempt from these affectionate gestures. Understanding their goodwill, Mengba never declined their warmth. Yu Ning aimed to create a frying pan, distinct from the iron cookware typically used for stews, which piqued the Volcano tribe's curiosity regarding its purpose. Unable to articulate it clearly, Yu Ning simply informed them it was a type of dining utensil. As for the blueprints, since none had been prepared beforehand, she opted to sketch it on site. However, she felt that one frying pan was insufficient and proceeded to draw a flat-bottomed pan as well. Regarding the accessories for the pans, Yu Ning had her methods. She could craft the wooden handles and lids herself. The vicinity was filled with newly forged weapons, crafted according to Yu Ning's specifications for the slave tribe. In several refined areas, there were abundant supplies of arrows designed by Yu Ning, stacked in baskets. Not far away, the mole people were still sound asleep. They typically began their work at night. Blessed with remarkable shaping abilities, they were responsible for crafting pottery and bricks, occasionally being called upon to make bows and arrows. When it came to working with wood and clay, no one on this land surpassed the skills of the mole people. Moreover, they were incredibly easy to sustain, as they consumed nearly anything and had minimal material demands. However, they did have a penchant for collecting gems and shells, which Yu Ning generously rewarded them with. The leader of the mole people slept at the center of their kin, cradling a gleaming crystal in his arms as he slumbered. The iron pans were completed and cooling when the chief of the Volcano tribe presented Yu Ning with a woman they deemed beautiful. Yu Ning, however, was hesitant to accept. He expressed that he had too many wives already and cherished each of them dearly. Such sentiments were a form of praise to those accompanying Yu Ning, such as Walnut and Tail. In front of many, Walnut intentionally took Yu Ning's hand. The current forge workshops had even specialized in jewelry making, and Yu Ning had realized that the tools available here were indeed suitable for crafting intricate items. The chieftain of the Volcano tribe informed Yu Ning that the new forge was crafted specifically for him, as he sometimes invents novel creations. A set of efficient and labor-saving tools was fashioned for his use. Yu Ning observed that indeed, the forge was pristine, save for the experimental charcoal fire. Devoid of any signs of prior combustion or usage, a large iron pot was humorously placed atop Meng Ba, eliciting laughter from Yu Ning, though the women and Meng Ba were oblivious to the joke regarding taking the blame. Even though Meng Ba could perceive Yu Ning's thoughts, he remained perplexed by the humor until Yu Ning likened him to the great tortoise of the 1,000-man tribe, prompting Meng Ba to join in the laughter. Speaking of the great tortoise, Yu Ning resolved to pay a visit the following day or the day after. Despite its lack of Yu Ning's perspective, it still possessed considerable wisdom. The bones were awaiting Walnut's return, as they needed to prepare the day's meal. Yu Ning noticed that all the women had been granted a holiday, yet the few he cherished most had not taken leave. Bichelle provided an explanation, noting that they needed to make many decisions, and currently, there was no one to take their place. However, there was already a candidate selected for the position of the younger women. Ka Lulu was likely to choose some seasoned and astute individuals to learn from them, given that this place differed significantly from their previous homes. Additionally, they needed to learn Yuning's language. Yuning was quite pleased with this arrangement. The younger women and Bi Shell were inherently a collective, and Yuning felt he had inadvertently overlooked them. Due to the absence of a stove suitable for the iron pot, Yuning resorted to dismantling an old stove to create a makeshift one. Walnut and Bones observed and learned, for whenever Yuning took matters into his own hands, it signified the onset of progress. He requested lamb, beef, chicken, an array of vegetables, and sweet seasonings, and even procured one of the few jars of honey available in the tribe. Lacking vegetable or animal oils was no issue. A piece of fatty meat quickly rendered oil when heated in the pot. The fragrant aroma of garlic and chili wafted through the air as Yuning added the meat and vegetables to the pot. Flames erupted within the pot as Yuning began to stir with great fervor. This display was nothing short of impressive, particularly with the enticing aroma of the food that made it nearly impossible for anyone to leave the vicinity. Yuning chopped the ribs and blanched them to eliminate any gamey taste. He caramelized the honey to achieve a beautiful color, subsequently stir-frying the ribs with minced garlic. The women finally understood why Yuning insisted on using those large cloves of garlic, and they realized the origin of the unpleasant sauce sent by Mao Ren. A large pot of ribs simmered with hot broth as Yuning added firewood and salt, beginning the braising process. The scent was undeniably captivating, leading everyone to believe that stewed meat was the epitome of culinary delight, with roasted meat coming in a close second. Little did they know whose delightful aroma it was. The pot bubbled and gurgled, and the tail of one of the women unwittingly dripped saliva. Yuning pulled her into his embrace, as the stewed meat required more time. It was preferable to indulge in other dishes first. With his grip on her tail, she could not escape, yet she hesitated to struggle. Before long, Yuning felt the fabric of his clothing dampen. Speak up if there's anything you'd like to see, or if you have any splendid ideas. Let them be known in the comments. Chapter 87. Enemies of the East. For the first time tasting stir-fried dishes, several women savored the flavors, perplexed by how Yuning could conceive such a taste. Yet, Yuning was unable to cater to everyone. Previously, he had nearly exhausted himself cooking for over 200 people at the barbecue, and now he faced an even greater number of small women. He could only teach them that if he were to stir-fry every day, it would be an impossible task. The tail, called by Yuning, was quite uncomfortable. She experienced shyness and embarrassment for the first time. Others were drawn more by the deliciousness of the food. Beak, meanwhile, had taken a piece of rib, blew on it gently, and stuffed it into Yuning's mouth. Hurry, Beak, you eat too slowly. Yuning knew all too well that chewing meat off the bone was akin to a fierce charge. There was only a limited amount of meat in the pot, and she feared she would only get a few pieces. The women close to Yuning naturally gathered around to taste the food, and he realized he had indeed been somewhat preferential. There were simply too many people for him to manage. Master, I want meat. It was uncertain whether the tail was genuinely craving food or merely seeking an excuse to descend. The meal was consumed with astonishing speed. Not even a clove of garlic remaining on the plate. He had also poked his head in, but upon sniffing, he showed no interest. Call Mengba. We need to discuss something, Yuning remarked, tugging at the long trunk of the foolish elephant. He regarded Yuning as a person of greater significance than his own father and eagerly rushed out. Yuning, having no offspring of his own, regarded Mengba's child as a prince in the city, while the little one was treated like a princess. Though the two little tiger cubs had a good relationship with Yuning, they were merely viewed as pets. However, the two cubs were adored, capable of charming their way to food at any age. The thunder beasts had a muddy pit where Yuning occasionally fed them clams and various foods. As he could not precisely discern their dietary preferences, he sought out Mengba because the night before, a group resembling the opposite sex had launched a surprise attack. This time, they had caught him off guard, resulting in some damage. Although the Long-Tooth tribe managed to repel them, they also suffered casualties. Had he known that such a significant territory could be seized without loss, Yuning felt a sense of urgency and a touch of obsessive compulsiveness. The leader of the Long-Tooth tribe had sent an aide to hear Yuning's opinions. This matter required Mengba's involvement, as most of the troops heeded the counsel of Mengba and Yuning. Yuning had other arrangements for the Toothless, with too many slaves to manage. There was a pressing need for oversight. Additionally, during the planting season, the Volcano tribe was occupied with crafting agricultural tools. The elephant tribe and thunder beasts had substantial appetites, and the gathering work could not cease. Mengba pondered for a moment. For it, slaughter had never been its nature. It was far more invested in protecting its family and friends. However, the long-toothed tribe was considered a friend, and the absence of war among the tribes brought Mengba great satisfaction. Yu Ning instilled in it a feeling of an alien presence disrupting the tranquility, a sentiment that Mengba could sense emanating from him. The precise location of the aliens remains uncertain. Yu Ning proposed a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire. Yet Mengba could not comprehend this notion. Thus, he conveyed his intentions through ambush and patience. Mengba was once again astonished by the wisdom residing within Yu Ning. Based on the areas indicated on the map where the aliens had appeared twice, Yu Ning identified a forest and a valley. The aliens bore a resemblance to insects, prompting Yu Ning to immediately think of the valiant birdmen. The birdmen took up positions in the woods while Mengba, accompanied by the thunder beasts, stationed themselves at the main exit, with ranged support positioned behind. A substantial pile of firewood was arranged at the exit. Once the aliens crossed this barrier, igniting a great blaze would allow them to encircle and annihilate the intruders. Mengba envisioned the plan as Yu Ning had outlined, traditionally relying on strength and bravery in battle. However, Yu Ning repeatedly expanded Mengba's understanding. The first revelation was the advanced weaponry and the sturdy armor that shielded Mengba's vulnerabilities, maximizing its combat potential. The second was the organized division of labor, which enabled victory with minimal casualties. And now, for the third time, it was a complete fusion of tactics and strategy. Yu Ning anticipated the aliens' movements, utilizing their previous assault patterns and knowledge of the terrain. At heart, Mengba remained a warrior, and Yu Ning's strategies ignited its fervor. It hastily selected the finest warriors and summoned the thunder beasts that had been rolling in the mud. This marked Yu Ning's inaugural foray into planning a long-range conflict. Every endeavor has its first time. If he were to be present at every battle, he would surely exhaust himself, especially considering the vast expanse of territory. Among the slaves, there existed a particularly obstinate group, their teeth longing to slay, for they had persistently defied Yu Ning's commands. Nevertheless, Yu Ning decided to assess the situation personally, for they represented a significant labor force he could not afford to lose. Yu Ning had come to understand this group. Their obstinacy was not the issue, but rather their unsuitability for farming, as they possessed webbed feet. It was evident that they belonged to an aquatic tribe, and laboring in the soil would lead to their demise. Yu Ning noted that many had already developed cracked skin. Moreover, they lacked vocal cords, rendering verbal communication futile. The translator had already set out with Mengba, leaving Yu Ning with no choice but to summon Bai. Call the elephants to spray water. Yu Ning's intention was to urge them to stay alive temporarily, yet the teeth interpreted this as a punishment, given that this was how Yu Ning punished crocodiles. In their minds, the sequence began with water spraying, followed by hunger, and then leading them to combat the aliens. The deluge of water inadvertently saved their lives, diminishing their obstinacy. Bai conveyed Yu Ning's message to them. By the seaside, Yu Ning allocated a section of the coastline to them, for those who thrived in water would naturally require it for survival. However, he stipulated that they could only inhabit this designated area, as they were still slaves. This arrangement satisfied them, yet the sudden relocation to the seaside left the teeth perplexed. The shore was abundant with delectable offerings, especially coconuts, which she particularly enjoyed embracing and gnawing upon. Yu Ning's demands were quite straightforward. The land belonged to them for their sustenance, and they were to provide fish, shellfish, and coconuts to the city daily, with the quantity determined per capita. Yu Ning believed this was not unreasonable, as it would alleviate the workload associated with walnuts. Did the master understand their need for water? Yu Ting regarded Yu Ning with a sense of awe, her admiration reflected in her bewildered gaze. Yu Ning, in turn, indulged in his vanity, embracing the beautiful Yu Ting as he prepared to review his lessons. Yu Ting summoned another woman, a member of her cohort, whose name Yu Ning was certain not to have forgotten. This girl had previously aided in defending the mountain cave, wielding a wooden spear that had shattered. She had taken up Yu Ning's hammer as her weapon, and from that moment on, her weapon was indeed a hammer, one in each hand. Consequently, her name became synonymous with that of the hammer. However, Yu Ning soon discovered that films and television had misled him. Such oversized hammers were impractical for combat due to the sheer physical demands they imposed. Instead, a hammer of more moderate weight, slightly smaller, would prove far more effective. Yu Ting seemed to relish this arrangement. It appeared she had enjoyed the experience and had developed an affinity for it. With a wild abandon, she kissed the hammer and urged Yuning to assist her in her studies. Chapter 88. Tidings of victory and grim news. The hammer-wielding girl proved to be more ornamental than functional, surrendering after just a few attempts. Thankfully, Yiting was formidable. Several women had learned to cook, and they had ventured to the volcanic tribe to procure iron pots, returning with a fresh batch for the hearth. The city was taking on a semblance of proper management. Yuning felt confident that the forces led by Meng Ba would be effective, especially with bows and arrows that possessed far greater power than before. Though they lacked the might of modern compound bows, they were significantly superior to traditional ones. Little did he know that Yiting's hunting prowess allowed her arrows to pierce the body of a deer. Typically, he was aware that no tribe possessed such armor. The bird people had also formed their own faction, and as they faced extinction, their demise seemed inevitable. Thus, Yuning no longer made any further requests. The mere fact that they could offer assistance was commendable. That evening, Yuning indulged in a delightful feast. The women had truly mastered the art of cooking, producing dishes such as braised coconut meat. Yiting often relished the flesh within coconuts or nibbled on dried meat strips. At her age, she was in the prime of snacking, yet the local resources were limited. This reality stirred a sense of sympathy in Yuning for her. After all, Yiting had always exhibited a fiery and capricious nature, once even challenging the shells. Yet, she treated him with genuine kindness, never uttering a word of complaint, and even when perplexed, she would comply without question. Yuning recalled their first encounter when she had introduced him to honey, almost stuffing it into his mouth herself, merely dipping a leaf in some essential oil. She must have a fondness for sweets, he mused, remembering the vast fields of sugar cane. The eggs of various poultry, honey cakes, and animal milk came to mind. He realized he currently lacked a cow for milking, though he did have sheep, which he had never really considered before. Yuning took the women to harvest sugar cane, intending to create sweet confections for his delightful companions. He also sought to gather an abundance of peppermint leaves to infuse his candies with unique flavors, alongside various fruits and candied hawthorns. The process of juicing, simmering, and crystallizing was a novel experience for Yuning, and the women were filled with curiosity about his inventive creations. He would often smear the sugary concoction onto their lips, evoking sheer bliss. The essence of the moment was undeniably sweet and refreshing. A man, even engaged in mundane labor, was surrounded by a bevy of enchanting women, their gazes brimming with affection and admiration. One could only imagine the joy in such a scenario. In the midst of ecstatic shouts and kisses, Yuning found himself lost, akin to wandering on a land where the rising sun was the only guide. Suddenly, the tail approached, appearing distressed. "Meng Ba, what has happened?" Yuning inquired, noticing the wounds that marred Meng Ba's body. It was hard to fathom the scene before him. Meng Ba trudged forward, and Yuning gently stroked his massive head, seeking to understand the cause of his suffering. The foolish leader of the Longfong tribe, seeking vengeance, led his kin into battle after only 2 volleys of arrows. Yet, these locust-like aberrations were relentless. In close combat, their limbs were as sharp as blades, and with their multitude of arms and legs, they quickly surrounded Longfong. It was then that Meng Ba charged in to fight, albeit sustaining numerous injuries himself. "Fool, where are the others? Find them," Meng Ba cried out in anguish, lamenting the reckless demise of the Longfong leader. Yuning felt no sorrow for the foolish man. He deemed his demise unworthy of sympathy, though he recognized the necessity of pretense. After all, Longfong would surely have an heir. Meng Ba was genuinely distressed, and it was evident that he had suffered greatly. Despite the victory, the cost was steep. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Qianren tribe and their archers, Meng Ba might have faced dire consequences. Green Brother, the commander of the archers, was indeed skilled, yet he was physically disadvantaged in close combat, being short and stout, which rendered him less effective. He felt a sense of grievance. Archers were typically equipped with short knives instead of spears, and his stature made him ill-suited for melee combat, resulting in his own injuries and bruises. Little Longfong, the son of the fallen leader, arrived, indicating significant losses among their ranks. Had it not been for the Qianren tribe's swift response, they would have faced annihilation. In his final moments, the Longfong leader realized the Qianren tribe were allies. Yet he refrained from mentioning his prior aggression against them. This was, after all, a matter of life and death. The dilemma of punishment and reward weighed heavily on Yuning. The tail hurried back to extinguish the fire, lest the sugar be ruined. A funeral was held in the city, though it fell short of the reverence the deceased might have commanded in the hearts of the people. It was merely a standard ceremony. Little Longfong found Yu Ning's arrangements quite elaborate, as in their culture, burials were typically simple affairs, often concluding with a brief gathering and a few words of remembrance. Fortunately, Meng Ba emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Yu Ning would have turned his wrath upon the Longfong tribe. The Thousand Warriors tribe has lost many of its valiant members. The glory of the past has faded into oblivion. In the immediate future, further confrontation is unfeasible. If more lives are lost, the number of slaves will surpass that of our own people, leading to unpredictable consequences. Xiao Changya has inherited his position, and Yu Ning feels that his son possesses a cleverness that surpasses his own. The Thunder Beast, driven by its instinct for self-preservation, has unexpectedly fled in the face of danger. Yu Ning managed to capture them in the mire, but despite a flurry of lashes, they remained unscathed. Nevertheless, the Thunder Beasts realized their wrongdoing. While not particularly astute, they could discern that they had angered Yu Ning. They are, after all, reliant on the provisions gathered by the women of the tribe, whose gazes could pierce through them with reproach. They must be aware that they have committed a grave mistake. Yu Ning harbored no intention of severe punishment, understanding that such behavior was instinctual among animals. Under normal circumstances, the advantage lies with us, making their escape unlikely. The demise of the long-toothed beast has caused a disruption, rendering our victory a Pyrrhic one, while the volcano tribe swiftly repairs its damaged weaponry. Green Brother is gravely injured. His 3 goblin wives surround him in tears, as if mourning his death. Yu Ning approaches, recognizing their theatrical display. Ironically, it is Green Brother who chastises them. Aware that Yu Ning possesses far greater wisdom than the easily deceived savages, after much effort in settling matters, Yu Ning has resolved to refrain from combat and focus on agricultural development for the time being. In the distance, a frantic call of Master, Master, reaches his ears. Chapter 89, A Dire News from the Shore. Master. Yu Ning feels as if his head might burst. What now? Xiao Baihua rushes in, injured. The indignation is unbearable. How dare they lay a hand on my woman? Yu Ning ruminates on who could possess such audacity. Although Xiao Baihua is not a leader like Beak and the others, her bond with Yu Ning is well known. At the shore, the fish scale people have come ashore. Once again, this wretched band of fish and shrimp, who have been soundly beaten by Yu Ning on numerous occasions, show no signs of learning from their past encounters. Fueled by a raging fury, witnessing Xiao Baihua's injury only intensifies his wrath. It seems this is a quest for vengeance on behalf of Xiao Baihua. A land elephant is suitable for land, but cannot venture into the sea. This task is best suited for the teeth and bones. However, this time the Thunder Beast clamors to join, suggesting that it has learned a valuable lesson. Xiao Baihua holds a special place in the heart of Bone. Although she speaks little, she is acutely aware of the situation. The women, fully armed, are determined to transform these foes into dried fish adorning the shore. It is said that the tribe with webbed feet has suffered greatly, and while the exact number of their slaves remains uncertain, it is evident that there have been fatalities. Otherwise, Xiao Baihua would not have engaged in conflict with them. Yu Ning, too, intends to investigate. It is likely that the fish scale people reproduce like fish, laying hundreds or even thousands of eggs at a time. After only a few months, they are already capable of re-emerging in significant numbers. Xiao Baihua requests to be taken to the lakeside, for the past few days have been fraught with misfortune. The Thunder Beast, unusually refraining from discharging electricity, seemed to be venting its frustrations by the seaside. However, the rare sight of the Bomb Tiger brazenly joining the fray indicated that the entire Bomb Tiger family had come along. This development left Yu Ning perplexed. Could it be that the Bomb Tiger harbored a grudge against this band of fish-scaled beings? Considering that both the Bomb Tiger and the Thunder Beast resided in the coastal region, particularly with the Bomb Tiger being a native, some friction was perhaps inevitable. Upon Yu Ning's arrival, a group of webbed slaves surrounded their leader, weeping, while the fish-scaled folk scoured the shore in search of plunder. There was a significant number. Yaji pointed towards another area, suggesting that this time, the fish-scaled beings had emerged in full force. Yaji, eliminate them. Go all out. Such a command was unprecedented. Aside from Yaji and Gu Tu, the Dagger Maiden and Twin Tails were particularly exhilarated. The women brandished their weapons of choice, casting aside shields and armor. Yaji and Gu Tu sprinted side by side, while the rest of the women charged forward. The Thunder Beast, unable to contain itself, unleashed a series of thunderous roars as if bursting from a constrained bladder, even electrifying the waters around them. The city required oversight. Hence Shell and Meng Ba could not join. If the elephant tribe emerged, there would be no one left at home. Ge, in a fit of urgency, also dashed into the fray alongside the women, demonstrating surprising cleverness by deliberately evading Yuning's gaze. Makabaka, bring it back to me, Yuning commanded, pointing at Ge. The two women chuckled at Ge's antics, who had been dragged back from the beach, its trunk flinging sand. Mid-charge, Ye launched a spear, striking a fish-scaled being. Before the creature fell, Ye delivered a swift kick to the spear's shaft, piercing through its chest. With a swift motion, Ye severed the head of a substantial fish-scaled being, which thudded upon the sand. Gu Tu, wielding a short sword, pressed her shield against another fish-scaled foe before delivering multiple precise strikes to its neck. In contrast to Ye's flamboyance, Gu Tu was marked by her steadiness and accuracy. The dagger maiden had long succumbed to a frenzy, leaping atop a towering fish-scaled creature and stabbing relentlessly, blood gushing from its wounded head. Twin tails, accompanied by a small white flower, crouched from a height, skillfully targeting vital points with her arrows, each shot landing squarely in the fish's mouth. The thunder beast advanced a few steps, releasing another surge of electricity, seemingly discovering that it could electrify the water in a wide area. The webbed savages, seeing reinforcements, prepared to retaliate, but Yuning intercepted them. A band of inept warriors would merely be sacrificing themselves. Yuning even named their leader. Though Shell failed to grasp the meaning of the name. Who would name someone web poker? Shell racked her brains, but could not fathom the intention. The hammer continued her relentless assault, likely finding the fish-scaled being's skulls rather fragile. With one strike, she dispatched them effortlessly. The coastal battalion exhibited only moderate combat prowess, relying on their sheer numbers. The nearby beach and waters were stained crimson, with the fish-scaled beings repeatedly replenishing their ranks. Yet, ultimately, no significant response was forthcoming. The explosive tigers surged forth, their target a golden-scaled fishman. It was no wonder they refrained from attacking. They seemed to be specifically pursuing this golden creature. The shoreline shimmered with glimmers of light, and without a keen eye, one could easily overlook the reflections beneath. With a swift strike, one explosive tiger captured the fishman, tossing it aside with its mouth. Another tiger caught it midair, then landed and shook it vigorously. Within moments, several explosive tigers surrounded the fishman, and in an instant, it was torn into multiple pieces. Such brutality! How mesmerizing! The tigers had vented their frustrations by devouring a few fishmen, and it appeared that the fishmen were contemplating a retreat. The thunderous beast unleashed another electric blast, leaving many fishmen frozen in the water. What surprised Yuning was Yizi. This girl wielded a whip adorned with iron hooks. With a single strike, she could tear through skin and flesh. Yuning had not crafted such a weapon for her. It seemed to be a product from the volcanic tribe, though the ingenuity behind it was unknown. Upon closer inspection, it resembled thorny vines that had been transformed into metal. With each strike, Yizi could disperse the fishmen, forcefully yanking out their flesh. In a moment of urgency, the fishman was dragged to Yuning's side, where he promptly delivered several slaps to its rear, eliciting whimpers of dismay. To safeguard against the fishmen, Yuning instructed this group of web beings to take shelter at the ruins of the original inhabitants' village, which at least offered some fences and structures. The web beings expressed their gratitude, their once stubborn faces now softened. However, Yuning felt the fishmen were multiplying with each encounter, becoming increasingly difficult to manage. This time, their numbers had surged tenfold compared to their previous landing, and there were even golden-scaled ones among them, though they appeared similar aside from their color. It was also possible that the explosive tigers had been too swift in their slaughter for the fishmen to put up a fight. Yet, a few explosive tigers seemed nearly overwhelmed by the fishmen. They simply could not consume everything. Some tigers even carried a few fish back, and a few stubborn ones buried several on the spot, perhaps exhibiting a natural instinct to hoard food. Observing their actions, Yuning hastily ordered them to unearth and burn the buried fish, as the area was frequently foraged and rotting could lead to disease. The nearby seawater turned a deep crimson, sunlight glinting off its surface, creating an oddly beautiful yet violent scene. Master, we must keep the bones. Now, we just killed someone. Sister, do you have thoughts after the slaughter? The skeleton washed her face, her stunning features betraying a sense of anticipation. clutching a few leaves of eucalyptus she had gathered nearby. Come on, I want tea back down. Chapter 90. The great banner Yu had finally indulged. What began as a simple conversation among three had transformed into a gathering of women eager to join in after the battle. It felt utterly absurd. By the time Yu returned home, his legs were slightly unsteady, yet his teeth were considerate enough to present him with a bowl of freshly slain deer blood. Without hesitation, Yu gulped it down eagerly. Although it is not particularly palatable, it is also not unpleasant. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect. But it still feels rather warming. Beek has drawn a magnificent scene of a monumental battle, first depicting various toothy tribes and their alien forms, followed by a fierce confrontation with the scaly ones. Just when Yu thought that today he would be free of his presence, Beek cleverly added a shadowy mastermind behind both illustrations. This development placed him, rather amusingly, in the role of the ultimate antagonist, yet Yu was indifferent. Beek's artistic skill was commendable and reflected the actual circumstances well. The explosive tigers had dragged several scaly corpses to their resting tree, which looked somewhat intimidating at first glance. The two young explosive tigers had managed to feast on some fish. Maurin and Green Brother both bore injuries, with Green Brother's being more severe. Maurin was already able to stroll around the trading area, as he was now the commander, garnering respect wherever he went. Yu needed to rest properly, while his tail, aware of his fatigue, returned early to prepare the bed. Master is sleeping. I shall guard. Observing the half-finished candied hawthorn skewers, Yu resumed heating them. Various wild fruits and vegetables lay nearby, as the women were usually quite frugal with their food. With determination, Yu gritted his teeth and finished the task. His teeth sparkled with delight. The exterior was sugar-coated while the inside was filled with fruit, utterly delectable. His teeth even inquired about a name, as gourds had yet to be discovered in this world, leaving Yu to bestow a name upon the skewers. Candy skewers. Indeed, the meaty ones were meat skewers. The hot ones were nothing less than candy skewers. He had not skimped on preparation, while it was impossible for each woman to have one skewer. At least each could enjoy a piece. Otherwise, Yu would feel reluctant. Originally in high spirits to prepare some sweets, he was fortunate that he hadn't broken any eggs. Otherwise, they would have had to settle for fried eggs. Fearing another reprimand upon returning home, Mengba had been repeatedly warned not to venture outside and to heed Yu's words. Yet, it still managed to sneak out. Makabaka was also mischievous, purposely binding it to send back home, while the two sisters awaited Mengba's reprimanding of Ge. Ge was indeed quite unruly, often distracting the women while they worked, sniffling, spraying, or playfully bumping into others, and occasionally stealing some vegetables to munch on. In contrast, Mei truly elicited sympathy. She transported timber and sometimes assisted in gathering. Like the women, she relished bathing in flowers, often sitting together with the girls to chat during idle moments. Yu collapsed into sleep, while his tail loyally kept watch outside, preparing a drink in case Yu felt thirsty. Chill. The tail interrupted Carolou. As it appeared, she was inquiring about her absence from the beach that afternoon. In Yu's heart, he permitted them to fight out of necessity, regardless of their might. Their forms were reminiscent of children. Today, Carolou was rather impatient to confront him, prompting the tail to pull her aside. Master does not like us to fight, and it is not just you. The tail, having accompanied Yu for a considerable time, had gleaned some of his thoughts. Yet Beek had not participated either. The tail interrupted Carolou again, taking her hand. Look, my dear, in other tribes, there are no slaves. The tail's words prompted deep contemplation in Carolou. After a fierce confrontation with his son, Mengba intended to discuss matters with Yu, only to discover two women conversing outside the door. Indeed, Mengba exhibited remarkable wisdom, swiftly elucidating Yu's intentions to Carolou, suggesting that if she wished to assist Yu, she should simply fulfill the tasks assigned to her. The mole people had already prepared to commence their work, showing little concern for the events of the day. Yet they remained quite inquisitive during their nocturnal endeavors. The grain had indeed begun to sprout, and the situation in the agricultural tribe was similarly promising. Yu, however, sought to avoid conflict. Having recently suffered significant losses after just one day of progress, the once thriving tribe of 1,000 now numbered fewer than 500. And the Longya tribe had also lost a substantial portion of its able-bodied members. Regardless, he was determined to survive long enough for productivity and reproduction to take precedence. Speaking of reproduction, Yuning yearned for a female companion to bear offspring, yet she must be human. The woman introduced by the volcano tribe had been far too intimidating. The hairy man had sent some soybean paste, and he was nearly recovered, preparing to oversee the grains in the territory near the volcano. Yuning felt increasingly confident in his capabilities. This time, it was due to his decisiveness that the 1,000-man tribe and the extraterrestrial beings had not met their demise together. Nonetheless, no matter how much he sought to recuperate, the extraterrestrial threats must be eliminated. Although the fish-scaled people had translated much, they were too far from the coast. The aliens, however, were different. They could strike at any moment, traversing mountains for ambushes. After the last encirclement, it remained uncertain whether they had perished or were merely regrouping for another assault. Little Lanya proved to be more astute than his father, following Lanya's demise. He had increased patrols in various locations and had established signal fires in several strategic spots, emulating Yuning's tactics. As for the specific whereabouts of the extraterrestrials, he had begun dispatching individuals to investigate. The bird people, on the other hand, had sustained no injuries and were indeed being utilized as a food source, aligning with Yuning's notion of having them permanently reside there. It appeared that there was indeed a notion of racial innate ability suppressing the bloodline, as the various physical traits of the bird people resembled those of roosters, while the extraterrestrials could be likened to large grasshoppers or cockroaches, despite their menacing appearance. Confronting the bird people posed no viable solution for Yuning. He contemplated remaining in bed for an entire day, but the shell provided him with measurements of the sprouting grain. The tail, with a flick of its tail, it had already pierced a coconut and placed it nearby, even preparing sweetened water for Yuning to choose from. "Are you hungry, master?" The tail seemed to have everything ready for consumption, and Yuning decided to indulge in a bite. To his surprise, the women had prepared braised chicken, which tasted remarkably similar to his braised ribs. He was unsure who had crafted it. It was Walnut. Indeed, it had to be her, as Yuning suspected, for she was exceptionally meticulous in her endeavors. Each time he prepared a meal, she managed to learn from it. "I won't be stepping out for a few days. Inform me when the grain reaches this height." Yuning casually gestured to indicate a length, truly wishing to take a break. Thus, Yuning remained nestled in his abode for several days until the Lanya tribe once again discovered traces of the extraterrestrials. Yuning insisted that no action should be taken. They could only track them, ideally locating their lair. In recent days, Yuning has accumulated a substantial amount of oil. He wishes for this group of monsters to experience the sensation of an ambush. Chapter 91. The Giant Insect. Yuning has always believed that the reproductive capacity of the fish-scale beings is extraordinarily high, considering that fish can lay numerous eggs at once. However, upon following the guide with small fangs to the alien nest, Yuning realizes his misconception. Half a day's journey from the small Fang camp lies a dormant volcano. The crater, having not erupted for years, has formed a natural abyss. Upon witnessing the depth of this pit, Yuning's fear of clusters intensified. The aliens are essentially a type of insect, and they possess a queen-like creature that, astonishingly, lays eggs in the open air. The number of eggs is unfathomable. The mother insect lays them in clusters, while the remaining aliens transport and incubate them. The sheer volume here is astounding. And the most terrifying aspect is the presence of particularly gigantic specimens, suggesting that the initial assault targeted merely a gathering team. There are also specific insects designated for guarding and combat, alongside some low-ground transport insects resembling robotic sweepers. Initially, Yuning contemplated using fire as an attack, but now it seems unlikely to eradicate them in one strike, considering the area beneath the crater spans at least dozens of football fields. Despite the abundance of insect eggs, many are damaged during transportation, with numerous defective eggs sent to nearby incubators. It appears that these creatures possess a rather low intelligence. Yuning has issued directives to collect animal fats, yet it now seems insufficient. However, one thing is clear to Yuning. The extinction of this colony hinges on the death of the mother insect. The bird people, upon hearing news of potential extinction, have begun to act frantically. They are determined to annihilate this group of insects along with themselves. The almost frenzied bird people have even imagined that their female counterparts were slain by these insects, as they have seldom encountered natural enemies. The insect colony is the only one capable of such destruction and has suddenly appeared on their return path. Yuning is at a loss as to how to persuade them, for he views the bird people as quite resourceful. If they survive, they might be able to locate others of their kind. After all, even the mighty elephants are striving to find their kin. Perhaps the birds are simply less astute. Yu Ning signals for a retreat. While the hope of exterminating the entire lineage seems dim, he is confident in his ability to slay the mother insect. Fire remains the chosen method, yet the approach of igniting the oil first is no longer viable. Yu Ning possesses a catapult, which he is currently contemplating. He aims to utilize the catapult to launch incendiary materials en masse. Once the mother insect falls, they will withdraw immediately. The catapult currently faces two issues: accuracy and the length of the throwing lever. Both require testing and practice. Yu Ning gathers all the oils collected by various tribes, most of which consist of animal fats, with some being entire strips of fatty meat. He fashions a net from ropes, filling it with these materials, and to enhance combustion. He also includes charcoal soaked in oil. Transporting the massive catapult to the volcano proves to be a significant challenge, compelling Yu Ning to redesign it for ease of transport, even removing the wheel base for better maneuverability. The trebuchet was disassembled into 4 components: the base, the lever, the throwing arm, and the support. Originally, the weight at the top of the throwing lever was a massive stone, but this was evidently impractical, as such stones were difficult to transport uphill. Yu Ning resolved to create a container, akin to a basket, to hold smaller fragments of stone. This alternative would enable the trebuchet to ascend the mountain. To complement the trebuchet, a substantial quantity of rockets would also be required, which was relatively straightforward. The tasks of the volcano tribe underwent a complete overhaul. They first needed to craft a dozen iron baskets, followed by felling trees to construct a new lever. As for the throwing mechanism, practice and calibration were imperative. However, the monstrous creatures seemed capable of hatching thousands every other day. All incendiary packages for launching were uniformly weighed and bound together with netting. The lever was replaced with several massive trees, and to ensure the base's stability, ground spikes were installed to secure it firmly atop the mountain. At worst, the trebuchet could be used as a one-time device. When Yu Ning successfully assembled the first trebuchet, he commenced training individuals in the art of throwing. Throughout his life, Yu Ning had struggled with mathematics. Even the distance from the mother worm to the volcano's mouth was merely an estimate. Consequently, he ultimately decided to abandon the task of launching. The precision required was vastly different from that of archery, and he had no opportunity to measure the distance from the mother worm to the volcano's edge. The aberrations were both sensitive and savage, and it was likely they would discover the trebuchet's assembly. Even if Yu Ning gathered the entirety of the tribe's slaves, the result would likely be inadequate. Walnut continued to prepare meals for Yu Ning, who now enjoyed dishes solely cooked by her. Yu Ning preferred to toss chunks of fatty meat into the pan to render oil. Each time, Walnut would rub a piece of fat against the heated surface, allowing the grease to seep out and flow to the bottom of the pan. Eureka! Yu Ning excitedly dashed outside. The mole people were typically asleep at this hour, so Yu Ning boldly rummaged through their belongings, though, alas, they possessed only cabinets. These little creatures often felled trees, accumulating resin and turpentine in the process. Remarkably, the sleepy mole leader, upon noticing Yu Ning's search, merely turned over and embraced his partner to resume slumber. You truly can sleep. Find something. Yu Ning gazed at their disheveled treehouse, feeling overwhelmed. The mole people did not possess much in the way of personal belongings: some beautiful gemstones, a few simple farming tools, and a considerable stash of resin balls. Initially, the mole people assumed Yu Ning intended to borrow a few items, only to be astonished when he took everything in one fell swoop. To compound matters, in their half-asleep state, they were subjected to Yu Ning's inquiries about the elusive black treasure. Dubbed treasure, it was, in fact, the asphalt from the volcano tribe, which had long since dried and solidified. Upon first encountering it, Yu Ning mistook it for coal. In his mind, if no road was to be built, that substance was essentially useless. However, as fuel, asphalt burned slowly and produced thick smoke, which could induce dizziness if inhaled excessively. From a young age, Yu Ning profoundly grasped the essence of this lesson. They crafted torches from tattered cloth and pitch, often resulting in a billowing cloud of smoke. The young ones with growing teeth returned, marking the frequented spots of the opposite sex. The volcano tribe received a new task: to fashion hollow spheres from vines, bark, and roots, a skill at which they excelled, as remnants of such spherical dwellings still lingered in their old abodes. However, this time, the constructs were significantly smaller. The volcano tribe adhered faithfully to her directives, swiftly producing a considerable number of these spheres. Yuning insisted that they place stones of nearly equal size within each sphere. The entire caldera was blanketed in verdant meadows, while the areas occupied by the opposite sex were stark and bare. The caldera resembled a colossal pot from above. And Yuning, having prepared everything, was poised to eliminate these grotesque beings in one fell swoop. This horde of the opposite sex was vast and swift. Yuning was well prepared. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chapter 92. The largest pod in history, the volcano tribe, crafted nearly 1,000 spheres from the bark and leaves of vines. Yuning extracted all the iron balls. A rather extravagant endeavor, considering the difficulty of acquiring iron. Each sphere was weighted with stones, after which Yuning filled them with a mixture of dry grass, resin, animal fat, and useless pelts, sealing them with resin pitch and wrapping them with rope. A caravan of these hemp-wrapped spheres was dispatched to the Longya tribe. And to prevent any mishaps, Yuning commanded the extinguishing of all flames in their domain. For 10 days, she tirelessly rolled the spheres, sending batch after batch to the Longya tribe. When she ran out of fillers, she resorted to the seaside, slaughtering numerous fish-scale beings. Consequently, Yuning also lost several cooking pots, as the boiling of pitch and resin rendered them unusable. The Longya tribe found themselves unaccustomed to the sudden absence of fire. Some members were perplexed, while the young ones recalled how their father had perished. Longya had once suffered dire consequences for disobedience, and the young ones sensed Yuning's intentions. Apart from the 2 locations frequently visited by the opposite sex, Yuning transported all the hemp balls to the caldera over the past few days, placing one every few steps. At the mountain's base, she began distributing torches. Based on Longya's observations, the opposite sex would rest at sunset, oblivious to the impending doom awaiting them, much like locusts. The waiting was grotesque, the mingling scents of decaying animals and pitch resin, particularly from those filled with the corpses of fish-scale beings, exuding a fishy odor. Minutes after the sun dipped below the horizon, the gathering place of the opposite sex fell silent. Birds returned to their nests, and the wind ceased. A chilling quiet enveloped the surroundings. In front of the caldera, Yuning waved her torch, and those around her raised theirs. The volcano appeared adorned with a burning garland, the flickering lights heralding the arrival of death. A signal arrow with twin tails shattered the silence as Yuning released the first fireball, a flaming ribbon cascading down the caldera, followed by a torrent of fireballs rolling down the slope. Release the arrows. With a commanding shout from Green Brother, the grease-laden rocket soared towards the mother bug. Despite his severe injuries and incomplete recovery, he maintained the demeanor of an exemplary employee. He even limped, clutching at the bulge on his backside. While Yuning understood that if they did not act against the rapid reproduction of these creatures, they would inevitably become a future menace. The other tribes were equally aware, and nearly everyone capable had come to join the fray. The birdmen initially rushed out upon hearing the sound of the rocket, but the fireballs igniting all around caused them to retreat. The colossal volcanic crater resembled a boiling pot, reminding Yuning of the way lard was used to grease a cast-iron pan. When the second wave of fireballs rolled down the mountainside, chaos erupted below. Flames engulfed the entire valley, forcing the aberrations into the center. Those who attempted to resist were consumed by the inferno, with many of the creatures fleeing back towards the swarm in flames. The mother bug ceased laying eggs, raising her rear as if recalling something, while the remaining aberrations gathered around her, seemingly prepared to offer protection. The combat-ready aberrations exceeded Yuning's expectations. They were ablaze, yet did not struggle, instead remaining vigilant. Soon, they too realized that fireballs would be rolling down from the summit. The mother bug, with her rear elevated and her abdomen distended, expelled a viscous substance from her rear, covering the eggs entirely. It appeared she wished to safeguard her progeny. The massive aberrations began to ascend the mountain, numbering several hundred, although many perished along the way. A considerable number still surged towards the peak. Arrows struck them, yet they continued their relentless climb. This gigantic aberration seemed impervious to pain. The final wave of fireballs cascaded down to the foot of the mountain, illuminating the crater with flames, where the aberrations enveloped the mother bug, seemingly attempting to insulate her with their bodies. Originally, Yuning had intended to lead an assault to eliminate the large aberrations, but to his astonishment, the birdmen had already descended into a frenzied attack. Now, Yuning comprehended the reality. This tribe of a few hundred could stake a claim to territory equivalent to that of a 1,000-strong tribe. and had never been provoked. These individuals were truly mad. They charged down the mountain, engaging the large aberrations in a one-for-one exchange. Should they survive, they would rise again. Some even colliding directly with the fireballs while clutching the large aberrations. Others, being particularly robust, absurdly dragged 3 or 4 large aberrations straight into the flames, embodying a reckless abandon that screamed, "If I must perish, you shall die as well." Fierce, reckless, their minds seemed unhinged. Yu Ning had intended to confront them with spears, but this unexpected turn of events shattered his train of thought. Master, the Birdman leader. With teeth bared, the Birdman leader cradled 4 blazing fireballs as he charged towards the mother bug. In the light of the flames, this valiant maniac, the last leader of his tribe, resembled a war chariot ablaze in the darkness. The Birdmen were indeed formidable, heedless of his own injuries. He forcefully tore the aberrations from the mother bug and stuffed the 4 burning fireballs into her orifices. This audacious act left Yu Ning utterly astounded. The remaining avian warriors charged forward, seizing the nearby flaming orbs. It appeared they had resolved not to survive this day, leaving behind the glory of the Birdmen etched upon the mural. Yu Ning had always held them in disdain, perceiving them as foolish and unlearned. He had taught them the use of fire, yet they never sought to master weaponry. Even in the rain, they clung to the trees to sleep. The bravery of the Birdmen ignited a fervor among the others, akin to a spirit-lifting elixir. They hurled stones with exuberance, while little Longfong brandished his battle blade, his gaze fixed upon the eyes of the 1,000-strong tribe, echoing a phrase Yu Ning had imparted to him: "Orcs, never be enslaved." Though he had yet to grasp its true meaning, it was merely a line from a game that Yu Ning recalled upon seeing him. The wrath for vengeance within the Longfong tribe was also stirred, and they surged into the fray alongside the Birdmen. Destruction. The objective was achieved. It was time to retreat. My brother. Yu Ning now comprehended that the Longfong tribe could not restrain themselves. He had once thought little Longfong possessed greater intellect, but it seemed he was simply caught up in the frenzy. Halt. Suppress from a distance. Arrows and projectiles rained down upon the mother insect, and within the flames, many fierce souls chose mutual destruction. Yu Ning could not intervene. Perhaps this was their own form of glory. The wheel of civilization moves forward, inevitably discarding species. For survival of the fittest prevails as the ultimate victor. Yet, Yu Ning still held admiration for them, lamenting the loss of the finely tuned group he had painstakingly assembled. The most elite save for the women. If it were possible, he would not wish for their demise, but in their understanding, such valor was commendable. Their scant communication before battle left them unaware of the potential for a no-cost victory. Chapter 93. A bountiful harvest. Yu Ning had not gazed upon the mural today. Truth be told, he returned home far too late. Shell, brimming with emotion, completed her artwork and then remained by Yu Ning's side. The actions of the Birdmen and the Longfong tribe were profoundly shocking. Yu Ning understood, yet from his perspective, he found it incomprehensible, as there were evidently better choices. Perhaps time demanded the existence of such individuals. Yu Ning mused that if he were to conquer this continent in the future, they would surely be remembered as heroes engraved upon the stone tablets. Shell prepared sugarcane juice for Yu Ning, as they returned late, and everyone had dined haphazardly. The iron pots in the tribe were nearly unusable. Walnut had specially roasted some meat, accompanied by fruits. Eat some, Shell urged, pushing the food toward Yu Ning. Sensing his sorrow for the deceased, although Yu Ning felt more perplexed than saddened, the sadness was undeniable. He dared not imagine if the one who had perished today had been this enchanting young woman before him. He too would have succumbed to madness akin to the Birdmen. Understanding began to dawn upon him. When hope is extinguished, one can indeed spiral into insanity. Yet the Birdmen were not deranged. They discerned friend from foe. They must have believed that their deaths could spare others from the same fate, while the actions of the Longfong tribe were a continuation of their father's honor, as well as a choice for vengeance as a son. The Birdman tribe has indeed perished, and the charred remains of the Birdmen have been taken back by the 1,000-man tribe for burial. They were old friends and neighbors. The Longtooth tribe has utterly declined, with only a few men and the women of the tribe remaining to care for the elderly and young. Yu Ning did not diminish their territory. Rather, he sent a considerable number of slaves to cultivate the land. The heavens bestowed a rainfall, saturating the volcanic crater with water. However, the precipitation here was rather inadequate, resulting in only a few puddles forming within the crater. The corpse of the mother insect lay desiccated and rigid in place. while Yu Ning's people pierced and incinerated all the insect eggs, leading to the demise of this once thriving insect tribe. As the skies cleared and the rain ceased, several months passed. In the absence of insects, grass began to flourish in the area, and Yu Ning's slaves commenced excavation within the volcanic crater. Regardless of what lay beneath, it was still a volcano, and one could never know what minerals might be unearthed. Even sulfur would be a valuable find, not to mention the gemstones that could serve as adornments for the women. The grains began to ripen. The crops sown by the planting tribe were robust and heavy, with many heads drooping to the ground even before fully maturing. This was no longer merely a matter of harvest. Yu Ning had only one cave. He had planted grains across 3 plots of land, and in the future, he intended to cultivate the volcanic crater as well. He was in dire need of granaries. While there was no shortage of builders in the city, suitable structures for granaries were scarce. The mole people were indeed the architects of the land, yet their homes were submerged in water. The volcano tribe favored tree houses, but such structures would spell disaster for stored grains upon the next rainfall. A proper granary must be well ventilated, resistant to pests, moisture, and water, while also safeguarding against the thievery of other animals. Although Yu Ning had yet to encounter any rats, it was likely due to the scarcity of food available for them to pilfer. Yu Ning recalled his first cave, where the entrance was situated on higher ground, making it an ideal location for constructing a granary. Furthermore, it was secure, nestled deep within the rear, and the families of the fur tribe resided nearby, known for their loyalty and reliability. Conveniently, there were also existing cave dwellings nearby, facilitating the process of brickmaking. Yu Ning had discovered bamboo, yet it differed from his envisioned bamboo grove. This variety was rather slender and the area insufficiently expansive. He surmised that the current climate, temperature, and humidity were not conducive to their propagation. The women were assigned by Yu Ning to weave an abundance of burlap sacks. The more, the better. A group from the volcano tribe was dispatched to make bricks, while Ming Ba led the mole people in timber harvesting. The mole people, accustomed to working at night, often wandered about during their breaks, frequently misunderstood when they inadvertently strayed into the territories of other tribes. This time was different. The timber Yu Ning required was no longer in proximity, and the giant tree tribe held their trees in high regard. Whenever Yu Ning contemplated felling a few trees, they would invariably arrive with fruits or mushrooms as offerings. However, cutting trees was out of the question. At times, Yu Ning felt a strong urge to set them ablaze. With no other choice, he had to venture further afield. He recalled that his first honey venture had occurred in this very area. Yu Ning had also observed that if this season yielded a bountiful harvest, he could sow seeds again in a little over 40 days. This place, when spoken of, exhibits an irregular regularity. The sun frequently rises from 2 distinct directions, leaving Yu Ning perplexed as to its trajectory. As for the days, they can be surprisingly long at times and short at others, prompting Yu Ning to contemplate the creation of an hourglass to meticulously document the passage of time. Even more absurd is the wind, which blows once at noon, once again in the evening, and a third time during rainfall. Most of the time, the smoke from cooking rises straight up. Adding to Yu Ning's vexation, the elephants have begun to grow larger, as have the young women. However, along with the elephants' growth comes an increase in their appetite. To make matters worse, the scaly people have re-emerged once more. Unlike the mother worms, the scaly people, though weak in combat, are numerous. In the vastness of the sea, Yu Ning finds it impossible to eradicate them. Yet, this constant disturbance is driving him to the brink of despair. Master, are we to treat the seaside as a feeding ground for the tiger and wild dogs? What is this? The current mandarin of the shells is utterly ridiculous. Yu Ning had not considered that since feeding the dogs and tigers requires meat, he might as well provide it from the seaside. The wild dogs possess greater combat strength than the scaly people, and the tigers relish hunting them. Green Brother has located his treacherous kin. This group of goblins, having provoked someone, was collectively hanged from a colossal tree. Green Brother is undoubtedly saddened. They are of the same clan, yet he can comprehend the situation. He had previously urged them to stay and follow Yu Ning, only to be deemed a fool. Now, Green Brother evidently resembles the protagonist of a fantasy tale among the goblins. Originally a stone miner with no rights to mates, he now boasts 7 or 8 vibrant green wives. Although 2 of his wives have betrayed him, his current spouses were once those he had courted. This clan of Green Brother certainly possesses some remarkable qualities. Yu Ning observes that aside from the wild dogs, it seems that all carnivorous animals in the vicinity have been nearly eradicated, largely due to the efforts of the teeth and the fierce. The fierce despises carnivorous creatures, while the teeth, in the course of centuries, had relentlessly tormented the women. Only then does Yuning notice that the leather in the city predominantly comes from carnivorous animals. These women are undeniably fierce. In this vicinity, aside from the thunderous beasts that are omnivorous, only the tigers and wild dogs remain to consume meat. Chapter 94. The unfinished harvest. The granary remains incomplete, yet the planting tribe has already delivered millet, having selected the finest seeds. Yuning generously rewards them with various items, as he regards these offerings as inconsequential compared to the significance of the seeds. The meat and leather hold little value. However, the wild tribe's agricultural practices differ from his own and fall short of expectations, as they merely scatter seeds without regard for spacing. Truckloads of grain are being transported from the old site of the Beastmaster tribe, with the carefully selected seeds yielding exceptionally plump produce. Although the journey from the volcano is long, news of a bountiful harvest has also arrived. Yuning commands the establishment of a granary on-site for storage, as he will need to pass through there on his way north in the future, thus avoiding the waste of manpower and transportation. If Yuning's estimations are accurate, in 45 days, they will be able to cultivate again, and this season promises to be even better than the last, as it is now the time for irrigation. According to his calculations, there should be 2 heavy rains. However, there exists another possibility, assuming there are 700 to 800 days and nights in a year. Yuning inquired about the existence of snow concerning the shells. No one knew. No one had ever seen it. Even the well-informed Meng Ba had never encountered ice. Yuning was aware of the method to create ice using nitrate, yet the restroom, which he had constructed alone, remained unused. Many of the toilets Yuning built had transformed into storage rooms, as many people were aware that excrement could be used as fertilizer, leading them to relieve themselves near the fields. In this day and age, is it truly so difficult to procure waste? The mole people returned battered and bruised, and Meng Ba was equally injured. Yuning nearly succumbed to laughter at Meng Ba's appearance, which resembled that of a pig rather than an elephant. The mole person, in a moment of folly, had disturbed a wasp nest, not just one, but nearly the entire mountain's worth. Had it not been for the robust individuals in their company, it could have been fatal. Meng Ba covered its face with its nose and staggered to the lakeside, its nose swollen and pockmarked, a truly pitiable sight. The bombers had grown accustomed to city life, treating the seaside merely as a dining hall, returning promptly after their meal. For them, the distance was trivial, akin to a post-meal stroll. The wild dogs had also become familiar with the paddle cards and played together, as they all had their homes to return to at the appointed time. The only unresolved issue was the ever-increasing food consumption of the elephant herd. Unlike cattle and sheep, the Meng Ba tribe still grazed. However, the many elephants primarily subsisted on tubers and fruits. Yuning recalled a tribe that once cultivated a certain tuber. Though he found it rather unpalatable, he contemplated whether the many elephants might accept it. If they did, he could attempt to cultivate it as their staple food. As for the giant tree tribe, they were naturally reluctant to part with their timber, so a price must be paid. The many elephants' rations would be entirely their responsibility. After all, if you do not participate in the battle and do not contribute labor, you cannot expect to barter without offering resources. Without Yuning, their situation would undoubtedly be precarious. This, however, was merely a delay tactic, as their size increased. Supplying food for the over 200 elephants would soon become a formidable challenge. Regarding the granary, it must be constructed before the rains arrive. Master, ribs. Yuning initially thought he had been served pork ribs, only to discover that it was his sister, Rib, who had arrived, appearing taller and more slender than before. Karalu invited the master to the seaside again. Yuning felt that Karalu had misconstrued the trip to the seaside as something more intimate. No, it is to the former volcano, isn't it? This is rather tiresome. She seemed to forget that she had previously struggled to articulate even her name when Yuning called her plate. Such is the nature of things. When you excel at something, it appears simple, while unfamiliar tasks seem daunting. Thus, many things that seem difficult are, in essence, quite easy. To the volcano? Aren't they harvesting grains there? Yuning was curious about what Karalu intended to do, as she had shown no interest in cultivation. To harvest grains. Indeed. At the volcano, they are constructing granaries, and it appears they are indeed in need of additional hands. It just so happens that Yuning also wishes to take a stroll there. You should send Karalu to the city gate. We shall set off directly. Yuning retrieved his leather shoes, and even brought along the shell of an old turtle. Karalu was indeed preparing to lend a hand, bringing along many women. During this time, Yuning has also become familiar with everyone, though it seems they have collectively grown taller. Karalu, brimming with enthusiasm, leapt into Yuning's embrace, who readily hoisted her onto his shoulders, as she was both light and slender. Karalu was overjoyed, having never been perched atop Yuning's head before. Feeling somewhat flattered by the attention, the city has undergone some changes. The previously uneven roads have been flattened by the meticulous efforts of the volcano tribe. At times, Yuning felt a sense of gratitude towards them, especially since they had once kindly offered him a wife, which he declined due to her appearance. Nevertheless, the industriousness of these individuals remained in Yuning's thoughts. He believed they deserved some respite and an enhancement in their quality of life. As for the mole people, Yuning could only chuckle with bemusement. While they are indeed animals, they possess a certain level of intelligence, particularly the leaders, who are exceptionally clever. However, their focus and behavior often teeter on the edge of impropriety. Green Goo once lamented that while he was cuddling with his wife, they formed a row, munching on snacks and observing. Green Goo resided in a cave without a proper door, expecting mere spectators, only to find them bored enough to see who could throw something at his wife. Who wouldn't be exasperated? Green Goo, now a commander, ended up capturing a whole group of mole people to take back with him. If all else fails, perhaps granting them a territory to return to nature would suffice. Yuning's inventions and lifestyle, including food, are entirely irrelevant to the mole people. They have indeed contributed significantly in the past, and Yuning contemplated giving them the riverside where the tigers once dwelled, allowing them to do as they please. At the very least, Yuning was willing to provide them protection and occasionally assist with tree cutting. During planting seasons, this group also excelled at farming. Master, Karalu wants to go to the seaside. I've come this far, and you wish to go to the seaside? Surely you jest. Yuning felt the girl tightly clutching his neck with her legs, perspiration trickling down his back. Yuning's mind was a flurry, and his tail, perceptive, seemed to grasp his thoughts. There is a stream ahead. Let us pause for a rest. The tail issued the command in Yuning's stead, and he found her quite understanding. He carried Karalu straight to the riverbank. He recognized a mound of sand, recalling a time when he and Ribbone intended to assist Karalu, but the tail had intercepted her with a mischievous smile, having remained close to Yuning. For these past few days, the master had been sleeping alone, burdened with countless munitions to utilize. Karalu ought to witness the master's prowess at least once.